One terrible day, the killer realized how helpless people were in the face of ruthless violence. His latest victim begged him not to come closer, but the thug continued on, scratching the wall with his blade. Behind him lay a mountain of corpses, which he had dispensed with in cold blood. Smiling frighteningly, the villain hummed something under his breath, while the panicked man called for help, even though no one could come. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, the gentleman reached into his jacket pocket as if it held his last hope. He abruptly pulled out a gun and opened fire on his opponent, calling him a monster, but he didn't care. What was happening only brought a smirk to the killer's face, who was very calm about everything. Many bullets were deflected in mid-flight, never reaching their target. The victim continued to fight back, while the killer hummed something under his breath, moving in different directions. The stunned man did not understand what was happening, but a long crack suddenly appeared on his face. At that very moment, the gentleman was cut in two by a ruthless killer standing a few meters away from him. Lifting his head up, the blood-loving tyrant sang joyfully that this was exactly what he wanted. With particular pleasure, the villain wiped his mask with his stained hands, laughing loudly and frighteningly. At that moment, a red-haired boy happened to be nearby, watching the criminal's behavior with surprise. The psychopath continued to plan his next moves, eager to take revenge on someone else. The frightened child was where hundreds of innocent people had died in the fire. The crazy killer laughed loudly, putting his bloody hands on his mask and feeling pleased with himself. The boy watched his every move with horror in his eyes, but tried not to attract attention to himself. Little Su Li looked around and suddenly saw something even more terrifying, which made his heart skip a beat. The ruthless scoundrel had brutally murdered his beloved parents, who were lying on the ground next to each other. 10 years had passed since the terrible incident, which had claimed the lives of 231 innocent people. After a lengthy investigation into the Grand Tower fire, the case was closed with a rather simplistic conclusion. The inspectors noted it as a failure to comply with safety regulations, which sounded rather silly and simplistic. No one knew that what had happened was not an accident, but a mass murder committed by a demon in human form. The news reported that there was a theory that the incident was intentional, but the hero suddenly heard someone's discontent below. The man below exclaimed that his counterpart had stained him, but then began to apologize, which caught the attention of the red-haired young man. The blonde asked if the fool really thought his apology would be enough, and he didn't know what to say. One of the burly men pushed the defenseless youngster, and he said sincerely in a trembling voice that he was very sorry. The weakling's apologies had already annoyed the bullies, who immediately began to kick and punch him. Lighting a cigarette, the cold-blooded leader said that this is what happens when pathetic boys contradict him. Raising his hand, the man asked his comrades not to beat the boy too hard, so that he would not pass out, which even offended them. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm, saying that the boy would come to his senses if they stopped bullying him. It was the brave protagonist, at the sight of whom the bully tensed up, not understanding what was going on. Keeping a cool head, he tightly gripped his opponent's wrist, who screamed for him to let go immediately. The blonde, tense to the max, wondered why this freak was so strong. The bully ordered him once again to let him go, but the fearless Su Li was not going to end it so easily. At that very moment, the gang leader's face was struck with a powerful punch, causing it to resemble a fish's head. The stunned weakling fell to the ground, and his friends noticed what was happening. The angry bully shouted, asking what the red-haired scoundrel thought he was doing, invading their space like that. The fat man immediately swung at the main character, who, remaining completely calm, simply moved his shoulder to the side. The discouraged brunette was confused because he was confident in his abilities, but everything went wrong. The brave man did not waste any time and delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's jaw, greatly frightening his comrade. The stunned man didn't even know how to react, but the professional fighter had no intention of standing on ceremony with him. Very unexpectedly, he turned around and struck his opponent in the nose with his whip before the latter had even had time to react. In just a couple of minutes, the nimble Su managed to knock down all three bullies, thereby freeing the frightened young man. Pleasantly surprised, the brunette did not expect such strength and courage from a person he did not even know. Impressed, the young man asked if it was true that his savior was the new student who had been transferred here last week. But unexpectedly, the cold-blooded fighter rudely asked him to get lost, which deeply shocked the boy. The main character did not want to talk to him, so he asked him to leave, which made the boy feel very uncomfortable. The brave Lee assumed that the kid also wanted to fight, but he replied loudly that he would never do that. Terrified, the student rushed headlong off the roof, and the fighter silently watched him go. His gaze was as cool as ever, and now he had a small opportunity to enjoy the peace and quiet. Turning around, the brave man saw no one, although a couple of minutes ago the leader of the hooligans had been lying behind him. It turned out that the enraged blonde had grabbed a knife and approached his opponent, whom he was eager to deal with. Without thinking twice, the bully stabbed his opponent, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening and simply changed expression in shock. Looking down, the young man saw drops of his own blood on the floor, which was already an alarming sign. The treacherous opponent stabbed him simply because he was very scared and did not know what to expect from his enemy. But in an instant, he was greatly surprised because the main character put his hand out and his stomach remained intact. The bully, red-faced from intense stress, was confused because he couldn't believe what he had seen. The emotionless fighter clenched his fist tightly and swung at him, intending to finish what he had started. A lightning-fast blow to the jaw was immediately delivered with particular cruelty, because the scoundrel had already greatly annoyed the brave man. The opponent rolled onto his back on the floor, while the hero looked at him silently, saying nothing. Slowly pulling the knife stuck in his hand, Su Li remained calm so as not to make any sudden movements. After a few seconds, he managed to do so, although he had to endure quite a lot of pain. A deep wound remained on the outside of his palm, which looked very scary, but it did not bother the brave man. In just a few moments, the wound began to close, and the knife cut became less and less visible. In less than 2 minutes, only minor bloodstains remained on his hand. Having finished healing the wound, the fighter approached and crouched down next to the hooligan, who was making strange noises. From his jacket pocket, he took out a steel lighter with a strange red mark on it. The perceptive hero realized that the object had a similar pattern to the flint used by the bloody murderer. Su Li clearly remembered that terrible day when the demon held a small object with the same mark on the front. The young man gave up the search as it was a limited edition and had long since been discontinued. Deciding not to dwell on it, the guy headed for the exit, deciding to return later. In the evening, the young man was at home, where a photograph of the tyrant who had killed many people was attached to a mannequin. In the corner was a photo of him as a child, surrounded by his loving parents. The main character sat silently at the table and worked on it, maintaining utmost concentration and calm. After a short time, Lee finished and put the power tool aside. Then he picked up the family photo and felt a pang of sorrow because his loved ones could never be brought back to life. 10 years ago, the young man lost everything he had and was left completely alone in this world. His life changed dramatically after that incident, and the only thing he had left was a photo with his parents. After that day, the spiritually strengthened young man had an important goal in life, which he pursued in small steps. The fighter was eager to catch and kill the demon who had taken the lives of his innocent parents. But at the same time, Su Li kept a cool head and tried not to give in to his emotions because he had to think about his next steps. His body's incredible ability to heal was also a blessing for this goal. The problem was that the hero had no information about this cursed killer other than his nickname, Jack. Some said that the psychopath hunted human entrails, while others said that he was just a crazy cannibal. It was also rumored that the killer was a scientist who had been experimenting on people in his laboratory for decades, or that he was some kind of war veteran with post-traumatic stress disorder. There were even people who said that Jack had made a deal with the devil, after which he became a completely different person. The only thing that could be said with certainty was that the killer's strength was beyond human limits. The guy had some information about this, but it made him a little confused about what to do first. But first and foremost, Su Li needed to become stronger so that he could kill his enemy with his own hands. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the phone lying on the table and immediately caught his attention. The young man decided to read the message right away, as it could be something important for him. The leader of the hooligans ordered him to come immediately to an abandoned factory near the hill, saying that it wasn't over yet. What he read did not evoke any emotions in the brave young man, who was ready to put the blonde guy in his place once again. Smiling, the fighter thought to himself that the more practice, the better, so he even wanted to fight again. The bully was very angry with him because now he had a bandage on his beautiful nose after the injury. Turning around, he said that he had written to his opponent as ordered. But there was one thing. The guy asked if the boss really thought that this dimwit would come just because of the messages, and the man was sure of it. After digging a little into the youngster's past, he found some very interesting information about him. The owner of the service company, Ban San Mak, said that the kid had attended 12 schools and gotten into trouble at each one. The puzzled blonde asked what this information, which sounded very silly and childish, could possibly reveal. The bald man found it strange that the young man had been transferred here, not because he had been expelled, but because he had asked for it himself. His words seemed very strange to his counterpart, who still couldn't make sense of anything. The tense guy asked if the hero was crazy, since he had changed 12 schools. Ban's son said that the kid just picked on others, whether they were gang leaders or even just school children, until there was no one left to fight. When there were no more people like that, the fighter, eager to scratch his fists on someone's face, became bored. The owner of the service company said briefly that the brave man was obsessed with fighting, and that was the main thing to understand. The nervous blonde advised his comrade to hurry up and call for backup, but not to go to meet the daredevil alone. The fat man, whose lips resembled those of a toad, laughed loudly, which puzzled his companion. He considered the young man's fear too silly, as he was confident in his abilities and believed that he did not need help. Putting on a scary face, the big guy asked if the kid really thought he would lose to some boy. The excited young man said that was not what he meant, and Bansun Mok asked him not to be afraid. Pursing his lips and puffing out his fat cheeks, the bald man began to do something strange, while the blond man watched him silently. At that moment, he spat out a long energy beam that was capable of destroying everything in its path. Stunned by the shock, the bully froze in place and was afraid to move, lest he be hit. Looking cautiously to the side, the guy wondered what had just happened. The concrete structure behind him was suddenly destroyed down to the rebar, causing the bully to panic. This was the mesmerizing ability of the company owner, who looked like a fat moron, but in reality, everything was different. Reaching for a bag of snacks, the man said that he was different from the fearless troublemaker. Throwing chips into the furnace, the confident bully said he was a contractor. In an instant, Bansun Mok opened his mouth wide and began to resemble a monster ready to pounce on anyone at any moment. Meanwhile, the completely calm Su Li climbed the steps of the building, which was still under construction. The brave man remembered that this was where he was supposed to meet the blond man who had challenged him to a fight. With his hands in his pockets, he looked around, trying to spot his opponent. It was very quiet and empty around him, which made the fight lover feel more and more bored with every passing second. The situation seemed rather strange to the young man, who began to suspect that he had come to the wrong place. After checking the messages on his phone, he made sure that this was the right address, so the problem must have been something else. The main character began to suspect that the bullies were just playing with him, and he didn't like it at all. Suddenly, he heard loud noises behind him that immediately caught his attention. The stern warrior did not understand what the noise was, but immediately began to move toward the source of the sound. Alert, Su Li continued to move forward, but suddenly stepped on an iron object. Kneeling down, he decided to take a closer look and figure out what was lying on the floor. They were small bolts and nuts, which the sensible young man began to examine carefully. Each item was covered in blood, which greatly surprised the confused protagonist. At the same time, the red liquid was still warm and fresh, which was an alarming sign for the young man. Thoughtful Su Li looked up and looked ahead to try to find answers to his questions. In front of him, the guy saw the head of a bald man with numerous abrasions and scratches. What was shocking was that the limb was lying several meters away from the body, and there was a frightening smile on the bloodied face. The discouraged hero was somewhat confused and froze in place, not believing that everything that was happening was real. Overcome by an incredible feeling of fear, Lee jumped back and screamed, as he had never encountered such a situation before. The tense guy tried to understand what the hell was going on around him, but his mind was a mess. A few meters away, the fighter heard a voice and tensed up because it was familiar to him. Nearby, the brave guy saw the blonde guy who had challenged him to a fight, but at that moment, an unknown thug was holding him by the throat. The stunned young man silently watched what was happening and didn't even know whether to intervene in the fight. The hooligan with a broken nose was afraid to even move and just stood in one place, almost unable to breathe. It turned out that it was all the work of the killer Jack, who said there would be a bonus murder. Speechless from shock, Su Li couldn't believe that after all these years he had met the psychopath again. Just 10 minutes ago, the alarmed blonde asked the contractor what it all meant and was frightened by his ability. Calm Bansung Mok explained in simple terms that a person signs a contract to receive the same ability. He added that from time to time, it would have to be exchanged for a murder, and that it was impossible to avoid this condition. The excited guy asked what that meant and who he would have to kill, but the gentleman asked him not to rush things. The wary man turned his attention to the side, as if he had seen something strange nearby. Looking at the crooked doorway, The owner of the service company said quietly that someone was there. A frightening, smiling Jack suddenly peered out from behind the wall and said that he had finally found them. The stunned Hulk couldn't believe that this was the very killer who had caused the deaths of so many people. Slowly approaching them, the psychopath chuckled and greeted the bald man, calling him Kid. Tense, Benson said that he had been told that Jack had disappeared 10 years ago, and he was even surprised at how quickly time had passed. Drawing a rather long sword, the mad tyrant said he wanted to ask his acquaintance something. Extremely nervous and focused, the big guy decided to use his ability right away and opened his mouth, puffing out his lips. But the nimble killer immediately grabbed him by his fat face, not giving him the slightest chance to do anything. The veins on the bald company owner's head began to bulge rapidly, and he realized that the situation was hopeless. He needed to defend himself somehow, but Jack gave him no such opportunity and showed no mercy. A few seconds later, several bolts and nuts fell to the floor, each one stained with blood. The head of Banson Mock, who had been unable to resist him in any way, remained in the hands of the gloating killer. Throwing away the limb, the psychopath said that he had used too much force, and the panicked blonde with a broken nose began to run away. The excited young man couldn't understand what was going on, but all he could do was run away. It was bad enough that some madman was spitting bolts, but now a monster had appeared who could kill a man as easily as snapping his fingers. He just wanted to get rid of the new student and not get involved in all this. But now there was nowhere to run from Jack. Stunned, Su Li stopped abruptly when he saw the psychopath jump in front of him, whose intentions were clearly not good. The ruthless bruiser grabbed the kid by the throat and began to squeeze, depriving him of the ability to breathe. Looking fearfully into his eyes, the tyrant said that it would all be over in the blink of an eye, and he wouldn't even have time to feel the pain. The hooligan, tense to the max, couldn't believe that his life would end so quickly and rather absurdly. Suddenly, the killer noticed the presence of a stranger somewhere behind him. He immediately realized that someone else had arrived, and the light-haired young man's eyes were already rolling back in his head. It turned out that a few meters away from him stood a stunned Su Li, who couldn't believe what was happening. The psychopath was incredibly happy because another victim had come to him on his own, and he didn't even have to make an effort. The shocked Su Li did not expect to see the scoundrel Jack, who had long ago deprived him of his parents. For the first few seconds, they stared at each other in silence, and the young man tried to convince himself that this was not a dream. The killer, whose grip was tightening around the blonde boy's throat, found it amusing that a stranger knew his name. The scoundrel asked if the boy wanted to play with him too, but his heart was filled with completely different emotions. The scoundrel asked him to wait a moment, saying that he would finish with his victim, and then they would have some fun. The main character remembered that Jack was the one responsible for all the horrors he had to go through on that terrible day. Clenching his fists viciously, the brave boy watched the actions of the degenerate, who continued to strangle the boy with a broken nose. Mentally filling himself with strength, the brave man said that if the scoundrel wanted it so much, then they could have some fun. Rushing into the attack at tremendous speed, the enraged fighter called him a degenerate and began to swing directly at his head. Still not taking him seriously, the psychopath noted that the boy had character, but that didn't scare him. Stretching out his open palm, the killer reminded him that he had asked him to wait a moment. The fearless Su Li managed to wrest the blonde man, whose life was almost over, from his bloody clutches. Seizing the opportunity, the boy laid the unconscious bully on the floor to try to bring him to his senses. Putting 2 fingers to the young man's lips, the hero mentally said that he was not breathing. Trying to keep a cool head, he began to get to his feet, addressing the scoundrel Jack. The scoundrel stood with his back turned a few meters away, listening intently to his opponent's words. The fierce fighter asked him to fight him instead of playing with small and weak people. His opponent looked at him in bewilderment, still feeling no fear. Fired up with the desire to kill, he smiled menacingly and exclaimed that in that case, it would be even more fun. At that moment, Jack's fist flew toward his young opponent, who had become very confident in himself. The brave Su Li dodged the blow as if nothing had happened and began to move from side to side so as not to become an easy target. Enjoying the fight, the psychopath noted that the kid was dodging much better than he had expected. At that moment, he decided to use a rocket attack to leave the kid no chance of winning. What was happening made the brave boy a little nervous, but he tried to maintain his fighting spirit and not give up. The merciless enemy did not even think of giving him a chance to catch his breath, so he continued to attack. The wall behind him was completely destroyed, and concrete fragments instantly scattered in all directions. No matter how well Su Li regenerated, he could not withstand such destructive force. The young man understood that if he didn't pull himself together, he would simply die, and that was the bitter truth he had accepted. The enemy continued to press forward and put pressure on the boy, who was slightly confused but tried to keep himself under control. Smiling, Jack asked if the kid was sure he was just a normal person, since he had managed to dodge even that. He couldn't understand how this was possible, so he assumed that the youngster had some kind of prophetic abilities. The mention of such abilities made the main character, who looked very serious, think. It would be much more convenient if there were such a way, but this was just the result of a frantic search for the killer. It was impossible to find them by ordinary means, since regular search engines did not see these sites. So Su Li went deeper. There were only 3 surveillance camera videos featuring Jack, but even that yielded nothing. In 2 recordings, the psychopath simply walked past the place where the recording device was installed. Even in the last video, the killer wasn't calm, so there was nothing to go on. The tyrant looked like a regular madman in strange clothes, and it seemed as if he was just beating up a bunch of hooligans. The young man assumed that the psychopath had noticed the camera and was perhaps behaving cautiously to conceal his identity. All this was completely different from what the young man had seen in his childhood, because people did not die from a single blow. With bags under his eyes, the hero continued to study the information on the websites, trying to find interesting clues. Jack's movements were more obvious, thanks to which the young man watched this video thousands of times. Very tired, the young man was able to get used to the style and habits of the enemy's attacks. That's why it was easier for him to dodge the blows of the enemy, who was still giggling at that moment. Raising his hand, he said that since the kid wasn't telling him anything, he would have to check everything himself. The tense fighter repeated in his head that he just needed to focus on his opponent's fist and choose the right moment. The brave man watched Jack's steps closely as he slowly approached him. At one point, the demon made a jump, after which it was necessary to act. Choosing the right moment, the brave man was ready to strike, but he miscalculated and his opponent attacked him in the chest. Coughing up a large amount of blood, the hero was amazed at the lightning speed of the killer's attack. The cold-blooded enemy had no intention of stopping there and decided to throw him aside to finish him off. At that moment, the confused Su Li flew several meters and hit his back hard against a stone wall. Smirking, the demon asked if the pathetic boy had failed to dodge this time. He sarcastically apologized for the overly quick strike, while the stunned hero tried to understand what had happened. The fighter considered it excessive and was in great pain, unable to breathe after the powerful attack. Scratching his head, Jack assumed that the young man was in pain and excused himself by saying that he thought he would dodge. Realizing that the kid's insides must be in tatters, his opponent allowed him to lie down and rest a little. But unexpectedly, the very rude daredevil asked him to shut his mouth, which was a completely different conversation. Jumping up on shaky legs and wiping the blood from his mouth, the fearless fighter said they had only just begun. The speechless killer froze in place and stared silently into his eyes, not even knowing how to react. Soon he began to clap his hands joyfully, calling it excellent and noting that the boy had a strong will. Then Jack asked if it wasn't strange, but he never got an answer to his question. Blood-stained and rather stern, Lee glared at him, remaining silent. The psychopath noted that even though the youngster had been unable to dodge the last attack, his actions were as if he had studied his attacks. But at the same time, it didn't seem like his opponent was looking into the future, so it was difficult to figure out the situation. Suddenly appearing behind the alarmed fighter, the smiling Jack asked who he was. Frightened, the young man swung his fist at him, but the enemy instantly dodged, remaining unharmed. Moving a few meters to the side, the madman also noted that the young man knew his name. He was curious how the boy knew about him, but he received no response at that moment. Suddenly, the brave man said that they had already met 10 years ago, and he remembered that terrible day again. The main character recalled the situation at the Grand Tower, after which everything became clear to the killer. Smiling slightly, polite Jack apologized for not recognizing him, even though they had met before. After thinking for a moment, the long-haired man said that 10 years ago, his counterpart was just a child. A few seconds later, he finally remembered something, and his blue eyes lit up. The killer said that there was only one little boy there, crying over the bodies of his dead parents. An angry Su Li instantly clenched his fists and rushed to attack, while his enemy noted that he had grown a lot. The fighter, thirsty for revenge, swung his arms wildly, but Jack, laughing at him, constantly dodged. Smiling, the killer said that such tactics would not bring him any success and that he would not be able to hit him. Clenching his jaw tightly in anger, the warrior, who had no intention of giving up, shouted that they would see about that. During the fight, the young man hurled insults at his opponent, but he didn't even break a sweat and remained unharmed. Suddenly, the psychopath was wounded in the throat, leaving a rather deep wound. The madman was certain that there was a distance between them, so he couldn't understand how this could have happened. Ignoring his words, Su Li sharply moved the blood-stained knife aside, remaining silent. Now Jack realized that the previous blows were just a distraction, and the knife wound was the enemy's goal from the very beginning. The stern hero did not answer him, but remained tense, realizing that he could not relax. At that moment, the ruthless killer made his move and launched a powerful attack, catching his opponent off guard. The smiling psychopath said that if things continued like this, it would become unbearable for him. The young fighter was bleeding, and the enemy found it exciting that he had dodged all his attacks and even wounded him in the neck. He was also impressed by the fact that the kid was getting up again and again, even though he should have been lying dead long ago. The brave boy did not waste words because he simply did not have the strength to do so, and his body was shaking convulsively. The main character had nothing to say at that moment, while the long-haired maniac continued to mutter something. Suddenly, Jack asked if it was true that the boy had regenerative powers, which shocked him greatly. It was the only explanation, because the young man could still move despite his damaged organs and broken bones. And that night, 10 years ago, the boy did not die from the killer's knife wound, so everything was obvious. The psychopath was curious as to how Su Li had acquired such a valuable skill at such a young age. In an instant, the mad demon's eyeballs widened and his pupils shrunk dramatically. Then the psychopath started laughing, and the tense hero didn't quite understand what he was talking about. The killer said that he had killed many people in his life, but this was the first time he had encountered someone with super regeneration. The blood-stained fighter was very nervous, but at the same time tried to keep a cool head and not give in to panic. His recovery speed was slowing down, and if it continued like this, the situation threatened to get even worse. Scary Jack asked if the enemy, like Piccolo from Dragon Ball, could grow a limb back if he cut it off. The guy, who was as tense as could be, understood that this was completely impossible, so he began to worry. The enemy, who was not going to stand on ceremony, put his hand out in front of him, preparing to attack. The merciless demon decided to use a cutting technique to experiment on the young man. At that moment, the brave Li was seriously wounded again, and blood began to flow rapidly from the cut. Laughing frighteningly, the killer Jack noted that he had hit his target, so he was very pleased with himself. The stunned young man began to realize that the sharp object had hit him right in the leg, so the situation was very serious. In an instant, the boy cried out that his leg was gone, and the enemy even fell silent for a moment. Unable to bear the unbearable pain, the fighter could not hold back his tears and clenched his jaw tightly, but it did not make him feel any better. He said that this was the end of his life, and the psychopath shook his head and asked if that was all. Now it became clear to the madman that a severed limb does not grow back, so the young man could not continue fighting. He couldn't understand why the youngster hadn't died 10 years ago, and he wanted to conduct a couple more experiments, but he was in a great hurry. The scoundrel said that this was his first time, so he couldn't prepare well, and the hero couldn't even speak from the pain. Opening a large canister of gasoline, the long-haired scoundrel suggested not talking about sad things. The ruthless killer immediately began pouring the flammable substance around, preparing to start a fire. The scoundrel asked Su Li to imagine that the candles on the birthday cake were about to be lit, as if they were celebrating a birthday. Throwing the iron object aside, he made a small correction, saying that today was their death day. Smiling slyly, he lit the flint, adding that this momentous occasion should be celebrated with a spark. The brave fighter called him a sick degenerate, trying to get up to thwart his plans. The killer had no intention of stopping and said that it was time to begin the bright celebration. His finger began to slide over the mechanism that lit the flint, which was already an alarming moment. He had spilled a lot of gasoline around, so starting a big fire was a very easy task for the psychopath. But at one point, Jack became very alarmed because the lighter, which had never failed him before, stopped working. Trying not to get nervous, the killer assumed that the lighter was broken because there was still no fire. Suddenly, a handful of red dust hit his eyes, burning them intensely. Grabbing his burning face, the bastard fell to his knees and screamed loudly, trying to understand what it was. His skin was burning and he couldn't do anything about it, nor could he find the answer to the question of what the substance was. The cunning Su Li smiled, thinking to himself that his opponent had fallen for his trick, so he could be proud of himself. Analyzing the rumors about Jack, the guy found something, and it was fire, which was a very powerful technique. Among the many stories, he appeared in every plausible case, and that day 10 years ago was no exception. The tool used to start the fire was seen with his own eyes by a small child. The criminal had a limited edition lighter in his hands, which had been discontinued 2 decades ago. Fortunately, the brave man got his hands on the same model when he got into a fight with the blonde man and broke his nose. He diligently modified the item, adding resinifer toxin to give it new properties. 1 gram of the substance usually caused a person to die a painful death, and now Jack had to understand that. Su Li, smiling insidiously, silently watched the process and no longer screamed from the unbearable pain in his leg. All the blows that the main character delivered were intended to make his opponent think that he was aiming for his neck. He managed to confuse his opponent as much as possible, especially when he left a cut in the area of his throat. But in reality, the brave man had a completely different goal and did it very professionally. All this time, the young man was aiming for the pocket of his enemy, who was very angry with him but could do nothing to fix the situation. Jack was kind to the intense youngster, but he repaid him with malice, which hurt his feelings deeply. The psychopath had been through this many times before, so poison was nothing to him, but he exclaimed that he would never forgive Lee for ruining his mood. He threatened to take away his remaining limbs and chop him into little pieces to get his satisfaction back. The madman really wanted to chop up the kid who had caused him so much pain. But in an instant, the killer froze because the main character had disappeared from his field of vision. It turned out that the nimble boy had already approached him from behind and jumped to increase the force of the blow. His grip was very strong because anger filled his heart and overwhelmed his mind faster and faster. The confused killer did not understand how this could happen because he had previously deprived his opponent of 1 leg. Even more shocking was the fact that a couple of seconds later, Jack's head flew off to the side like a soccer ball. The merciless warrior did not stand on ceremony any longer, and seizing the moment, simply decapitated him. 10 years ago, thanks to one villain, the main character realized something for himself. The severed parts of his body do not regenerate, but if they are joined together, it is possible. Shuli remembered the moment when, as a child, he was bleeding and crying from severe pain. The boy simply fell to his knees and decided to give free rein to his emotions because he was very tired. A blood-stained cleaver fell from his hands, the weapon that had killed the scoundrel Jack, who had taken so many lives. In front of him lay the dead body of the scoundrel who had taken the lives of the young man's parents, but now she had avenged them. Suddenly experiencing severe stress, the fighter began to giggle to himself, which looked frightening from the outside. Unable to contain himself, the bloodied Lee shouted at the top of his lungs to calm the anxiety in his soul. After that, he closed his mouth and focused on his thoughts, realizing that it was all over now. Exhaling wearily and looking up at the sky, the guy said that it was finally over. For a few more minutes, the hero examined the lifeless body of Jack, which could no longer even move. Suddenly, a man's voice addressed the young man, asking for forgiveness, which greatly alarmed him. The excited fighter instantly turned around, not believing his ears, but the situation was real. The surviving killer asked if the young man was sure that everything was over, and he froze, not even knowing what to say. The disconcerted boy stared open-mouthed at the head lying nearby, which was still able to speak. The criminal didn't know why, but he was still alive and well, which looked very creepy and scary. Continuing to smile annoyingly, the villain said that he was not dead yet, and the confused boy did not understand how this could be. The psychopath said he didn't know himself, but it was all a harsh reality, albeit difficult to explain. Enraged, Su Li grabbed him by the hair, shouting that he should have died, but for some reason remained alive. The positive killer repeated once again that he did not know the reason for this, and also asked to be treated gently, because this was his first time. Then the psychopath asked why the kid was surprised, since he himself had attached his leg as if nothing had happened. The brave man's limb looked injured, but it was completely restored, and you could even see the veins on it. In a state of frenzied rage, the merciless warrior rammed Jack's head into the ground with particular cruelty. The guy said that if he couldn't kill him, only her head, then there was only one extreme option left. Without wasting time on empty talk, the brave man reached for his blood-stained machete to end this circus. Swinging his weapon and staring coldly at the floor, he said he would simply cut his enemy's limb in half. The opponent was not at all frightened by what was happening, but turned to the young fighter to ask him something. The bloody demon asked what about his place, but Su Li, who was stuck, did not understand what he was talking about. The enemy asked if it was true that the fighter wanted to avenge his parents, but the young man did not understand what he was getting at. Gritting his teeth viciously, the young warrior said that this was exactly what he was doing now. Jack realized that he either really didn't know the situation or was just pretending to be stupid, and decided to explain something. Unexpectedly, the killer said that he had not killed the main character's parents, which instantly threw him off balance. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on the young man's face, and he even chuckled, which was quite strange. Soon, the guy began to laugh frighteningly, still holding the handle of the cleaver tightly. Swinging furiously at Jack's head, he cried out that the scoundrel had decided to pull the wool over his eyes, realizing that death was near. Smiling, the killer said that he had long since given up on his own life and would rather bring the boy to his senses. The demon asked him to look at the bald corpse and then remember what had happened at the moment of his parents' death. The psychopath reminded him that on that terrible day, lifeless bodies and their limbs were scattered everywhere. But the main character's loved ones didn't have a single cut on them, which was super weird. The embittered fighter shouted at the scoundrel to stop talking nonsense, refusing to believe his stories. Suddenly, he heard strange noises behind him and turned around sharply, extremely alert. Sun Hong was still lying on the floor with a broken nose, whom Xiao Li and Jack had long forgotten. The killer suggested they just leave, while the blonde guy tried to move, feeling intense pain all over his body. The demon said that the consequences would be dire if the kid came too, but the daredevil just remained silent. The next day, the boy sat in school, suffering from a severe headache as he thought about what had happened. The student understood perfectly well that he had not imagined anything on that terrible night, and that it had all been real. One of his friends asked him why he looked so down and if he had killed the new kid, but the red-faced young man didn't even notice him at first. He asked again what his friend had said, and his counterpart asked once more if the blonde guy had dealt with the bully. The laughing boys noted that the dimwit hadn't been to school for 3 days, and before that, he had annoyed them with his presence. They called Sun Hoon a hero while he, dripping with sweat, wondered what had happened. The guy tried to reconstruct the chain of events and remembered how he had convulsively twitched while lying on the floor. Gradually coming to his senses, he screamed sharply and very loudly, experiencing intense fear and anxiety. Jumping up abruptly and feeling short of breath, the blonde guy grabbed his throat, trying to catch his breath. The boy still felt severe pain and aching all over his body and began to look around. A meter away from him, he saw the body of the dead Ban Sun Mok, whose head had been severed from his torso. The sight shocked the boy, whose face changed, as he had never encountered such a horrific phenomenon before. He immediately remembered the moment when the terrifying killer Jack grabbed him by the throat and began to strangle him. Realizing the horror of the situation, the young man screamed at the top of his lungs and ran away from the area. Falling to his knees, Sun Hong frantically dialed the police number on his phone, realizing that it was his civic duty. For a moment, the young man wondered where Xiao Li had gone, whom he had called here earlier to settle the score. The cowardly blonde was too scared to go back and check, but he realized that the new guy could have been killed while he was out cold. He realized that they could simply get rid of the idiot, and that was why he hadn't been at school for several days. The student was very frightened because he realized that he would be arrested on suspicion of murder if all this was really true. Going outside, the boy decided to smoke to calm himself down, as the anxiety did not leave his heart even for a minute. A woman's voice suddenly exclaimed that smoking was prohibited on school grounds, and then the cigarette was knocked out of his hands. An angry Sun Hong asked what the strict girl was doing, and she had a very serious conversation with him. The lady said she had heard that the bully was picking on younger students, even though she had asked him to follow the school rules. It was the boy's younger sister, Sang Ju, who constantly scolded him and tried to get him to behave better. The girl was very ashamed of him in front of the student council, but her nervous brother simply asked her to go where she was going. The brunette also noted that he was also picking on the new kid, and the young man standing next to her asked her to calm down. It was a young man who was pleased to meet Sun Hung, but he was seeing him for the first time. The polite young man named Hua Jae introduced himself and said he was a friend of the beautiful Sangju. Then the young man said he had a couple of questions about Su Li Wu, which puzzled the blonde man. The young man said that he and the hero were in the same class, and he was curious why they had been showing up at school for several days. The hot-tempered bully exclaimed that he was not his classmate, so he could not have such information. The nerd said that the newcomer had only recently transferred, and the blonde guy was one of the few people he had spoken to. Upon learning that Lee was an orphan, the nervous Sun Hong said that it was none of his business, and turning around, simply walked away. The nerd realized that in that case, he would have to go to the young man, because the situation was becoming suspicious. Hearing his words, his counterpart stopped and immediately turned around to make sure he had understood correctly. First, the guy asked if the student knew where the newcomer lived, and he answered yes without hesitation. Murder was a sin, but people with superpowers or authority seemed to mock the common sense of this phrase. Unable to control themselves, they continued to do whatever they wanted while remaining unpunished. But it was difficult to call them human beings, because the powers that made them untouchable ultimately turned them into monsters. The main character realized that the super strong were called executors, and on that terrible day, they were also in the Grand Tower. Jack, who was still alive, confirmed that this was indeed the case, and the emotionless young man listened to him attentively. The killer's head, attached to a mannequin, asked if he believed him now, but the boy was in no hurry to answer. The stern fighter replied that the scoundrel would open his mouth when asked a question, and he asked what else the boy was interested in. The cold-blooded warrior ordered him to answer who had killed his parents on that terrible day 10 years ago. Unsure of himself, the psychopath began to stall and did not give a clear answer, which began to annoy him. At one point, he said he had no idea, which discouraged his opponent, who was waiting for details. Grabbing the scoundrel by the hair, the stern Su Li asked him to stop lying, and the nervous killer begged to be let go. The demon exclaimed that he knew nothing and remembered little, so he couldn't help in this situation. At the same time, Jack had not just forgotten some fragments, but nothing specific had remained in his head for the last 10 years. The killer wanted to know no less than the young man who had done it, after which his hair was released. Stepping aside, the main character wondered what he had hoped for when he listened to him. He abruptly asked the captive to forget everything and said again that he was of no use to him. Grabbing a sharp sword, the cold-blooded fighter added that he no longer needed Jack and decided to get rid of him. Meanwhile, somewhere down the street, a nervous Sun Hong was walking when he suddenly stumbled and his leg buckled. In severe pain, he shouted, asking how much further they had to go, and Hua Jae-hee replied that they were already close. The young man said that now they needed to turn left, and the blond man noted to himself that the newcomer lived in the middle of nowhere. At the same time, he kept repeating to himself that the main thing was to endure and find out whether the hero was alive or not. A couple of minutes later, they approached the entrance to the building, which looked quite ordinary, which seemed strange to Sun Hun. The guys climbed the stairs and started knocking on Su Li's apartment door, calling out to him, but no one answered. Stressed out, Hua Ji-hee asked what they were going to do, since there was no one inside, and the blond guy got even more nervous. Drenched in sweat, he thought that it might not be too late to check the factory where they were supposed to meet earlier. The bespectacled man decided to ask his agitated partner, who was biting his nails, for his opinion. Keeping his cool, the nerd asked if something could have happened to the hero, which made Hoon panic. Stomping his foot angrily on the floor, the bully exclaimed that he had no business here, and the puzzled young man asked what he was talking about. His counterpart said that the new guy might just be sick, after which the blonde's mind calmed down for a moment. The worried kid smiled and said that anything was possible, and Hua Jae asked why he was so happy. Suddenly, the nerd said that he had succeeded in doing what he had planned and began to look ahead. Stunned, Sun Hong asked how he managed to open the door, but he never heard an answer. He asked if it was okay to break into someone else's apartment without permission, but the nerd said that the new guy might need help. The blonde guy was curious about how he had opened the door, but his counterpart replied that it was more important to find Su Li now. Still, the tense boy found it very strange and wrong, but that was the situation. The excited son realized that the main character was not there and that he was definitely at the factory, but he kept quiet about it. The perceptive Hua Jae-hee assumed that he understood what had happened to the newcomer, which frightened his partner even more. The confused young man, dripping with sweat, wondered whether he should confess everything before it was too late. Behind him, the nerd held a shiny hammer and looked into the eyes of his agitated counterpart, who was even trembling. With a sly smile, he said that if he was right, he would need the help of the tense Hoon. According to Jack the killer, the so-called executors live all over the world. They communicate exclusively through a special offer called mutual understanding. If a person wants to become one of them, they need to find the black market where they will install a program on their phone. This is exactly what the fearless hero decided to do, heading to a hidden place that was inaccessible to everyone else. Adjusting the black mask on his face, the cool-headed Su Li thought to himself that it was the psychopath who had given him the coordinates of the place. Approaching the iron door, he calmly grabbed the handle and began to turn it, trying to open it. Opening the door slightly, the calm fighter peered inside to see if he could make anything out. In an instant, his expression changed and his eyes widened, as if what he saw was something unusual. As it turned out, the young man had come to an empty building, inside which there was nothing but rubbish. Clutching his head, the guy couldn't believe he had fallen for the killer's nonsense, which he shouldn't have believed in the first place. In anger, the fighter threw his backpack on the floor, cursing the bastard Jack who had deceived him. Gritting his teeth in rage, the hero exclaimed that he would hang this clown on the globe for all his misdeeds. But in an instant, he became alert because he noticed a notification on his phone. The curious young man immediately took his mobile device out of his pocket, realizing that he had reception here. His eyes bulged again in shock because the message was very unexpected. It was from a classmate named Hua Jae-hee, who offered him a job as a performer and said he would arrange a meeting place. The shocked hero did not know how to react and did not rush to write a reply, as such offers did not come every day. His classmate also wrote that they would have something to talk about and sent a photo of a bound Sun Hoon lying unconscious on the floor. The fighter, frozen in place, wondered what the hell was going on and what to do next. After a while, the blonde guy, whose mouth was taped shut, slowly opened his eyes and gradually came to his senses. Suddenly realizing the situation, the tense guy looked at the bespectacled man, trying to understand what was going on around him. Pouring tea into a mug, the smiling nerd said that he had already begun to worry, thinking that the kid had died. The young man also called it a miracle that after Hoon was hit with a hammer, he managed to come to, but he tried to control the force of the blow. Then Hua Ji-hee asked if he needed painkillers, and the crying blonde wondered what this psycho was up to. He had no idea where they were or where the bastard had dragged him, and he couldn't even speak. Behind the botanist, the frightened young man suddenly saw two dead bodies, which caused even more panic. The worried blonde guy started squirming and trying to scream, but this did not scare the performer at all. Smiling, the bespectacled man asked him not to panic, explaining that there were only mannequins behind him. The guy explained that they were human replicas and chuckled, after which the captive calmed down a little. With a frightening smile, the bespectacled man said that the real bodies had long since rotted away, so they had to be disposed of. He promised to embalm Sun Hoon, and although it would not be cheap, he did not mind for his friend. The young man asked him once again not to worry, but inside, the blonde was in a state of panic and his heart was racing. Suddenly, an unknown person burst into the room and threw a sharp weapon at the stunned boy. It was a long cleaver, capable of instantly severing the limbs of any opponent, regardless of their physique. As a result, the blonde-haired boy lost consciousness and continued to lie on the floor, while Hua Jae-hee began to get up from his knees. A breathless Su Li entered the room, wanting to deal with the situation as quickly as possible and find out all the details. Giving the stranger a stern look, the fighter asked who he was and what he wanted, since the message had been sent by him. The tense nerd asked if the hero really didn't recognize him, reminding him that they were in the same class. He added that although they didn't interact often, that didn't change anything. But the warrior wasn't talking about that. The brave man asked if it was true that the bespectacled man was the performer, and he began to smile. The boy didn't even know how to respond and asked his counterpart to tell him something, then asked for a minute. Taking his smartphone out of his pocket, the four-eyed boy showed it to the student standing in front of him and continued to smile irritatingly. The angry fighter immediately rushed towards him and snatched the device, making him nervous. At that moment, his face looked angry, and the nerd was surprised to see such speed and dexterity. Smiling, the calm Hua Jae emphasized that the boy had caught on very quickly, which was commendable. Without warning, he lunged at him, aiming his fist at his chest. Jumping back, the daredevil landed, holding himself up with his hand. And his opponent said that he immediately understood that this was the key to the application. The device looked no different from a regular smartphone, but in any case, he didn't call the hero here to fight, but to help. The young man called it a service for a service, but the tense Su Li did not quite understand his intentions. The bespectacled individual stated that he had previously looked around his home and found something interesting that he couldn't ignore. The fighter had a note indicating that he was interested in performers, and then the nerd thought he simply had to help him. The brave man replied that he didn't need help from someone who had broken into his home without permission. Throwing his backpack sharply and aggressively on the ground, the nimble warrior made it clear that he was going to fight. Grabbing the handle of his machete, the hero threatened that the four-eyed stalker would pay with his head for such insolence. At that moment, his gaze was very stern and determined, because the bespectacled man had provoked him with his behavior. The young man, frozen in place, at first did not even believe that all this was real, but he did not rush to respond with aggression. Clutching his head, he realized that the protagonist really didn't understand who he was threatening. After that, the trickster rushed towards the fighter armed with a machete, who was even slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, with a precise kick, the performer hit the brave man, who did not have time to react, right in the jaw. Smiling slyly, Hua Jie asked if the kid really thought he could take him down. The enraged warrior had no intention of giving up so easily, so he lunged at him and tried to grab him by the throat. The calm, bespectacled man was slightly surprised, but remained unyielding and cold. He was impressed that the strong Su Li was able to block the sword strike and remain unharmed. Smiling, Ji praised him, but noted that if his opponent had turned the blade toward him, he could have wounded him. The stern warrior asked him to shut up, saying that it would have been easy for him to dodge and counterattack anyway. Continuing to press his luck, the youngster jumped aside, agreeing with his opponent's words. The cunning nerd wanted to have some more fun, so he came up with something new, and the emotionless hero listened to him silently. Grabbing the hammer, the opponent asked, as if nothing had happened, if the brave man could handle him, but with this object. Without warning, he rushed into the attack and aimed first at her head, but the brave man managed to parry it. He didn't like the fact that his opponent was only blocking his attacks and not counterattacking. Swinging again, Hua Jie said that if this continued, he would have no choice but to finish off Su Li. The crazy bespectacled man was acting very strangely and didn't stop, but that didn't scare the main character. Still, the trickster acted more sharply and struck the guy in the chest, who flew backward. The brave warrior's sharp sword fell to the floor, and his opponent asked if he was sure he could continue the fight without a weapon. The annoyed young man asked him to shut up, and then felt something strange in his left hand. Looking at his limb, he noticed that its shape had become very unusual, as if someone had dislocated it. The cunning Jie explained that he had used an acupuncture point strike technique, so his opponent could not rely on his arm for the next couple of hours. Alerted, Li realized that regeneration was not working, and assumed that the injury was not serious enough to activate the ability. The enemy asked him not to look so serious and threw something at him, keeping a nasty smile on his face. Feeling no emotion, the brave man caught the hammer, but at first did not understand why all this was necessary. The polite Hua Jie reminded him that he had not called him for a fight and added that he would help him get the performer's phone number. But at the same time, he said that in return, the hero would have to prove something. And the fighter, looking at him suspiciously, asked what. The nerd emphasized that the performer must be ruthless, and all that was required of his opponent was to kill a person. As an example, the classmate pointed to Sun Hun, who was lying unconscious on the floor, which was surprising to Su Li. Noticing the guy's very serious expression, the bespectacled man asked why he was so worried. Keeping a cool head, the unpredictable fighter asked if the one action mentioned would be enough. The enthusiastic young man asked him to just do it and not worry about the rest. Silently looking at the hammer, the calm hero began to pursue some thought in his head, as if mentally preparing himself. For the first few seconds, he simply stared at the unconscious Sun Hong, who was of no use at that moment. After that, the brave man threw the steel object forward sharply, without a moment's hesitation about his decision. Maximally tense, Hua Jie was a little confused because the hammer was suddenly thrown at him. His eyes widened and his pupils shrunk in shock, because everything in his head was completely different. The merciless warrior was not going to stand on ceremony, so he rushed into battle and attacked with his sword. At that moment, the nerd's glasses, broken in two, fell to the floor, surrounded by multiple splashes of blood. The cold-blooded fighter asked if it was true that in order to prove his ruthlessness, he had to kill a person. After what happened, the nerd stood silently in place, his back turned to his opponent. Showing no emotion, he only said quietly that there was no need for further conversation, while blood flowed rapidly from the wound on his forehead. Unwilling to give up, Su Li realized that he had not struck his opponent hard enough, so he immediately rushed to attack again. The warrior intended to deliver a crushing blow with particular cruelty, but now his enemy was ready to defend himself. The fighter glared angrily at his opponent, who was no pushover and also had a trump card up his sleeve. Looking coldly at his opponent, the nerd admitted that he had expected more potential from him. Suddenly, the steel sword crashed to the floor again, and this was an alarming sign for the main character. The discouraged guy realized that his opponent had used a technique to paralyze his other arm, rendering him helpless. Hwajae, slowly approaching him, emphasized that newcomers did not often join their organization. The young man added that he really wanted to help Su Li and had even imagined that he was his partner, someone he could always rely on. Then, looking sternly at his opponent, the nerd called him a bastard who had ruined all his plans. Clenching his fist sharply and very tightly, the nerd made it clear that he was serious and would fight. Keeping a cool head, the hero told himself that he could easily block his attack. Everything went according to plan, and the blow to the jaw of the immobilized fighter was successfully delivered, resulting in him nearly losing his teeth. Only after the incident did the brave man remember that he couldn't feel his hand, so he couldn't do anything. Looking fearfully at his powerless enemy, the stern Hua threatened to slaughter him, as originally planned. These words alarmed Su Li, who had fallen to the floor and did not quite understand what was going on. The psychopath said that the boy would become his guinea pig, with whom he would have a lot of fun. He promised to conduct only a couple of experiments, but if the hero died in the middle of the experiment, it would be no great loss. The cunning scoundrel noted that since no one would be looking for the orphan, there were only advantages to this. The brave boy flew into a rage and, unexpectedly for his opponent, kicked him, a move the scoundrel had already forgotten about. The bewildered Hua Ji immediately wondered what kind of performance this was, but still managed to dodge. The enraged warrior tried to stand firmly on his feet and turn them in the right direction so that he could rush into battle when the opportunity arose. Still, he managed to pick the right moment and deliver a heel kick straight to the stomach of the stunned, bespectacled man. The embittered nerd wanted to take revenge on the scoundrel who had unexpectedly decided to use his feet. Now it was very difficult for him to keep his balance, but he tried with all his might to stand firm and not fall. A large amount of dust rose around him after the sharp maneuver, making it even more difficult to breathe in the stuffy room. Grabbing the hammer, the angry performer said that he was pushing the issue, while the scoundrel Su Li was kicking his legs. At that moment, the main character did not answer him, because he was lying face down on the floor and gradually coming to his senses. Slowly getting up from the floor, he said that he thought it was worth a try, and it already sounded alarming. The guy added that he couldn't do without help, even though it sounded rather strange and ridiculous. Smiling, the four-eyed man said that the boy had realized it too late, but soon the smile disappeared from his face. A frightening voice nearby said that it wasn't about him at all, and this scared the boy very much. Jack's head was lying on the floor, whom Su Li had asked to shut up and do his job silently. Stunned, Hua Jae immediately asked what the hell was going on, and the killer began to laugh eerily. Not long before, at home, the hero regretted listening to the psychopath, who had been unable to help him in any way. Then he asked him to forget everything and decided to deal with him, since he was of no use. The cold-blooded warrior swung his sword at the shaggy-haired tyrant's head to finally rid the world of him. But at the very last moment before striking, the young man's hand stopped, as if an idea had formed in his head. The young man was left with no choice but to kill Jack, who in turn remained silent and was not afraid at all. The brave man had an idea to use him to find and kill all the others who were in cahoots with him. Then the cunning killer just smiled silently, but was ready to help in any way he could. The brave man gave him a choice: die here and now, or help him find others like him, thereby postponing his own death. At that moment, the wounded, bespectacled man was very frightened and confused, because he had never been in such a situation before. Smiling, sarcastic Jack asked his host how he could be of service, and he replied that he would definitely drag him onto the globe. Giving his opponent a stern look, the warrior asked his new ally to bite him quickly and end it all. The excited young man was confused by what he heard and froze in place, afraid to even move. Opening his terrifying mouth wide, the killer began to reach for the boy in order to feed on him. The self-confident, bespectacled boy exclaimed that they could not defeat him anyway, and added that they could continue to bluff. But in an instant, his expression changed dramatically, because the outcome was not at all what he had imagined. The discouraged young man immediately asked why the vile Jack had bitten Su Li and not him. The killer's head continued to feast on the brave man's shoulder without answering the boy's question. He was amused that his opponent had decided to back off from his hands because he was afraid of becoming a guinea pig. A few seconds later, the main character began to get to his feet, feeling very cheerful. Stretching his arms, the fighter emphasized that he was tired of Hua Jai-hee's endless chatter and overly confident behavior. The stunned youngster couldn't believe that his opponent's shoulders were healing, and very quickly at that. For the regenerator to work, the person's injuries had to be serious, which is why Jack's bite was necessary. These could be stab wounds or a torn body part, which is what the perceptive young man was aiming for. Encouraged, Su Li noted that his hands were returning to normal, so he was now once again a threat to his opponent. Taking up a fighting stance, he immediately said that he would finally shut up the nerd, who had already bored him. Fixing his hair, the bespectacled man said that the ability to regenerate was very cool, but it wouldn't help him. Jumping, Hua Jie swung his hammer, exclaiming that he would chop the youngster and make him a punching bag. The cold-blooded warrior instantly destroyed his confidence with an incredibly powerful blow to the sternum. Showing no emotion, the brave man quietly said that this time everything would be different. His steadfastness and sheer strength impressed the bloodstained Jack, who considered him an entertaining little guy. Unwilling to give up and very angry, the performer asked the kid not to talk nonsense and swung at him again. During the fight, he showered the main character with insults, but thanks to his concentration, he didn't care. The angry kid failed more and more often because the trickster skillfully dodged, remaining unharmed. The unperturbed Su Li said that he had learned enough about him, so now he could act more confidently. His confidence greatly angered Hua Jie-hee, who believed that only he could afford such behavior. The brave man looked him in the eye without much emotion, remaining silent and observing his behavior. The enraged, bespectacled man shouted, asking if he was lucky to land a couple of blows, and immediately believed in himself. In an instant, his hands dropped and he simply froze in place, looking down with anxiety in his heart. The tense guy wondered what was happening to his hands, but he couldn't find an answer. The ruthless hero repeated once again that he had learned enough about him and decided to use that information as soon as possible. Once upon a time, a simple man thanked the doctor for giving him back his precious ability to move. The gentleman was incredibly happy because the specialist had performed a miracle, even though he had already begun to think that he would never be able to walk again. He declared that he owed his life to the doctor, while a small child stood aside, watching in amazement and licking a lollipop. The kind father Hua Jie-hee was both a good person and a good doctor of Oriental medicine. Of course, for the little admiring boy, his father was a real idol from whom he wanted to learn a lot. But one day, a stranger with a loudspeaker began to repeat that many people had become disabled after receiving the services of a charlatan. A man on his way to work saw a crowd of people gathered and immediately asked what was going on. The main activist exclaimed that they had to report this to the appropriate authorities, and then he saw a doctor standing aside. He immediately pointed at the confused gentleman, telling the others that he was the very quack who was maiming patients. The leader of the crowd began to accuse the doctor, who had a clear conscience and did not understand what was going on. The man, trying to resolve the conflict peacefully, kept insisting that there had obviously been some misunderstanding. Off to the side, Father Hua Jie saw one of the patients who had come to see him the other day. The enthusiastic gentleman remembered perfectly well that he had cured his leg, so he could say that it was all untrue. But after a couple of seconds, the gray-haired man's face completely changed, as if he had seen something terrible. A young man in a wheelchair rolled out of the crowd who had become disabled for life because of his mistake. The young man exclaimed that his legs had been healthy until this terrible specialist had intervened. People found it hard to believe that such a scoundrel lived in the area, and little Jae-hee began to worry about his father. Due to the protests, the clinic lost patients until it closed down completely. His father's reputation was ruined, and no one even wanted to listen to him. The hundreds of millions in loans that had been taken out at interest to open the clinic were impossible to repay. But the most unbearable loss for the gentleman was the disappearance of his purpose in life, because he had devoted himself entirely to this cause. People continued to reproach him, and my father, on the verge of a breakdown, died in a parking lot near the park at the age of 40. He left his son only a note confirming that the meaning of his life had been destroyed. By the time the boy started school, there was a completely different building in place of the clinic. The young man heard passers-by laughing because he only wanted to put the man out of business. But things had gone too far. The scoundrel told his friend that if it weren't for his help, he wouldn't have been able to buy this high-rise at such a good price. The scoundrel said that the boy had played the disabled man well, and then asked if his conscience was bothering him. The scoundrel asked him not to torment himself and to focus on joining the team. But Hua Jai, standing nearby, was shocked by these words. That day, the young man killed a man who was involved in his father's death for the first time. But for some reason, the young man did not feel relieved by their death, because it would not bring his father back or fix his situation. And at that moment, the devastated young man came across the diary of his deceased loved one. Without thinking twice, he reached for the notebook, realizing that he could glean interesting information from it. It contained a collection of all the medical treatment methods used by the experienced doctor throughout his life. The excited boy realized that with this, he could prove that his father was a true specialist. He dug up bodies from graves and experimented, then practiced on living people for 2 years. At that moment, it took the sad young man about 4 years to learn how to locate acupuncture points. He was enraged that Su Li figured out in no time what had taken him so much time. The main character just scratched his temple and pointed out that his opponent was talking too much. It was enough for him to learn about the circulatory system and then press on certain points. Stunned, Jae-hee couldn't believe it was that simple, but that was the obvious drawback of acupuncture. If you tried hard enough, it wasn't difficult to understand. But the bespectacled man's victims were unable to resist, and he was sure that the secret of the technique could not be revealed. The discouraged young man could not imagine that someday someone would be able to fight back and destroy all his illusions. The fearless boy considered him a self-confident freak, so he unceremoniously kicked him in the head. The boy, who did not have time to react, immediately fell to the floor, and blood began to gush from his wound again. Jack's head, lying on the floor, enthusiastically noted that it was a pretty good move on the part of the brave man. From the outside, it seemed that Su Li achieved results easily, but to do so, he had to hone his skills day after day. The true greatness of the cold-blooded warrior was not in his ability to regenerate, and the killer understood this perfectly well. The brash hero grabbed the handle of his sharp machete to finally finish what he had started. Terrified, Hua Jae-hee begged his approaching opponent to stop. The emotionless guy didn't listen to him and just raised his sword, showing his readiness to strike. The sweating performer told himself that he couldn't die so easily. At that very moment, an incredibly powerful blow was struck, which the wounded nerd unexpectedly blocked. The powerless Su Li instantly fell to his knees, feeling the pain, while his opponent was delighted that his plan had worked. The cunning opponent asked if the daredevil really thought that victory would be on his side if he deprived him of his hands. Smirking, he added that he had simply been distracted and did not know that the hero was baptized. His words were nonsense to the fighter lying on the floor, who glared viciously at his opponent. Grabbing the machete handle sharply, the enraged warrior shouted, asking if the scoundrel had decided to run away. The cold weapon was pulled straight out of a deep wound, which immediately began to heal. The stern young man ran at high speed from side to side, trying to figure out where the coward had gone. He looked around carefully, scanning every inch of the corridor, but everywhere was empty. Clutching his head, the brave man realized that he had let the scoundrel escape, whom he needed to deal with as soon as possible. In a rage, the fighter began to pound on the wall, shouting that the scoundrel was already in his hands but managed to slip away. In an instant, his gaze fell again on the floor, where he found a smartphone, which could be an important clue. Calming down a little, Su Li realized that the object could be very helpful to him and decided not to ignore it. In one of the dark rooms was a mysterious stranger who thought something was impossible. Looking at the body in front of him, the man wondered if this was some kind of ridiculous joke. He refused to believe that Jack had been killed, but his remains were indeed lying in front of him. A young man suddenly burst into the room, very angry and dissatisfied with something. It was the wounded Hua Jae-hee, who cried out that he had been deceived and had nearly died trying to retrieve the body. The kid exclaimed that this bastard turned out to be baptized, and even his classmate, so the situation became very complicated. His counterpart did not respond, and the angry young man added that his nerves were completely shattered. Noticing the dead body in front of him, the surprised young man asked if it was some kind of newcomer. The young man was excited because he needed a dead body for his experiment, but the dark silhouette had no intention of giving it to him. At that moment, the boy's body tensed up and his cheeks puffed up so much that the capillaries in his eyes began to burst. Piercing the fool through with his blade, the demon asked if he even understood who he was talking about with his filthy mouth. Then the killer abruptly pulled out the sharp object and a rapid spurt of blood followed. The dead boy immediately fell to the floor without any signs of life, not even having time to understand what had happened. The cold-blooded killer looked away, specifically at the table where the computer with the CCTV recordings was located. He became curious about what the cameras were filming at the construction site, so he decided to watch everything. He concluded that Hua Jae-hee was talking about a baptized high school student who seemed like an interesting target. In an instant, the interested demon understood everything, and red veins appeared in his eyes. Seeing one of the fragments where Siwoo Lee was holding Jack's head, the psychopath realized that this kid had killed his friend. Meanwhile, his head told the boy that he first needed to connect his phone to the computer. The assistant asked him to enter the address into an anonymous browser, and in the end, the procedure was successful. After carefully examining the site, the slightly surprised young man realized that this was where the performers hung out. He could choose options such as ads, marketplace, ranking, and so on, but he didn't even know where to start. The main character realized that now he had the opportunity to find out what these mysterious people were hiding. A few seconds later, the guy's expression changed, as if he had seen something strange and stunning. Suddenly, the young man jumped up from his computer chair and rushed toward the bathroom, which was very abrupt. Jack, attached to the mannequin, giggled when he heard the kid throw up, but couldn't help him at that moment. His ally asked the kid how he was feeling, but he didn't answer because he was still nauseous. What Su Liu saw was something he would like to forget, because compared to that, the news about the murders seemed like nothing more than childish babble. At one point, the boy even wondered if he should continue digging into the terrible app. Although the young man claimed that he would kill all the perpetrators, subconsciously he felt disgust and guilt for having to kill people. But after learning and reading what many of them wrote, the young fighter suddenly remembered an important detail. The thought occurred to him that the performers were not human beings at all, so by getting rid of them, the warrior would be doing many people a favor. Soon, the hero pressed the drain button with his knife and returned to the room, where Jack asked how he was feeling. The lively head hoped to hear an answer, and a slight smile remained on it. Curious, Su Lee first asked what all the options on the list meant and why they were closed. The killer replied that the owner of the phone was not the perpetrator, but the guy did not quite understand him. It was said that the phone was only a means of accessing the app, and only certain people had access to all its features. Everything pointed to Hua Jae-hee being an intern and not yet a full member of the VPN. The pensive hero agreed with this, because the kid didn't say he was a full-fledged operative. The calm fighter asked why Jack was so sure of his words, and he replied, clarifying that it was obvious. The psychopath emphasized that the kid did not use force, and Su Lee reminded him of the acupuncture technique. The killer noted that he did not distinguish between skill and ability, adding that this could be achieved through persistent training. But at the same time, the brave man's regeneration was a completely different matter, and it was precisely this that was a skill possessed by the gifted. If the phone belonged to the performer, the warrior could use it without any restrictions, but he was not so lucky. The puzzle began to come together in the young man's head, but suddenly a notification about a new post appeared. The young man immediately grabbed the mouse to quickly open the forum and look at everything. A few seconds later, his face became puzzled, and Jack, standing behind him, giggled as usual. The news was posted that the killer was dead, and the suspect in the murder was an unknown high school student. The sarcastic psychopath was afraid to even imagine how many people the tense young man had attracted to himself. On a sunny day, nervous Sun Hong was standing on the street, hiding his head under his hood so that none of the passers-by would recognize him. The sweaty kid wondered where Hua Jae-hee was and what was going on. Entering the police station, he began to cry out that the criminal had knocked him out, and then told them that he was conducting experiments on dead bodies. The police officer asked if it was true that the villain had also tied his hands with tape, and the agitated young man confirmed this. The skeptical law enforcement officer asked how he managed to escape, which threw the victim off balance. The tense young man explained once again that when he came to, there was no one in the room and the sticky bonds had been torn apart. The police officer just smiled and didn't believe him at all, so he wanted to get him out of the station as soon as possible. The officer yelled at the hooligan to get out on the street, saying that he should save his jokes for his friends. The stern man asked Officer Kwan to take the boy away so that he wouldn't bother him. After that, the strong man grabbed the boy and began to lead him out, while the boy continued to shout at him. Seeing the burly man's face, the youngster became flustered, but quietly said that he would complain about the lawlessness, and at that moment he was expelled. The police did not believe Sun Hoon, who was trembling with fear, so he did not even know what to do next. Suddenly, Sanju appeared behind him, causing the boy to almost faint from fear. His puzzled younger sister asked why he wasn't going to school and was hanging around here. The angry boy asked her why she was sneaking up on him, and the girl realized that he was skipping school and was also avoiding people. The beauty said she wanted to talk about Wajahi because she couldn't get through to him on the phone. The angry blonde boy shouted, asking why his sister was even talking to a nerd, which surprised her even more. Pushing the young man away sharply, the angry brunette asked what he was doing, after which her counterpart began to fall to the ground. An unhappy Sanju said that the young man had left a note in the student council office saying that he was transferring to another school. She added that it didn't bother her because her friend had stopped communicating with her since yesterday. Tense, Hong wondered if everything had gone according to the bespectacled man's plan and he had simply decided to run away. The young man realized that he could go somewhere in peace, but he didn't have time to finish his thought because he was distracted by something. Nearby, he noticed a completely calm Su Liu walking to school with a backpack on his shoulders. The excited blonde felt euphoric because he was sure that this was definitely the main character, alive and well. Soon, the young man in a formal suit entered one of the classrooms, where no one was sitting at their desks. As the daredevil had expected, the bespectacled boy did not come to school, but this did not surprise him, because he was a real coward. At that moment, the strict teacher asked all the students to take their seats because it was time to start the lesson. The man said that their homeroom teacher had taken a vacation, so another teacher would replace him, but it was too sudden. The children found this very strange, but Su Li, sitting at the back of the classroom, didn't care, because his mind was occupied with other thoughts. At that moment, a gentleman entered the classroom and was introduced to the surprised students. The calm teacher began to move forward slowly, shifting his feet in sync. The teacher said he was pleased to meet them, and the girls in the class were delighted by his incredible beauty and tall stature. The handsome Sai Tai Han confidently introduced himself and said that he would be their new homeroom teacher. The unflappable hero looked at him calmly, and for a moment it seemed as if they had met somewhere before. Turning his gaze to him, the brown-eyed teacher suddenly caught himself feeling foreign and, smiling politely, the pleasant gentleman expressed his hope that he and his students would be able to find common ground. The wary Su Li's face changed, as if something seemed suspicious to him after the teacher's appearance. For a moment, it seemed to the young man that his counterpart smiled at him, and this was very strange for him. The brown-eyed man did indeed look at him, maintaining a smile on his face, but his intentions were unclear. In one of the closed rooms of the city, there was a man breathing heavily who was being mocked by someone. The beaten old man begged not to be killed, but the perpetrator, dressed in black, was very ruthless. The ruthless killer had no intention of sparing the old man, so he swung his fist at him once again. At that very moment, a powerful blow was struck to the collarbone of the elderly gentleman, who experienced intense pain. A few moments later, the victim's eyes rolled back, signaling the end of his life. The tyrant pushed the man away from him and began to slowly get up, realizing that he had successfully completed his task. A sly smile appeared on his face, and silence finally reigned in the room. The next day at school, the girls discussed how a third dead body had been found in 1 week, but one of them considered it commonplace. The topic was very disturbing because people living in the same neighborhood couldn't just die one after another like that. Listening to his classmates' conversations, the unflappable Su Li remained silent, drawing conclusions in his mind. In a low voice, he asked Jack, whose head was hidden in his backpack, what he thought about it. The young man asked if it was true that the killer was a performer, and his ally decided to think carefully about his answer. He sarcastically replied that if the mercenaries were friendly, then all service industry workers could pass for them. Then his comrade asked if the young man was being too cautious, but the hero said he wasn't talking about the new homeroom teacher. They were talking about a strange incident, and in his mind, the tense young man kept repeating that he needed to keep himself under control. The youngster asked if people who died of heart attacks could be victims of the performer. The kid reminded him that Jack had said that by posting that message, they had started a game with him, and he replied mockingly that his fans were capable of much worse. As for all these mysterious incidents and the mysterious maniac, the killer simply didn't care. He behaved very sarcastically while the main character remained serious and tense. Out of anger, the young man clenched his fist tightly, wanting to smash the head of the moron who had already annoyed him. In a fit of rage, the guy started beating his backpack, showing his fierce hatred for the dim-witted Jack. Clenching his jaw tightly, the brave man showered him with insults, attracting the attention of bystanders. The students began to assume that the newcomer had simply gone mad, but he caught himself thinking that he was not alone in the room. People said that the kid had been sitting at the back of the classroom for a long time, talking to himself, which made him feel ashamed. There were a number of reasons why a heart attack could occur, but it could have been the work of someone with superpowers. The psychopath asked if the kid thought it was worth racking his brains, and the answer would come to him on its own. Tired, Su Li asked what else he could do, and Jack decided to remind him of another possibility. He said they needed to go to the crime scene and look at everything, because there was a chance they might find some clues. Late in the evening, the brave young man was in the room where the old man had died of a heart attack, and he found everything very strange. The perceptive guy was sure that someone had attacked the gentleman, as there were signs of resistance everywhere. Jack said from his backpack that it looked like a regular shack whose owner didn't care about tidiness, but the hero was in no mood to listen to his nonsense. Although death was caused by a heart attack, the brave young man saw clear signs of a struggle, so it couldn't have been ordinary poisoning. The young man believed that there was a perpetrator behind this, and if he was right, then the villain might have special skills or some kind of weapon. At that moment, the young man noticed something shiny on the floor and decided to take a closer look. He was curious about what kind of strange object was lying there, and he reached out his hand, remaining alert. The tense fighter suddenly glanced toward the window, as if he had heard something suspicious behind him. It turned out that the sound of police sirens was coming from outside, which was already exciting news. Nervous Su Li immediately looked out the window to figure out what was going on and whether he should be worried. Outside the window, the fighter saw 2 law enforcement vehicles with flashing lights parked in front of the house. The shocked young man couldn't believe that another murder had taken place, and Jack asked if something had happened. At the student council meeting, an angry Sanju banged on the table and shouted that people were dying, but her colleagues didn't seem to understand. The girl exclaimed that now more than ever, the school needed the protection and support of the organization. She suggested organizing a 2-hour evening patrol, because if they continued to do nothing, the situation would only get worse. The arrogant brunette wondered where these poor, trembling students were that the girl was so worried about. The headmaster believed that those who had suffered heart attacks were simply unlucky, but the brown-eyed girl was very angry with him for this. It was said that the last victim was a healthy young man, a high school student, and witnesses claimed to have seen a man leaving the scene of the crime. The boy didn't see anything wrong with this, since no one had confirmed the murder itself, so there was no point in complicating matters. Teacher Sai Tae-han entered the room and was not opposed to conducting an evening patrol, as several students had already suggested it. The gentleman said that this would be the students' last volunteer work for the month, and the headmaster was very unhappy about this. The polite teacher emphasized that this was an entirely voluntary activity and no one would be forced to participate, but he also added that in that case, the students would not receive the corresponding points this month, and that was something to think about. After that, the man asked if anyone had any objections, and the beautiful Sanju smiled, realizing that he had stood up for her. Somewhere in an abandoned factory in the evening, one of the performers sat, carefully hiding from people. The scoundrel was alone, thinking about the pressing issues and his next steps. At one point, he received a notification on his smartphone, which he decided to view immediately. The message said that the barcode had been confirmed, and the information about Jack's killer had been successfully sent. The positive news pleased the killer, who had been waiting for confirmation for a long time. Closing his tired eyes, the calm demon said in a low voice that everything was going well. Meanwhile, the members of the student council went out on their evening rounds, having first put on their light green vests. The tense leader said that nothing threatened them, and the puzzled Sanju began to giggle. The indifferent young man noted that they were just wasting time, but suddenly began to behave strangely. He said he urgently needed to use the restroom and asked the girl to continue the patrol, but she felt uncomfortable doing it alone. The young man said she had nothing to fear, but the nervous girl reminded him that the teacher had told them to stick together. Nevertheless, the brown-eyed girl was left alone, and putting her hands on her waist realized that there was nowhere to go. Then the beauty noticed that they were just a stone's throw away from the last crime scene. She heard a man's voice nervously saying that he could not help his counterpart. The gentleman insisted that there was a rule, and the curious Sanju decided to follow the sound and check what was going on. The persistent Su Li assured her that the item was indeed very expensive, but the man still couldn't do anything. The brunette immediately recognized the newcomer in the class, and behind her back, a stranger's hand suddenly appeared. The cold-blooded perpetrator stretched out his hand in front of him, and was about to grab the girl by the hair while she was distracted by the hero. The young man promised that it wouldn't take long, but his uncompromising counterpart repeated once again that he couldn't help. The kid asked what the problem was, and the security guard, whom he had already annoyed, decided to tell him the answer, even though it was a secret. Suddenly, the man showed his police ID and said that something had happened here yesterday and he needed to inspect the scene. The fact that the investigation was ongoing suggested that it was definitely not an accident, and the brave young man understood this perfectly well. The man asked the young man not to interfere with his work, after which his phone rang in his pocket. The serious officer immediately answered his boss and reported that there was an assertive young man loitering nearby. He added that they needed to cordon off the area immediately, and when he turned around, he saw the red-haired brat again. Grabbing the boy sharply by the shoulder, the policeman called him a punk and shouted, asking where he was going. The stern gentleman shouted that entry was prohibited, after which the young man calmly replied that he understood. Behaving very suspiciously, Su Li turned around and said that in that case he would simply leave. But this seemed strange to the guard. Meanwhile, behind the pensive Park Sun-jun stood the performer, whose intentions were unknown. Gently touching the girl's shoulder with his fingertips, the man asked her name. But it turned out to be teacher Sai Tai-han, who asked where Manhwa was, because it was dangerous here, and he asked them to stick together. The girl replied that her partner had gone to the bathroom, but the teacher said he hadn't seen him, even though he had just come from there himself. The wary girl suggested that he had gone to another one, and then noticed that the new kid in the class had disappeared somewhere. Just a couple of minutes ago, the boy had been nearby, but now there was no trace of him, which was very strange. The teacher, completely calm, looked into the distance as if he had seen something suspicious. Nearby was a bush, behind which hid the dark silhouette of the performer, peeking out from behind it. Realizing that there was a risk of being discovered, the demon immediately disappeared, leaving behind only the rustling of leaves. The cool-headed man was sure he had seen something strange, but he did not show any emotion and decided to keep quiet about it. He said that the evening patrol was over, and the shocked Park Sun-jung did not understand the reason for this. The man noted that he had gotten them involved in this business for nothing and decided to try going to the police station again, sending the student home. Meanwhile, the tired Su Li lay on the bed, thinking about the pressing issues after a hard day. Jack's head, attached to a mannequin, emphasized that the daredevil had done well and shown character. The young man asked what he was talking about, and the sarcastic killer noted that he was pretending not to understand. The psychopath noticed that in the park, when the policeman pushed the boy away, he deftly jumped back and stepped on the evidence. The brave man acted very sharply and decisively, for which he deserved respect, because not everyone would have done that. The long-haired man added that he saw everything with his own eyes, but the fighter's face still showed no emotion. Still, Su Li noted that Jack was right, as this was not the first time he had found a strange piece of steel at the scene of an incident. The guy recalled all his outings and investigations in order to piece them together in his head. As a result of his adventures, 3 small pieces of metal were found, but the fighter could not understand why they were needed. The young man noted that the killer had diamond eyes and asked if he knew what they were, but he had only one guess. First, the psychopath asked if it was true that the most important thing in life for a hero was to keep running forward. For the pedantic Jack, nothing was more important than his hair, which was the most precious thing he had. The dim-witted young man did not understand what kind of nonsense his ally, who could not behave seriously, was talking about. The brave man asked him to speak plainly, and the killer asked if he agreed that healthy scalp was necessary for beautiful hair. The demon started rambling about dead cells, and the hero, barely controlling himself, asked him to get to the point. The maniac asked to be allowed to take a shower because since their reunion, the guy had not bothered to wash him once. After bathing, he promised to explain what the curious young man, who had no other choice, had found. The exhausted kid grabbed his head, not understanding why he was being punished like this, but he had to accept it. Grabbing Jack's head by his greasy hair, he calmly said that he would wash him without any problems. A few minutes later, the cold-blooded youngster came into the bathroom, but the killer began to suspect something. Suddenly, the dirty head was thrown into the washing machine, and it was not the pleasure the psychopath had expected. Without ceremony, the young man selected the necessary setting and started the machine, after which loud screams were heard. On a sunny day, Sun Hong and his friends were smoking behind one of the buildings, thinking and talking about their business. The brunette said that Shuli had returned to school, and the fat guy asked if he had told anyone about what had happened. His counterpart replied that he clearly understood the need to keep quiet, and the blonde agreed with him, although he was very alarmed. The kid with the broken nose felt strange because the new guy was alive, but Hua Jae-hee had suddenly disappeared. He understood that they were both supposed to die, but he didn't know what had actually happened and how he had managed to survive. His friends continued to discuss something, but in an instant, the brunette fell silent as if he had seen something interesting. Not far away, the main character was walking calmly on his way to school. The hooligans were amused that he didn't even look at them, but Sun Hong, on the contrary, was alarmed, which was unusual behavior for him. One of his friends asked where his brother was going, and he replied that he had something to do, so they would see each other later. The tense blonde understood that the brave man could still be at the abandoned factory and know about what had happened that evening. After a short while, the completely calm Xiao Li stopped and thought about the pressing matter. Suddenly, a man's voice behind him caught his attention. It was the very stern-looking Song Hong, but he still had a band-aid on his nose, which looked funny. The bully asked if the daredevil had a minute, because he had an important and rather serious conversation with him. The cool-headed guy replied that he wasn't interested in this conversation, which greatly angered the bully. The nervous blonde reminded him of the time he had called him to the factory and added that he just needed to know about it. Grabbing the silent newcomer sharply by the shoulder, the angry bully shouted that he had asked him a question. The fearless fighter had no intention of standing on ceremony with him and turned around sharply, causing the youngster's blood to run cold. Giving the man a frightening look, the hero once again asked him to back off and get lost. At that moment, the blonde man was tripped and he didn't have time to react and stumbled, falling on his back. The daredevil, in turn, stood firmly on his feet and behaved as if nothing had happened, because he was strong in spirit. Sun Hong's fists clenched with anger, and he almost lost his temper, but he managed to control his emotions and did nothing. Still, he called the main character a bastard who seemed to have a hard time sharing information. The hot-headed kid asked if it was true that the red-haired guy simply didn't want to tell him the truth. The bully, who had no intention of humiliating himself, firmly stated that he would find out everything himself and decided not to waste any more time. Late in the evening, the bully came to an abandoned factory where he was very scared and felt like someone was following him. The guy felt a strong shiver and goosebumps down his back, so he stopped for a moment to calm down. Hitting himself in the face, the blonde guy shouted that he needed to pull himself together because there was nothing to be afraid of here. He reminded himself that he was the leader of the Beck High School, but suddenly a man with a cold weapon in his hands approached him from behind. The bully was stunned because he suddenly received a very hard blow with iron right on his spine. Meanwhile, Jack's head, which was closest to the sink, asked if Su Li was in the place he had mentioned. The young man replied that it was a regular school gym, and at first he thought he had foolishly believed the killer's nonsense. For the first few minutes, the attentive young man examined everything in detail so as not to make a mistake. Then he looked at the piece of steel again and understood everything, because the answer was right in front of his eyes. Standing in front of the red door wrapped in chains, the brave young man thought about his next steps. It turned out that these were chain links that had scattered as a result of someone's careless use. The stranger touched Sun Hoon, who was lying on the ground with his foot, but he was unconscious. The man couldn't believe that the lively Beiko High School student could be knocked out so easily, even though he always behaved provocatively. Da Vinci, nicknamed Flaming Mona Lisa, chuckled and asked the guys if they agreed that it was a pleasant feeling. He added that they didn't need to bring chains because they weren't useful anyway, which made him laugh even harder. The blonde guy immediately got up, complaining of a headache, and the punk said he heard that the kid got beaten up pretty badly by the new guy. The angry bully asked if they had done it and called them pathetic morons from Devon School. The 10th grade captain was even glad that the kid had come to his senses, because it would have been boring if he had died so quickly. Da Vinci reminded the youngster of the sequel, but he, being tense, replied that he didn't understand anything. The bully said that he thought the half-bald boy had called him a weakling, but he laughed loudly in response, saying that it was a joke. With a frightening and very tense expression, the captain asked if the kid had completely lost his fear, since he was making accusations. The punk asked if the blonde-haired man really didn't understand the situation, and Sun Hong began to analyze the situation. He calculated that there was one thug with a chain, two with clubs, and a couple more unarmed, and the distance was not that great. Standing firmly on the ground, the young man thought to himself that he had no choice but to start with the weakest one. The brave man suddenly rushed to attack the boy in the yellow jacket, who was taken aback by the surprise. Without standing on ceremony, the blond man struck him squarely in the jaw with his elbow, which looked very impressive. But suddenly, an equally nimble fighter approached him from behind and mercilessly struck him directly in the spine. Experiencing severe pain, Sun Hong clenched his jaw tightly, but remained on his feet and was ready to continue fighting. In a state of rage, the brave man pounced on his opponent and grabbed his torso, wanting to knock him to the ground. He pinned his opponent on his back and pressed down with his body weight to prevent him from getting up and continuing the fight. He used his fists more and more often, clenching them tightly, which emphasized the boy's iron character. Surprised, Da Vinci could not believe that the youngster had so quickly defeated his men, and his comrade was ready to intervene. Raising his hand, the 10th grade captain caught his attention, saying that there was no need because everything was under control. The tough bully asked if they weren't going to fight, and the leader pointed out that the boy had gotten a little confused because he didn't know him anything. Smiling, the fiery Mona Lisa said that they had not come here to fight because everything was much simpler than that. Calling his comrade, he asked if they had found her, and his puzzled counterpart couldn't figure out what he was talking about. One of the bullies replied that Park Sun-jun, who was Song-hoon's sister, was already with them and they were on their way. The female voice sounded very familiar to the young man, and everything inside him turned upside down and his heart began to beat faster. In a fit of rage, the young man called Da Vinci a brazen bastard, but he just laughed at his emotions. Smiling, the punk promised not to touch his sister and added that she would just stay with them for a while. He added that the boy would have to behave himself, and Hong, being fierce, wanted to pounce on him and kill him. Meanwhile, Su Li was in a store with an inconspicuous man to whom he decided to show a fragment of the chain. The merchant asked if the young man had visited Mr. Cho, whose store was located one floor above, but he replied that he could not help. The young man assumed that someone could have taken such a chain from his counterpart, but in a different size, but suddenly their attention was distracted. The owner asked if the work was finished, and the serious worker replied that it had only taken a couple of minutes. The man was embarrassed that he couldn't fix the lock himself, and the specialist asked him to pay in cash. The gentleman listened to his request and complied, while the main character watched silently. After that, the repairman, who seemed suspicious to the daredevil, quickly walked past him and headed for the exit. The owner of the building materials store asked what he had been talking about, as he had forgotten. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory, the defenseless Sun Hong was beaten by the ruthless Da Vinci. The scoundrel asked the young man not to forget to clench his teeth, because he was striking him exclusively in the jaw. For a long time, he beat the blond man relentlessly, not even giving him a chance to catch his breath. Smiling, Mona Lisa asked him how defeat tasted and whether he appreciated his strong fists. But the leader of the bullies wanted to add even more fun, and it was unclear what to expect from him. Just a few seconds later, a rather interesting idea came to his balding head. The bully declared that from that day on, the beaten boy would be his errand boy, and it sounded very harsh. The 10th grade captain promised that if the kid agreed to serve him, he would let his sister go. With no other choice, the victim of circumstance agreed, which pleasantly surprised the scoundrel. The sarcastic scoundrel laughed, saying that he should have grabbed 2 high school students, since Hong agreed to do the dirty work. The blood-stained blonde got to his feet and asked if he had heard him correctly about the students. The punk confirmed this and added that he was doing a great job with all of them, after which his opponent suddenly laughed. Clutching his face, Song began to laugh even louder, and the bewildered bully asked why he was laughing. The stern Di-hoon was annoyed by his laughter, so he grabbed the youngster by the collar and threatened to beat him up again. The fearless fighter suddenly tripped him, causing the brunette to fall face first onto the ground. He hit his chin and almost lost a couple of teeth, which looked very impressive, but made him very angry. The extremely serious Sun Hong once again showed his character and willingness to fight the fools again. One of the boys grabbed a steel rod tightly, eager to avenge his fallen comrade. But at that very moment, the kid received a strong slap, which made his eyes double and almost knocked him unconscious. Discouraged, Da Vinci did not have time to understand anything, but his ugly face was also hit by a whip, which struck his crooked nose. The balding man instantly fell to the ground, and wiping the blood from his face, reminded them that they had a dear sister, the fair-haired youngster. The cold-blooded guy said that they wouldn't do anything to her, believing that they didn't have the guts. The enraged bully shouted that he was the captain of the Devon school and would not humiliate himself before anyone. He dialed an unknown number on his phone and threatened that the kid would regret this, but his words only made him laugh. The tense punk wondered why his comrade wasn't answering the phone when he needed him most. Seizing the opportunity, the ruthless Sun Hong struck him in the collarbone with his elbow, knocking the device out of his hands. With a frightening smile, he said that before stirring up trouble, it would have been better to dig up more information on them. It was said that Da Vinci's precious, much-vaunted sixes must already be lying unconscious. The confident young man was absolutely right, because his Park Sun-jung had indeed dealt with the two criminals. The girl was the best at judo in the whole school, and even he had been beaten up by her as a child. Suddenly, the daredevil grabbed his opponent by the clothes and pulled him aside, which alarmed him a little. After performing a hip throw, the fighter said that he had learned this beautiful technique from his sister. The stunned gang leader now lay on the ground, breathing heavily, unable to believe that he had lost so ridiculously. Sun Hong, covered in blood, looked down on him, then decided not to waste any time and get out of the factory. Walking down the street, the wounded and very tired young man limped, but did not stop because it did not make him feel any better. Leaning against the stone wall, he complained of dizziness, and at that moment, his phone rang in his pocket. Taking out his mobile device, the blond man saw that it was his younger sister calling, who was probably worried. The unsuspecting young man asked if everything was okay with the girl, but an unfamiliar male voice asked for his name. The mysterious gentleman said he needed the young man to do something, which was already alarming. In a state of anger, Hong shouted, asking what kind of freak was talking to him on Park Sung-jun's phone. The man who remained incognito asked him not to worry, assuring him that the girl was fine. The serious man said that she was alive and well for now. But at that moment, the brown-eyed girl was sitting on a chair, tied up from head to toe. The furious brother began to threaten the scoundrel who dared to kidnap his loved one and hold her captive. His face contorted with fury, but suddenly his condition worsened due to the wounds on his body. As a result of losing a huge amount of blood, the young man began to feel weak and almost lost consciousness. The stern enforcer said that the boy must come to the appointed place alone, and only then would his sister not die of a heart attack. But he heard no response and even strained his ears a little, because the silence was endless. The scoundrel assumed that the young man didn't care if the girl's heart stopped beating, but he didn't know that the blonde had fallen to the ground unconscious. The killer was about to end the phone call when suddenly someone else grabbed the phone and asked him to stop. Shuli found the young man who had lost a lot of blood on the street and asked the caller to give him the address. The cold-blooded fighter threatened to come and kill the bastard who dared to capture the innocent Park Sun-jung. The excited and temporarily blinded brunette, whose eyes were covered by a mask, did not even know where she was. To begin with, she decided to free her hands and began to gently pull them in different directions to loosen the ropes. Her intentions were immediately understood by the man who had captured the girl, who grabbed her to prevent her from acting. Remaining emotionless, he asked the beauty not to move, because he couldn't bring himself to kill her. The killer explained that he had promised not to do anything to her yet, so he asked his captive to remain calm. But then the unshaven man realized that he was wasting his breath and pushed back the hair around Park Sun-jung's ear. It turned out that the hostage also had earplugs in her ears and could not hear the cold-blooded villain at all. The criminal was about to say something else to the bound girl, but suddenly tensed up, as if he sensed something was wrong. The ruthless killer noticed strange noises coming from the front door and realized that a stranger had arrived. Sure enough, a fearless hero was standing at the entrance, ready to fight and free the innocent girl. The executioner asked who he was, and the extremely serious guy silently clenched his fists, preparing for battle. The opponent asked him the same question several times, but the thoughtful young man did not answer and analyzed everything around him. After a few seconds, Su Li caught himself thinking that he knew the man standing in front of him. He immediately remembered that it was the same man from the building material store who had been repairing the lock. The brave man asked if his opponent was indeed the criminal, and he was slightly puzzled. Not hearing an answer, the angry fighter firmly asked if he was responsible for the heart attacks. The perpetrator noted his rude tone, but still confirmed that this activity was his job. But then the stern bandit pointed out that the boy had not answered his question, even though he had asked his own. The villain asked in a raised voice who this daredevil was and what he was doing here, because he was expecting someone else entirely. The villain stared coldly at the youngster who dared to trespass on his territory and waste his time. His gaze was alarming and even unsettling to the main character, who was trying to keep his composure and not show fear. At one point, the brave young man reminded him that he had said on the phone that he would come, and this caused the bandit to be slightly surprised. Pointing to himself, the young man noted that it was him the performer had spoken to earlier on the phone. The embittered killer exclaimed that this was impossible because he had dialed the number of the older brother of the tied-up girl. The perceptive Su Lee quickly realized that Song-hoon's younger sister had fallen into the clutches of the criminal. The young man said that his friend had some problems, so he answered for him and didn't see anything wrong with that. The angry man replied that he needed the blonde guy, with whom he apparently had serious issues. The gangster threatened to deal with Park Sung-joon if the kid didn't tell his friend that he was waiting for him. Tears began to flow from the brunette's eyes, who still couldn't see anything, and it was noticeable. The stern hero understood that if he wanted to save Hoon's sister, he had to bring him. But there was no guarantee that the scoundrel would let her go. The brave man asked what would happen if he refused to comply with the ruthless executioner's conditions. The killer replied that in that case, he would kill the girl right now, and these words already alarmed the young man. In an instant, the criminal heard strange rustling sounds behind him and immediately decided to turn around to see what was going on. The fearless warrior decided to strike first to catch his opponent off guard and prevent him from doing anything to the captive. Seeing the bag in his opponent's hand, the imperturbable executioner mentally called it a very stupid move. But still, he lost his vigilance and was weakened. So the enemy was able to take advantage of this and find a vulnerable spot. A powerful kick to the chest sent the bandit flying like a soccer ball. Without losing his composure, the villain stopped sliding and braced himself with his hand on the floor, shouting that the boy was a scoundrel. The boy's strong fist was again aimed at the face of his opponent, who had not yet managed to get to his feet. The nimble fighter decided not to hold back and attacked again, but this time his opponent managed to dodge. At that moment, the brave Su Lee felt unbearable pain in his ribs and did not even have time to understand when his opponent made his move. The daredevil flew several meters backward, but remained conscious and was able to continue fighting. The criminal urged him not to get involved because he wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties. The fighter asked if he meant that the other victims were necessary, and the man replied that it was unavoidable. The villain explained that this was the only way he could get to the blonde-haired fool, Park Sung-hoon. The fearless Lee decided to ask directly why he was so insistent on meeting the blonde man. His counterpart replied that the hottest topic of discussion among the performers was the appearance of the killer Jack 10 years ago. The killer also often talked about the newcomer who had recently killed him, who was none other than Park Sung-joon's older brother. Maximally puzzled, he did not understand what nonsense the villain was talking about, because in fact, he had dealt with the psychopath. It didn't seem like the criminal was joking or lying, and in principle, there was no point in him doing so. His opponent advised the boy not to play dumb and said he had evidence, to which he asked where it came from. The man replied that he had taken it from a surveillance camera in an abandoned factory, which greatly alarmed the young man. The villain added that he saw Sun Hong Jack entering the premises on the recording from the device installed at the entrance. That evening, Su Lee decided not to draw attention to himself, but he could not have imagined what this would lead to. Inside, he was very excited because he realized that the performer's ignorance would play into his hands. Behaving casually, the brave man asked what the mercenary would do after he called the blonde man over. After thinking for a moment, the unshaven gentleman replied that they would fight and see which of them was stronger. Clenching his fist, the hero, keeping a cool head, asked why they needed a pathetic blonde kid in that case. Rushing into the attack, the battle-hungry fighter exclaimed that he would defeat the stupid executor himself. Nunchucks, kusarigama, and other cold weapons with a chain at the base are used for ranged attacks. In other words, the opponent was good at long-range combat, so the brave Lee had to come up with something. The brave young man had no choice but to attack his opponent at close range to catch him off guard. The clever fighter acted very quickly and skillfully, so in the same minute he got close, confusing his enemy. Surprisingly, his opponent easily blocked his first strike, so he had to choose a more powerful tactic. The fearless fighter immediately decided to use an uppercut, but the man dodged it as if nothing had happened. After what happened, the young man was shocked again and even froze because he had high hopes for a powerful blow. At the same time, the young man tried not to stand in one place and kept moving because there was a risk of becoming an easy target. Even his signature heel kick was easily blocked by his opponent, which was already a worrying sign. Grabbing the youngster by the shin, the cold-blooded fighter emphasized that he was very good at getting on other people's nerves. Without further ado, the experienced fighter simply threw the youngster, twisting his body sharply to increase the force of the throw. Breathing heavily, Su Li, lying on the ground, opened his eyes and wondered what had happened. When he came to, the boy's face changed, as if he had seen something strange and even frightening in front of him. Before him stood a cold-blooded performer who burned him with his gaze, as if eager to finish him off. The fighter abruptly grabbed the youngster by the jacket and pulled him toward him, showing the seriousness and determination of his intentions. The throw over the hip looked very impressive, catching the hero off guard, without even giving him a chance to understand what was happening. Then the young man's nose hit the floor, which was very painful and unpleasant, but he had no choice but to endure it. For the first few seconds, the hero, who had lost consciousness, did not even show signs of life, which was what the killer wanted. As if nothing had happened, the criminal began to walk away, not wanting to waste any more time on him. But suddenly the villain heard his opponent's voice behind him, who simply said that it hurt. Stretching, the brave man asked for time to recover, which puzzled his enemy, who had broken his neck. The assertive Su Li did not waste time on empty talk and immediately rushed into battle, thirsting for revenge. He again fought his way close to his opponent to knock him off his feet and immobilize him. His opponent was no pushover either and managed to grab his neck, calling him nimble, which greatly upset the young man. The performer put the boy in a chokehold from which he could not escape, making the situation even more tense. The extremely tense fighter repeated in his head that he had to do it before he lost consciousness from lack of air. In the end, the villain broke his opponent's neck again, who was unable to resist him. At that moment, the boy fell unconscious to the floor again, and now he certainly posed no threat. This time, the criminal clearly heard a crunch and was sure that the kid would not get up. But after a few seconds, his expression changed dramatically, and his pupils instantly shrunk in size. As if nothing had happened, Su Li got back on his feet and said calmly that he couldn't be killed so easily. Looking coldly at his opponent, the brave man repeated that he would deal with him once and for all. The assassin apologized, explaining that he had only been dealing with ordinary people lately and had not even considered that the hero was not one of them. Now that the brave man had demonstrated his skills, the villain felt he had to respond in kind. The embittered Su Li was no longer able to cope, and if the performer took out his chains, then he would definitely not be able to win. The young man decided that he had to act as quickly as possible, but at that moment he froze in place, feeling discouraged. The unperturbed gentleman said he was ready now, and he was completely calm. The unshaven man explained that this weapon was his true power, which made him practically invincible. The stunned hero could not utter a word, but he wondered if this was really the killer's weapon. What puzzled him was that his opponent was holding only a shiny lock, which looked very strange. The very surprised guy tried to understand why this particular item was in the killer's arsenal. He remembered perfectly well that pieces of a chain had been found at the crime scene, so the picture did not add up. The young man took a piece of steel out of his pocket and began to examine it silently, trying to understand something. But at one point, Su Li realized that during the blow, a piece of the handle from the lock could break off and fly away. The alert young man thought that his opponent was hinting at something, but was in no hurry to reveal all his cards. The killer did not mention the chains, but the lock in his hands clearly played an important role in the whole story. Finally, it dawned on the perceptive fighter that his opponent had shackled the chains with a shiny object. His opponent noted that the young man looked excited, even though he was just a simple locksmith holding a lock. Clenching his fist tightly, the big guy asked the kid not to worry, believing that there was no reason for it. Seeing the enemy running away, Su Li noted in his mind that with the lock in his hands, he was much stronger, so he could not let his guard down. The brave man considered all this to be too big a mistake and reminded himself that he was a master of hand-to-hand combat. The fierce opponent continued to swing his arms, trying to hook the boy, but he successfully dodged. The daredevil noted that his opponent's blows were not so fast, so all he had to do was defend himself with the lock. In an instant, the alert young man noticed that his opponent had driven him into a corner, but he couldn't understand how it had happened. Now the fearless fighter had nowhere to hide, so he had to think of something quickly. The only thing that came to mind was to defend himself, and the performer began to strike with his fists, eager to crush the youngster with force. The blow was quite strong, but the tense Su Li still had the situation under control. At that moment, the young warrior's puzzled pupils dilated greatly as he saw something strange. It turned out that the lock from the hands of the ruthless killer had disappeared somewhere, which the cornered guy did not expect at all. Taking advantage of the opportunity, The brave young man pushed his opponent away and jumped back a few steps. He had a bad feeling, and the enemy suddenly said that the boy should look for a shiny object. Unexpectedly, he pointed at him and said something about his left hand, but the young man simply remained silent. Slightly alarmed, Xu Li soon realized that the iron lock was inside his limb. The performer said that he could screw it into any part of the enemy's body, and that was his power. The tense hero knew that the lock could be removed by the holder of the contract of power and wondered what would happen if it snapped shut. The young man moved his hand from side to side and noticed that he could move the object inside him. The brave man decided that he needed to focus before the enemy could use something else, and rushed into battle. Trying to outsmart his opponent, he made a false lock with his right hand and concentrated all his efforts on his left. The young man was slightly pleased, as everything was going according to plan, but he did not lose his grip and was in no hurry to relax. Unexpectedly, the imperturbable killer simply dodged and remained unharmed, which stunned the young fighter. Puzzled, Xu Li immediately wondered what was happening with the timing of the strike, because everything should have been different. The stern enemy explained that the ability deteriorates along with the closing of the lock, and it doesn't matter which part of the body it is. The alarmed young man noticed that his left-hand movements had indeed slowed down. The cold-blooded opponent said that this was his first ability, which made the young man even more anxious. Then the ruthless killer decided to demonstrate his second precious skill. He grabbed the confused boy's wrist sharply and squeezed it tightly, causing him intense pain. The very tense hero could not understand what sensations had appeared inside his bones. The feeling was quite familiar to him, so he didn't panic completely, but there was no reason to relax either. The opponent said that now the guy would not be able to use his left hand because it was blocked. The attacker added that if a special key was used, all the effects imposed on his body would be suspended. This did not surprise the main character, because he had gone through similar sensations before, and now he needed to get rid of the lock. Grabbing a sharp shard from the ground, the fearless warrior said that this would be enough for him. The stunned killer froze in place at that moment, because he did not expect such determination from him. Biting his lip, the brave man began to tear the lock out of his left hand, which looked very scary from the outside. In less than a minute, the enemy's iron object fell to the ground, along with a torn piece of the fighter's jacket. The quick-tempered and frighteningly smiling Xu Li said that if he couldn't open the lock, he would simply cut it off, as if it were his motto. Now nothing held the daredevil back, and the excited criminal began to think about what to do next. The killer noticed the object of his ability lying on the floor, but it was vibrating. At that very moment, the object began to rise into the air, moving away from the fabric, which looked rather strange. Suddenly, the lock began to dig into the skin of the main character again, which instantly struck him. The movements of the guy's hand began to weaken again, and he became nervous, realizing that he was unable to solve this problem. Not one to stand on ceremony, the performer exclaimed that the synergy of his powers was excellent. He shouted that it was extremely difficult to defend himself with one hand and asked why the kid hadn't surrendered to Sun Hun. The killer advised the kid to stop resisting, but he, being embittered, rudely asked him to shut up. Suddenly, the nimble Xu Li kicked his opponent in the ear, firmly exclaiming that he could attack differently. The angry opponent grabbed his leg and then called him stupid for giving such an insolent person a chance. Once again, the merciless man struck the young man in the jaw, who flew backward from the force of the blow. Still, the embittered daredevil managed to stay on his feet, thinking to himself that his opponent had hit his target. Suddenly, the tense young man noticed that something had happened to his vision, and it had become blurry. The cold-blooded enemy asked if the boy still wanted to continue the fight, knowing that he would not win. This time, the scoundrel put a lock on the hero's lower eyelid, thus depriving him of his ability to see normally. Hiding in the darkness, the performer said that the boy would not be able to interfere with him in the near future. The incredibly evil Xu Li immediately realized that the trickster had gone into his blind spot, so the situation was becoming more of a stalemate. The nervous young man understood that he needed to find his enemy as soon as possible, but he had already quietly gotten behind him. With a sharp movement of his outstretched arm, the killer swung at the alarmed young man, catching him off guard. The hero turned sharply, resulting in a powerful blow to his eyes, which was many times more painful. Managing to block the blow in time, the nimble young man jumped several meters to the side, but it still hurt. The angry guy realized that the enemy had locked his eyes shut, and now his right eye was not functioning. But the amazing thing was that he could still see, albeit more blurred, but that wasn't so bad. His opponent explained that one turn of the key was enough for the hands, but 2 for the eyes, so the kid still had a chance. Feeling angry, the hero hypocritically thanked him for his generous offer, but in his heart he longed to get rid of him as soon as possible. At one point, the young man suspected something was wrong, but he didn't understand what and looked ahead intently. He wondered why the killer didn't tie Park Sun-jung up with locks, since it was possible to do without ropes and bandages. He was curious why the perpetrator didn't take advantage of this, but the answer to the question was difficult to find. The enemy asked if the girl was bothering the brave man, but he was so confused that he didn't even know how to respond. The scoundrel noted that they were competing with him and giving him a chance, but he was distracted, and it was terribly upsetting. The man said that one hostage was enough to summon Sun Hun, so he decided to help the young man escape. Extremely agitated, Su Li realized that the scoundrel wanted to deal with the girl and immediately rushed towards him. The cold-blooded killer began to swing at the defenseless Park Sun-jun, but the brave man was going to interfere with his plans. At the last moment, the brave man jumped and found himself in front of the killer, covering the captive with his body. The psychopath exclaimed that he knew the boy would want to run away immediately, but only from himself. Suddenly, he threatened to stop his heart and grab the lock again, eager to use it as soon as possible. A crushing blow was aimed at the boy's fragile body, but he managed to put his backpack in the way and remain unharmed. In the end, the young man rolled across the floor, experiencing quite severe pain, but remained conscious. The bewildered performer stared silently ahead, trying to figure out what his opponent would do next. He asked if the stupid boy had decided to defend himself with a bag, which was very ridiculous on his part. Looking at Su Li getting up, the gentleman asked if the inexperienced fighter thought that had helped him. Standing firmly on his feet, the main character replied that now everything was much better than it had been, stunning his opponent. The alarmed killer could not understand how he could move, and how all the locks had disappeared in an instant. The broken pieces of metal lay scattered on the floor and no longer posed any danger, and were certainly no longer fit for use. The villain couldn't understand how this was possible, and the unperturbed young man asked if he had heard about the replacement. Opening his backpack, the young man suddenly pulled out the head of the killer Jack, which looked very creepy from the outside. Frozen in shock, the locksmith couldn't understand what was going on, and it even seemed to him that it was all just a nightmare. It turned out that one of the locks was attached to the lower lip of the psychopath's head, who was constantly smiling menacingly. The hero admitted that he didn't think it was a good idea, and then asked why the killer had tied up Park Sun-jun. He was curious why he decided to rely on ropes and did not use his abilities. The guy assumed that he had a limit on the number of locks, or that he was unable to use more. The brave man said that the object had to be attached to a person, while an enraged Jack continued to shout insults. The angry man exclaimed that he hadn't asked about that and decided to change the subject. While the fighter looked at him in bewilderment, the opponent shouted, asking why the killer from the boy's bag was breathing from his neck, and the youngster wondered why he was asking about it. The daredevil admitted that he had dealt with this freak, but he didn't know exactly why Jack was still alive. The cold-blooded Su Li said that he didn't want to show him, but there was no need to hide him from the executioner. He said that his opponent would die here anyway, which caused him great excitement and shock. At that moment, the embittered man rushed into battle, shouting that the kid was an arrogant type. The killer reminded him that the kid couldn't defeat his locks, and asked him to look at his ridiculous defense. The locksmith shouted that if the legend about the killer Jack was a lie, then he couldn't believe that he would lose to a novice. The killer continued to hurl insults at the main character, but he kept a cool head and did not succumb to his provocations. The trickster only said that after a short time, his opponent would see who the newcomer was. After these words, the brave man delivered a very powerful blow to his enemy's jaw, which looked incredibly effective and firm. Trying not to get nervous, the locksmith thought to himself that the kid was too quick to give him a second chance. Grabbing the lock tightly, the criminal came to the conclusion that he must immediately shackle him. In a state of rage, he rushed into battle at high speed, exclaiming that he would remind the youngster of his strength. The fearless warrior reminded him that his movements were slowed while he was holding the lock, and this was indeed the case. Not wanting to waste time, Su Li, who could see perfectly well, again punched his opponent in the chin. The stern man tried not to give in to his provocations and realized that it was time to use his ability. The observant guy could clearly see that his opponent was ready to finish him off with a single blow, so he didn't let his guard down. He understood that he had to act while his enemy was preparing, in order to catch him off guard and win the fight. The angry performer tried to hit the young man, who was confident that he could avoid the lock. The daredevil did indeed manage to jump aside and land on his knee, remaining unharmed. His opponent immediately asked if he had decided to simply flee the battlefield, thereby admitting defeat. Clenching his fist again, the big guy advised the youngster to take care of himself, because his intentions were very serious. What was astonishing was that he hit himself in the neck with a steel object, applying quite a lot of force. Stunned, Suli couldn't believe that his enemy had locked himself up, while the laughing Jack thought it was the end. Giving his opponent a stern look, the unshaven man asked if he was ready to start the fight again. The tense guy noticed that his enemy had changed dramatically, and although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he decided to try the old scheme. The performer did the same thing as before, and the main character even managed to land blows to his head. The young man noticed that his opponent no longer cared about physical contact, which was alarming. The fighter delivered an uppercut to his opponent's chin, but he still didn't care and felt no pain at all. Surprised, Su Li tried to figure out what was going on and find some kind of answer, but it was difficult. Soon it dawned on the brave young man that when the killer had bound himself, it had blocked his pain. The ruthless enemy had no intention of going easy on the young man, so he punched him straight in the chest. As a result, another lock was tightened on the heart of the main character, who could do nothing about it. Unhappy Jack shouted at the redhead to show this freak what he was capable of, because time was running out. The emotionless man said that the young man's heart would stop if he turned the key 3 times. The daredevil emphasized that he was scaring him, and asked if it was true that he had 3 more turns left. With a sly grin, Su Li said that this was more than enough, because he would finish off his enemy sooner. The villain, who did not succumb to provocation, said that the boy simply did not understand what cardiac arrest was. At that moment, the trickster rushed into the attack and tried to strike him in the head with his elbow, but the enemy managed to block it. No matter what the hero did, he didn't have many options, so he decided to just fight as hard as he could. Soon the young man suspected something was wrong, because his opponent did not respond with blows, but simply defended himself. The stern locksmith declared that the time had come to demonstrate all his abilities, and it sounded very threatening. The brave man tried not to get nervous and to fight to the last, because he had no other choice. In an instant, his vision blurred and his strength diminished, as if his blood pressure had suddenly spiked. Looking at Su Li, who had fallen to his knees, the enemy said that he would feel nauseous and that his breath would be taken away. It was said that if the lock blocked the blood clots, the person would not be able to use their arm or leg. Without the heart, the brain dies if it does not receive blood, and that was the essence of the pump blockage. Rising slightly, the determined hero made it clear that he would fight to the last drop of blood. Throwing himself into the fight, he said that he knew himself better, but the imperturbable performer simply stepped aside. The young man immediately collapsed to the floor, and the man noted that, although he had the desire, it was not enough. Tense, Jack asked the redhead to get up, but he was exhausted and in severe pain. Crouching down in front of the boy, the ruthless killer said he would help him pass into the next world. The stunned psychopath couldn't believe that his new ally would give up his life so foolishly. Giving his hand special power, the killer began to swing at the helpless boy, saying that this was the end. But Jack's head came to the rescue of the main character, rushing into the attack and crashing into the unshaven man's side. The dissatisfied psychopath cried out that because of Su Li, he was called a fake, while the young man slowly got to his feet. They began to settle their differences, but they forgot about the performer, who was still alive. Throwing his fat head back sharply, he shouted in a rage that he was fed up with it all. Flying around everywhere, Jack began to suspect that he had turned into a soccer ball, because he was being kicked around quite often. Suddenly, it dawned on the main character, and he realized that this was his last chance to win. Without thinking twice, the boy rushed off somewhere, instantly attracting the attention of his opponent. The bewildered and still tense mechanic asked where he was going, since no one was letting him go. The fearless fighter replied that he was not running away, which sounded very mysterious, and his intentions were unknown. Grabbing his frozen opponent with both hands, the brave man exclaimed that this was his tactic. Behind him, the confused performer saw rebar sticking out of the concrete, which could take his life in an instant. No miracle happened, and both opponents fell onto the sharp pins, causing them to bleed profusely. The small structures were immediately splattered with blood, and the unshaven mechanic let out heavy sighs. The tense man considered Su Li's tactics rather foolish and incomprehensible, but nothing could be done to fix it now. The daredevil smiled, saying that he could recover, but his enemy would die alone, and after his death, the castle would fall. The hero said that if he left him here, he would win, but his opponent called him naive and reminded him of the turn of the key. Enraged, he exclaimed that if the kid died, he would have no problem pushing his body away. However, nothing happened, and both of them were still lying on the floor, rapidly bleeding to death. After calming down a little, the killer said that they had to get out of there before it was too late. Feeling a strong excitement inside, the killer said that he sensed something, but could not explain it. A few inches away, he saw a blood-stained lock that was badly damaged. The stunned opponent asked how Su Li had managed to pull him out of himself when his heart had stopped and he couldn't move. The young man, who found it very difficult to speak, said quietly that he would soon die and continued to cough. The main character said that the moment they jumped onto the bars, he tore his heart to pieces. That was when the rebar broke the lock, and later he came out naturally, and that was the tactic. With an irritating smirk, the young man asked if it was true that the serious gentleman had seen it. The youngster added that until he fully recovered, the metal would not come back together, and his opponent became even more nervous. He began to have a severe eye twitch from the realization that he had lost, and it was no longer possible to argue with that. A few seconds later, the unconscious performer threw his head back, showing no signs of life. Looking at him, Su Li smiled and finally exhaled with relief, realizing that he had endured so much pain for a reason. Glancing at the blood-stained lock, the brave man noted that synergistic superiority was on his side. Soon the guy broke free from the reinforcement bars and felt intense pain throughout his body, but he had to endure it. If his heart hadn't burst, he would have died from cardiac arrest, and the lock could have finished him off during recovery. Jack, lying on the floor, asked if the guy felt the same during regeneration and how he managed it. The hero replied that it was better than dying, but the killer thought to himself that he would have preferred death in his place. Then he asked what they would do with the bound Park Sun-jun and suggested simply leaving her there. Su Li, who remained calm, looked at the crying girl and began to take slow steps toward her. Coming close, the fighter thought deeply and did not rush to make a decision. Without thinking twice, the nobleman untied the hostage, who had suffered greatly at the hands of the executioner. The surprised girl immediately realized that her hands were now free and couldn't believe that the main character was helping her. At that moment, the excited lady took off her mask and tore the green tape from her lips, giving herself the opportunity to see, move, and speak. Feeling tense, she decided to get out of there and finish off the attacker if he was nearby. But at that moment, the beauty froze in place and felt a slight tremor in her legs as if she had seen something strange. The stunned brunette was on a playground next to the house, but she couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Su Li returned to his lair, where he finally had the opportunity to wash his face. The owner of a strong and muscular back leaned his hands on the sink and fell into deep thought. His gaze at that moment was cold, but at the same time extremely serious, which looked frightening. After leaving the bathroom, he began to dry his wet head, and Jack called him something amazing. The killer said that it didn't matter what the young man looked like, but that he had a pretty hot body. The psychopath couldn't believe that there wasn't even the slightest scar left on him, and the emotionless guy said nothing in response. The young man asked if it was true that all contract holders were of the same level as the bristly man, but his counterpart did not understand. Smiling, Jack said that it would be possible if the brave man defeated all the performers. He asked if the kid thought that only regeneration had helped him, and the serious boy asked him to answer the question and not talk nonsense. The long-haired man replied that if the mercenary's level was the same as 10 years ago, then he was a mechanic who was in the abyss. His words greatly alarmed the young warrior at that moment, and he thought deeply. The sarcastic madman asked why the boy was afraid, and he called it scary that he was the only one who had beheaded the contract holder. Cunning Jack noted that they would see how long the kid could hold out against the fighter of justice. The hero said he just wanted to kill every serial killer, and his opponent asked why he needed to do that. The psychopath recalled the situation with Sun Hung, and then with his sister Park Sun-jung, which was a little strange. He asked if the youngster had thought that someone would be left without guardians if killing the contract owners was his goal. The cold-blooded fighter said that it was much easier, although very bad, but that was the reality. His words were not entirely clear in the mind behind the mask, which looked at him with a strange smile. Clutching the blanket tightly, the fighter for justice said that these bastards kill people, and it happens over and over again. The daredevil really didn't like how things were going, so he decided to take matters into his own hands and change things up. Meanwhile, under one of the city's roofs, two men were fighting, eager to knock each other to the floor. Both of them made titanic efforts and pushed each other, but neither of them fell, losing their footing. With trembling legs, the gentlemen stood on their toes, continuing to fight to exhaustion, despite their extreme fatigue. The opponents were completely mismatched in weight class, as one of them was skinny and the other was fat. The thin man was sweating profusely and breathing heavily, but he really enjoyed fighting. The man with the fat face asked if he was comfortable standing there and called him tall, looking at his opponent as if he were a piece of meat. The skinny man did not like this insult and immediately pushed the fat pig away. The fat man did not have time to react and almost fell on his backside because his coordination was not very good. The movements of both opponents looked very ridiculous and convulsive, as if they were not quite right in the head. The brunette, whose eyes were red with anger, clenched his energetic fist and called his opponent a fat freak. The pot-bellied man urged him to stop immediately, shouting that according to the rules, he was not allowed to use his abilities. He considered this to be unfair, but the angry gentleman did not even think about stopping. In a fit of rage, the skinny man continued to call him a dirty pig, after which they clashed again and began to press against each other. The exhausted fat man could barely continue the fight, which made the resilient fighter smile. Suddenly, both men looked away and saw something astonishing. A huge window nearby had been broken by a stranger who landed dramatically on his knee. The appearance of the mysterious girl in a pink helmet was very impressive, but no one was expecting her. The girl, hiding her identity, asked if there were only two of them and stretched out her hand. With a sharp movement and without warning, she threw the blade, which hit the fat man in the forehead, greatly frightening his companion. The enraged fighter immediately rushed towards the wretch who had appeared and dared to kill his rival. The nimble madam immediately jumped and kicked him in the face, doing so very effectively. The bewildered gentleman flew off to the side like a soccer ball, and she masterfully stopped her slide. The cool-headed lady put her hand on the floor and began to look around, trying to find some new targets. Suddenly, she heard the voice of a mature man trying to understand what all the commotion was about. The completely calm gentleman in a white suit, his hands behind his back, realized that a guest had arrived. The gray-haired gentleman noted that it had been quite some time and said he was glad to see her. He had heard that the girl's YouTube channel was not as good as it used to be, but she said nothing in response and rushed off. The professional warrior abruptly grabbed her katana, which she wielded with ease even in midair. In the air, the warrior lady twisted and turned in every way possible, attracting the attention of the calm old man. She put the blade to his throat, saying that his greeting sounded like a stroke, and the man did not expect to hear this from a person with a sword. The assassin alerted the gentleman, saying that she knew about his team for the next hunt for super newbies. Without putting away her cold weapon, the secretive lady ordered her opponent to switch places with her, which was very unexpected for him. The gray-haired man began to refuse, but the girl pointed out that two snotty punks were dead and he could be next. The confident girl said that they couldn't do anything to her, so he had no choice but to agree to her terms. Nevertheless, the persistent lady persuaded the old man to cooperate, and before leaving, she waved and said she would write to him. The ninja immediately ran out the window, leaving the man alone with his thoughts. For the first few seconds, he just stood silently in one place, his hands behind his back. His limbs began to tremble with anger, and the angry gentleman muttered quietly that the blood moon would soon return. In a state of rage, the gray-haired old man called the girl a name and promised not to let it happen. On a dark night, two young guys with cameras in their hands wandered through a dense forest where there was nothing but grass. The young man in the white t-shirt asked if his partner had filmed everything so they could review where they had come from, but he replied that it was too dark in the recording. The dissatisfied guy reminded them that he had asked them to turn on a night mode, but he simply turned on the flashlight on his smartphone and did not pay much attention to it. Suddenly, the guys saw something in front of them that looked like a beautiful girl, but she seemed lifeless. Overcome with fear, they froze in place, and then screams began to echo throughout the forest. Meanwhile, Sun Hong was smoking in the doorway, and his friends were watching the video and were frightened by the painted mannequin. The alarmed guys couldn't understand what the scarecrow was doing in the mountains, while the blonde guy silently put out his cigarette. The young man asked with a smirk if they were watching a test of courage and why they didn't expect him to be interested. One of the friends replied that it was a new trend called a mystery note. He said it was an adventure proposal, pointing to a random mark near a person's location, but all the places were mysterious and creepy. It was said that if a player went there, they might meet a person standing quietly and smiling, or a scary mannequin. There was also a chance of encountering a gathering of strange people burning a fire and muttering something under their breath. The excited brunette said that the place was full of murderers, because someone had even found human body parts in a bag. Skeptical Sun Hong considered it all nonsense and deception, but his naive friends believed it and felt goosebumps from fear. His friend said he could check it out himself if he didn't believe it, but it seemed ridiculous to the blonde guy to use the app. His friend said that it was a very easy way to become popular, because if you post a video on YouTube, you can get up to 100,000 views. The excited guys said they would become stars and get a silver button from just one such video. The boys started to persuade the invincible Sun Hoon, who was able to beat up the tall guys who came with sticks, to join them. The young man replied that he didn't care about popularity and would be busy, and his friend asked why he didn't want to do it. Not wanting to waste time on empty talk, the brave guy started to leave, waving goodbye to his friends, which they were very unhappy about. The brunette was a little scared if they went alone, but the fat guy assured her that everything would be fine. The news on the street reported that a supermoon eclipse was coming soon, which was supposed to start in less than an hour. Meanwhile, Sun Hong was walking down the street and texting his younger sister, but she did not answer his calls and ignored his messages. The young man was curious when Park Sung-joon would stop being silent, because it was already annoying him. Earlier, he had been lying in the hospital, tossing and turning in his sleep as if he had had a nightmare reminding him of something unpleasant. The angry guy jumped out of bed and shouted, asking where the insolent bastard had taken his sister. Realizing that it was all a dream, the surprised young man turned his head and suddenly saw Sun-joon unharmed. The shocked young man couldn't believe that his loved one was standing in the same room without a scratch on her. Excited, Hong immediately reached out to his sister, asking what had happened to her, but she abruptly asked him not to touch her. Angry at him, the girl said that she had been kidnapped by some thugs who knew her brother. She warned that the scoundrel would die if he involved her in his affairs again, which sounded shocking to him. The brunette also threw the boy's phone on the bed, and he wondered why she had taken it. Before leaving, the angry girl slightly insulted the blonde young man, who was confused and didn't even know how to behave. Unable to leave the room, he shouted, asking where Park Sun-jung had gone, but heard no response. Stressed out, Song-hoon didn't understand what was going on, and even the teacher didn't know the details of what had happened. At that moment, the blonde boy said that his sister's savior had also saved his phone, but he had no idea who it was. At that moment, a notification came to his phone, and the guy was very happy, realizing that his sister had replied. But it turned out that one of his friends had sent him a message with their location, saying that they were going on an adventure. The angry boy wanted to smash his phone, calling his friends idiots because he had already said that he would not go with them. They really pissed him off at that moment, but he raised his head and suddenly calmed down when he saw something interesting. Ahead of him was an inconspicuous place that for some reason impressed him. The stunned boy couldn't believe it, and without thinking twice went inside, as if it were important to him. Just a few minutes later, Sun Hong was sitting on a chair in front of a fortune teller by candlelight, who decided not to waste any time and started the conversation. Not the most pleasant-looking woman, but a haughty one, asked what was bothering him and suggested that it was luck, love, or rewards. Slightly flustered, the young man said that wasn't why he had come, and the fortune teller asked why then. Feeling awkward, the young man hinted that he wanted to use her abilities for his own purposes. However, he couldn't formulate a sentence for a long time, and this began to annoy the woman. The strict lady asked him to speak faster, and the nervous young man shouted, asking if she could see anyone around him. His words shocked the elderly lady, and Sun Hong, who was sweating profusely, thought it was all nonsense. But it was the only explanation, because after he survived, Hua Jae-hee disappeared under strange circumstances, and Park Sun-joon was saved. The tense young man was sure that someone else was living inside him, because everything pointed to it. The nail-biting blonde desperately needed to get rid of the guy who controlled him when he was unconscious. Unexpectedly, the imperturbable fortune teller gave a positive answer to the question asked by the client. She added that she saw someone around the agitated young man, who was even more surprised at that moment. Jumping up from his chair, the guy exclaimed that he knew it and began to stare intently into the fortune teller's eyes. He said loudly that he wanted to meet this person and asked if it was possible. The emotionless old woman replied that if he wanted to meet him, he would have to search for him. Her strange words puzzled the discouraged Sun Hoon, who replied that he could not do that. Soon it dawned on the young man what he had to do to meet him, and it was as if a fire had been lit inside him. Thanking the witch doctor, the boy ran away in joy, but she shouted after him that he had not paid for her services and called him a bastard. The enthusiastic blonde rushed to his friends to go on an adventure with them. He ran past an inconspicuous man in black, who turned out to be Xiao Li, hiding his face, who had decided to follow him. The secretive hero calmly walked down the street behind Sun Hong, who was running headlong to his friends. The blonde-haired man had trouble finding his way, even with the help of the navigators on his phone, and couldn't figure out which way to turn. Still, he figured out which way to turn, and the brave man analyzed the situation and made conclusions in his head. According to the mechanic, the contract holders were tracking down the blonde man, believing that he was the one who killed Crazy Jack. There were many ideas on how to find the perpetrators, but now it was not necessary for Su Li, who was hiding his face. At the same time, the guy understood that mercenaries could come while tracking the hooligan, and a notification suddenly came to his phone. The red-haired young man immediately took his phone out of his pocket to check his messages. Suddenly, he turned around and started to leave, while the fool Song Hong was busy figuring out the road. Jack's head from the bag asked if the daredevil would not go after the blonde-haired man, to which a positive answer was given. On the day Park's son Jun left her brother's phone, the main character installed a tracking app on it. The killer called him a bastard in a friendly manner, and the fighter himself continued to move forward, initially without responding. Then he agreed with his new ally, but they had more important things to do than chase the blonde man. Lifting his head, the cool-headed guy said that an eclipse would soon begin and a blood moon would rise. Seriously, he added that now was the time to attend the ceremony, so he headed there. Late in the evening, the exhausted Sun Hong finally reached his destination, where he said it was time for him to quit smoking. The exhausted kid couldn't even imagine that there was such a place in the neighborhood that he had never been to before. Alerted, the young man wondered why he didn't see his friends, who were supposed to call him. First, the blonde-haired boy decided to call one of his friends, but his number was unavailable, which made him feel uneasy. The confused hooligan wondered why the guys had turned off their phones and assumed that they might have turned on airplane mode. The fortune teller Ajuma said that he should meet his friends, but that didn't help him at all. In an instant, Sun Hong remembered an app called Mysterious Note, which he immediately opened on his phone. The excited young man remembered that his friends were going to shoot a video, which meant he could meet them if he joined them. He guessed that he was about 300 meters away from them and saw his friends' markers on the map. At that moment, the wary young man realized that if random locations were being indicated here, then this must be a different place. Still, the reckless kid decided not to worry about it and just went ahead, blindly believing that it would work. Meanwhile, the main character was invited to the opening ceremony by an unknown number. Late at night, the imperturbable Su Li sat on the steps in an inconspicuous place, reflecting on life. Without showing any emotion, the guy carefully read the message on his phone, not understanding what it was. A mysterious note opened on his mobile device, but he had never heard of it before. The young man asked if it was true that someone had named the ceremony that way, but Jack had never seen anything like it before and knew nothing about it. His ally knew that the ritual was performed during a blood moon, and that the entrance to it varied and could differ depending on the region. The psychic added that there was no choice but to get to know them, and another notification popped up on the hero's phone. The system wrote that his destination had been selected, after which he was asked if he wanted to start. The alarmed fighter instantly realized that if the target was 100 meters away, he needed to act as quickly as possible. At that moment, he glanced in the direction of the target, while Jack did not understand what was happening. Grabbing his backpack, the brave man rushed off, keeping a serious face, while his ally was confused. After covering a short distance, the daredevil stopped and froze in place, as if something unexpected had happened. It suddenly became very dark around him, and now the guy could only see the tracks in front of him. The brave fighter, who had gone through worse trials, was not at all alarmed by what was happening. A few inches away from him, the young man suddenly saw human bones, which was an alarming sign. He understood that the mysterious note was connected with the ceremony for future contract holders, and that the skull had appeared here for a reason. Sully assumed that the owner was somewhere nearby, and suddenly an unknown man approached him. The serious hero immediately swung his fist, but the agitated man shouted that he was giving up and asked him to stop. The rude guy asked who he was, and his counterpart replied that he wanted to ask him the same thing. For the first few seconds, the calm fighter did not respond to the stranger, trying to analyze the situation. In the end, he bowed his head and apologized, explaining that his reflexes had gotten the better of him. Looking at the human remains, the man said that they needed to raise the alarm immediately after what they had seen. The homeless man said he lived nearby and had seen many similar things, and Sue Lee asked if there were more human bones somewhere else. The unkempt gentleman added that these were dead bodies that had been hit by a train, which is why they were sticking out of the ground. He also suggested that these bones might be here for another reason, and the main character thought deeply about this. After that, the eccentric pointed his thumb at his throat, hinting that it could all be a murder. The brave man asked if his counterpart thought that the killer had left the bodies there, and he replied that that was not all. Suddenly, the homeless man exclaimed that he had witnessed the moment of the terrible massacre, and this piqued Sue Lee's interest. The young man asked for more details, but the man replied that it was a dangerous place and began to chase the boy away. At that moment, he roughly pushed the boy away and began to walk off in an unknown direction. The persistent fighter was not going to leave so easily and, standing in place, thought deeply about something. The daredevil turned again to the unkempt gentleman, who immediately stopped and paid attention to him. Approaching him, the young man said he had one question, but the eccentric reminded him that he had asked him not to come near. Getting close to him, the fearless Lee asked why he was staying in this terrible place. At that moment, the villain reached into his pocket, and the observant young man immediately realized that he was up to something. Not allowing his opponent to carry out his plans, the fighter grabbed his wrist and a sharp knife fell to the ground. The scruffy guy felt a sharp pain in his arm from the boy's strong grip, but he didn't rush to say anything. Looking him in the eyes with an incredibly frightening gaze, the stern hero asked if he was a murderer. At that moment, an agitated Sun Hong was moving through the abandoned building, trying to find Gong Jin and Yang Gang, shining his flashlight everywhere and asking them to respond. The eerie location reminded him of an abandoned school, which made him incredibly scared. The young man couldn't understand what was wrong with this educational institution because there was no name written at the entrance, and it didn't appear on the map either. Ahead, the tense blonde saw someone's silhouette and suggested in a trembling voice that it was a ghost. He also considered the possibility that Jack the Ripper had returned, which immediately sent shivers down his spine. The cowardly young man decided that his friends were unlikely to be hanging around here, so he headed home. Moving toward the front door, the young man suddenly stopped, as if something had clicked in his head. The confused hooligan wondered why he was scared, since he always considered himself a tough guy. The youngster wondered what would happen if a ghost or monster jumped out, because he had something even scarier. Seeing a dirty mirror ahead, he smiled frighteningly, and his eyeballs turned black for a moment, and there was talk of a second personality. Meanwhile, the stern Sue Lee held the weirdo tightly by the wrist and asked him if he was a murderer and where all these bones came from. Hearing no answer and seeing only fear in his eyes, the merciless fighter grabbed the villain by the throat and began to choke him. Then the brave man knocked his opponent to the ground, causing him to hit the back of his head on the ground and experience severe pain. The extremely serious hero asked if the homeless man had killed the people whose remains were scattered everywhere. The terrified man replied in a trembling voice that he had not done so, but the brave man did not believe him. The inquisitive young man asked why he had a knife in that case, and the vagrant was slightly confused, not knowing how to answer. Suddenly, he exclaimed that he was trying to defend himself and apologized to the young man, who listened to him attentively. When the young man saw the serial killer, he also noticed him, so he had to accept that death was inevitable. Then the tyrant advised him to keep his mouth shut if he wanted to live, and also not to leave this place. The cold-blooded villain ordered him to stay there and chase away anyone who came, because now it was his responsibility. The homeless man tried to escape many times, but the killer sewed a tracking device into his stomach, making it impossible. Folding his hands together, the beggar begged Sue Lee to believe his words, and he did so with obvious sincerity. The main character didn't believe a word he said, but something about it seemed rather strange to him. Noticing the knife, the guy noted in his mind that it was too clean, so there were no traces of murder. The first thing the guy asked was where the person who had imprisoned the vagrant in this place was, but he was afraid to answer. Still, the agitated man pointed to the hill where the container was located, in which the killer lived. The perceptive fighter immediately took a closer look and understood which direction he needed to go. The chained man asked if he would help him, but Seo Lee noted that there were too many inconsistencies in his words, so he asked him to sit down for now. Meanwhile, Song Hong was in an abandoned school building, searching the classrooms but finding nothing of interest. He had one last room to check, and upon entering it, he saw only destruction and cracked walls. The blond man doubted that he would find anything useful inside, but decided not to pass it by. Suddenly, he saw a strange green slime under his feet and carelessly stepped in it. The dissatisfied kid immediately began to wipe his shoes, which he liked very much and didn't want to get dirty. The angry young man decided to go home so as not to get into any more trouble, but suddenly he saw something on the wall. A strange inscription caught his eye, indicating a place to meet him, but San Hong couldn't make sense of it. The young man soon realized that he was in the right place, so he changed his mind about going home. At the same time, Shuli had already approached the container that the tied-up vagrant had told him about. But the cool-headed fighter did not sense anyone's presence inside, even though he had gone in search of the killer. The brave man assumed that the tyrant had gone somewhere, but he was in no hurry to leave the scene and decided to think for a while. He noticed a notification that had suddenly appeared on his phone and could contain something important. The serious hero took out his mobile device and began to read the text on the screen. On a black background, in white letters, was a request to go through the door, which was a little alarming. The daredevil did not feel that anyone was watching him, but he remained tense. The young man remembered that this was a simulation of a ceremony, so everything that was happening around him was not surprising. It immediately dawned on him that the homeless man chained to her was also involved, and this had to be taken into account. In any case, that's what the main character thought, and he didn't waste any more time reaching for the door handle. Keeping a cool head, he said that it was time to play a little, and meanwhile, his soul was calm. In turn, San Hong also opened one of the doors of the abandoned school, and his face changed dramatically. The stunned blonde saw a luxurious room in front of him with a beautiful view. The discouraged young man couldn't believe that this was their home, where he once lived with his loved ones. He tensed up even more when he heard human voices nearby, as it was unexpected. On tiptoe, the boy moved toward the kitchen, where the rest of his family was sitting. Seeing his father talking about everyday matters, the boy immediately realized that this was a memory from his childhood. Sitting next to him was a sullen boy with black hair, who looked down at the floor with a sad expression. Slightly surprised, Sun Hong immediately realized that this was him in the past, although it was quite difficult to recognize himself. The young man remembered this scene perfectly and began to watch it, reliving all those emotions again. The head of the family got up from the table and told his son that it was time to go so that he could see his mother one last time. After that, they said goodbye and started to move somewhere, but the current Hong couldn't bear to watch. The guy just turned away and walked off to the side because this event made his childhood wounds ache. Suddenly, the blond man saw a family photo on the shelf where they were all happy and simply enjoying life. Without showing any particular emotion, the young man simply thought to himself that those were good times. The photo showed him with his mother, father, and sister Park Sun-jun, but there was someone else standing on the edge. When he saw the strange child, the young man's face changed dramatically, as if something had suddenly alarmed him. The stunned young man wondered who this little boy with a completely black face was. At the same time, the fearless Xu Li entered the room, but it was completely empty. At that moment, the young man's expression changed dramatically, and he froze in shock, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Behind him was a man who addressed him in a familiar voice, as if he were Si, which sounded shocking. The polite gentleman with glasses smiled and asked the boy not to leave the house, hoping that he would listen. The main character instantly turned into a child, staring at his father with wide eyes. The loving father knelt down and put his hands on his son's shoulders, who, being shocked, simply froze. The woman told her husband that it was time to leave, although the man wanted to spend more time with his child. Shuli was even more stunned because he could see his mother, whom he missed very much, standing right in front of him. His father realized that it was really time to leave, and his wife asked him what he was thinking, since he was in such a hurry. The boy wanted to cry because he had seen the parents he had lost, but now was not the time, and it was not the right situation. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, asking his loved ones not to go anywhere, because he wanted to stay with them a little longer. The hero remembered very well the terrible day when his mom and dad died, so he didn't want to let them go anywhere. The youngster really wanted to go home, not to a hotel, but his mother said that there was a great swimming pool here, which was why they stayed, because he had asked for it himself. Patting her son on the head, she promised that they would meet up with a friend and come back to him soon. His parents started moving toward the front door, and Su Li had to come up with something immediately. Suddenly, he jumped up and rushed toward his loved ones, determined not to let them go. Blocking the exit, the persistent boy cried out that they simply could not go anywhere, and this began to alarm the couple. The brave boy understood that his parents would die if he left them. But if he went with them, he would not be able to defend himself in his child's body. His worried mom and dad started thinking about what to do, but the hero kept repeating in his mind that he didn't want to lose them, even if it was an illusion. Suddenly, the boy felt very dizzy and nauseous, but the reason for this was unclear. His worried parents tried to understand what was going on and calm their son down, but nothing worked. After a short time, the boy opened his eyes but did not understand where he was. Soon he realized that he was inside a wardrobe and remembered how his father and mother had hidden him there. He didn't know it at the time because he was only 7 years old, but now it seemed to him that his parents had slipped him a sleeping pill. Perhaps it was a good idea to put him to sleep because the couple had saved their child's life that way. Jumping out of the closet, the young man said to himself that he knew very well that they were about to die. The boy really wanted to help his loved ones because their terrible death was inevitable. The main character was very nervous because he was late due to the sleeping pill, and perhaps his parents were already dead. At that moment, his face was extremely serious because the situation forced him to hurry. Reaching sharply for the door handle, the child screamed in his head that he was already running to help his mom and dad. Suddenly, Su Li had a premonition that he shouldn't open the door, and this made him very wary. First, the boy decided to look through the peephole and then decide what to do, so he stood on a chair. Keeping calm, he began to look carefully, trying to see something. Behind the door, the hero saw the bloodied bodies of his own parents, whom he, unfortunately, had been unable to save. The first thought that came to his mind was that this was the end, because he had failed to protect his loved ones from death. Suddenly, near the bodies of his mother and father, the boy noticed a stranger who was covered in blood. The brave man had never seen the mysterious man before, who suddenly felt his gaze on him. The strange gentleman froze in place, realizing that someone was staring at him. Turning abruptly, the killer blinded the protagonist with his violet eyes and asked what he was staring at. The boy was so frightened that he immediately stumbled and fell to the floor, trying to understand what had happened. Finding himself in the present, Su Li felt a strong sense of anxiety in his soul, but tried to remain calm. Breathing heavily, the stunned young man wondered what the hell was going on here, but could not find the answers. He wondered how he could get back, his breathing still rapid, his heart pounding. On the table, the brave man saw a small pot with glass on top, from which light smoke was coming. The observant hero immediately recognized the plant that was smoldering and causing changes in consciousness. Now the guy understood that the leaf had caused the hallucinations and brought back forgotten memories. Su Li noted in his thoughts that it was like a journey into the past, and in it he felt everything anew. The young man did not know if that guy was involved in the death of his parents, but that question still had to be answered. At the same time, the young man could not understand whether the baptism ceremony was over and soon turned his attention back to the notification. The system congratulated him on passing the first test, and now he had to choose the next step to proceed to the second test. The same message was received by the tense Sun Hong, who considered it all nonsense. Seeing the smoldering plant on the table, the blond man realized that it was causing illusions. At that moment, everyone sensed danger, and Park Sung-joon clearly felt it too, if the events were in the past. The bully had gone through a series of strange episodes and had gone too far with his fears, so he should have returned long ago. They made the boy's fear a little boring, and now he had to choose one of 3 doors to pass the test. Looking up, Song-hun really did see 3 passages, but where they led was completely unknown. Gathering all his strength, the fearless young man decided to check everything and began to approach the doors. Before that, he had seen slime on the left and middle handles, but the last one was clean, which attracted him. Normally, he should have chosen the right door, but it was clearly a trap or something similar. A few seconds later, the young man chose the middle door and started walking towards it, feeling that he had made the right choice. Meanwhile, inside the room were a thin and a fat fighter, staring greedily at the boy. Stunned, the boy first asked who they were, as he had never seen them before. At that moment, a long-haired man was in the shower stall of one of the luxurious rooms. Suddenly, something seemed to click in the man's head, and he tensed up, but didn't show it. After a short while, he came out of the bathroom and immediately put on his bathrobe. Leaning his hands on the kitchen counter, the man said in a low voice that he couldn't stand it. Memories that did not exist suddenly came into his mind and did not give him peace even for a second. Gritting his teeth, the stern gentleman insisted that this was impossible, but the harsh reality was what it was. The number 200-306 suddenly popped into his head, making him feel even more uneasy. A couple of minutes later, the phone rang, and the positive guy answered, saying he would be brief. In a frightening tone, he ordered that the list of guests who lived in the room with the long number be brought immediately. At the same time, the skinny guy said that this was the blonde guy they needed, and the fat guy noted that that was why he had come. The dissatisfied man reminded them that, according to him, he should be in that room, but the fat man insisted on his position. The fat man said that he had simply asked him to come after smearing slime on the door handles, and they argued about it for a long time. The idiots argued for a long time, and the discouraged Sun Hong didn't understand what was wrong with them and why they were so strange. They reacted as if they knew him, but he was seeing them for the first time in his life, so he just froze in place. The tense guy decided that he needed to leave in time without attracting personal attention, and began to quietly move toward the door. But his intentions were immediately thwarted by one of his opponents, who instantly struck the wall. His actions somewhat frightened the blonde guy, who was confident that he would be able to sneak unnoticed into the corridor. With a frightening grin, the villain asked if the kid really wanted to rudely leave the people who were waiting for him. Sun Hong, who was very nervous, was confused and asked for forgiveness. But that did little to change the difficult situation. The confused boy asked if the man opposite him knew him, but then there was a short silence. The man called these words stupid and asked if the kid really thought he wouldn't notice, and heard an affirmative answer. The rude man grabbed the boy by his shirt and pulled him toward him, exclaiming that it was impossible. Continuing to exert psychological pressure with a frightening smile, the killer said that such a silly trick would not work on him. Trying to reach the door, the blonde kept repeating to himself that it was very dangerous here, and he needed to get out immediately. His opponent said that his attempts were useless, which made the boy even more anxious. His opponent said that there were 3 doors outside, but here there was only one, and it was extremely unusual. It was said that it was a portal from which there was no exit, and the nervous blonde had no idea how such a thing was even possible. The young man did not understand what this fool was talking about, but decided not to dwell on it, thinking that it did not matter. Suddenly, Sun Hoon's sharp gaze fell on a dilapidated wooden window, and an idea instantly formed in his head. He immediately made the decision to escape through the window, then grabbed his opponent's arm, trying to break free. Holding on tightly to his opponent, the brave young man began to move sideways, intending to throw him off. He managed to use a powerful wrestling move, thanks to which his enemy lost his coordination. The surprised fat man froze in place and watched the exciting fight, which looked very impressive. The skinny guy fell to the floor and began to breathe heavily, while the fat guy secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself that he deserved it. The nimble blonde realized that he had a chance to escape and started to do so, but was suddenly grabbed by the scruff of his neck. The skinny fighter jumped up sharply and pulled him toward him, throwing him aside and asking why the kid was resisting. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, the stunned Sun Hong began to choke, and beads of sweat ran down his face. Suddenly calming down, the man asked why the youngster was trying to escape, and where the guy who killed Jack was. The very nervous young man couldn't understand who he was talking about for the first few minutes, but soon it finally dawned on him that he had seen the long-haired monster who had killed many people. The blonde-haired young man suddenly said that he had a video of the dead psychopath, but his behavior seemed strange. The confused gentleman suggested that the kid was talking about someone else and asked if he was sure he was talking to him. The cold-blooded Sun Hong firmly said that he had not killed Jack, but was his dead version. The abrupt statement greatly alarmed the thin fighter, who did not understand anything, but froze silently in place. Turning around, he told the fat man that this kid was crazy, and his comrade agreed with him for the first time in a long time. Still, the man decided not to dwell on it and calm down, as if pursuing some idea in his head. With a frightening laugh, the psychopath swung his arm at the boy, shouting that there was no such thing as a normal owner. Slightly confused, the bully wanted to say something in response, but didn't have time and grimaced. However, he managed to ask his opponent to stop, and to his great surprise, it worked. The gentleman asked what he wanted, and the boy reminded him in a trembling voice that he wanted something from him. The serious blonde wondered if the weakling wanted to meet Jack the Ripper and said that he was not him. He confused his opponent even more by saying that he had dealt with the monster, but it wasn't that simple. The angry fighter swung his fist at him and shouted, asking if he thought it was funny. The young man suddenly exclaimed that the killer was another version of himself, and that sounded alarming. The kid realized that he had only one chance to get out alive, and clenching his trembling fists, began to repeat something to his opponent. Looking sternly into his opponent's eyes, he said that the other personality inside him had dealt with Jack. The stunned men froze in place and stared at him in bewilderment, feeling a slight uneasiness inside. Maintaining his frightening gaze, the bully said that he would not let the terrible personality meet the weakling. According to the system notification, the condition for passing the second test was to eliminate obstacles. The main character, reading the notifications and wandering through the forest, tried to figure out where the targets for destruction were. At one point, the alert young man looked to the side, hoping to see something. He noticed that Jack hadn't moved for a long time, but he didn't think the madman was dead because he was still breathing. The cool-headed Sue Lee wondered if this hallucination was real and if it could be trusted. The next second, the brave man's face changed dramatically and he froze in place, but it was unclear what was happening. The young man felt a severe headache in the center of his brain, which almost caused him to lose his coordination. It turned out to be a warning sign, so the trickster jumped sharply to the side, thanks to which he remained unharmed. A stranger suddenly emerged from the bushes and calmly remarked that he had good instincts. The gray-haired gentleman said that if the boy stayed here, his body would be torn in two. The man asked if it was true that they were here to be baptized, and the stern Lee looked silently into his eyes. He called it ironic that he himself did not always dodge, and the fighter suggested that this man was the obstacle. The old man said that since that day he always relied on his feelings and suggested that it was all about age. Suddenly, the stranger simply vanished, leaving only small gusts of wind in his wake. The puzzled hero tried to figure out where he had gone, and the man standing behind him said that he usually kills strangers. Seeing the young man's potential, the gray-haired man decided to let him go for now, because all the new recruits were nobodies, and he was already beginning to get upset. The gentleman noted that if these people had even half the abilities of the young man, they would at least be useful. Before leaving, he wished the young man luck and walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. But at one point, the wary man stopped, as if he sensed something was wrong behind him. The daredevil naively believed that he could deal with him, so he rushed into the attack with particular malice. The young man's face changed dramatically from shock when his kick to his opponent's head failed. His unperturbed opponent was able to block the blow without much effort, remaining unharmed. The old man decided to demonstrate his power to the youngster in order to knock him aside and teach him a lesson. However, the nimble youngster was not going to give up and struggled as best he could, hoping to break free. However, his next attack was unsuccessful, as the modest gentleman blocked it again. Smiling, the main character noted to himself that his elderly opponent was quite good. The focused man decided to make his move and tried to strike, but Sue Lee was no slouch either and managed to dodge. Seeing his opponent's long weapon in front of him, the young man tensed up but tried not to show it. At high speed, the brave man began to wriggle in every possible way to avoid being hit, and he did it masterfully. The gentleman noted that immediately after he said that the young man had good instincts, he should have behaved like a fool. The stranger was sure that the guy already knew everything, because in his opinion, he looked quite smart. Suddenly, it was said that there was an unimaginable gap in their skills, which sounded a little scary. He asked if the young man wanted to continue, adding that he could use this as an excuse and call it the audacity of a novice. In his hand, the strange man continued to fiddle with the stick that made him almost invincible. A sharp device flew past the red-haired boy's eyes, which could have taken his head off in an instant. Tense, Sue Lee immediately turned around to see what the consequences of the shot were. Behind him, the hero saw a tree and a large hollow into which his opponent's long projectile had landed. A few seconds later, a crow fell out of it, but an arrow was sticking out of its head, so it showed no signs of life. The man, who was not particularly happy, emphasized that he was indeed losing his touch, as he had expected more. The old man noticed that since this happened, they were still being followed. The gentleman thought he was taking advantage of this, but the bewildered hero had no idea what he was talking about. Smiling as he looked into the young man's eyes, the gray-haired man said that he had suddenly become a test subject. He was curious about what they had named him and began to list possible options, while the brave man looked at him sternly. Deciding not to waste time on empty chatter, the eccentric man said that it didn't matter. In an instant, all smiles disappeared from his face, and now the completely serious old man declared that he wanted to teach a lesson. Raising his index finger, the stranger asked Sue Lee to watch carefully and emphasized that he had not taken the level of difficulty into account at all. Pointing at him, the stranger said that he would give him important advice, but he didn't seem to want it very much. Without warning, the cool-headed opponent launched an attack and said that his tuition would be expensive. Unexpectedly, his heel was right in front of the eyes of the hero, who froze in place, not knowing how to behave. Meanwhile, the nervous Sun Hong was trying to convince the fighters that Jack had been dealt with by his other personality. He understood that this was the only way to get out alive, and continued to say that even he found it hard to believe. The blonde man claimed that another person lived inside him, and that it was this person who had killed the psychopath. Feeling very confused, the two men froze in place for a moment, as if they had lost the power of speech. Giving them a frightening look, the guy said he could let them meet his inner monster. The enraged weakling swung his fist at him and asked if the pathetic kid had been reading too many comic books. But his fat friend suddenly interrupted the conversation, saying that he had heard about it, which attracted the attention of the others. He said that people with dissociative disorder have two or more personalities that can control a person's behavior at different times. The skinny fighter, who was sweating profusely, agreed that this was correct and said that he knew about this syndrome, although he couldn't even pronounce its name. The skinny guy apologized to Sun Hun for his mistake, admitting that a super rookie couldn't be such a noob. The man asked the kid to transform right now because he wanted to talk to his second version. Unexpectedly, the blonde replied that he still did not know how to switch, which caused a strong shock to his counterpart. Feeling awkward, he promised to call if he figured out how to do it, which seemed very ridiculous and presumptuous. The surprised gentleman asked if they could exchange numbers and call each other later, and the nervous young man gave a positive answer without hesitation. The hot-tempered fighter immediately pinned him against the wall and shouted, asking if he was seriously mocking him, after which Hun became frightened again. Then the impulsive bully asked the fat man to remind him of the full name of dissociative identity disorder. He asked what the cause was, and the fat guy replied that severe stress was the main culprit. The skinny guy agreed with him completely and turned his attention back to the blonde kid. The villain glared at the kid, muttering something under his breath, which made the situation even more tense. But in an instant, the fighter noticed that while he was distracted, the blonde boy had disappeared somewhere. The discouraged villain tried to figure out where the guy had gone, because just a moment ago, he had been in his clutches. The nimble fighter circled around his opponent from behind and suddenly put him in a chokehold, causing him to experience severe stress. Without further ado, the young man pulled his opponent toward him to knock him off his feet, while continuing to choke him. The daredevil decided that if he was going to die anyway, he might as well try everything he could. He was curious why the fat man was just standing there looking away, while his companion was losing the ability to breathe. The embittered weakling asked the Greek if they all thought he was nothing, and tried to break free. With a sly smile, Sun Hong said in his inner voice that it wasn't that easy for his opponent to escape. Suddenly, the boy's face changed dramatically, and he felt a sharp pain in his hands, causing his grip to weaken. The villain still managed to break free, but he felt intense pain in his neck, for which he was very angry with the boy. Sun Hong, who was incredibly nervous, felt as if his hand had just burned up in an instant, as the pain was unbearable. But when he saw that it was actually freezing, the young man realized that he was suffering from severe frostbite. The enemy asked how a stupid bastard dared to fool the contract holders, which sounded alarming. The tense daredevil thought for a moment. He was facing people with superpowers, like the bald gangster he had dealt with before. The fat man asked his friend to be careful, because this was still the man who had killed Jack, and he asked him to cover him. The embittered weakling said he had to take off his gloves and threatened to beat the idiot to a pulp in a minute. With no intention of showing mercy, the fighter rushed into battle, but the excited young man managed to jump aside. The discouraged blonde said to himself that he had almost died, but he was still lucky. He immediately noticed that after his opponent's blow, he began to turn into ice. At the same time, Su Li, frozen in place, saw the heel of an unfamiliar old man who had decided to teach him a lesson. The elderly man tried to swing, but the nimble young man managed to dodge, emphasizing his potential. Because of his careless actions, another crow flying nearby was killed. The merciless gentleman threw his sharp device, which spun in flight, looking masterful. Showing his professionalism, he quickly picked up the iron rod and continued to swing it. The cold-blooded opponent suddenly swung his sword near the protagonist's face, who managed to pull his head back. The perceptive guy realized that the old idiot was not going to attack, but simply decided to stage a spectacular execution. Moving sharply to the side, the brave man decided to switch from defense to attack, because time was running out. For the first few seconds, the young man simply stood still and studied his opponent, trying to figure out how he would proceed. Pulling his hoodie hood tight, the daredevil smiled, calling the fight rather tedious. The gray-haired man noted that it must be tolerable, because the kid was smiling despite what he was saying. He exclaimed that this meant he would have to speed up the process because the boy was still not exhausted. The steel pin was again pressed against the face of the main character, whose gaze was very stern. The observant Su Li watched the stick's movements closely so as not to miss the blow. The trickster skillfully dodged his opponent's attacks and, in between, moved closer to him to strike. The old man was impressed that the youngster could dodge everything at such a high speed. The gentleman assumed that, seeing how the speed was slowing down, the young man must be close to his limit. He was amused that the naive boy could think he had the ability to continue in the same vein. Swinging at the boy once more, the old man decided to see what the hero was really made of. At that moment, the gray-haired man's face changed dramatically from shock, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Su Li's cool and attentive gaze began to greatly unnerve his opponent. Finally, the elderly gentleman realized that his opponent was tracking his attacks, and this changed the situation dramatically. At that moment, he was slightly confused, but tried not to show it so as not to completely ruin his chance of winning. Earlier, the young man had consulted Jack about fighting, who advised him to avoid all blows. Smiling, the head reminded him that a person without healing abilities must be extremely careful. The psychopath added that they needed to know why the hero had to resist all attacks, but he decided to just use his skills. His self-confidence seemed amusing to Jack, who knew perfectly well that it wasn't that simple, and he suggested playing cham-cham. The kid asked why he should do that, and the killer wondered if it was true that he had no friends to play with because he was a loner. Su Li agreed to chat, but said he would go first, and his counterpart did not object, because he had no hands to point with. After that, the young man raised his hand and began to say something, thinking to himself that it all annoyed him. But after a few seconds, the ever-smiling Jack simply turned away, even though his ally asked him to look. Suddenly, the madman admitted defeat, and the serious hero immediately asked why he had done so. Smiling, the killer said that his head turned better to the right, and he was just using what he had. These words made the perceptive guy think, and he immediately fell silent. His comrade noted that the guy had finally come to his senses, and then a brief silence ensued. Su Li believed that demonstrating healing abilities and relying on them was no different from playing around with chatter first. In order not to repeat the same mistake, a fighter must practice so as not to rely solely on his skills. At that moment, he stood before a pensive old man who was waiting for him to do something. The elderly gentleman continued to swing his iron stick, while the brave young man silently analyzed his behavior. The extremely serious young man asked why his opponent had stopped, since the training was coming to an end. Laughing into his hand, the man asked if the young man was using him as a practice partner. Continuing to laugh, the gray-haired man noted that this was very good, calling the hero an interesting young man. The main character must take into account all the little things in order to predict the enemy's movements and goals. At the same time, the gray-haired gentleman noted that it was almost impossible to track such movements quickly with the eyes. But Su Li had just done it. The tense man was curious how the young warrior had managed to do it. The young man suggested that it was all due to his opponent's slowness, as there were no other reasons to give. The old man couldn't believe that his actions were really not fast enough for such a fight. Scratching the back of his head, the young fighter said that he had thought about it every free day. He couldn't stop thinking about how to make the fastest attack, apart from the ones his opponent had shown him. The polite gentleman admitted that the pace of his training was too slow for the main character. He apologized to his outstanding student without hesitation and said that they did not need to waste time warming up. The focused young man watched his opponent's actions closely, as he could be very cunning. Smiling and holding a magic wand in his hands, the mentor asked the boy to go straight to the difficult lesson. With a sharp movement, the man held out a sharp object in front of him, and the brave boy ran toward him like a bull. The daredevil mentally noted that the old man was much slower than Jack's attacks and felt confident. Clenching his fist tightly, the boy thought to himself that practice was over and it was time to act decisively. He believed that his time had come to act, so he swung at the old man, who was taken aback by the surprise. The cunning young man could clearly see with his naked eye that his opponent was trying to attack, but the man managed to dodge perfectly, and the tip of his weapon was stained with blood. The tense Su Li did not even have time to understand what was happening, but the sharp weapon pierced his skin near his collarbone. The mentor whispered that the boy had finally learned his lesson and emphasized that there were attacks from which he could not escape, even if saw everything. Meanwhile, the fierce runt tried to beat up Sun Hun, who infuriated him with his attempts to escape. The fighter relentlessly used the freezing technique to prevent the stunned boy from carrying out his plans. The angry man shouted that the bastard was running away, and the blonde-haired kid exclaimed as he ran that he had no choice. He was very frightened by the fact that his opponent could freeze him with a single touch of his hand, so he had to run away. The stern-looking man said that if he didn't want to die, he should just summon his second personality. The blonde boy realized that he had no other options and decided to take extreme measures. For a moment, his face changed dramatically from nerves, but he had to try to keep himself under control. Stopping abruptly, the daredevil mentally told himself that he would do it and mustered as much courage as he could. Recalling past moments, he came to the conclusion that in all those cases he had simply lost consciousness. The perceptive Su Li realized that he would have to attack first, but his crazy opponent had already lunged at him. The young man understood that this might serve as a call to his second personality, so it was worth a try. The alarmed young man simply closed his eyes and concentrated, hoping very much that it would help him. Shockingly, he actually managed to grab his opponent's wrist, preventing him from using his superpower. The nervous fighter did not feel his second self coming and wondered what would happen if it did when he died. The young man believed that this was better than dying a dog's death, so he rushed into battle without hesitation. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't sacrifice his life, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the weakling in the stomach, whose eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Unable to resist, the opponent collapsed to the floor, and the disconcerted Sun Hong couldn't even believe that he had done it. The shocked young man thought to himself that the same thing had happened before, but all his blows had become much stronger. Seeing his opponent in pain, the brave man realized that his plan had worked and assumed that the man was simply weak. At that moment, the young man felt confident and was no longer afraid of anything, which made him feel very good. The fat man in turn stood aside, sweating profusely and biting his nails without even thinking of helping his comrade. Meanwhile, the skinny guy took another blow to the stomach from the merciless Sun Hun, who was already tired of this circus. The enemy fell to the floor once again like a bag of trash, which once again emphasized the fighter's strength. It turned out that summoning the second version of himself was quite simple, and there was no reason to be afraid. So now the guy was encouraged. The sweaty fat man just stood aside and did not interfere, so the brave man did not consider him dangerous. The embittered brave man reminded himself that he was the leader of Paiko High and could not die in such a world. Suddenly, the stern fat man became very angry and his face began to change, which looked very frightening. The blonde hooligan immediately noticed the change, and his confidence dropped slightly at that moment. The stunned young man thought that the fat man would not interfere, but it turned out that he had underestimated him. He was curious about the wild grin that appeared on the fat man's face, who had previously just stood aside and was afraid to even say anything. Suddenly, the skinny guy jumped up from the floor and grabbed the moron by his t-shirt, shouting, asking if he was really gonna die. He was furious that his comrade was interfering, even though he was not dead yet, but the fat man assured him that he was just watching. Frozen in place, Song Hong concluded that the allies were not getting along very well, since they had started arguing again. The man warned the fat man one last time, ordering him not to interfere, and he did not contradict him. The stern-looking man told his opponent that the pig would no longer interfere and asked him to continue the fight. He also added that the kid could prepare to lose, but at that very moment, he missed a powerful blow to the jaw. The confident blonde said to himself that he had to stop before the old version returned. His opponent called him a cowardly bastard, while the fat guy stood aside again and watched. Due to severe stress, the fat pig started talking nonsense again, wondering what his feeble-minded comrade was doing. In his head, the fat man noted that the skinny guy was too hot-headed in battle and lost too much energy with each blow. The determined Sun Hong launched another successful attack and hit the skinny guy in the beard before he could do anything. The tense young man understood that his opponent did not have long left and hoped that he would not return to his old self. As a monster in full form, the blonde would start doing terrible things, and that thought pleased him. The fat guy had only one chance to get out alive, but he had to act as quickly as possible. The nail-biting fighter tried to calm down and gather his strength to carry out his plans. Remaining neutral, he began to quietly clench his fist, empowering it with his ability. The angry, skinny guy, in turn, noted that his opponent was not giving him a chance to strike, but that didn't change anything. He was curious to see how long the blonde's energy would last as he continued to beat him relentlessly. The brave man came to the conclusion that he needed to deliver one very powerful attack to finally knock his enemy off balance. Suddenly, he jumped back and began to twist his body to increase his strength, which greatly alarmed his opponent. But soon the excited man realized that this was a great opportunity to use his ability. The skinny fighter couldn't wait to strike, but the serious Sun Hong acted much faster and didn't waste time talking. The angry man reached out his hand toward the youngster, who had already annoyed him considerably with his antics. Seizing the right moment, the nimble young man swung his heel at his jaw to knock him off balance. Suddenly, the boy slipped on a patch of slime, and his plans went down the drain. Discouraged, he wondered what the hell was going on. The contract holder grabbed him sharply by the leg, exclaiming that the kid had finally fallen into his hands. The tense kid realized that the situation was a stalemate, and his opponent began to mutter something under his breath. Suddenly, he exclaimed that instead of hitting him, he would simply freeze Sun Hun, who decided that he needed to do something urgently. Meanwhile, in an unknown room, a man in a robe was watching the broadcast on his phone. He was curious as to why two fighters were fighting against one young man who was putting up a good fight. The mysterious gentleman considered this unfair and decided that such a mistake needed to be corrected immediately. In a few seconds, everything was ready, and all he had to do was tap something on his mobile device once. But the problem was that the stranger did not know if his allies would be able to reach their destination in time. At the same time, Xu Li was wounded by a gray-haired man who discreetly pierced his skin near his collarbone. Reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket, the completely calm old man said that he was impressed by all this. Wiping his weapon, he added that the youngster might naively think he could perfectly dodge all attacks, but the magic wand had other plans. The old man said that his steel object was needed to point at something and began to explain its capabilities. He said that once a decision was made, the magic wand would do anything to the wounded boy. The main character assumed that it was all due to the old man's power, who found these words amusing. The man disagreed with this opinion because all he had was an iron pointer in his hands. He emphasized that the young man was mistaken because the stick was not his power, but decided to explain everything to him clearly. Remaining calm, the mentor said that his skill was not related to these children's toys. Resuming his attack on the inexperienced Xu Li, the old man exclaimed that he still had a lot to teach him. Now the brave young man decided to increase the distance to give himself room to maneuver. Being extremely careful, the young man jumped from side to side, remaining unharmed after the blows. The daredevil noted in his mind that everything was the same as last time, so there was nothing to worry about. So far, everything was going smoothly, and he was calmly dodging the attacks with his pointer, but it was too early to relax. The young man believed that it didn't matter what the cunning old man would use, because he was sure that he would see everything, not missing even the smallest details. At that moment, his gaze was extremely serious and focused, as the situation demanded. Suddenly, his opponent lowered the iron rod, and the hero had to keep his eyes open and remain vigilant. The observant warrior noticed that the pointer was quickly shortening, so there was very little time to act. He had to lower his hands as it approached, and when that happened, the enemy would be ready to strike again. For this reason, the main character did not know what to do until his opponent killed him. The brave man had no time to think while he was dodging attacks, which annoyed him greatly, but he had to keep his cool. The fearless Xu Li noticed his opponent's approaching blow and immediately decided to block it. The cunning old man grinned at that moment, as if he had some unusual idea in his head. The shocking fact was that the man managed to wound the hero in the shoulder again, thus confusing him. Seeing the iron object sticking out of the wound, the discouraged young man tried to understand what had happened. The young man was stunned to realize that the stick had bypassed the bag and pierced him, which he had not expected at all. The calm mentor reminded him that he had perfect control over the stick, so he could attack however he wanted. He added that the pointer was not only comfortable to hold, but also allowed him to change direction and trajectory. The wounded fighter asked if it was true that the old man was only capable of this, and he replied that he did not call it strength. The old man began to mutter something again, maintaining his mystery while the serious Xu Li listened attentively. The gray-haired man said that this power was too great, and that it came from his pointer, which was the source of the power. The words of his counterpart seemed delusional to the young man, and the man asked how he could have gotten this far being so naive. The gentleman said that an object of power is mentioned when an item has abilities, and only those who have a contract can possess it. Each item used unique power, and the hero was lucky because he could see something rare. The old man also exclaimed that the boy had the opportunity to learn his lesson, but his words alarmed him. Meanwhile, the evil dwarf was wondering if Sun Hong had come to his senses, as he already thought they would lose him. Using his ability, he froze the boy's leg, and then noticed that there was glowing slime on his second sock. The fighter immediately became angry when he saw the disgusting green clumps on his opponent's sneaker. First, the weakling yelled at his ally, calling him a fat freak who dared to interfere. Threatening with his fist, the man reminded him that he had asked him to control himself and promised to deal with him if it happened again. The fat man said that the blonde guy was a newbie who had killed Jack, but his friend cried out that the youngster denied it. The very nervous guy was in excruciating pain that burned his leg from the inside, and he was afraid he would freeze to death. The dim-witted Sun Hong considered his opponents to be real morons because they started arguing again and no one was watching him. The skinny guy told the fat guy to take back his words, and the blonde guy reminded himself that these people were serial killers and real monsters. He had no choice but to run away, and while the villains were arguing, there was only one chance to do so. The skinny man asked his ally to look him in the eyes, but he kept looking away and was sweating profusely from nerves. The fat man believed that this young man was not a super rookie, and the skinny man cried out that Jack's killers were hiding inside him. The fat man thought it was necessary to check how this youngster fought because he could turn out to be a weakling. His comrade, who had been silent, finally agreed with him and admitted that it sounded convincing, which made his opponent smile. The villain said that they should not believe without proof, so he began to think much more broadly. At one point, the fools noticed Sun Hun, who was already standing by the window, hoping to escape. Meanwhile, Shuli was in the heat of battle, trying to dodge his opponent's relentless attacks. The backpack could help the young man fight back, but it was unclear what the point was if his opponent changed his trajectory. Smiling old man asked why the boy hadn't given up, as he was sure that he wouldn't be able to avoid the blow. The brave young man agreed that he was right, then suddenly slowed down and stopped in his tracks, which looked strange. Showing fearlessness in his behavior, he casually admitted that he would not be able to hide from the attack. At that very moment, another powerful blow was delivered, and Su Li's blood began to drip onto the ground. Smiling, the gray-haired old man called it excellent work, but he should not have let his guard down. Suddenly, the daredevil grabbed the old man's blood-stained pointer with his hands, catching him off guard. The sharp object pierced his skin, but that didn't stop the young man, and he jumped, surprising the old man even more. The confused man realized that this time he would not be able to dodge, so he was discouraged. At that moment, the cold-blooded hero struck him in the nose with his knee, showing not a shred of compassion. At that moment, Sun Hong, covered in sweat, was caught red-handed, and one of the villains asked if he was going to escape through the window. The angry skinny guy ordered the fat guy to stop the target immediately, and he instantly ran towards the young man. The very tense blonde man found that the window simply would not open, which happened at a very inopportune moment. He had only a few moments left to escape, and the fat man was running faster and faster. Trying to look serious, the ugly pig began to swing at his opponent, not intending to spare him. He remained focused so as not to miss and hit the target accurately, because a lot depended on it tomorrow. At that very moment, the fat man threw a large lump of slime at Sun Hong, who had no choice but to dodge. The very sticky substance immediately got on the young man's hand, preventing him from opening the window. Now his limb was immobilized, and the thin man cried out that the fat man had done an excellent job. The contract holder asked if the boy had chickened out since he had decided to run away, but these questions infuriated him. The fighter reminded them that they had promised to let him live, adding that no one wanted to kill him. Looking coldly at the young man, the gentleman said that he need not worry. In a raised voice, he asked the boy to stop whining, and Sun, who was covered in sweat, did not understand what was happening to the owner. With a wave of his hand, the owner ordered the boy to summon his other self, since he did not want to die. The boy was incapable of doing so, but in the end, the man could have let him live. Suddenly, red patches appeared on the opponent's right hand, causing him unbearable pain. The nervous villain immediately turned around and shouted, asking what it was, while Sun Hong simply stood silently on guard. A few meters away, a stranger appeared and called the two contract holders idiots. The mysterious stranger asked if the man had decided to kill the newcomer, and he replied that it was none of his business. The stunned young man froze in place when he saw his counterpart, who also noticed him. It was surprising, but before them stood the polite Choi Jae, who called himself Hoon's friend. Upon learning this, the contract holders immediately became agitated, because this information changed a lot. The angry skinny guy asked if the blonde guy had decided to intimidate them with his friends, but he, being concerned, exclaimed that he didn't know about it. The enraged man shouted that since they couldn't kill him, they would turn their attention to his friend. In a fit of rage, he wanted to rush into battle, but noticed that small needles were sticking out of his hand. Calm Chue Jahi warned him that the needle was stuck in an acupuncture point, so it was better for him not to move. The angry man exclaimed that such cheap tricks would not work on him and abruptly pulled the sharp object out of his skin. This was a fatal mistake, because at that very moment, severe convulsions began throughout his upper body. The unperturbed guy said that the fool had harmed himself, and then asked how Sun Hong had not defeated these morons on his own. The fierce fat man decided to avenge his comrade and immediately rushed into battle, intending to use the slime again. He wanted to tear apart the scoundrel who dared to harm his ally, but needles instantly flew into his fat face. The excited piglet felt powerless, and Che emphasized that the fool had not learned from his mistakes. He asked him to simply stand still, and at that moment 2 more thick needles flew into the runt's thigh. The calm young man was pleased with himself and decided that now he could get a little revenge on them. He said he needed to talk to his friends, but the alarmed Sun Han asked him not to come close. The blond man asked if Cho Ji-hee had come to take revenge on him, but his words were not entirely clear. The sweating young man apologized for almost killing him and assured him that he didn't mean to. His emotionless counterpart suggested that he had overheated a little because he had started talking nonsense. Then the observant young man noticed something strange on his blonde friend's body. Looking at his blue leg, he noted that it was very problematic and would have to be amputated. The stunned Hong really didn't want to part with his limb, but his comrade said that it looked like gangrene and had to be removed. The terrible words caused panic, but the smiling medic asked his friend not to worry, saying that he had him. The brave man suddenly took acupuncture needles out of his coat pocket and assured him that the technique would heal his leg over time. The agitated blond man asked him to stop and do nothing, because he did not trust such medicine. The young doctor advised him not to think about the dangers of using such a treatment. But the worried Sun Hong cried out that there was danger behind him, and the brave man immediately turned around. It turned out that behind him was a fat man who was turning into a terrible monster. A few minutes later, the positive Cho Ji-hee was looking at the slime, unable to believe that acupuncture had helped him so much. He called the use of clots a useless ability, not to mention the fat man's ugly appearance. In a low voice, the guy said that the fat man was a huge slime, but he wasn't scared of him at all. The medic emphasized that he should lose weight, while the stunned blonde silently watched what was happening. The very nervous young man noted to himself that his old friend possessed incredible strength. A lump rose in his throat from the realization of the horror, and his mouth went dry from the intense stress. The young man was struck by how easily and calmly Cho Ji-hee had dealt with the 2 contract holders. Now he considered him a superhuman, and getting involved with him would lead to a ridiculous and very quick death. As if nothing had happened, the medic asked if everything was okay, but the confused Sun Hun couldn't collect his thoughts. The polite young man asked if he was feeling better, because his leg had been swollen and blue before. The alarmed blond man had even forgotten about his injured limb, but at that moment, he immediately shifted his attention to it. Looking at the acupuncture needles sticking out of his leg, the medical professional noted that everything was fine with it. Continuing to smile, the old acquaintance handed the young man an unknown object, and he asked what it was. The boy found himself holding a small but very sharp and dangerous knife, although it was unclear what it was for. The calm Choe Jahi stunned him by asking him to finish off the villains lying on the floor, but the young man did not understand why they deserved it. He was completely thrown off balance when he heard that he simply had to deal with the contract holders. The agitated fighter had no idea how to do it, but his positive counterpart replied that he had already knocked them out, and all that was left was to finish them off. The hot-tempered Sun Hong shouted, asking if he had completely lost his mind, since he was talking so calmly about murder. The blond man also exclaimed that his old acquaintance would call the police, but he remained unperturbed. Deciding not to waste any more time on empty talk, Jae-hee snatched the knife back from his hands. The guy didn't think it was so difficult to train newbies, but he believed that with time, the timid boy would learn everything. The cold-blooded killer asked Hoon to just watch his actions, but he didn't want to see death. His acquaintance did not listen to the recruit's words and immediately carried out his task without hesitation. The emotionless psychopath's face was instantly splattered with blood, but he didn't care at all. After that, the bloody knife simply fell to the floor, accompanied by a rather unpleasant sound. Stunned, Sun Hong couldn't stand on his feet after seeing the horror and simply fell down, feeling a strong tremor throughout his body. Looking at the panicking kid, the imperturbable Choi Jae asked if he wanted to hear some practical advice. Without even turning around, the young man said that either his opponent would deal with him or he would do it first and survive. Then the blue-eyed fighter turned around and looked into the eyes of the frightened blonde. In a calm and quiet voice, the blood-stained killer said that the frightened novice must choose his path. Meanwhile, the gray-haired old man was punched in the beard by Su Li, who finally realized that the enemy could only use the pointer from a distance. With a malicious grin, the brave man asked what the old man would do now, since the stick was no longer of any use to him. But the man, still standing on his feet, waved his hand again, noting that his question was original. Suddenly, the young man was thrown back and hit his back against a tree, all because he had let his guard down. The daredevil felt intense pain and even coughed up blood, but his spirit was not broken, and he was able to continue the fight. The satisfied gentleman considered all this child's play, and the iron pointer was still in his hands. The old man said that if that was all the boy was capable of, then he shouldn't even try to compete with him. The mentor said that the young man had lived too simple a life, and even though he had punched a hole in his groin, the insolent boy kicked him in return. Standing on his feet, Su Li emphasized that he was no master, but an insignificant poser who was worthless. Then the cool-headed warrior looked his opponent in the eye and calmly asked to be allowed to ask a question. The completely calm man allowed him to do so, but doubted that he would be able to speak with a hole in his stomach. But at that moment, the stunned gentleman's gaze changed dramatically, as if he had seen something unusual. The elderly teacher noticed that the through-and-through wound on the protagonist's body was healing, and this made him tense up. The angry old man immediately asked if the kid had been hiding his abilities all this time, but it was too late for him to take an interest. The unflappable boy thought he could hide them longer, but he couldn't miss this precious opportunity. The tense old man wondered if the youngster could hide anything other than his regenerative abilities. Smiling slyly, the old man asked if the kid was capable of attacking, as if he still didn't take him seriously. The psychopath exclaimed that he knew many contract holders, but he didn't understand what Su Li was doing at the ceremony. He added that there was a rather strange type of person hunting down contract owners here, and suggested that he had been the hero all along. The brave man did not succumb to his provocations and tried to stand more firmly on his feet so as not to fall at the first opportunity. The long pointer pierced the brave man's skin again, but he did not give up because he was strong in spirit. Clenching his jaw, the tense fighter said that his opponent was doing exactly the same thing, and therefore had no right to reproach him for anything. The gray-haired gentleman noted that they were both wrong and said that his presence in the bar did not mean that he had come to drink. Waving his steel cane sharply, the old psychopath shouted that he was not here for a pathetic sense of superiority, but to look after someone. The calculating Su Li realized that it was time to use the shortcut, so he didn't waste any time. But in an instant, his expression changed dramatically as the situation suddenly went awry. The alert young man noticed that his opponent had disappeared somewhere, which made the situation even more tense. The cunning old man, in turn, hid behind one of the trees, and even from there, he could use his pointer. The quick-witted young man immediately saw the stick and jumped on it, not quite understanding why the old man had hidden. On the run, the brave young man decided to bounce off one of the trees, which was not a bad idea. At that moment, his black sneakers touched the thick trunk, confirming that he had made the right decision. The gray-haired man was still standing behind the tree, watching his opponent's actions closely. The trickster successfully carried out his plan and found himself a few meters away from him, which gave him room to move. Smiling, the old man asked in a calm tone if the naive youngster really thought this trick would work twice. The experienced gentleman emphasized that good reflexes would not help the young man, who was looking at him sternly. The old man said that now was the best time to ask a question and urged the youngster to answer it. But suddenly his gaze dropped downward, where he saw something strange and became slightly alarmed. It was shocking that the precious pointer was broken, but the man did not even realize when it happened. The mere thought of it caused him great shock, for it seemed that just a moment ago it had been intact. Rising from his knees, the imperturbable Su Li said quietly that the question was no longer necessary. He added that he had received an answer to it, and the disconcerted gentleman did not even understand what he was talking about. Suddenly picking up a huge machete, the fearless warrior asked if the enemy would be able to use the weapon after that. The extremely dissatisfied opponent shouted, asking where the scoundrel had been hiding the cold weapon all this time. He was very angry that the main character had been hiding the sharp knife for a long time, making him look like a naive boy. A few seconds later, he realized that the youngster's blade was no ordinary weapon, which made him even more nervous. Without further ado, the old man threw a pointer at his opponent, but he dodged it as if nothing had happened. The embittered gentleman had no intention of stopping, so he tried to strike with his fist, but to no avail. The third attack was also unsuccessful, and the imperturbable Su Li prepared to make his move at the right moment. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, the fierce fighter punched the poor old man right in the face before he had time to realize what was happening. The old man remained conscious and muttered that he was sure of something, but the angry young man did not understand. It turned out that the opponent had blocked the blow, remaining unharmed, and was even grinning. He said that he was becoming more and more convinced that the young man was holding the very weapon of Mad Jack. The surprised young man thought that the knife had no power, but according to the old man, it was a weapon of power. The man found it strange that the huge machete was with Su Li, because it should have been with the super rookie who had dealt with the killer. The gentleman suggested that the kid was either with the new recruit or had killed him, and the hero realized that this was another contract holder besides Sun Hun. The old man said that they would see how long the kid could hold out, but in an instant, he closed his lips. The impetuous fighter swung his sharp sword sharply, greatly straining his opponent. The brave guy handled the blade masterfully, feeling quite confident and calm. In the end, the machete was stuck in the ground, and the frightened old man was lucky enough to jump back and remain unharmed. He managed to stay on his feet and slow down his slide, thanks to which he did not stain his gray suit. The man noted that wielding a sword was not so easy and that he understood everything, but the main character did not care about his words. It was said that the knife had the power to enchant people, and that was precisely why the gentleman had been eyeing it. The gray-haired old man called life miserable, because on that day he saw the weapon of power for the first and last time. The old man added that Jack had disappeared without a trace, and it was these words that greatly alarmed Su Li, who had kept quiet about killing him. His opponent asked him to consider it a reward for his ambition, and joyfully exclaimed that the treasure he was looking for was right before his eyes. Unexpectedly, the cold-blooded young man threw the weapon forward, not even letting his opponent finish speaking. The man was pleasantly surprised, as he did not think that his opponent would simply decide to get rid of the machete. He noted that for an incompetent student, the guy was a quick learner, and then asked what he wanted. The gray-haired man guaranteed the protagonist's safety and promised not to tell anyone anything. The daredevil interrupted him, suddenly mentioning the day Jack disappeared, when the old man saw the knife that was precious to him. The emotionless warrior asked if it was true that he was referring to the tower 10 years ago, when many people died. The gentleman was very surprised that the young man knew about this, and asked if he knew what had happened on that terrible day. Reaching for the weapon lying on the ground, the calm man confirmed that he had been there. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the enraged fighter delivered an incredibly powerful kick to his head. A huge bruise appeared on the old man's face, from which blood began to ooze, and he himself was stunned by what was happening. The ruthless Su Li grabbed his opponent by the shirt and pulled him toward him, wanting to say something. Swinging his fist, the stern guy said he wasn't going to give him the knife and simply put it on the ground. Taken aback, his opponent shouted for him to stop, but the fighter did not listen and punched him in the face again. Continuing to deliver powerful blows to his face, the hero noted that the pathetic old man was asking too many questions. He believed that they were of little use, since the unfortunate man was about to be killed right then and there. A certain amount of rage completely eliminated the feeling of fear, giving him confidence. But a person blinded by pure anger will not pay attention to trifles. Without looking closely at the details, he is unlikely to see the whole picture, which will prevent him from making a rational decision about the problem. It was worth avoiding fights for life, and Su Li was no exception. The main character could not control himself. Now everything was completely different, and there were contract holders, ceremonies, involved people, and various situations. In the days when the brave man dreamed of killing Jack, he just wanted to get rid of his rage, and that allowed him to focus on his opponent. There was only one problem with anger, which often led to serious consequences. It was the inability to control himself, and as a result, the brave man mercilessly beat the old man. The young man simply could not stop beating him because he hated him and wanted revenge for his actions. Soon, however, Su Li stopped and tensed up slightly when he noticed that the gray-haired man had stopped breathing. The fierce young man punched the thick tree trunk with his fist, Realizing that the situation had reached an impasse, gazing sternly ahead, the hero began to think about what to do next. But it was not so easy at that moment. Behind him, the sprawled gentleman lay on the ground, covered in blood and showing no signs of life. If the old man was the one who killed the young man's father and mother, it wouldn't matter whether he killed him or not. But still, the gray-haired man was not the one the young man had met in his hallucinations. But it was not worth ruling out that he was the criminal. Besides, Jack said he lost his memory that day 10 years ago. But the old man was not capable of doing such a thing. The hero was sure that there was another person who knew about this incident. But because of the man's death, these questions were unnecessary. At one point, the pensive fighter looked up and saw a strange light shining on him. Meanwhile, a huge blood-red moon adorned the sky, which the young man had even forgotten about. Reaching into his jacket pocket, the calm Su Li said to himself that he should hurry. He took out his phone to give some instructions because he had already passed the ceremony and defeated the contract owner. They had received a notification from the system asking them to leave the obstacle to complete the second test. The young man thought about what he should do and whether the bloodied old man was an obstacle. Unexpectedly, the annoying old man slowly began to get up from the ground, despite being severely beaten. The fact that his opponent had survived even made the main character happy, as he wanted to talk to him. In a calm voice, the man asked to be allowed to inquire about the reason for all this rage. The blood-stained gentleman smiled and said that he understood perfectly well how the young man felt, whose family was dead. The young man asked him to tell him everything he knew about the terrible day, but the old man had no intention of doing so after what he had done to him. Touching his wrist, the young man apologized for hitting him a couple of times, although that was an obvious understatement. With a sly smile, his opponent said that they would see if the boy was ready to handle his power. Worry Su Li had thought about this before, but now he was convinced that his opponent's strength lay not only in his stick. Laughing frighteningly, the enemy said that he had not used his true power until that moment, because 10 years ago his powers had been taken away. But at the ceremony where all the contract holders gathered, when the blood moon rose, the strong man temporarily gained indestructibility. His eyes became cold and filled with a desire to tear his opponent apart, which looked quite frightening. The discouraged hero froze in place at that moment, watching the old man's unexpected transformation. It was astonishing that the gray-haired old man had suddenly turned into a bloodthirsty werewolf with sharp ears. The burly man threatened that the boy would not stand a chance and told him to regret not killing him earlier. Sirius Lee decided that he needed to get his bearings and come up with a strategy, because the enemy's actions did not seem like a bluff. A few seconds later, the young man noticed that he couldn't move his leg, but the reason for this was unknown. Being nervous, he hoped that his body had not frozen from intense fear. The bloodthirsty monster was not going to stand on ceremony and suddenly rushed into the attack, greatly alarming the young man. The shocked boy wondered why his grandfather had become so fast, but he couldn't find the answer. Suddenly, he remembered Jack's actions from long ago, whose attacks were very similar to those of a werewolf. The opponent accelerated faster and faster, causing panic and fear, but the brave man tried to keep himself under control until the very end. With particular relish, the bully beheaded the main character, who was unable to resist him. A slight smirk appeared on the villain's face, as he was pleased with himself for being able to deal with the boy. At that moment, the body of the powerless Su Li fell to its knees and was no longer a threat to the monster. The proud and very serious werewolf straightened his shoulders and stood up, realizing that the fight was finally over. The Hulk approached the bloodied torso of his opponent, remembering that he had the ability to regenerate. But the old man knew perfectly well that the little guy couldn't recover without his head, so he wasn't worried about anything. The still alert brave man clearly understood that he needed to get closer to the body, but he was unable to move. He couldn't understand why Jack could move around freely, while he couldn't, and on top of everything else, his vision was starting to fail. After a few seconds, the fighter's eyes closed completely, and the flow of thoughts stopped abruptly. Laughing, the blood-stained monster noted that dealing with the kid had been too easy. Then he turned around, remembering the precious weapon of power that he could now simply pick up and take for himself. The sharp machete lay just a few meters away from him, and now nothing could prevent him from taking it. The joyful scoundrel immediately grabbed the cold weapon, from which an endless stream of energy emanated. He understood perfectly well that he would not need strength with this, but still it was too early to relax. The bloodthirsty creature wanted to deal with his enemy as quickly as possible, but a voice behind him suddenly ordered him to put the weapon back. The stern bruiser immediately fell silent, as he did not expect anyone else to distract him. Turning sharply, the gray-haired man asked who dared to disturb him, and the stranger asked if he had gone deaf. The very tense old man still did not understand who was talking to him, and the voice told him not to touch other people's things. A creature with large blue eyes stared at him from the darkness, which made him wary. The creature flashed a frightening smile and mentioned the knife in the hairy monster's hands. Trembling with excitement, the man began to suspect that Jack, who had disappeared long ago, was hiding in the shadows. But after a few seconds, he came to his senses because the stranger began to step into the light. It turned out to be Su Li, smiling frighteningly, his clothes stained with a large amount of blood. The werewolf laughed loudly, admitting that he was only getting more senile with age because the killer had died long ago. He was curious to see if the young man's head would grow back when it was knocked out of its socket with a sharp machete. The unceremonious bruiser immediately rushed into the attack, shouting that now they would see what the weapon of power was capable of. Unexpectedly, the main character began to smile slyly, as if everything was going according to his ingenious plan. The wary old man stopped in his tracks because his behavior made it impossible not to suspect something. At the same time, the man could not understand why he was so suddenly worried, and the brave man continued to laugh menacingly. At that moment, the agitated Sun Hong asked if Choi Jae-hee would kill him, and he replied with a smile that he had no reason to deal with his friend. After these words, the blond man felt very calm, and he was surprised because only recently his ally had wanted to do this. Then the guy asked if he had to attend the baptism, as he didn't really want to. His comrade confirmed that it was the ideal course of action and emphasized that the young man had recently become a target. The killer also added that he was easy prey for boosting one's reputation, which sounded shocking. The medic mentioned the late Jack, a performer with a notorious reputation who was one of the best in history. The youngster was sure that it was not easy to deal with the killer alone. So many looked down on the high school student who had dealt with him. He understood that people believed that performers capable of getting rid of a psychopath were something special. The experienced fighter believed that instead of waiting and hoping for salvation, it was better to become stronger and a proper mercenary. At one point, Choi Jae-hee looked ahead and said that while they were chatting, they didn't notice that they had arrived at their destination. Nearby was an unknown man in a black robe, whose face was hidden. The mysterious man immediately noticed the young people, but did not rush to wave or say anything to them. For the first few seconds, there was silence, but the brave medic was the first to approach the stranger. Sun Hong felt tense and uneasy, sweating profusely, hoping that nothing terrible would happen to them. The cool-headed Jae-hee felt quite confident, and his face seemed to show that he was even a little bored. The secretive man in the robe remained silent, but looked the young brave man in the eye. The young man asked when the baptism would begin, since the blood moon had risen long ago, and his counterpart replied that the last participant had yet to arrive. He added that it would happen very soon, so a little patience was required. Suddenly, something landed with a crash just a meter away from them, causing the alarmed blond man great stress. The very nervous guy wondered what the hell had just happened. Looking closely, the agitated Sun Hong saw the head of a dead man whose eyes were rolled back. The young man was so frightened that he almost gave up his soul to God, but Choi Jae-hee, on the contrary, was surprised. At that moment, the blood-stained, stern Su Li approached them, carrying a black backpack in his hands. Looking ahead, the main character saw a familiar blonde man, but did not show any emotion. A concerned Hong couldn't believe it, while an enthusiastic Choi Jae-hee exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man began to ask about life and recent events, and the warrior understood that the degenerate was pretending not to remember the past. A moment flashed through his mind when the enraged nerd rushed at him, wanting to get even. The fierce hero immediately attacked the scoundrel, but he tried to stop him, asking what was going on. The kid said he had come to help him, and added that if he hadn't arrived in time, the red-haired fighter would have been killed long ago. The distrustful warrior, who had a grudge against him, remained silent and listened silently to the upstart's words. Turning his gaze to the confused Sun Hun, the brave man asked if these words were true and heard an affirmative answer. After that, the serious guy looked again at the medic, who felt very calm. The blue-eyed boy smiled at him, hoping that now they could talk normally. Still rude, Su Li sharply knocked the young man's hand away, not wanting to talk to him, but the situation demanded it. He noted that this did not mean they were even, and the discouraged Hong did not understand what was happening at all. The cool-headed warrior approached the mysterious man in the robe to ask him a couple of questions. The daredevil noticed that he was getting a kick out of it all, but his counterpart didn't even understand what he was talking about. The blood-stained fighter held out the navigation tracker, saying he had found it on the gray-haired old man. The hero noted that the location on the device and the direction indicated in the mysterious note were the same. The serious Su Li understood that the trickster had done everything to fool him, but he just smiled in response. Suddenly, the man said that there was no longer any need for disguise and removed his hood, revealing the unshaven face of a vagrant. As if nothing had happened, the man said that he had not deceived the warrior who had met him earlier and thought him to be a murderer. Remaining calm, he approached the gray-haired old man's head lying on the ground and began to say something. Suddenly, the gentleman became angry and began to stamp his foot, shouting that this scoundrel had dared to organize a hunt under the pretext of baptism. His combative attitude greatly pleased Chejahe, who clapped his hands while the nervous Sun Hun thought to himself that everyone around him was completely insane. The cool-headed Li wondered what all this fuss was about, as he was sure that the man would not have done all this without a reason. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the vagrant smiled and asked which of the guys wanted to be the first to be baptized. The imaginative Jae immediately volunteered, while the tense blonde really wanted to get away from these crazy people. The brunette asked the young man to wait a minute, and he asked what had happened again. Focusing as hard as he could, the unshaven gentleman promised that it wouldn't take long. At that moment, his gaze was fixed on the blood moon, which still hung proudly in the center of the sky. Suddenly, an unknown object emitting red light appeared in the hands of the man hiding his potential. It was a red cube, mesmerizing in appearance, and only professionals could use it. The very surprised young man called his actions incredible and considered it real magic. But after a couple of seconds, his excitement vanished as the man suddenly put his hand on the boy's head. Even more shocking was the fact that he smashed the bloody object into his face without warning. Extremely tense, Su Li shouted, asking what was going on, and abruptly covered Song Hun with his back. Trying to keep a cool head, the main character watched the man's actions with bewilderment. The psychopath said that the god's cube had just been thrown inside his friend, which sounded somewhat frightening. In turn, Choi Jae seemed to turn into a vegetable, not even saying anything, and his pupils dilated noticeably. The man said that the body was being cleansed with the help of a small, square-shaped bloody object. He added that it was being filled with newfound power, although the process looked rather gruesome. At that moment, Choi Jae felt a strong nausea and vomited in front of everyone. The helpless young man fell to his knees and a small, inconspicuous cube suddenly fell out of his mouth. Now the object was completely clean and resembled an ordinary toy for developing children's intelligence. Pleasantly surprised, the guy said that he thought it would be purple, but he was lucky and the square turned blue. Calm Su Li asked if the color of the cube's fall inside had any special meaning for a person. The man in the robe replied that this factor could indicate a predisposition for certain abilities. There were 6 colors in total, with purple being the most common among all, and 40% of the performers had it. Choi Jae received blue, and in general terms, the former vagrant said that the lower the color, the more powerful the ability. The hero called this strange and asked why there was such a huge difference between the colors. The man replied that the cube was a mediator, or something like God's will, helping people understand their abilities more easily. It was said that each skill differs in strength, and this is more of a trend than a classification. The more practical a person is with their skill, the less these values matter. And because of this, performers value talented people more. An example is Jack, an ordinary mercenary with simple, body-altering abilities who made a name for himself. Having finished his explanations, the brunette turned his attention to the very excited Sun Hun, whose turn had come. The tense hero objected that the blonde man was not there for the ceremony, but Cho Jae smiled and said that he was next in line for baptism. Pushing the boy away sharply, the stern fighter asked why he was dragging an ordinary person into this. The nervous young man caught himself thinking that he had indeed brought the boy here, even though he didn't want to. He added that he had made the innocent boy a target, as well as the killer of Crazy Jack. The blue-eyed man said that if he hadn't saved the madman at the right moment, he wouldn't be standing here with the opportunity to gain power and protect himself. The main character, whom he was referring to, began to leave, saying that he understood everything and asked the youngster to shut up. The fighter didn't think things would go this far and realized that Sun Hong could be in danger when he wasn't around. The brave man could not allow an innocent person to die because of him, so he needed to find the person who wrote the information about the super rookie as soon as possible. The wise warrior also believed that until then, it would be better to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, behind him, he could hear the screams and cries of the blond man, who was already vomiting. The shocked observer exclaimed that this was the first time he had seen anything like this since becoming a godfather. As far as he could remember, the alarmed young man was also the first person to roll a white on the dice. Rumor had it that the probability of such an outcome was less than 1%, and when Xiao Li heard about it, he felt relieved. His ally began to lift Sun Hun, joyfully saying that he would become a killing machine even more terrifying than himself. But the conversation was suddenly interrupted by a stern hero who asked him to stop shouting and get out of there. In response, he was called a quarrelsome snob, but he said that they had no time and now it was his turn to be baptized. The cold-blooded warrior reminded him that the blood moon would soon disappear, so they had to hurry. The talkative young man apologized to him, and the calm baptizer thought about something. The unshaven man said that the sooner they started, the sooner they would finish, which was impossible to disagree with. Grabbing the bloody cube sharply and tossing it in his hand, the gentleman concentrated, preparing to begin the process. Then he made a flourish, and the fearless Xu Li watched silently, knowing full well what awaited him next. Late in the evening, the city's Justice Department was very noisy, but no one understood what was happening. A police officer asked the agitated man what had happened, but he could not explain anything and simply begged to be saved. The tense gentleman asked him to calm down, and in response heard that the victim was being chased and wanted dead. Keeping his cool, the police officer looked up, realizing that the situation was serious, as the victim had broken into the station. Looking at the open glass doors, the law enforcement officer did not even see a silhouette. He emphasized that there was no one outside, but the sweating young man insisted that he was definitely being pursued. The young man shouted that the devil was nearby, but this seemed like the ravings of a madman to the man. The calm gentleman asked him to describe what the man was wearing, and his counterpart cried out that it was a different entity. Under severe stress, the long-haired victim shouted at the top of his lungs that a demon was chasing him. Looking at his colleague, the police officer shook his head, indicating that they were dealing with a psychopath. Feeling a slight tremor, the man asked Mr. if he had the contact information of someone they could call. Suddenly calming down, the young man suspected that the law enforcement officer did not believe him. He asked the officer directly about this, but the officer did not quite understand the question. The hypocritical police officer assured him that everything was fine, but the victim noticed his insincere look. The victim began to say fearfully that they were deceiving him, but the officer assured him that he had misunderstood. The victim's behavior began to alarm him, but suddenly something else caught his attention. At that moment, 3 small creatures were spotted at the entrance door, looking inexplicably strange. They were indeed demon-like creatures who had brazenly entered the department building to attack people. At that moment, the trio jumped in unison and rushed at the police officer, who was taken aback by the surprise. A sly smile immediately appeared on the face of the scoundrel who was pretending to be a victim. The extremely tense man did not understand what was happening, and he no longer had time to escape, followed by cries of pain. Meanwhile, the baptizer said that the process had been unsuccessful, but there was nothing that could be done, so Xu Li had to accept this fact. It was said that unfortunately, the main character would not be able to become the performer, and he was breathing heavily from exhaustion. It was striking that the bloody cube was completely covered in black, which was a sign of failure. The fierce fighter was interested in what this outcome meant and why everything had turned out this way. The calm baptizer began to carefully examine the square object, trying to draw conclusions. It was said that it was God's will that no force could penetrate the body of the fearless warrior. The blame lay with the blood of another god, which flowed through the veins of the extremely serious young man. This was calmly stated by an unshaven gentleman who had the ability to see through everything. His words caused great surprise to Xu Li, who stood silently in place and pondered what was happening. Meanwhile, an unknown man arrived at the police station and saw the dead bodies and blood around him. Keeping a cool head, the man looked around and calmly said that he was too late. A phone rang from his jacket pocket, and he decided to answer it immediately. An alarmed voice on the other end asked what had happened at the scene, and the employee did not even know how to respond. Nevertheless, the man reported that he was late, and his tense boss asked if he could find any clues. The police officer began to look around carefully and discovered a surveillance camera nearby. Seeing a piece of paper on it, he said that the surveillance system was unreliable. The specialist promised to come up with something, and his colleague thanked him and apologized for the inconvenience. After that, the phone call ended, and now the gentleman had a gruesome case to investigate. The young professional calmly asked himself where to start and in what direction to think. Meanwhile, under the light of the blood moon, the baptizer asked if Su Li knew that a person cannot believe in two gods. The brave man exclaimed that he was an atheist and didn't care about that, and was more concerned about the baptism process. The unshaven man replied that he would ignore his thoughts about faith and added that the young man would not be able to undergo the ceremony. Looking at him without any emotion, the gentleman emphasized that the kid could not accept the power. The reason was that he already possessed power, and these words somewhat alarmed the main character. Remembering the crow killed by the gray-haired old man, the tense Su Li suggested that the baptizer had learned everything through him. The resourceful Che Jae-hee was curious to know what kind of power Song-hoon had, while the brave man was puzzled. The baptizer admitted that the crow was not the only one through whom he had observed the fighter with good potential. The baptizer could not understand why the young man had come for baptism, knowing that he had power. Mentioning the lands of Nod, the warrior said that in order to get there, he needed to undergo a ritual and understand his abilities. The excited man couldn't believe that this was his motive, and then added that the situation was ambiguous. Still, considering that the brave man had dealt with the gray-haired man and passed the test on his own, he promised to do everything at his discretion. At that moment, Su Li was bathed in bright yellow light, and his counterpart exclaimed that he gave him permission. A few seconds later, the baptizer asked the hero to check the information on his phone, which he did immediately. The system welcomed the new performer to the app, but he remained silent and serious. The gentleman asked him not to thank him, as it was his job, and the protagonist did not insist. At one point, the man giggling into his hand became slightly alert, as if the young man's behavior seemed suspicious to him. The cold-blooded fighter swung a huge cleaver at him, saying that since he was completely finished, it was time to finish off the Godfather. The stunned opponent immediately jumped aside and successfully dodged the blow, although he was in a state of shock. Completely unexpected, the nervous man shouted, asking if the kid had gone crazy. Thirsty for revenge, Su Li froze in place for a moment, then began to fall to the ground, which looked strange. The young man simply collapsed, and the agitated Choi Jae-hee and Sun Hun immediately rushed to him. The agitated guy asked if the silent baptizer was okay and what had come over the main character. The gentleman suggested that the young man was exhausted and was sure that his ability to regenerate consumed a lot of energy. The calm saint promised to tell them everything when the warrior woke up, and the surprised Jae-hee didn't even understand what they were talking about. The serious baptizer also said that he would pretend that nothing that happened at the ceremony had happened at all. In his inner voice, he said that something interesting was coming, remembering Jack's head in this strange incident. Turning around, the man silently walked away in an unknown direction, smiling slyly. After a while, the tormented Su Li began to open his eyes, hearing the voices of people preparing something. The nervous young man tossed and turned, but gradually came to consciousness, although his condition was not the best. In a moment of intense fear, he opened his bulging eyes wide and almost screamed. While the boy was coming to his senses, Jack taught Choi Jae-hee how to cook, saying that he needed to close the lid and let the dish steep for a minute. The tense hero first asked where he was, and those present in the room immediately turned their attention to him. The boy asked him not to worry, as he was just cooking porridge, and the polite killer wished the youngster a good morning. The embittered Su Li was not at all happy to see the boy with whom they had previously had friction. The young man explained that he had brought the exhausted fighter to his home to help him recover. He asked him once again not to put too much pressure on his body, as he had recently changed his bandages. The warrior, who did not particularly trust him, asked why he was doing this, which confused the good-natured young man. Taking a step forward, the calm Jae-hee said that they were friends, so they should help each other in difficult times. Sitting down on the bed, the long-haired young man expressed his hope that the hero understood what he was talking about, but it was not clear from his expression. In an instant, Su Li was stunned, because the conversation turned to revenge for his murdered parents. With a slight smirk, the confident young man looked him in the eyes and asked to be allowed to help him. Turning away, the brave man still called it ridiculous, and the youngster asked him to stop being so unsociable. Then he said that Jack had told him everything, and this alarmed the young man, who had turned on his side. The killer turned away, And the boy noted that no one could have imagined that the terrible head that the warrior had set on him earlier would turn out to be them. Choi Jae-hee also asked if it was true that the brave man was determined to kill him because of his goal, and without knowing who the suspect was, to deal with everyone. The long-haired man admitted that he thought he was crazy when he first heard this, and smiled slightly, but the fighter remained serious. Looking at him sternly, Su Li asked if the stupid boy found the whole situation funny. His behavior made the youngster nervous, and he apologized, admitting that he had spoken without thinking. Then he said that he had no reason to laugh, because he himself had gone through the same trials as the main character. Finally, the kid said outright that the brave man's goal was impossible, no matter how he looked at it. The brave man had no idea how many performers there were, and while he would defeat a few of them, the others would unite to get rid of him. And then Su Li would be able to forget about his place as well as the murderer of his parents, and all that awaited him in the end was death. After listening to his interlocutor to the end, the cold-blooded guy asked if, in his opinion, he hadn't thought about that. Keeping his angry face, the fearless young man added that he had no other options. The polite young man said that this was precisely why he had offered his help, because two psychos are better than one. Waving his hand, the hero said that he didn't need anything from him, but his counterpart noted that he had made a quick decision. Suddenly, he said that he had a lot of useful information that the fighter needed, and that sounded convincing. The smiling Choi Jae-hee said he knew about the person who posted information about the newcomer responsible for Jack's death. The young man assumed that this person might know about the incident at the Grand Tower, which Su Li was very interested in. Grabbing the boy sharply by the shoulders, the enraged warrior shouted, asking where this bastard was and who he was. The blue-eyed boy said that since he needed this information so badly, from now on they were a team. The hero realized that joining forces wasn't such a bad idea, because he would be able to question the target about his parents and keep Sun Hun safe. Suddenly, the wary warrior asked where the blonde boy was at that moment. He was very curious to know this, because the three of them had been present at the baptism ceremony. Calm and smiling as always, Choi Jae-hee replied that Belyash had gone to the hospital because of his nose. The doctor at the clinic was looking at the test results on the computer at the time, admitting that he thought it would take about 3 weeks. The man delighted Sun Hun by saying that he was completely fine and that even the bones in his nose had healed perfectly. The gentleman suggested that the reason for all this was his young body, and then they both laughed a little. A few minutes later, the young man, full of energy, went outside where he was able to breathe in a breath of fresh air. Spreading his arms, he began to enjoy himself, because now he could breathe without a plaster cast on his nose, feeling alive. But at the same time, the blond man felt that his nose bridge had become slightly higher, which was very unusual. He pondered this for a short time because the topic was quite serious for him. Approaching one of the windows of the building, the guy saw the reflection of his second personality, who was smiling slyly. The young man remembered Choi Jae-hee, who had asked him to return home as soon as possible because it was unknown what might happen to him. The pensive Sun Hong was a little upset to go home in such beautiful weather and with such a beautiful face. The guy began to think about what to do in this situation, and suddenly a girl appeared behind him. A gentle hand touched the young man's strong shoulder, and he turned around, startled. Startled, the blonde took 2 sharp steps back and stumbled, but fortunately managed to steady himself and did not fall. Alarmed, he shouted, asking who she was, since they had never met before. The charming beauty fixed her hair and said excitedly that she didn't want to scare him. The girl felt awkward asking him anything, but the tense Sun Hong didn't let her finish and interrupted her. The nervous young man understood that such a beauty could only have approached him to discuss religion, so he said he was an atheist. Giggling into her hand, the charmer noted that the shy young man had misunderstood her. This made her very uncomfortable, and the blonde's cheeks turned pink at that moment, because everything turned out to be different from what he thought. The girl approached him because he was her type, and plucking up her courage, she suggested they exchange numbers. What was even more surprising was that the beautiful lady even invited the young man for a cup of coffee, first asking if he was free. The shocked guy couldn't believe that a beautiful girl from the street was inviting him somewhere, because nothing like this had ever happened before. The tense blonde remembered again the words of Choi Jae-hee, who had asked him to hurry home at the first opportunity. But he focused only on the words that he had to do it as soon as he was completely done. In his inner voice, the boy said that he still had unfinished business, and immediately perked up. He joyfully exclaimed to the whole street that he was completely free, and the girl said that was great. The beauty said she knew a nice cafe nearby and asked the young man to follow her. An enthusiastic Sun Hong thought to himself that his 17 years of bachelorhood would end today. Meanwhile, an angry Shu Li shouted, asking if his counterpart had gone mad, since he had been so careless about the situation. The hero shouted that the blonde man could run into other performers wandering alone, while his partner asked him to calm down. The young man said that he had asked him to return immediately after finishing his business and to contact him immediately in case of an emergency. The guy also said that if the blonde guy hadn't been hurt, he wouldn't have had to worry about his health. The nervous hero understood that if an innocent person got caught in the crossfire of his revenge, he would hardly forgive himself. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Cho Jae-hee promised that if the young man wasn't home within an hour, they would go looking for him. He found Lee's thoughts amusing, that Sun Hoon's luck was so bad that he immediately ran into the hitman on the road. But at that moment, the young man was indeed face to face with a tall guy who said he was pleased to meet him. The cunning girl stood silently to the side, while the burly man asked the name of the blonde man who was frozen in place. A few minutes earlier, the wary blonde had asked the stranger how much further they had to go, since they had already wandered into a dirty alley. Suddenly, the beauty turned sharply around the corner, leaving the young man behind and saying that they needed to turn here. Sticking his head out, the smiling young man wanted to say that it was really great here, but in an instant, everything changed. In front of him, the not-so-tall Sun Hong saw a man in a warm white sweater. The young man greeted him, and the bewildered guy had no idea what was going on. The burly man with a piercing on his lower lip and earrings in his ears realized that he was standing in front of the very same blonde guy. The girl asked her brother if it was him, and he confirmed it, and the excited young man realized he had fallen into a trap. The blonde guy's heart was broken because he had already planned his future, even though he knew that life wasn't that simple. For just a moment, the young man was ready to give up everything for the charming girl who had only lured him into the monster's jaws. Suddenly, someone's hand rested on his shoulder, and he immediately turned around, feeling a strong fear inside. Alarmed, Sun Hong was stunned to see Mona Lisa, with whom they had previously had a conflict in a spectacular fight. His opponent threatened that the kid didn't have long to live, but the blonde calmed down, realizing that he could take care of them. The kid said he had worried for nothing because he had already thought that he had run into some serious people, but they were just some punks from Dang. The big guy standing behind him smiled, emphasizing that the rumors about the brave kid were true. He called him arrogant and straightforward, but couldn't say he disliked those traits. The big guy introduced himself as the head of the 3rd grade at Devon High School, Chan Tison, and expressed confidence that they would get along. The daredevil immediately remembered that this was the same guy who had been offered a place among the gang leaders when he had just finished middle school. The young man understood that this person would be more dangerous than the enforcer, so he suggested that they part ways peacefully for now. The tall fighter did not argue, but said that it would not happen now, which greatly surprised Sun Hun. Pointing to the crowd behind the blonde-haired man, he said that they would part ways after he and his brothers dealt with the youngster. Rolling up his sleeves, the big guy said that everything in the world is cyclical, so before they could make peace, they had to settle the score. At that very moment, Chang Taeson's hard fist flew into the face of the stunned young man, who had no intention of standing on ceremony with him. At the same time, the imperturbable Xu Li threw the necessary items into his backpack and was already ready to leave the house. The bewildered Jae-hee said that not much time had passed, and the hero asked how much longer they would have to wait, adding that the blonde man was not answering his phone. The young man said he would go look for him, but the brave man grabbed Jack's head and asked him to stay and wait for Song Hoon's return. The boy emphasized that the warrior had not fully recovered, but he did not listen to him and left the apartment. The worried guy called the main character impatient, but he couldn't influence him in any way. Left alone, the young man heard a phone ringing in his pants pocket. Overjoyed, he immediately reached for his mobile device, believing that the blonde was calling him. But upon closer inspection, the stunned Cho Jae-hee's expression changed and he simply froze in place. At the same time, Belyash was attacked by a whole crowd of hooligans, and all he could do was cover his head with his hands. An angry Chang Taeseon continued to swing his fists, shouting and asking where all his courage had gone. Filled with intense hatred for the boy, the bully said that he had been waiting a long time for this wonderful moment. Showing not even a drop of mercy, the fighter punched the blonde-haired boy in the chest, saying that he had disappointed him. The very nervous blonde boy felt that the incredible force of the blows would soon cause him to vomit his insides. Experiencing incredible pain, The young man fell to his knees and clutched his stomach, trying to catch his breath. The cold-blooded headman said that he didn't even want to waste his time on him and called the situation a complete disappointment. Emotionless, he turned to Mona Lisa, who was standing aside and respected him greatly. It was said that it was up to him to decide what to do next, which made the punk with the mohawk and his friends perk up, eager to take revenge on the helpless boy. A whole crowd of hooligans began to kick Sun Hoon, while Chang Taishan left with the girl lighting a cigarette. The beauty also wanted to smoke, but the headman replied that it was his last one, and then a stranger approached him. Slightly surprised, the young man saw the gentleman for the first time, who had clearly approached them for a reason. The sullen man said he had heard screams nearby and asked if the young people knew where they were coming from. Chang Taishan thought to himself that he was not short at all, but the man in front of him was damn tall. His counterpart noted that smoking kills and advised the young man to quit, which discouraged him a little. The cheeky young man recommended that he take care of his life, and the giggling girl called the stranger a boomer. Shpala said that it was inappropriate for a schoolboy to say such things, but the fearless kid began to insult him. Behaving indecently, the youngster asked who the gray-haired man thought he was, but the gentleman did not succumb to the provocation. Still holding a cigarette in his hands, the insolent boy suggested that he was the guardian of the suffocating man who was being kicked by the crowd. At the same time, Su Li was running at full speed down one of the city streets, very worried about Sun Hun. The extremely tense hero kept calling the blonde man, but he never answered the call. The nervous fighter wanted the boy, who had simply disappeared, to finally pick up the phone and let him know that he was okay. At an unexpected moment, a miracle happened and the boy answered the call, which caused a strong shock to the brave man. The brave man asked in a very loud voice where the hell he was, and Sun Hong almost dropped the phone in fright. The first thing the warrior asked was where he was now, but the confused guy didn't even know how to explain everything to him. The young man began to explain that he was running errands, and the angry hero shouted, asking if the outcome could not have been predicted. Smiling, the blonde-haired man apologized, explaining that everything had just fallen into place. At his feet, with his eyes rolled back, lay the upstart Mona Lisa, who once again was unable to do anything. Also lying unconscious was the bully Chang Taishan, who had managed to say too much with his long tongue. Looking at the tall man who had helped him, Song Hoon said on the phone that a bunch of unforeseen circumstances had fallen on him. The brunette who had lured the young man into a trap soon began to regain consciousness and stir. Suddenly feeling very frightened, the girl opened her eyes wide and screamed loudly, trying to understand what was going on. Seeing a stranger touching Taishan in front of her, she angrily ordered him to take his hands off him immediately. The angry lady threatened to call the police and said that the scoundrel would not get away with what he had done to them. Unfazed by her threats, the cold-blooded gentleman simply snatched the mobile device from her delicate hands. The stunned girl could do nothing, and the opportunity to call the police simply vanished. The unperturbed man asked if she really thought it was normal for a crowd to beat up one person. At that moment, the phone was simply broken in the hands of the strong man, who had no intention of standing on ceremony with hooligans. Crying with rage, the girl began to shower him with insults, shouting that it was her property. She began to threaten the scoundrel with revenge, but in an instant she was slapped and felt short of breath. In that same second, the weakened girl fell to her knees, losing consciousness, while the cold-blooded gentleman looked at her silently. He believed that children in their time should watch their language, especially if they spoke so thoughtlessly. The stern man said that if someone like him heard such words directed at him, then the foolish person would simply be killed. Meanwhile, Su Li received a phone call from Che Jae-ha, who asked if he had contacted Sun Hun. The tense young man replied that he had contacted him, which was already a huge relief in their situation. The very nervous young man asked what he had found out, and the hero replied that the blonde man was in some alley. According to him, he had some urgent business, and his sweating partner ordered him to find him immediately. The worried fighter asked if something had happened to the blonde guy, because his ally had been calm before, but now everything had changed. The blue-eyed man realized that his comrade had not received a notification that someone had suddenly used the search function. This news stunned the main character, who at first even assumed that he had simply misheard, but it was indeed true. Meanwhile, Sun Hong was walking down the street as if nothing had happened, thinking about his daily life. Behind him was an unfamiliar man who addressed him, causing the blonde man to stop immediately. Behind him was the same tall man who had saved the young man from being beaten by the crowd. The man asked how he was feeling, and the young man replied that he was fine, then bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude. Feeling awkward, the rescuer asked the young man to lend him his phone for a minute. He just needed to make a call because he had forgotten his cell phone at home, and the polite young man couldn't refuse the man who had saved his life. Reaching into his pants pocket, the young man said that this was the only way he could repay him for the precious service he had rendered. Holding out the phone with a smile on his face, the young man asked the gentleman to accept it. At that moment, the guy became very alert, and a drop of sweat began to roll down his cheek. Meanwhile, a very nervous Su Li asked his interlocutor to explain everything to him in a way he could understand. A tense Ji Hee said that performers had the right to use certain functions in the app, and that they had to pay for it. He continued to talk about additional features, but the angry hero shouted, asking him to quickly explain what the search function meant. The young man replied that it was a feature that showed whether the contract holder's phone was activated in a certain area or not. The ally emphasized that it was impossible to determine the exact location, and this was an obvious fact. At that moment, the alarmed Sun Hong noticed something strange in his counterpart's hands. The man was indeed holding a white smartphone, even though he had told the young man that he had forgotten his mobile device at home. The surprised gentleman did not even know how to react to this, so there was a brief silence. Laughing, he said that he was becoming more forgetful with age, and although the blonde man smiled, he couldn't understand what was going on. Deciding not to get involved with a stranger, the young man started to leave, realizing that he needed to do so quickly. But in a moment of carelessness, the young man stumbled and almost dislocated his right leg. Stunned, the kid lost his balance and fell onto the asphalt without even having time to understand what was happening. His expensive phone flew out of his hands and he hit the ground with his nose, which was very unpleasant. The alarmed man immediately ran up to the boy to make sure he wasn't hurt. The tense young man replied that everything was fine, then immediately reached for his mobile device. But unexpectedly, his rescuer beat him to it and grabbed the expensive item that didn't even belong to him. If a person who is actively searching comes close enough to someone else, a warning signal will sound. The unperturbed gentleman placed the phones next to each other and then silently watched the process. The discouraged young man first asked what the stranger was doing, as he was behaving very strangely and even arrogantly. Suddenly, a loud beep sounded from one of the devices, which alarmed the young man even more. The unfamiliar man turned to Sun Hun, who was lying on the asphalt and staring at him. With a sly smile, the unshaven strong man asked if it was true that the young man, like him, was also a performer. Hearing this, sweat began to pour down the stunned blonde's face, and he didn't even get to his feet. On the phone, Su Li noted that from what Chai Jae-ho had said about the search, it was not possible to track down every performer. He understood that only their phone numbers could be found, but his colleague pointed out that it was all the same and there was no difference. The hero emphasized that Song-hun had only recently been baptized, which meant he did not yet have a mercenary device. His ally said that the notification about passing the test was not displayed on a regular phone and that the ritual could not be performed without it. Everything pointed to the fact that Belyash was already using the performer's mobile device, which greatly surprised the brave man. The guy added that the brave man needed to find the blonde as soon as possible, and the call suddenly ended. Surprised, Cho Ji-hee couldn't believe that Su Li had simply hung up, but that was indeed the case, albeit a little rudely. The main character couldn't understand how and where the innocent man got the performer's phone. Behind him, a stranger in a brown jacket with his hair braided suddenly addressed him. The young man asked if the confused young man, who hadn't even looked at him before, needed help. The confident guy smiled slightly and looked the brave young man in the eye, showing his ease. The cool-headed young man silently examined his counterpart, and as always, his eyes showed distrust. But the young man opposite him seemed quite friendly and polite, as evidenced by his smirk. The tough and rather rude Su Li pushed past him, bumping his shoulder, and the shocked guy asked him to stop. Touching the hero's shoulder, the stranger said he would help him and suggested that he had simply misheard him. Unexpectedly, the daredevil grabbed the boy who had laid his hands on him by the wrist to teach him a lesson. The boy writhed and screamed in incredible pain, but the hero showed no compassion. Looking menacingly into his eyes, the warrior asked the youngster to stop talking nonsense about help. With a sly smile, the brown-eyed man said that Lee didn't know him, but he was known to him as a performer. The sudden statement shocked and stunned the brave fighter, whose pupils dilated sharply. Feeling even more anger, the brave man suddenly grabbed the stranger's neck and began to strangle him. The stern hero began to interrogate him about who he was and where he knew him from, and the kid promised to answer, but first he had to do something. Smiling, the long-haired boy pointed his finger to the side and warned that they were being watched. Off to the side were agitated passers-by who had noticed the fight and were considering calling the police. Realizing the consequences, the stern Su Li calmed down a little and decided it would be better to do this out of sight. Jerking his hand away from the stranger's neck, the brave young man made it clear that now they could talk. The distrustful young man ordered his opponent to tell him everything as it was, because he had clearly approached him for a reason. The brown-eyed man was in no hurry because he needed to catch his breath in order to speak without stuttering. Sun Hong was also on one of the city streets when he happened to meet the performer. The cold-blooded man clasped his fingers together and then released them sharply, as if shooting something. After each such maneuver, rays and stones flew toward the panicking blond man, who cried out for help. The unperturbed gentleman called his actions useless and was not afraid of anyone at all. Another airstrike nearly proved fatal for the blond man, who did not have time to dodge. The powerful blow hit the young man squarely in the spine, causing a burning pain in his back that he was unable to cope with. The performer told the young man who had fallen to the ground that if he wanted to survive, he had better use his strength. He added that his chances of survival would increase by 1%, and the young man thought to himself that he would do so if he knew how. He remembered the words of Jahai, who said that the boy who had passed the ritual should use his power intuitively. As he repeated this phrase in his head, the blond boy clenched his fists tightly and pressed them against the asphalt. The boy jumped up sharply from the floor and swung at the alarmed man, who was covering his head with his hands. The gentleman was very nervous and even narrowed his eyes, but a few seconds passed and nothing happened to him. Soon he gathered his courage and opened his eyes, but did not see the brave boy's fist in front of him. The performer was surprised because the kid suddenly disappeared somewhere, leaving him with nothing. The tense fighter began to run away, thinking to himself that he had failed to use his power. Nervous Sun Hong didn't understand the point of the ritual if all he could do in the end was just run away. In an instant, the guy froze again, then saw an energy beam hitting the wall. His opponent stood behind him as if nothing had happened and calmly looked him in the eyes, showing his readiness to fight. The man said again that his actions were useless, and a scratch appeared on the young man's cheek, from which blood immediately began to flow. The opponent said that now the young man had nowhere to run, adding that he also did not enjoy killing a colleague. The gentleman promised to let him die painlessly if he surrendered quietly, but the brave man was not going to leave so easily. The warrior told himself that if he was destined to die anyway, then he would die in battle, and immediately rushed at his opponent. In a state of rage, the blond man shouted loudly that he was the boss of Beko Middle School and yelled his name even louder. He thought he looked very impressive from the outside, but in reality, the guy just grabbed his enemy by the waist. What was striking was that the frail boy couldn't even lift his thin opponent. The performer, in turn, remained unperturbed, and the young man began to suspect that it was not a matter of weight at all. At that moment, something seemed to be weighing on the brave Sun Hun, but he couldn't figure out the reason for it. With each attempt to lift his opponent, the extremely tense fighter was pressed harder and harder to the ground. The warrior continued to try, but in an instant, his view of the situation changed, as if an idea had been born in his head. Grasping the back of his enemy's thigh, the perceptive Sun decided to simply knock the scoundrel down. Acting like a charging bull, the young man rammed his head into the enemy's stomach and began to push him forward. The assertive fighter really managed to knock down the gray-haired man, who was very alert at that moment. The gentleman began to complain of severe back pain, and the nervous kid realized that his plan had worked. The unshaven performer was now lying on the asphalt, and the brave man had complete advantage over him. The determined Sun Hong had no intention of stopping there, so he tried to grab his enemy's leg. The angry man felt pain in his ankle, which the kid was trying to break in order to immobilize him. The tough kid made a titanic effort, trying to break his opponent's leg as quickly as possible. Still conscious, his opponent made another flying kick to attack. The nervous guy immediately saw that the blow was aimed at him, but he didn't have time to dodge. His body was thrown up sharply, causing him to fly slightly to the side and leaving scratches on his body. Seeing small fragments a meter away from him, the agitated blonde said that a serious injury was close. The tall enemy quickly got to his feet and approached him closely, saying something interesting. Smiling, the man said that the young man had frightened him, but he still did not use his power, and he did not understand why. This time, the gentleman decided to be serious and do everything completely differently because the kid had bitten the hand that fed him. Looking fearfully into his opponent's eyes, the performer threatened that he would act in such a way that the insolent boy would suffer from pain. Hearing these words, the alarmed Hong began to sweat even more profusely, not even knowing how to proceed. The merciless performer continued to stick out his fingers, trying to attack his opponent precisely. More and more shards flew toward the confused Sun Hong, each of which could cause him serious harm. The guy frozen in place was in severe pain, but he couldn't calm it down at that moment. Clenching his jaw tightly, the young man began to calm down, because he understood that he couldn't just give up. In addition, he clenched his fists tightly, preparing to strike the scoundrel who had annoyed him so much. At high speed, the aggressive kid rushed into the attack, eager to quickly deal with his opponent. But at the very last moment, the gray-haired man simply dodged, leaving the kid with nothing. The daredevil did not stop and tried to hit him with an uppercut, but this move was also unsuccessful. Each failure generated more and more anger in his heart, giving him the impulse to continue the fight. After attempting another attack, the young man froze in surprise because a barrier appeared in front of him. His opponent had to exert a lot of effort to do this, but it was worth it as he managed to remain unharmed. He once again joined his thumb and ring finger to use an energy beam. Sun Hong, who was extremely tense, was not quite able to keep up with the actions of his unpredictable opponent. An incredibly powerful charge was immediately directed at the boy, who did not have time to do anything. At that moment, the boy fell onto the asphalt and scratched his back, and his heartbeat quickened significantly. Looking at the boy getting up, the performer noted that he was strong, had taken quite a few blows and remained alive. The man added that the young man's persistence deserved respect, and he even got tired while beating him, so he asked what his secret was. The tough kid replied that all he could do was hold on, because he had nothing else left. The man asked why he didn't use his strength, but suggested that certain conditions might be necessary for that. At one point, the excited opponent realized that it was possible that the boy was not the perpetrator at all. In a state of surprise, he said that in that case, everything made sense, and Sun Hong, in turn, began to get to his feet. The excited mercenary remembered that he had confirmed it with his phone, so the kid was definitely one of them. The sweaty blonde didn't even know what to expect from his unpredictable opponent who wanted to kill him. Smiling, the contract holder asked if it could be that the white-haired performer was exhausted. He added that this sometimes happened to people who had undergone the ritual, which made the guy even more wary. The gray-haired gentleman felt pity for the innocent child, realizing that his end would be very pitiful. But in an instant, the unshaven man became very alert, as if he sensed something nearby. Suddenly, there was a small explosion, causing stones to fly everywhere. Trying to attack his small opponent again and covering his face, the opponent said that all he could do was use dirty tricks. The enraged Sun Hong suddenly appeared behind him and, jumping up, swung his fist at the back of his head. The powerful blow was successfully delivered directly to the opponent's temple, nearly turning his brain to mush. The gray-haired performer was lucky that his teeth remained intact after the crushing blow. It was a dangerous move, but it was worth the risk, and now the blonde man had to continue beating his opponent. Without even thinking of showing compassion, the brave man began to beat the scoundrel lying on the ground. The blows continued for several minutes, but the gray-haired man remained conscious and called him a petty parasite. As soon as he was able to raise his hand, the cunning man did so in order to clasp his fingers together once again. Jumping up dramatically, the thin man delivered an uppercut to the jaw of the white-haired man who had flown upward. In his inner voice, Hong noted that even with dozens of attacks on his part, they were fighting with a single blow from the performer. He considered this unfair, and the gentleman said that if it were up to him, he would stop, but such were the circumstances. Looking at him angrily, the blonde man was sure that he would simply kill him to boost his reputation, and that everything else was just empty words. The gray-haired man did not understand what he would gain by dealing with him, and the blonde man declared that he was a super rookie who had killed Jack. The enemy didn't care about that, because he had always considered the legends about the crazy killer to be completely exaggerated. The performer added that seeing what the blonde kid was capable of, he had just confirmed it. The man admitted that he was doing this not for his reputation, but for his family, but Sun Hong called his words nonsense. The calm opponent said that he had made a deal, for which he had to kill 3 contract holders. If he succeeded in his task, he would be allowed to see his wife, who had been taken captive. The gentleman was willing to do anything for his family, and the tense young man suddenly understood him. The young man also began to fight for his younger sister, even though Sun Yun could stand up for herself as a child. But the only one the young man cared about was himself, and this phrase often ran through the blonde's head. Suddenly stunned, Sun Hoon wondered who the person in his head was. The brave man had only a sister, but for some reason he kept remembering the child in the photo, whom he didn't even know. The hallucination seemed to be turning his brain inside out, destroying his consciousness, but he resisted it in every way possible. Suddenly, the young man grabbed his head and fell to his knees, screaming in pain, which alarmed even his enemy. Even more frightening was that his eyes began to roll back, and soon his pupils simply disappeared. In just a few seconds, the boy lost consciousness, and the performer tried to bring him to his senses by shaking his arm. Keeping his cool, the brown-eyed gentleman began to examine the body to understand the cause of the loss of consciousness. Then the gray-haired man wondered why he was worried about the kid, because in the end, it was even better this way. As always, joining his fingers together, the mercenary said that he would kill the pathetic boy while he was unconscious. But unexpectedly, several sharp needles appeared behind him, aimed directly at him. The nimble man immediately reacted to what was happening and used his shield to prevent himself from being attacked. The plan worked, but one acupuncture device still managed to pierce his skin near his ribs. The tense killer couldn't believe he had missed one needle, even though he had never made mistakes before. A male voice nearby called it incredible that he had managed to block most of the objects. It was the bold Choi Jae-hee, who thought that finishing the job would be much more difficult than the previous time. The nervous guy realized that Sun Hoon had help, like a medical specialist, who confirmed this without a doubt. Scratching the back of his head, the confident young man said that now he would be the performer's opponent. Smiling, he calmly advised his opponent to get lost if he didn't want to get beaten up. The threat from the young fighter did not scare the unshaven gentleman, who looked at him silently. Without thinking twice, the guy took out his phone and started texting the main character to keep him informed of the situation. The young man sent his location to his ally, with a note saying that he had successfully found Sun Hoon. The focused Su Lee calmly read the message, realizing that it was still too early to relax. The daredevil asked how the stranger, who had decided to keep things brief, wanted to help him. Smiling, the guy in the business suit said he had information about his friend. Realizing that they were talking about the blonde boy, the unsociable fighter said that he would not need his help at all. But unexpectedly, the calm young man said that he was not talking about a fair-haired kid who had gotten into trouble. It turned out that he had information about Jack, which caused a slight surprise in the hero's eyes. The cunning man asked if the red-haired fighter was interested in the topic, and it was clear from his face that he was. After a few seconds, the warrior's gaze became stern and distrustful again, but he seemed to be thinking. Shuli replied that he had heard about the killer's notoriety, but had nothing to do with him, so the information was of no interest to him. The cunning opponent seemed to be pursuing some goal and continued to try to interest him. He had heard from someone that Jack's head was hidden inside the backpack that the brave man always carried with him. The insolent man tried to reach for the bag, but the stern warrior immediately pushed him away, making it clear that he should not do so. The angry brave man called him a bastard and asked what he was up to, and the scoundrel managed to convince him of something. Seeing the violent reaction, the kid was sure that the rumors were true and asked if it was true that Jack was in the backpack. The long-haired head of the killer was indeed inside, but Su Lee was in no hurry to confirm this fact. The stern warrior asked who his opponent was and how he knew about it, and he replied by asking if it was really that important. Smiling, the young man calmly replied that first they had to earn each other's trust, and then they could discuss something. The hero did not understand why he should trust someone he did not even know, even though he knew the contents of his backpack. The young man assured him that Lee couldn't even imagine how valuable the information he had was, and he wasn't asking for anything in return. All the brown-eyed man wanted from the brave man was words of trust, and he was absolutely serious about this. The stranger promised to tell the young man everything he asked for, if only he would say the words. The pensive young man realized that if that was all he had to do, he didn't have much to lose. Coming closer, the sullen guy asked his interlocutor to listen and remember, as he had no intention of repeating himself a second time. He brought his mouth close to his counterpart's ear, as he did not intend to say the required words out loud. But unexpectedly, the daredevil simply told him to go to hell, which sounded very rude on his part. The discouraged stranger just froze in place and felt humiliated, but he did not rush to get angry. It simply dawned on the guy that he couldn't expect trust from the insolent Su Li, but there was no sadness on his face. The perceptive young man was waiting for a trick from him, and this made the long-haired guy laugh. The brown-eyed man said that with every passing second, he liked it more, and the hero looked at him emotionlessly. The extremely wary hero listened carefully to his interlocutor, who was muttering something under his breath. With a frightening smile, the opponent admitted that he really wanted this answer, and it sounded very strange. At that very moment, 3 small gray monsters appeared on the asphalt, seemingly melting from the heat. Lifting the tiny monsters up, the excited opponent said that he wanted to introduce Su Li to his ability. He had the ability to control demons of truth, so he instantly directed them toward the enemy. The scoundrel smiled slyly, firmly believing that victory would be on his side, but it was impossible to let his guard down. At the same time, Choi Jae was focused on the battle with the performer and skillfully dodged his attacks. The man noted that he had more experience in fighting than the blonde man, as he was even able to dodge all of his blows. The daredevil continued to move relentlessly, asking what else could be done in such a situation. He emphasized that his opponent was using his fingers to indicate the direction of his attacks, which sounded alarming. The gentleman replied that this was a fatal flaw in his excellent technique, but he was not at all concerned about it. Not wanting to waste time talking to his opponent, the nimble Che jumped and swung his fist at him in the air. Holding his palm flat behind his back, the mercenary asked if it had occurred to the young man that this could be a trap. At that moment, his hand was clenched tightly into a fist, indicating his readiness to strike. A powerful energy charge hit Cho Jae, who did not have time to jump out of the way. The boy felt incredible pain throughout his body, as if every inch of his skin was being burned. The perceptive fighter immediately understood that his opponent was luring him in with one hand and attacking with the other. The clever fighter did not dwell on his feelings and jumped up sharply, ready to continue the fight. At that very moment, the cool-headed warrior struck his opponent in the shoulder before he had time to react. Smiling, the young man said that he would have to take care of the gray-haired gentleman's arm. The discouraged man froze in place, trying to understand what had happened, and his limbs seemed to have atrophied. Since Choi Jae did everything with his bare hands, the effect would be short-lived, so he had to act quickly. After a few seconds, the surprised enemy was able to clench his fist again, which meant that his strength had returned. Putting his hand out in front of him, the emotionless fighter made it clear that another attack was inevitable. Managing to dodge the charged beam, the nervous kid wondered how this could have happened. He was completely baffled by the situation, but he understood that he needed to come up with a plan of action immediately. The unperturbed opponent said that he could hardly feel any strength in his arm and found it interesting. The gentleman said that he usually used this technique to strengthen weakened muscles, but he would not have thought to do so in this situation. In a stalemate, he had no other choice but to do so, as time was running out. The quick-witted Jae knew that with the ability to use the surrounding air to support the body, the acupuncture points were in the air. The young man had no choice, so he decided to use his secret weapon, doing so with a sly smile on his face. Later that day, the stern Su Li was about to face the demons of truth flying at him. With a sharp swing of his fist, the fearless warrior prepared to knock down one of the targets in mid-flight. The fierce fighter's precise blow hit the little monster, which did not have time to do anything to him. The professional's hand passed through the monster, whose body began to rapidly dissolve into space. Its remains disappeared faster and faster with each passing second, and it looked quite entertaining. In less than a minute, there was no trace left on Su Li's hand, which surprised him a little. But soon the enemy said that the demon of truth had simply absorbed itself into the main character's hand, doing so masterfully. The scoundrel added that his charming monsters could enter a person's body and take control of it. Moving his fingers, the young man noted in his mind that he did not feel anything strange at the moment. The fierce fighter noted that his opponent's abilities had a terrible name, but he shouldn't have expected anything else from him. His opponent said that the amusing part of his skill would soon be revealed and decided to announce the conditions for its activation. First, he had to make the man's trust in him fall below rock bottom, and it was ingenious in its own way. Now it dawned on the serious Su Li that his opponent was spouting all this nonsense just to annoy him. Carefully glancing around, the guy noted in his inner voice that there was no one around. Convinced that the maneuver was safe, the enraged warrior abruptly pulled out a sharp machete and rushed into the attack. The surprised brown-eyed mole immediately recognized Jack's legendary knife, which was rumored to be extremely dangerous. At that moment, one of the demons of truth was on the main character's arm, preparing to enter his body. The daredevil put the machete to his opponent's head, and he said that the cold weapon was even more terrifying up close. The monster, tense to the maximum, tried to imperceptibly weaken the arm of the guy, who began to suspect something. The sweating young man soon noticed the parasite, whose intentions were very cunning. Clutching the machete tightly, the warrior tried to shake off the little creature, but another one came to its aid. The demon tried in every way to annoy the scoundrel who dared to raise his hand against his great master. Having lost his vigilance, Su Li felt pain in his limb and began to swing it around, trying to calm down. Carelessly, the fighter hit himself in the eyebrow, resulting in a small cut and bleeding. The enemy said that if he tried to do that again, the monsters would not only try to stop him again, but would also strike back in retaliation. He also added that if they wanted to become closer, they had to act in accordance with their trust in each other. The villain emphasized that if the hero wanted to fall victim to his demons, he could do as he pleased. Somewhere far from the city, Cho Jae-hee was also focused on the battle and calmly reached into the inner pocket of his robe. At one point, the young man discovered that he didn't have what he needed in a difficult situation. The same moment passed, and the guy froze in place, realizing that he had left the item at home while she was getting ready. It was clear from his face that he was starting to panic a little, while his opponent looked at him silently. Soon, the enemy unexpectedly swung his fist, calmly saying that he had given him enough time to prepare. Managing to react, the stunned fighter jumped aside and the crushing blow shattered the stone wall. The opponent did not stop there and continued to attack, but the fighter skillfully dodged the blows. Sarcastic Ji-hee asked if his opponent could wait 15 minutes for him, wondering why he had to rush home. But in an instant, he lost his vigilance, which the performer took advantage of, swinging his fist at his face. Still, at the last moment, the boy managed to put his hands up and block the blow, but that wasn't all. The fierce enemy did not stop, and this made the boy nervous, realizing that the situation was getting worse. The tense warrior was well aware that at this rate, his opponent would simply smash his skull. In the end, the gray-haired man was able to break through the young fighter's defense and strike him in the head. The blow to the jaw caused the boy to cough up blood, spitting out a considerable amount. Looking at the weakened youngster, the mercenary noted that he had held up quite well and deserved some rest. The wounded Cho Jae-hee said to himself that if he had at least needles, everything would be different. At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened, as if a good idea had come to his mind. Jumping up sharply from his seat, the trickster did a somersault in the air and landed on his feet, doing it very impressively. His unflappable opponent emphasized his amazing willpower because he was not going to give up even after falling. However, the man was sure that the kid with a broken arm would not defeat him, but in response, he saw only a smile. The brave boy replied that it didn't matter at all, and then began to set his own limb. Stretching his shoulder, he said that it took him only 5 seconds to recover, which even surprised his enemy a little. With the help of acupuncture, the young man only temporarily relieved the pain, so he didn't have much time and had to finish off the scoundrel with one blow. The gray-haired man called it a good technique, but he knew perfectly well that it was only a temporary solution and should not be relied on completely. He noted that the kid couldn't even attack properly, but Jae-hee already had needles in his hands. Without further ado, the nimble fighter swung his arm and threw the sharp objects at his enemy. Spreading his arms, the thin gentleman asked if it wasn't clear after the first time that all this was useless against him. The professional instantly put up an air barrier in front of him, blocking everything around him. Still, his face looked agitated, as if his opponent had anticipated this and thought it through in advance. The sweaty young man had a sly smile on his face, which the performer did not like at all. The tense mercenary couldn't understand why the needles didn't bounce off after the collision and simply stuck into the dome. The man who had lost his vigilance did not notice that a sharp object had flown into his lower back, and at that moment he cried out loudly in pain. The barrier could no longer withstand the pressure, and very soon the rest of the needles began to penetrate it. At that very moment, the wall simply collapsed, and more shells flew into the body of the contract holder. The man clenched his jaw and nearly lost consciousness, his face and teeth smeared with blood. Enjoying his opponent's cries of pain, Cho Jae-hee smiled and said that now the bastard would know what it felt like. Still standing on his feet, the martyr clutched his stomach, trying to understand what was happening to him. Struggling to understand, the gentleman wondered what strange feeling had suddenly overcome him. His mind began to cloud, and 4 sharp acupuncture needles protruded from his lower back, which were the culprits. The nimble Che used this technique for the first time in real combat, and the secret was that the metal in his opponent acted as a source of attraction for the needles. Among the pair of shells that the young man threw into battle, there was one that bypassed his opponent's defense and caught on his side. With its help, the young man managed to direct the other objects to a single point, and the enemy himself realized that they were trying to attach themselves to the needle stuck in him. The wounded performer was still in severe pain in his lower abdomen and was breathing heavily, while the young warrior just looked down on him. A sweaty Jae-hee said he was very lucky because he needed more shells for such a maneuver, but he used them all in the first attack. The young man was about to give up, but suddenly something clicked in his head and he had a flash of inspiration. He had a brilliant idea, but he only had a few minutes to implement it. The fighter's gaze fell on the unconscious Sun Hun as needles were sticking out of various parts of his body. The brave man noted that he had to give credit to his friend, although it was difficult to say whether it was luck or a coincidence. The enemy emphasized that luck is also a skill, and therefore the young man's ability had managed to hit his weak spot and cause him severe pain. The enemy added that the boy now had nothing, and that he would behave more cautiously from now on. Realizing that this was all the young warrior was capable of, the performer rushed into battle with fire in his eyes, eager to finish him off. His fist was immediately raised in front of the face of Che Jae-ha, who froze in place, slightly confused. But suddenly, with a sly smile on his face, the daredevil asked why the gray-haired man thought that was all. At that moment, his opponent's eyes widened in shock, and he was no longer so sure of his victory. Under the enemy's jacket, a strange object could be seen again, one that could hurt him very badly. The repulsive force of the metal began to twist the muscles in his abdomen, causing the pathetic gentleman to suffer hellishly. The focused fighter said that after the technique of attraction, there should be a magnificent power of repulsion. The man who was on the verge of losing consciousness began to cough up blood, but the pain did not stop at all, and he only got worse. The muscles in his face were severely strained, and the blood had already soaked into his black turtleneck, which was easier to throw away. Unexpectedly, the performer found the strength to rush into the attack and sharply grabbed Choi Jae-hee's arm. The guy flew a couple of meters to the side and crashed into the wall with his back, causing it to crack. Even in pain, the gray-haired mercenary was able to pull himself together and strike a blow, which was commendable. Grinning maliciously, the young fighter noted that the enemy did not look like a tough nut to crack. Not taking his words seriously, the contract holder smiled and said that he often heard such words. He was so distracted that at first he didn't even notice that a large amount of blood was flowing from the wound on his left side. The sarcastic Choi Jae-hee used his acting skills to feign surprise and was about to deal with the enemy. Suddenly, the opponent used a protective blue barrier and applied it to the wound without losing his composure at all. The sweating kid wasn't particularly shocked, as he already understood that anything could be expected from him. The stern gentleman immediately rushed into the attack, eager to end this whole charade as soon as possible. The boy recognized him as a tough nut to crack, then put his hands up, waiting for the moment to block the blow. At the same time, the strange stranger was hammering into Su Lee's head that they had to build a relationship of trust and not lie to each other. The distrustful hero asked if it was true that one had to tell only the truth in order to achieve something in the end. Smiling, the polite opponent confirmed the correctness of his thinking, and this made him a little happy. The brave man asked what would happen if he lied, and his opponent replied that the demons of truth would instantly take his soul. It sounded a little wild, but the man assured him that it was true, and they asked the young man not to take it, because he did not want to lose him. The young man did not understand his words because the scoundrel himself had placed the ugly stuffed animal in his body. The quick-witted fighter realized that the rule of not lying did not apply to his opponent, and a small monster was sticking out of his neck. The small monster began to leave Su Lee's body, which was difficult for it, but it did not stop. The demon of truth flew upward, and the wary young man continued to look into his opponent's eyes. Feeling intense pain, the hero cringed sharply, and his interlocutor asked how he could doubt him. He called it a rather contradictory act, and the tense young man was breathing heavily at that moment. The calm man said that this happens when a soul is taken away, but added that it would soon become easier. Then the leader of the monsters understood the pointing finger and began to mutter something under his breath. The wizard advised Su Lee to be careful, because after everything unnecessary was removed and the puzzle of the soul was assembled, death would come. Turning around, the hero saw a small mannequin in the demon's hands and realized that this was his insides. The nervous guy understood that his regeneration would not help here, and that what affected these creatures was also unknown. His unflappable opponent said that the rules were extremely simple, while the serious young man looked at him silently. They had to tell each other only the truth and not doubt the truth of their words. The opponent threatened that if doubts arose, the young man would simply lose his soul. The ugly monster continued to giggle and smirk at the boy, holding the mannequin of his insides in his hands. The stern Su Li began to repeat the words he had heard in his mind, trying to understand their true meaning. Now he clearly understood the consequences of disobedience and tried to adjust to it. In an instant, the brave man seemed to be enlightened, and something dawned on him, but he tried not to show it. The quick-witted young man decided to focus on something, and his opponent listened attentively at that moment. The trusting fighter asked what would happen if the stranger lied to him, since this had not been discussed. The fanatic said again that they would tell each other the truth, and if the words they doubted turned out to be lies, the demon would take the deceiver's soul. He pointed again at the small creature in the air, and the brave man listened silently and drew conclusions in his head. The hero thought it was a trivial ability, one that prevented them from attacking the owner, but considering that, it wasn't so bad. Unexpectedly, the warrior said that he would win in any case because he could take the enemy alive or by playing truth or dare. These words sent a chill down the spine of the long-haired stranger, who simply froze in place. Still, the sarcastic guy chuckled so as not to appear weak, and his opponent said he would go first. He was most interested in information about Jack, so it was mentioned right away. The daredevil asked his interlocutor to tell him everything he knew, and the latter could not lie in this situation. Looking sternly at him, the hero demanded that he lay everything out clearly, because he needed the information. Later that day, Choi Jae-hai continued to strike, trying to knock his stubborn opponent off his feet. The nervous fighter remained focused, dodging the enemy's attacks and remaining unharmed. The gray-haired mercenary seemed to be getting faster and faster, swinging his arms non-stop, which began to cause concern. But still, the nimble young man picked the right moment and punched him right in the cheek. The brave fighter then used an uppercut and landed it very successfully, stunning his opponent, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening. At the same time, the performer was still able to function and activated one of his abilities, clenching his fist tightly. The powerful blow landed right in the center of Chejaha's chest, who clenched his jaw tightly in pain. The guy, who was tense to the max, just froze in place for a moment, as if something strange had happened. He could still stand firmly on his feet, so he had no doubt about his victory and was ready to fight to the end. The daredevil decided to take a risk and kick, but the contract holder managed to put his hands up and block him. The young man instantly jumped aside, continuing to stare at his opponent and watch his actions. The young man noted again that the performer was quite a tough nut to crack, and there was no arguing with that. Smiling, the enemy threatened to use the air muscle technique, and the difference in strength between them would be significant. But suddenly, the guy said that he wasn't talking about that at all, and this instantly destroyed the fighter's confidence. Completely calm, Ji-hee noted that it was all about the attacks of the gray-haired man, who began to listen to him carefully. It was said that the difference between the current attack power and the previous one was quite significant, but that didn't mean anything. Unlike in the past, now the brave man could calmly block all of his opponent's blows, even with a broken arm. The young man also noted that the performer was exhausted, which could be understood from the unstable flap of skin covering his wound. It didn't matter how powerful the mercenary's abilities were, since even the strength he could use was limited. The warrior rushed into the attack, saying that the gray-haired man was wasting his strength. So in this situation, the advantage was on his side. The man, who had not lost his composure, agreed with all his words, but there was one thing. Striking the boy sharply in the stomach, he shouted in rage that this did not mean he would give up so easily. The gentleman was completely confident that the attack would be successful, but in an instant his face became serious again. Unexpectedly blocking his blow, the brave man asked if the naive little man really thought so. Smiling confidently, the combative young man said that now he would take all his blows to the face. The nimble enemy began to move from side to side, trying to resist, but nothing worked. The stern Choi Jae-hee was also alert and successfully parried his attacks, trying to deliver his own series of blows. No matter what the young man said, it was still not easy, and there were not many gaps in the performer's defense. Since the gray-haired man precisely blocked the blows aimed at his acupuncture points, everything became many times more difficult. The young man understood that at this rate, victory or defeat was only a matter of time, so he had to pull himself together. He continued to put pressure on his opponent in every way possible, throwing needles at him, but this brought very little success. The man, stained with his own blood, was calm and did not lose his composure during the fight. Suddenly, the calm gentleman said that keeping up with the speed of young people was not an easy task. Very unexpectedly, the mercenary took a fighting stance and spread his arms, creating a barely noticeable ring in front of him. The confused youngster was immediately thrown back, but managed to stop himself from sliding and even falling. The sarcastic kid asked if the old man was tired of waving his fists and advised him to finally give up. The unperturbed man suggested ending it all right now, which sounded somewhat frightening. The bewildered boy noticed that the enemy had simply stirred up the air around him, but his intentions were unclear to him. The provocateur, Jahi, asked if the pathetic guy was giving up, and what he meant when he suggested ending it all right now. The calm performer said that he was now focusing his power on his last technique. He asked why the youngster didn't rush into battle with him, and suggested that the coward was experiencing an instinctive fear. The young man was amused by the old man's provocations, which he couldn't even counterattack, so he considered attacking him immoral. The brave young man thought it was time to take a step back and assess the situation, but suddenly became very alert. The alarmed young man's vision became very blurry, and the smiling mercenary asked him how he was feeling. Choi-jae, who was very tense, soon realized that it was not his eyes but that he could not even breathe and was suffocating. His opponent said that the oxygen level in the atmosphere had dropped, and that this was the final technique of his vacuum ability. The young man could do nothing and was about to lose consciousness, while his opponent simply watched him, standing in front of him. The oxygen from the gray-haired man's chin was rapidly decreasing, and during this time, he couldn't do anything. But it didn't matter. The bastard added that it would only take 5 seconds, and the tormented fighter was already barely standing on his feet. The enemy said that in a few moments, due to a lack of oxygen in his body, he would lose consciousness and then die of hypoxia. The nervous warrior needed to act, but his opponent was too far away, and now he understood why the cunning man had kept his distance. The opponent noted that his strength was admirable, but in his condition, it would be impossible to get close to him. Sweating profusely, Choi-jae tried his best not to panic, but the situation was indeed very difficult. If he had had even a second more, everything could have turned out completely differently. The young man could hit at least one acupuncture point, but at that moment he couldn't believe that he would die without striking his enemy even once. The young man should have attacked earlier, without hesitation, but caution had worked against him. Suddenly, the brave man felt something inside and was able to move his arms freely again. His body began to gain strength because he decided to use his own technique on himself. The surprised performer could not understand why he should use this option at such a difficult moment. The shocked man simply froze in place with his mouth open and began to say that this couldn't be happening. The perceptive opponent simply slowed down the blood flow to his brain, which once again emphasized his professionalism. Still, the contract holder believed that even in this case, the pathetic little man would be unable to do anything for 2 seconds. But unexpectedly, he became very alarmed because he felt something strange in both legs. The tense gentleman immediately began to shake his head from side to side in order to understand the situation. Sweat began to pour down his face, and the mercenary became even more nervous as the situation became more difficult. In intense pain, the gray-haired man said to himself that the insolent man had used his own trap against him. At that moment, the long-legged man collapsed to the floor, but his torment did not end, which played into Choi-jae's hands. The blood-stained performer shouted loudly that he was still alive, but fear did not leave his mind. The panicked man realized that he could have died from his own ability, and that was very scary. In an instant, he fell silent, and his gaze changed sharply, as if something had happened ahead of him. The discouraged fighter slowly began to lift his torso off the floor without taking his eyes off the front. In front of him, he saw his cold-blooded opponent standing silently and looking at him. Smiling, the young fighter said in a calm tone that he had won this difficult fight. At the same time, the brown-eyed man replied to Su Li that it would not be as interesting if he told him everything he knew. He suggested asking one question at a time, and the main character thought that the scoundrel would not reveal everything so easily. The brave man realized that he would have to follow his conditions, and the first thing he asked was how his opponent had learned about his connection with Jack. The man knew that the young man had recently been baptized and said that one of the performers had died during the ritual. Unexpectedly, the interlocutor said that the deceased man was his uncle, and that sounded interesting. The letter that the relative had left before his death mentioned a red-haired young man with a shifty gaze who was always with Jack. The brown-eyed man also learned about a super newcomer named Sun Hong and checked his circle of friends for such a person. He actively pursued his investigations until he found Su Li and immediately realized that he had hit the jackpot. The fierce fighter assumed that his opponent was looking for him to avenge his uncle, but he immediately refuted this. Smiling, the young gentleman said that they were not that close and gave understandable reasons for this. He added that he was looking for the main character for another reason, but he didn't quite understand it. The tired guy began to ask him about the reason, but his interlocutor emphasized that he had already answered his question. Remaining calm, the stranger said that now it was his turn to ask the young man something. The brown-eyed man began to rack his brains mysteriously, trying to think of something interesting to ask. Snapping his fingers excitedly, he soon exclaimed that he had come up with a rather interesting question. The enthusiastic eccentric began to shout that he was very curious about how this whole situation had come about. The stranger began to ask how Jack's head ended up with Su Li, who looked at him silently and sternly. Smiling, the kid added that the hero himself would never have fought the killer, but he assured him that he had done it on his own. Without hiding the truth, the brave boy declared that he had personally defeated the psychopath who was responsible for the deaths of many people. The slightly surprised gentleman asked if he had really done it alone, and the brave boy nodded silently in response. For the first few seconds, the astonished man simply stood silent, staring at him with his mouth open. Soon the first chuckle was heard, and it was a signal that he had no faith in Su Li. At that moment, the brown-eyed man laughed out loud and grabbed his stomach, saying that the boy was lying and not even blushing. Wiping away tears of laughter, he asked if the kid was lying too thoughtlessly and added that he would never believe such nonsense in real life. But unexpectedly, the demon of truth flew up and immediately began the process of collecting souls, for that was the price of doubt. The stunned man couldn't believe what he was seeing, and beads of sweat immediately began to roll down his face. The extremely tense man realized that his insides had been removed, and this was a bitter truth for him. He couldn't believe that the main character had told the truth about dealing with Jack on his own. Sweat continued to pour down his nervous face, and the stranger clenched his teeth, trying to calm down. The brown-eyed man did not know how strong the killer had been before, as he had not been particularly active at the time, but he had heard something from his uncle. According to him, 10 years ago in Grand Tower, 3 of the strongest clans formed an alliance to defeat the psychopath. This meant that Su Li and his friends were at least as strong as the alliance. But as he said this, the evil fighter grabbed him by the shoulders. The stern warrior said he was fed up until something sensible came out of the fool's mouth, and the demons didn't know if he considered it an attack. The cold-blooded fighter added that now it was his turn and decided to ask a very important question for himself. With a frightening look in his eyes, the main character asked directly what kind of people were in the hotel on that terrible day. Meanwhile, Choe Jae-hee finally dealt with the perpetrator, who was now lying in a pool of his own blood. The exhausted young man began to drag the unconscious Sun Hoon, even though he was in no condition to do so. He was curious to see when the fool would come to, and behind him he heard a voice calling someone Grandpa. An unknown man with a yellow mane approached the dead man and tried to wake him up, suspecting that the guy had kicked the bucket. The fearless fighter immediately noticed the stranger, who also felt his gaze on him. The polite young man waved at him with a smile on his face and said hello, but it all seemed very strange. The warrior was still dragging his wounded comrade, and the unknown young man was crouching near the dead body. Standing up, the shy boy felt awkward because he hadn't even greeted the man. Without further ado, the brave man immediately rushed at him with his fist, but did not scare him at all. The stranger simply held out his index finger and pressed it against her hand, which looked rather ridiculous. But to his great surprise, with this simple move, the boy managed to throw Choe Jae-hee away like a ball. Gritting his teeth viciously, the brave boy collapsed to the floor, but remained conscious, now eager to take revenge on the scoundrel. His polite opponent apologized and said that he had not come to fight, explaining that he had reacted to the attack automatically. He also asked if his opponent was okay and continued to behave like a silly child. Judging by the blood-stained fighter, the stranger pretended that he had been badly beaten and then wondered who the blond man lying on the floor was. Suddenly finding himself next to Sun Hoon's body, the weirdo smiled and noted that this was quite unusual. Stunned, Jae-hee mentally noted that the kid was very fast, so it was dangerous to mess with him. Without a word, the scoundrel threw the unconscious guy over his shoulder, saying that, as he thought, the old man couldn't handle it. The angry warrior shouted, asking who he was, and ordered him to immediately put the wounded man back where he was. The emotionless stranger stopped immediately to explain everything in detail. He turned around sharply and mesmerized the young man with his cold gaze, who was now afraid to even breathe. The young warrior's legs trembled violently, but he tried not to show it, although he did not succeed. Trying to look sternly into the stranger's eyes, the brave young man asked where he was taking the injured Sun Hoon. At first, the eccentric man simply grinned, trying to formulate a clear answer in his mind. Then the guy noted that people usually wet their pants after something like that, but his opponent was still holding his ground. The man with the yellow mane decided to respond to the brave man out of kindness, since he had passed a small test. At that moment, the brown-eyed gentleman replied to Xu Li that the people from the Grand Tower he was interested in were no longer there. These words caused alarm in the protagonist's heart, and his interlocutor still had something to say on the matter. The mysterious man knew where the scum who had wreaked havoc 10 years ago had gone. At that time, the stranger told Che Jae-ha that if he wanted to try to get his friend back, he should look in one place. They were talking about the phantom, which both oddballs mentioned to their counterparts, but no detailed explanation followed. Both young fighters were very surprised and even nervous, but they tried to keep themselves under control with all their might. The extremely serious Xu Li was the first to ask where this place was located. With a heavy sigh, his interlocutor asked if he really didn't like to follow the rules, since he was making the same mistake again. He reminded him that he also wanted to ask questions, and the brave man suddenly raised his clenched fist. He immediately struck his opponent's jaw, who was surprised but showed no fear on his face. Suddenly, two demons of truth appeared, determined to thwart the fearless warrior's plans. What was striking was that the guy's hand instantly turned around, and he simply hit himself in the chin. The man asked how many times he would have to explain that you can't just attack, but the daredevil immediately grabbed his wrist. The trickster began to pull his opponent's arm aside to weaken his defense and attack sharply. In the end, the flint hit himself again, feeling intense pain, but he didn't show it. The fat monster did well once again, but the stubborn fighter still did not fall to the ground. The brown-eyed man noted that the boy had frightened him and asked if he really wanted to beat him up using his own hand. The nervous guy said that the stupid kid would never learn his lesson, but he didn't care about his words at all. The stranger explained that it didn't matter what the warrior swung, because the outcome was always the same and not in his favor. Focused, Xu Li began to draw conclusions based on the fact that everything he touched was considered a weapon. His opponent stood still as if nothing had happened, adjusting the collar of his jacket and smiling at him. Nevertheless, the gentleman allowed the young man to ask him any questions for 10 minutes and promised to try to answer each one. Looking sternly into his eyes, the distrustful fighter said bluntly that he doubted the truthfulness of his words. The young man expressed doubts about the answer, and this greatly alarmed the stranger, who paused to think. A drop of sweat ran down the brown-eyed man's cheek as he analyzed the situation and drew conclusions in his head. The young man in front of him twisted again, and the long-haired man realized that this was to his advantage and said that he had told the truth. He asked if the youngster was ready to trust him, but the stubborn Xu Li was not going to waste his breath and decided to simply ask the next question. Breathing heavily and staring sternly at his opponent, the brave man asked if he was also from Phantom. His interlocutor gave a negative answer, and the brave man again expressed his doubts. Not at all afraid of punishment. 3 complaints at once surprised the brown-eyed man, and he simply froze in place. The demons were having a blast and enjoying their work, not upsetting their respected master. Behaving provocatively, the provocateur asked if the main character was really crazy, since he was acting so foolishly. The young gentleman crouched down and asked the heavily breathing boy how he was feeling, because he didn't look very well. The daredevil replied that it was all nonsense, and the scoundrel found it amusing that he was saying such things when he could barely stand up. Pointing at something, the stranger asked the young fighter to look at something interesting nearby. It was said that Xu Li's neighbor's soul was almost full, and the demons of truth held it in their hands. Smiling, the man warned that one mistake on the part of the main character, and the mannequin would be filled. He added that the guy simply had no right to make a mistake, so he had to act with extreme caution. The brave man pretended not to understand, and his interlocutor explained once again that if he doubted him again, he would die. The confident man said that even if he lied, The young man could not carelessly doubt him, and he suddenly said that he believed him. The surprised gentleman did not understand his words since he had not said anything like that, but Su Li emphasized that he trusted him completely. It was striking that the hero promised from now on, regardless of whether it was a lie or the truth, not to express any doubts. His changeable behavior caused confusion in his long-haired opponent. A few seconds later, the opponent laughed out loud like a horse, calling the guy a clever freak. The man emphasized that Li was not the first or the last to use such words in the hope of survival. Reaching into his back pocket, the cunning man said that he had something with him for just such occasions. He soon took out an unknown object and handed it to the serious hero, who stood silently in place. The attentive young man looked closely and asked what it was, realizing that it could be dangerous. But his companion smiled and replied that it was a vitamin, reminding him that the brave man had promised not to doubt him anymore. His counterpart asked him to swallow the small pill, but he became a little nervous, realizing that it could be poison. The cunning man warned that if the young man did not do so, it would be considered doubt, and ultimately, his soul would be taken. The man added that if it turned out not to be a vitamin, then it would not be considered an attack on his part. The point was that the hero would swallow the pill of his own free will, which meant that the stranger could not be blamed. Regardless of what the young man decided to do, the probability of his death was as high as 50%. The chances of the scoundrel's soul being taken this time were slim, as he still had most of it left. In other words, the death of the fearless Su Li was inevitable, and this greatly pleased the cunning gentleman. He couldn't wait to find out what the focused fighter, who was carefully examining the pill, would choose. The guy was in no hurry to make a decision, realizing that this was a very important moment and his life was at stake. Unexpectedly, he popped the vitamin into his mouth and swallowed it, covering his mouth with his hand. The brown-eyed scoundrel noted in his mind that, as expected, the young man was very quick-witted. Considering the stranger's situation as the person who gave the medicine, he had another option to make the young man doubt. Even if the man gave the boy a vitamin, he would never put himself at risk, so he was in an advantageous position. The best outcome was to give the boy ascorbic acid, and he probably thought so too, which is why he swallowed it. But the calculating man had anticipated this, so he had planned everything in advance to avoid finding himself in a difficult situation. It turned out that the pill he gave him was poison, and now Su Li felt very ill, and his whole body was shaking. In severe pain, the fighter gradually began to fall to the ground, trying to brace himself with his hands so as not to hit the floor. The scoundrel noted that it didn't matter how tough the boy thought he was, because he had him in the palm of his hand. Then the man looked sternly at the kid, for whom he did not feel even a drop of compassion. At that moment, he remembered the words of the serious man who promised to open his uncle's safe if he brought him Jack's head. The cunning man crouched down and admitted that when he found the killer's head in the Su Li's bag, he was no longer interested in anything else. The scoundrel said that the youngster had something to ask him, but he wasn't interested in him at all, so he didn't want to waste his time. Now the main character could not resist his enemy, who quickly opened his backpack without thinking twice. The scoundrel was greatly surprised and froze in an instant, because he found nothing inside. With a trembling hand, he reached inside the bag, hoping to find something, but luck had turned its back on him. The stunned enemy wondered why Jack's head wasn't inside if it had been there all along. The scoundrel thought it was impossible, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, which unexpectedly twisted. At that moment, the brown-eyed man stopped, trying to understand what had happened, and blood began to flow from his mouth. In just a few seconds, the bloodied man fell to the floor, bouncing sharply off the backpack. Feeling incredibly angry, he asked in a confidential tone how Su Li had managed to do such a thing. The angry owner shouted, asking what the demon was doing, adding that his opponent had brutally broken the rules. The agitated monster began to spread his arms and shrug his shoulders, but the master did not understand what nonsense he was talking about. The very angry man began to examine the body of the hero lying on the floor, trying to draw some conclusions. Looking at him, the gentleman assumed that the young man was no longer the same as before, because everything had changed dramatically. The bleeding scoundrel cried out that this could not be, but the brave man began to get to his feet before his eyes. Now the pathetic moron was on his knees, slowly suffocating, experiencing excruciating pain throughout his body. The brave man said frighteningly that he had long dreamed of saying something like this, but could never find a reason. The brown-eyed man, who had shed a tear of pain, listened to him silently, although his eyes were already becoming cloudy. The warrior, staring at him menacingly, asked if the pathetic little man really thought he was standing in front of Su Li. The boy began to explain that it was a line from a scary story about a child who felt like he was being watched. Suddenly feeling intense anger, the nervous hero asked why he had to explain such basic things to a moron. He decided to abandon this ridiculous endeavor and end it all as quickly as possible, while his opponent glared at him angrily. Long, black hair suddenly began to emerge from his sleeves, and it was clear to the naked eye that it was dirty. The agitated man asked what was wrong with the guy's hand, and Jack's voice asked if he was the one who kept saying that he wasn't interested in his personality. But now he was asking questions. Although the killer was not on friendly terms with him, he still decided to answer the question. Frightening him more and more with his behavior, the psychopath asked the horrified gentleman to prepare for something. What was shocking was that Su Li suddenly lifted his t-shirt and Jack's head was sticking out of his stomach. The opponent, who almost lost consciousness from fear, jumped back, screaming and not believing that the killer's head was in front of him. He begged not to say that the main character had absorbed the psychopath into his body, but it was just the opposite. The madman shouted menacingly that he was the one who had taken advantage of this body. The reason Jack used the young man's face was that it was somehow strange to talk through his stomach, lifting his shirt up on the street. The enemy had heard about the killer's abilities to transform, which were beyond common sense, but he did not expect anything like this. He was horrified by the question of why the madman was still alive, since his uncle had definitely said that he had died 10 years ago. With a terrifying smile, his opponent said that it was the brown-eyed man's turn, but he didn't understand what that meant. Looking at him with glowing eyes, his opponent grinned and said that it was his turn to tell the truth. Creepy Jack said that he didn't have much time before his enemy's last breath, so he suggested not wasting time. Moving closer to the wounded man, he grinned and asked him to listen very carefully. Stained with his own blood, the gentleman was afraid to even breathe and stared at him without looking away. At one point, he smiled slyly for some reason, as if he had some goal in mind. The brown-eyed man considered it commendable that Jack had gone so far, and he was pleased that his opponent knew everything after all. The sweating man confirmed this, but unexpectedly replied rudely that he would not answer a lunatic. The bewildered killer first thought he had misheard, but his interlocutor really did refuse to engage. Putting his hand to the wound, the brave man smiled slightly, noting that, as the madman had said, he did not have long to live. The young gentleman said that he was dying, and even if he helped Jack only because he was already a dead man, he would still meet his end. These words made his opponent fall silent and think, as if they had touched him to the depths of his soul. Leaning his hand on the floor, the madman agreed that the scoundrel would die here, and he would not even be able to save him. The wounded man became very nervous, and his face changed because he noticed suspicious behavior on the part of his opponent. The mad tyrant in Su Li's body exclaimed that he could hurt him, so he swung his arms sharply. At that moment, the man bit his lip and narrowed his eyes as much as possible, realizing that his end had come. Surprisingly, at the very last moment before striking, Jack simply stopped. The protagonist's hand immediately trembled, and his opponent, sitting on the floor, gathered the courage to open his eyes slightly. The young man began to feel tormented, and Jack said that he had come out of hibernation too early, which caused confusion in his opponent. Laughing slightly, the psychopath said that luck was on the side of the long-haired, brown-eyed man, who was already prepared to die. At that moment, Su Li's body collapsed to the floor, and no more words came out of his mouth while his alarmed enemy silently stared at him. At that moment, Jack's head fell out from under the young man's jacket, also posing no danger. The worried gentleman could not believe that all this horror had happened before his eyes. Feeling calm in his soul, he simply lay down on the floor and said that he was dying, but less painfully, and that even made him happy. The exhausted man relaxed and tilted his head back, but suddenly heard a strange sound nearby. The tense man looked up and saw the silhouette of a person in front of him, which he did not expect at all. What was astonishing was that standing in front of him was the stern Su Li, holding Jack's head in his hands. The smiling opponent said that he no longer had the strength to even be surprised, so he did not attach any particular significance to the situation. After a while, the angry hero yelled at Jihe, who was to blame for the stranger taking Sun Hun. The angry guy exclaimed that he should have at least stalled for time, but the fool just let the scoundrel walk away. His comrade asked him not to yell and inquired where he had been all this time and what he had been doing. The brave man asked if his ally really thought he had just been wandering around the city and then saw something suspicious behind him. The bloodied perpetrator lay on the asphalt, showing no signs of life. Holding his right shoulder, Jae-hee turned around and also looked at him, not even knowing what to say. The cool-headed Soo Lee understood that his brave comrade was also not idle and was busy with his work. Unexpectedly, he apologized, explaining that a lot had happened to him, so his nerves were shot. Then the main character suggested taking a break, since they had both been through a lot, and his comrade agreed with him. The blue-eyed boy asked if the daredevil had installed the program on Sun Hoon's stolen phone. The excited fighter immediately reached into his pocket for the phone, remembering that he had indeed done so. But his joy quickly evaporated when he saw that the mobile device said the tracker was not being tracked. Stressed out, Soo Lee said that the jerks got rid of the smartphone, and Cho Jae-hee suggested that they might have just deleted the app. The pensive hero asked if the stranger had said where he was going, and his counterpart replied that he had mentioned something about a phantom. It was said that if they wanted to pick up the blonde man, they needed to go there, and this alarmed the brave man because the brown-eyed man had said the same thing to him. The tired allies said that they didn't even know where this place was, and the brave man began to get to his feet. Suddenly, the perceptive young man said that he had an idea, which he continued to ponder in his head. Taking Jack's head in his hand, the young man said that the people from there were hunting him so he could be useful to them. The warrior understood that since they knew what the mercenaries wanted, and if those guys realized that Hong had nothing to do with the murderer, the situation would change. The quick-witted Seo Lee was sure that the villains would come to them, and then they would capture anyone who came for them. He added that through this man, they would be able to find the lair of the scoundrels and kill everyone in it without exception. In one of the city stores, he asked his comrade if he was ready, and he replied that he was always ready. The kid expressed hope that his comrade would not fail this time, and this already aroused suspicion in the salesman at the cash register. Putting a can of soda on the counter, the bold young man asked the elderly man to ring it up quickly. Suddenly, the tense man saw something that caught his attention, which was unacceptable. Remaining polite, the cashier asked the young man to remove his hand from the lid of the tin can. The insolent young man did not obey and abruptly opened the can, from which sweet water immediately sprayed out. The scoundrel dared to spray the contents at an innocent gentleman standing next to his friend, who was filming everything on camera. The angry gentleman shouted, asking what the hell the teenagers were doing, daring to behave so rudely. The sarcastic punks started laughing loudly and running towards the exit, and the store owner rushed after them. The hooligans had no intention of stopping and smiled as they ran, knowing that the fat man would not catch up with them. After a while, the punks sat behind one of the buildings, discussing how well they had done to laugh at the old man. One of the smoking boys was re-watching the video of the man's violent reaction, which looked funny. His friend suggested splitting the profits from monetization in half if the video went viral, but his counterpart told him to go to hell. He said he would upload the video to the platform and hide it, so nothing would come of it, but his friend didn't like that option. The guy called the leader a jerk who just didn't want to share, and the brunette asked who he thought he was. The leader typed something on his phone and handed it to his interlocutor, saying that he could check whether his words were true or false. The brown-haired guy asked why he would upload the video to his main account and smirked, assuming that his friend was keeping some kind of personal diary. At one point, the brown-eyed man saw something interesting and decided to take a closer look. It turned out that someone had subscribed to the brunette, and according to him, it was a certain Woon Yanju. The skeptical friend asked why the blogger would subscribe to him, but the young man replied that it wasn't her. The young man asked who it was, but the answer did not come immediately. The site said that the video had been successfully verified, and the kid earned 50 shark points for it. With a sly smile, the bully said quietly that there was one guy he knew well. Choi Jae-hee and Siwoo Lee were at the school, where two guys were walking down the hallway arguing about something. The hero said that even if the young man leaves school, he is now an outsider, but he replied that it makes no difference because he hasn't been caught yet. The young man also added that he was wearing a mask so no one would recognize him, and wondered if he should be grateful for the virus outbreak. Returning to school after so long, the young man was suddenly overwhelmed with memories of his past days there. The kid asked how Jack was doing, and his comrade replied that the head of the killer, who liked to sleep at school, was in the locker. The brave boy asked what was going on with Phantom, and his allies said that the search engine was clogged with junk, so it was difficult to track down any mentions. In response, the boy asked if anything strange had happened at school, and Soo Lee replied that Sun Hong's friends didn't even know what had happened to him. The blonde boy's sister, Song Yun, wasn't worried at all, as he often skipped school, and no one thought anything could have happened to him. The blue-eyed youngster said that in any case, they needed to find Belyasha as soon as possible. Suddenly, the fighters heard human screams nearby, which immediately caught their attention. Somewhere nearby, dark liquid blood was dripping onto the floor, and someone was loudly called a psycho. The young man coughing up blood was asked to calm down immediately, because he had already gone too far. The impulsive kid yelled at everyone to shut up and continue filming in silence, because he really wanted to become popular. The young man carelessly left a cut on his own arm, and that's why people made such a fuss. The hot-tempered hooligan began to threaten the two guys who asked him to stop and already considered him crazy. Looking at the psychopath's fierce gaze, the guys decided to just keep filming him until things got even worse. Holding the phone with a trembling hand, one of the young men said that they would be in deep trouble. The crazed kid persuaded him to continue filming everything, and no one could even say anything to him. The madman continued to wave the box cutter around, believing that great fame would soon come to him. But suddenly a brave guy from the crowd intervened and stopped the fool, who could have accidentally hurt himself. It was the fearless Su Li, who grabbed the boy firmly by the wrist and told him to stop fooling around. The cool-headed warrior silently looked into the eyes of his opponent, who was filming abnormal videos. The impulsive student tried to pull his hand away, demanding to be released immediately, but the brave man did not listen to him. Unexpectedly for everyone, the fighter decided to throw the boy to the ground to bring him to his senses, because the situation demanded it. At that moment, he was knocked off his feet and pressed face down to the floor, which caused even more anger in his mind. The hero, who did not succumb to provocation, asked if the youngster was hard of hearing, since he did not understand his request. The angry guy asked who he was to tell him what to do, thinking that just because he could fight, it gave him some kind of right. The emotionless young man asked the psychopath to open his palms and let go of the knife, but in response was told to go to hell. Bending his limbs even harder, the brave guy threatened to break his arm if he didn't comply with the demand before the countdown was over. Without further ado, the warrior began to count, and the pitiful kid had no choice but to calm down immediately and comply. The wounded bully became even more nervous, as he had no choice but to give in. Soon, the cold-blooded fighter counted to 3, after which he was supposed to break his opponent's arm. But suddenly, the guy heard strange cries somewhere nearby, which immediately caught his attention. The rest of the people in the room also heard the loud noises, which made everyone anxious. The stationary knife fell to the floor at that moment, and someone in the crowd cried out loudly as if they had seen something terrible. Successfully breaking free from Su Li's grasp, the hot-tempered young man immediately jumped up and ran toward the window. Everyone gathered in one place and looked down, where someone excitedly asked to call the teacher. This was followed by a request to immediately call the police and an ambulance, as if something had happened in a short period of time. It turned out that there had been an accident and someone had carelessly fallen from the roof of the building. A crazy kid, hungry for fame, looked down intently, muttering something under his breath, which caught the attention of the main character. The psychopath said that what had happened was damn cool, which caused confusion and even slight disgust in the young man. The fool chuckled quietly to himself, while the discouraged fighter did not know how to react to such behavior. Smiling frighteningly, with bulging eyes, the guy who had gone off the rails looked down and declared that he would also become a shark. At that moment, the brave man grabbed the young idiot by the collar of his jacket, eager to finally bring him to his senses. Then he pushed the kid into the wall, hitting him hard, but the stupid smile remained on his face. The enraged fighter shouted, asking what was so funny about a tragic accident that had resulted in a person's death. The stern Su Li asked what kind of nonsense the moron was talking about when he said he would become a shark, and he just started giggling again. The impulsive hero swung his arm again to teach the kid a lesson, and the smile suddenly disappeared from his face. But soon he started making faces again, asking his opponent to be bolder and slap him anyway. The dimwit asked him to hit him so that it would be caught on camera, while those around them discussed how crazy they both were. The kid had nothing to say to the daredevil, and even if he had said something, his words would have remained incomprehensible. Looking frighteningly into his interlocutor's eyes, the madman said that only the chosen few could enjoy this game. Then he continued to laugh eerily, while a disconcerted Li looked at him silently, not even knowing how to react. Sometime later, the hero met Che Jae-ho in the park, who learned that the deceased student was a high school senior. The young man added that the deceased was not a victim of bullying and that the situation was definitely a terrible coincidence. Putting his bag on a bench, his ally asked if he had found anything interesting, and the blue-eyed man replied that he had only managed to find an account on social media. It turned out that the boy recorded videos, uploaded them to the platform, and was clearly obsessed with it, just like the psycho Sue Lee met at school. The red-haired fighter asked if it was true that his comrade also had a TikTok account, and he wondered why he needed this information. The hero asked him to find out something about the high school student, and the young man obsessed with fame, and the stern Jack asked him not to put his hand on the bag. The slightly confused guy replied that it wouldn't be difficult, but he didn't understand why, since they were already busy looking for Sun Hoon. The brave man said that they would deal with this first and asked for his phone, and his friend asked if it was really that important. After carefully examining everything on the mobile device, the tense Lee said that everything was exactly as he had thought. He showed the high school student's account to his friend and decided to highlight the things that seemed strange. According to him, the young man hadn't uploaded anything in the last month, but before that, he had been posting several videos every day. His friend suggested that the boy might have been threatened because he had done a lot of bad things, and he also had exams coming up for which he could have been preparing. A few seconds later, the protagonist showed something else on his phone, and now Choi Jae-hee was slightly surprised. Soon the shock intensified, and now the guy froze silently in place, drawing some conclusions in his head. The daredevil showed the profile of a kid obsessed with popularity, saying that he hadn't posted anything for 2 weeks either. It was suspicious that the dimwit, obsessed with posting, hadn't even posted the terrifying video. This moment made him think and stayed in his mind, because it could be very important for solving the mystery. His ally agreed that the two could be connected, but asked if it had anything to do with Phantom or the performers. The hero suggested checking first to see if there were any guys who had suddenly stopped appearing on social media. He believed that if they figured this out, it wouldn't be so bad, while a young man was walking down the street humming something under his breath. The fool was into parkour, so he was practicing dangerous stunts while standing on the roof of a high-rise building, saying that he would succeed. Trying to stay calm inside, the red-haired kid looked down from above, keeping his balance. Finally, he managed to lift one leg to the edge of the roof and successfully capture it on camera. But suddenly relaxing, the youngster stumbled and instantly increased the risk of falling from a great height. Incredibly frightened, the boy immediately started screaming, realizing that his own stupidity could cost him his life. He began to shout for help at the top of his lungs, and unexpectedly, someone behind him grabbed him by his t-shirt. At that moment, the mysterious stranger threw the youngster aside, causing him to roll across the floor like a barrel. The crying redhead couldn't believe he was still alive, because he was just moments away from his ridiculous death. Without thinking twice, the smiling fool raised his head to look at his savior and decided to thank him. In front of him stood two extremely serious men who looked him coldly in the eyes. The young man began to get to his feet, feeling very awkward, while Cho Jae-hee and Sue Lee were in no hurry to say anything to him. Soon the hero learned that the redhead was also recording videos, although the account where he uploaded them was not his main one, but that didn't change anything. In addition, the young man saw that even on the kid's private profile, there was one subscriber. Crouching down, he calmly asked who this follower was, and the excited boy replied that he didn't know. Hearing these words, the unflappable Sue Lee immediately stood up, which surprised the boy a little. The worried youngster didn't even know what to expect from the stranger, who seemed harsh to him. Convinced that the maneuver was safe, the daredevil coolly pulled out a sharp machete from nowhere, intending to threaten the coward. At that moment, the fighter swung his cold weapon sharply, which was stuck a few inches from the red-haired boy's feet. Remaining calm, the warrior justified himself by saying that his hand had slipped, and the boy, trembling with fear, did not understand what he was saying. The crying young man begged him to sit down, saying that all he knew was that the subscriber called himself Dr. P. He didn't know his age, gender, face, or even his name, so he couldn't physically say anything else. Thoughtful Choi Jae-hee said in a low voice that he had heard about this person somewhere before, and Siwoo asked how the kid had gotten in touch with him. The kid replied that the stranger had written to him first, offering to participate in an entertaining game. At first, he ignored the pushy gentleman, but soon decided to respond for fun and agree to play. He was sent a file with details of the tasks, and he was required to shoot a video, for which he received points and soon increased his rating. The The stern hero asked if he had really risked his life for some nonsense, and the kid realized that he didn't understand the situation. With a trembling voice, the young man said that by earning enough points, he could become the shark that the psycho at school had mentioned earlier. Grabbing the young fool by the shoulders, the fighter began to shake him and asked what was meant by this term. Being nervous, he shouted, asking what the redhead and those guys had in common and why they all seemed to have gone crazy. The sweaty boy calmed down for a moment and decided to explain what shark status was. But suddenly the youngster began to feel very ill, and his shrinking pupils began to roll upward. Shu Li was worried and tried to figure out what was going on with him, while the kid was making some really weird and even scary noises. In just a few seconds, he lost consciousness and snored briefly, and then everything fell silent. The shocked hero tried everything to wake him up, but nothing worked, which made it even scarier. Very soon, he came to the conclusion that the young man had simply died suddenly, although the cause was unknown. At the hospital, the guys were told that the boy's breathing, pulse, and vital signs were normal, but he was unconscious, which was a very rare case. The doctor added that they would observe him a little longer and hope for the best, while his friends had to wait in the hallway at tense. Shu Li noted that this was an unusual seizure, because it happened just as the boy was about to explain what a shark was. He assumed that Dr. P could have brainwashed him and used hypnosis to prevent the boy from saying anything unnecessary in front of strangers. The hero believed that if they didn't find the scoundrel, others could suffer, but the calm Jia He asked if it was really that important. The young man reminded him that their priority was to find Sun Hong, and the other lunatics were not their concern. The angry brave man exclaimed that he knew that, but still his ally was saying to just turn a blind eye to the horror that was happening. Suddenly, his comrade said that he didn't mean it quite like that, after which his opponent fell silent and calmed down a little. The guy didn't care what happened to the guys who didn't think with their heads, but since he had said he would help catch the perpetrator, he would keep his word. The serious young man remembered an important fact that could greatly help them in investigating the situation. Unexpectedly, he said that the wanted Dr. P was also the owner of the contract, which even surprised Shu Li. In the evening, the positive young man was walking down the stairs with a girl, telling her a story about Bansok and Bomsu. At one point, the brunette noticed a girl passing by who seemed familiar to him. It was a little suspicious that the young man turned around and started looking at the lady climbing the stairs. But it turned out that the preoccupied simpleton was simply enjoying her beauty, which caused confusion in the beautiful girl next to him. The angry girl immediately pulled her hand away and slapped the idiot who dared to stare at others right in front of her. The mysterious lady, in turn, went up to the right floor and stopped at an iron door. Madame wondered how Professor Beck could break his promise and dare to ignore her at the same time. Without thinking twice, she turned the handle, trying to enter the office, but the door was locked. The beauty found this rather strange, but she was persistent and did not intend to give up so easily. At that moment, the brunette kicked the door, managing to get inside. It was dark inside, so the wary lady began to look around carefully. The feisty lady continued to move forward, keeping a cool head and fearing nothing at all. Moving further, she found a right turn, behind which was a double door. Without hesitation, the determined young woman entered the next room, still feeling confident. Seeing only an empty studio in front of her, the woman concluded that, as expected, the coward had packed his things and fled. The brunette hoped to find clues as to where the scoundrel might have gone, but she realized that it was already too late. On the table, the girl saw a half-empty form, mentioning a deal with Dr. P. At first, the tense lady couldn't believe that this was the same psychopath who was dangerous to get involved with. For the first few seconds, she just stood there, thinking about what was happening and what to do next. Then the feisty lady picked up a pen and began to twirl it quickly between her fingers, as if she was about to throw it somewhere. In the same instant, the small object was thrown forward, and it was clear that the beauty had done so out of anger. The pen stuck in the wall, emphasizing the professionalism of the ninja, who was quite pleased with herself. It turned out that it had hit the throat of Dr. Beck, depicted in the portrait, and it looked eerie. A little white smoke and dust rose around it, but that didn't bother the brunette, who was angry at the old man. What was stunning was that there was a person in the darkness at that moment whose silhouette became visible. The man thought that the reckless girl would just turn around and leave silently, but it wasn't that simple. The young man's gaze changed to a very nervous one, because he realized that he had been discovered by a ninja. The merciless woman immediately rushed to attack and struck the wall, but her opponent managed to jump back and remain unharmed. Smiling, he said that he thought the girl would calmly leave without finding him, but harsh reality made itself felt. The nimble brunette had no intention of wasting time on empty chatter, so she jumped to strengthen her attack. Right in the air, she flipped over, swinging her leg at her opponent, who was lucky enough to block it in time. The cool-headed girl immediately asked who he was and where Professor Beck was at the moment. The brown-eyed boy said that both questions were difficult to answer, but that didn't upset the warrior lady at all. The brave lady said that if the scoundrel didn't want to talk, he would simply die, and immediately swung at him. The alarmed boy said that he meant that she had not introduced herself, but demanded that he do so. But more shocking were his words that the professor was dead, which made the brunette stop. The young man said that he had a couple of connections who told him about the man's death, and it was also announced on television. Chuka asked the surprised young man if the woman really didn't know that Baekshun had passed away. He was almost certain that it had been reported on the news a long time ago, but the lady closed her eyes and remained silent. Suddenly, the beauty rushed forward without saying a word, stunning the young man, who asked where she was going. The embittered lioness thought to herself that the old man had decided to complicate her life even after his death, because now it was unclear what would happen to her hunting rights. Left alone, the young man at first could not believe that the stranger had simply taken off, but soon a sly smile appeared on his face, as if he had been trying to achieve this for several minutes. The cunning fellow immediately took his phone out of his pocket and called the gentleman, reporting that he had found one. With a slight smirk on his face, the guy said that the naive butterfly was heading into the net of Dr. P. Meanwhile, Choi Jae decided to tell Siwoo about the man who posted Jack's body online and declared a hunt for the super rookie. In a calm voice, his ally said that it was a fan of the crazy killer, which sounded strange. The main character remembered this young man, but couldn't believe that he could be a phantom, and his comrade replied that he hoped so, but that was probably not the case. He said that this guy, like others like him, was interested in a psychopath who really enjoyed his own popularity. The blue-eyed man added that in all the time he had been with the boy, he had never said a word about phantoms. But at the same time, his friend had heard the young man talking to Dr. P, and that was already very suspicious. The warrior remembered that the performer had called him several times, but he didn't know what kind of relationship they had. The fighter said that the search for the scoundrel would take some time, but it was worth it, and Su Li suddenly said that he had found him. The brave man immediately handed his stunned ally the phone with the information, and he couldn't understand how he had done it. The brave man explained that the doctor's message was on the student's phone, so he tracked the location, but there was a margin of error of 1 kilometer. Surprised, Jae-hee asked where the hero had learned this, and he replied that anything was possible on the black market, as long as you were willing to pay. Meanwhile, a motorcycle was speeding down one of the city's roads, the rider pressing harder and harder on the throttle. Judging by the long hair and pink helmet, it was clear that a fearless girl was behind the wheel. The beauty loved the roar of her engine, so she often took to the road at night and sped along. Only a strong wind remained behind her, and she herself was rushing at full speed to the city of Hwangyun. Late at night, somewhere in the forest, there was a weirdo who climbed onto a wooden chair and stood on his tiptoes. The psychopath grabbed the rope attached to the tree with both hands, but his intentions were unclear. At one point, the fool simply hung from a branch and began to swing like a childish man. But suddenly the branch broke, and with it, the rope that the feeble-minded gentleman was clutching tightly. At that very moment, the fool fell to the floor and hit his back hard on the ground, without even having time to understand what had happened. Being very angry, he wondered how the fastening device had broken. Suddenly, the man saw the stern Su Li with a sword on his shoulders, and behind him stood the calm Choi Jae. The angry man immediately asked who they were, and the hero's ally immediately prepared acupuncture needles. The sharp objects immediately flew into the face of the madman, who did not have time to react and felt a sharp pain. At that moment, the man's eyes rolled back, and the rest of his body rapidly weakened. Looking at the unconscious man, the medic said that he was already the 4th person to fall under the shark's influence. The young man asked if they had arrived at the right place, and Su Li, using the navigator, confirmed this. The focused fighter made sure he had determined the exact location, so there was no need to worry. Soon the brave young people entered a gray building that did not look very pleasant from the inside. The blue-eyed boy noted that it was the perfect place because it was creepy and didn't arouse any suspicion. The youngster asked if his ally saw anything suspicious, and Su Li replied that they needed to move on. The young man asked if his friend thought a monster would jump out at them like in the movies, and his friend asked him to stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, the boys heard strange noises behind them, and alarmed, immediately turned around. In the thick white smoke, they saw a man trying to get up who looked rather suspicious. The stranger managed to get to his feet and began muttering something under his breath, but it was very difficult to make out. Tense, Cho Jae-hee looked more closely and asked if this was the guy they had seen earlier. Sure enough, standing before them was the crazy guy from the video, who now looked like a zombie and was in very bad shape. The surprised young man wondered where the fool had come from and began to look around. Soon he saw an impressive hole in the ceiling and immediately assumed that the madman had punched it. The brave boy decided to approach the student, realizing that he could harm himself again with his careless actions. Losing his vigilance, the medic noticed that the boy was not himself and confidently said that he would now put him to sleep. To do this, the brave man intended to use needles, but he did not even notice that his opponent had already approached him. Suddenly, the madman was struck, causing the relaxed Jae-hee to fly to the side. The tense Su Lee immediately emphasized the fact that his opponent was very fast, but tried not to panic. The trickster tried to strike his chin, but the main character was experienced and managed to dodge in time. He continued to stand firmly on his feet, showing his strength, while being ready to repel further attacks. Then the fighter picked the right moment and kicked the scoundrel in the jaw, who instantly started spitting blood. Suddenly alarmed, the young man saw that a piece of skin had disappeared from his leg, and it looked very scary. It turned out that the monster with sharp teeth had taken advantage of the opportunity and bitten him, as evidenced by the blood on his face. The disheartened warrior soon realized that the enemy had bitten off part of his leg, which was very strange to him. The terrifying monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth, which was frightening to look into. Stunned, Su Lee couldn't even understand how a simple guy from school had acquired such terrifying, inhuman teeth. The zombie continued to attack and went after Jae-hee, biting his leg, which immediately caught the hero's attention. The nervous ally shouted, asking why the hell the brave man was standing still and doing nothing. His comrade shouted at him to pull himself together and added that he would deal with the monsters and asked him to move on. But in a moment, the slightly surprised young man noticed that his comrade had already left. Keeping a cool head, the fighter began to move forward, thinking that his student had not been like this before. But the alarmed young man assumed that Dr. P was here and decided that he needed to find him immediately. Suddenly, Su Lee froze in place and stared at the room, the door to which was wide open. Feeling a shiver down his spine, the warrior began to look closely, at first not even believing his eyes. It turned out that there was a powerful computer with several monitors in the room, as if it were someone's workplace. The brave man immediately realized that he would definitely find a clue here, so he rushed to the device. The screen said that access was closed because a password was required to log in. The perceptive young man began to try to guess the code, but failed time after time, although he remained calm. It said he had 2 attempts left, and if he entered the wrong password, all the information would be deleted. Jack's hair suddenly fell out of his backpack and began typing incomprehensible symbols on the keyboard. The angry hero shouted, asking what the sick bastard was doing, but suddenly the system wrote that access was open. The stunned young man asked how the killer was able to get in, and he replied with a smile that the code was very popular. The psychopath called it elementary, and the young man was both confused and annoyed at that moment. Without wasting any time, the fighter began looking through the files, hoping to find something about Dr. P or the shark. Soon he managed to find a folder mentioning the second option, and that was already a small chance. The focused warrior with bags under his eyes began to carefully study the information. Trying to remain calm, he silently moved the mouse around different areas of the monitor, carefully looking through everything. At one point, the main character was even surprised, as if the information seemed very interesting to him. Meanwhile, the brave Jae-hee continued to fight off the madman who had turned into a zombie. The nimble fighter twisted and turned, dodging attacks and trying to strike the completely mindless monster. The nimble warrior managed to strike his opponent's jaw before he could react. The creature grabbed his chin, which made it even angrier. But it no longer frightened the brave man. The monster opened its mouth wide again, its sharp teeth inspiring fear even from a distance. The young man had no intention of recovering and launched another successful attack, punching his enemy in the stomach. At the same time, he noticed that the zombie was still standing, so he had to change his tactics urgently. Picking up several acupuncture needles, the young fighter came to the conclusion that ordinary whips would not achieve anything. He immediately threw the sharp objects at his opponent's sensitive points, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his neck. Within a couple of seconds, the psychopath collapsed unconscious on the floor and no longer posed any danger. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jae-hee said that he should have used the needles from the very beginning instead of saving them. Unexpectedly, the monster began to rise from his knees again, showing his willingness to continue fighting. The surprised guy did not understand how this could be possible if the projectiles had hit their targets directly. Even more shocking was that the monster suddenly jumped up and disappeared from his field of vision. The merciless zombie sank its sharp teeth right into the boy's side and tried to bite through his skin. Experiencing hellish pain, the fighter realized that he had lost his vigilance and that his opponent was stronger than he had thought. He realized that he needed to use heavy artillery and resorted to the 5 universal elements, namely the repulsive force of metal. The fierce warrior was no longer going to stand on ceremony, but a familiar male voice shouted for him to stop. Calming down, the young man immediately turned around and saw Su Li standing behind him with his legs wide apart. The first thing the ally asked was whether he had searched the area and found Dr. P, but the answer did not come immediately. An angry Jae-hee asked him not to say anything if he had come, worrying that the student who had turned into a monster would be killed by him. The young man added that he had almost died trying to be gentle with the scoundrel, and the brave man unexpectedly kicked the zombie in the face. The cold-blooded warrior said that it was all a trap, so he no longer intended to show any suffering. Running forward abruptly, he added that they needed to get out of there right away, although his comrade was a little confused. The tense guy asked what was going on, and the brave one replied that Dr. P knew about their visit here. Alarmed, Jae-hee asked how he had found out about it, and the main character replied that it was all because of the shark. People who pass the final stage of the test turn into sharks after death. Su Li added that among them there are those who do not die, namely bodies that are on their last breath, and the bastard brings them to the laboratory. Stunned, the blue-eyed man realized from the story that the perpetrator was watching the buildings directly from the site. His comrade confirmed that from the moment they met the participants until their arrival here, the bastard had seen and known everything. The fighter suggested that the man had fooled them, and his ally asked if it was true that the shark was the guy with the scary teeth they had just seen. The extremely serious warrior denied this and said that it was most likely just a dead man who had been very unlucky. Shocked by his words, his comrade fell silent for a moment, trying to process these thoughts in his head. The excited young man exclaimed that the enemy was jumping quite lively for a dead man. Then the young man asked why the main character had stopped so abruptly, since they had been moving all this time. The cool-headed Su Li suddenly said that they had missed their chance to get out easily, and strange sounds could already be heard ahead. At that moment, a crowd of bloodthirsty zombies appeared in front of the young people, clearly intent on doing them harm. Very surprised, Choi Jae-hee first asked how many there were, and the fearless warrior rushed into the attack without hesitation. The emotionless hero began swinging his sharp machete, cutting down the monsters that stood in his way. The unflappable fighter asked where his comrade's confidence was, because the situation demanded it. He said that if the young man was afraid, he could hide behind his back, but he did not like these words at all. The daredevil, who was instantly offended by these remarks, rushed into battle, shouting that he was just counting the number of enemies. The self-confident fighter also exclaimed that he was stronger than Su Li, but such phrases only made him smile. The main character smiled and said that this was debatable, and the dissatisfied youngster asked him to repeat what he had said. Continuing to swing his machete, the cool-headed hero said that if the young man disagreed with something, then there was only one way out. The fearless warrior asked him to show what he was capable of, because so far the medic had only been talking. Everything in the world had a tendency to come to an end, so after a while, the door leading to the street was kicked in by Su Li. The stern hero stared silently ahead while his tired comrade wiped sweat from his forehead, standing behind him. Tense, Cho Jae-hee first asked how many zombies they had killed, and his comrade replied that he didn't even know. The cold-blooded warrior only knew that he had killed more monsters, but the dissatisfied young man exclaimed that almost all the kills were his. The young man immediately turned to Jack, who was in the bag, asking him to judge them and say who had distinguished himself better in battle. The excited youngster asked if he hadn't won the battle, as the killer's behavior was very strange. At that moment, the psychopath uttered the name of the main character, but it did not seem at all like he was acknowledging his victory. In a state of incredible rage, the tyrant shouted loudly, asking what the hell the scoundrel had done to lock him up. He shouted loudly that he couldn't wait to chop up all the zombies, but the scoundrel dared to do this to him and simply lock him up. Unwilling to listen to his childish cries, the imperturbable Su Li closed the bag again, focusing on his thoughts. An angry Jack continued to yell something at him, surprising Cho Jae, but the bravest man in the forest didn't care. At the same time, a terrifying monster with a nasty tongue and sharp teeth found itself another victim. It was a fearless brunette who kept moving toward her goal and stumbled upon him. Not at all frightened, the beauty attacked the monster, which instantly flew up into the air. Right in the air, the warrior lady cut the creature in half, which was unable to resist her in combat. With a bloodied katana in her hands, the girl continued to take slow steps forward, remaining cautious. Seeing the gruesome scenes around her, she called such a hobby disgusting and horribly vile. She couldn't understand what kind of psychopath would put an animal's brain into a human body. Behind her, a woman suddenly heard a man's voice remarking that her expression was a little rude. The stranger in a mask and blue shirt calmly asked why she found his activities repulsive. The bald gentleman said that it was a study of the soul and body, which was a rather complex art form. The fearless lady asked if there was a guy there who could also speak, and her counterpart suggested that she was thinking of him. He calmly assured her that there had been a misunderstanding, because he was not one of those pieces of trash. But the merciless girl was not going to stand on ceremony and instantly struck a blow, depriving her interlocutor of his hand. She sternly asked if he was the one who had just called it an art form, and now he was taking back his words, calling the others trash. At that moment, a piece of fabric from the medic's shirt fell freely to the floor, which looked a little strange. The smiling man was left with his limb and said that he still considered Dr. P's work divine. Throwing away his tattered gown, the trickster immediately rushed into the attack, muttering something as he ran. He said he was in the process of creating a work of art, and that side effects were inevitable. At that very moment, the scoundrel swung his fist to hit the girl in the face, but he was too confident. The attack was unsuccessful because an invisible barrier appeared in front of the bald man, which his fist hit. The surprised man froze in place, and the fearless lady said she had never heard of him. The combative madam added that she didn't understand any of this, then swung her pink-handled katana sharply. At that very moment, an incredibly powerful blow was delivered, but what was striking was that it was also unsuccessful. The girl experienced a strong recoil on her arms, which instantly knocked her legs out from under her, and she almost fell. Somehow, the opponent managed to block the attack and remain unharmed. The bald gentleman asked if, even after seeing everything, the girl still did not understand that this was the greatest creation. The surprised lady saw for the first time blades crawling out of muscles, creating something like a barrier. Still, a very subtle but insidious smirk appeared on her face, making it clear that she had no intention of giving up. Suddenly, she said that all this was really interesting, and beads of sweat began to roll down her opponent's face. Unexpectedly, the tip of the woman's katana, who was a professional in her field, pierced her opponent's skin. Seriously wounded, the very tense man loosened his grip and was now very vulnerable. The ninja then launched a devastating attack, resulting in the death of the fanatic who had been turned on Dr. P's work. The cold-blooded brunette quietly said that everything had happened exactly as she had imagined. Looking at the dead man, she said that she didn't even know if it could be called art. A few minutes later, the girl went out into the street, where her luxurious black motorcycle was parked in a trash-strewn alley. The girl immediately settled herself on the bike and began to twist the throttle to get moving faster. The loud roar of the engine could be heard in the neighboring streets, but she didn't care and just continued on her way. The woman just needed to get her license to hunt super newbies, regardless of Dr. P's activities, but she had a bad feeling about it. There was only one thing on the battle-hardened lady's mind, but it didn't have time to cross her mind because she was distracted by something. A few meters away from her, a white car was traveling at the same high speed, and there was a high risk of collision. The miracle did not happen, and in the end, the girl was hit by the car and her pink helmet flew off. Meanwhile, Jae said that everything turned out to be bigger than they had expected, which meant that the situation had become more dangerous. Serious Su Li asked what was so scary about these monsters, but his ally replied that the problem was something else. He said that if they were unlucky, they would get involved in this business, but the hero did not quite understand the meaning of these words. The brave man asked who they could be recruited by, and the young man was even surprised that he didn't understand the essence of the matter. At that very moment, the brunette who had been in a minor accident remained conscious and, lying on the asphalt, looked at the culprit. Standing in front of her was a smiling stranger, one of the unregistered individuals that Cho Jae-hee had just mentioned. At the moment of the collision, the agitated man immediately ran out of the car and rushed to the victim. Running closer, he first asked how she was feeling and whether she was seriously injured. The concerned driver said he would call an ambulance right away, but the cold-hearted lady asked him to calm down. Slowly getting up from her knees, the brunette noted that his acting was too unnatural. The first thing she asked was whether it was true that Dr. P had hired him, and her bewildered counterpart didn't even know how to respond. Smiling, the man said that he thought he was doing a good job of pretending, and then added that the performer had not sent him. Taking handcuffs out of his jacket pocket, he calmly said that he was there on his boss's orders. The woman, who was suddenly very agitated, immediately realized that she was dealing with unregistered agents, which made the situation even more complicated. Unexpectedly, the girl turned around and ran off somewhere, which even surprised her interlocutor a little. Suddenly finding himself in front of her, the man smiled and asked where the coward was running to. Without warning, he kicked her in the torso, knocking her aside. But the lady managed to block the blow to protect her face. Thanks to this, she did not suffer significant damage, but still felt unpleasant aftertaste in her soul. Sticking out his tongue in a disgusting and ridiculous manner, the gentleman suggested that they not fight and instead have a little date. While in the laundry room, Jae-hee asked why the executors didn't kill random people, and Soo Lee replied that that was exactly what they did. Smiling, the boy asked if his comrade really thought that contract holders killed everyone indiscriminately. It was said that if a mercenary could kill as he pleased, dead bodies would become a common sight on the streets. The young man added that such madmen were extremely rare and usually killed 1 or 2 people in a secluded place. The young man asked why, in the hero's opinion, they would go so far and whether he really thought they simply enjoyed it. Then the young man said that the perpetrators kill secretly and usually log into a special app called LON anonymously. The thing was that, like other killers, the mercenaries were terrified of going to jail. Slightly surprised, Soo Lee asked if his counterpart meant that contract holders could also be caught. He asked who could catch them if there weren't countless hitmen among the police, and the young man reminded him of the unregistered ones. The main character asked if he meant those who were feared, and his interlocutor confirmed this. Cho Jae-hee mentioned a secret organization in the country that was not mentioned in the papers, called Nowhere in the Documents. This was the unregistered organization, also known as the unrecorded, who needed to be sure that they had not attracted attention. Biting her finger sharply, from which blood was already flowing, the brunette almost laughed at the mention of a date. She stunned the man by asking if he really thought she was crazy and ready to go on a date with such an old man. The gentleman immediately pointed out that the girl had offended his male ego with this statement, but she didn't care. At that very moment, a katana was thrust at him, the tip of which almost pierced his opponent's forehead in an instant. The alarmed rival, though not expecting such a move, still managed to dodge and remain unharmed. Smiling, the sweaty guy suggested that this blow would not have been as strong as if a sword had been used. But at that moment, he noticed that his opponent had simply disappeared from his field of vision, and this fact was already alarming. The agitated man began to look around carefully, trying to understand how this could have happened. The nimble girl seized the opportunity and tripped her opponent, successfully knocking him off his feet. The professional ninja twisted and turned in the air in every possible way to prevent even the slightest attack on herself. But suddenly her face became very surprised, and in a way, she was even stunned. What was striking was that the member, who was not recorded in any way, was standing on one leg so he did not fall completely. The nimble fighter was also alert and immediately tried to punch the girl in the face, her eyes wide with shock. At that moment, the brunette flew away like a soccer ball, while the man still stood on one leg. His fist was so strong that there was not even a scratch left on it after the powerful attack. Without much effort, putting his hands forward, the man began to rise, using only one limb. Realizing that he had already suffered his 99th rejection this year, the actor understood that everything had already been decided. He realized that all the empty talk about him being able to get married while working for the government was a lie. He admitted that he did not want to die an old bachelor, but suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. The alert member, who had not been recorded, immediately turned around to investigate what had happened. At that moment, the warrior lady smiled slyly, as if her ingenious plan was ready to be put into action. What was striking was that the sticky asphalt suddenly rose up, binding the enemy's legs. The nervous man tried to stagger in every way possible, but now his limbs could not move. The tense gentleman continued his attempts to break free, and the ruthless brunette decided to attack him from behind. Hearing a sharp swish behind his ear, the wary man turned around, trying to understand what had happened. At the same time, Su Li asked if it was true that if it was a state organization, then its members were ordinary citizens. He was interested in the question of how these people could win, since they were fighting against performers with superpowers. The cold-blooded girl stared sternly into the eyes of her opponent, who was breathless with fear. To intimidate her opponent, the girl swung her long katana powerfully, showing off her abilities. She paused for a few seconds, and it was clear from her face that her mind was racing with thoughts. Smiling, Cho Ji-hee asked his comrade if normal people would pose a threat to the performers. He added that the unregistered could not be called ordinary guys, because even the weapon of the stunned brunette had suddenly been broken. The stunned woman instantly turned around, not understanding how a simple sword could do such a thing. The powerful enemy, in turn, managed to break free from his shackles, so now the game was changing again. Su Li, slightly confused, asked if he understood correctly what was meant by unusual people, and his opponent confirmed it. Smiling, the man said that now he understood why the beauty was wearing a cat helmet. The blue-eyed ally told the main character that the unrecorded, like them, were performers. Sticking out his disgusting tongue, the ugly man noted that the pink accessory of the pretty brunette was quite beautiful. The woman said that the strength of her earthen armor could rival that of iron, and it could not be broken by simple physical force. The enemy's power amazed the warrior lady, who was facing something like this for the first time in a long time. Soon it dawned on her that she was facing the legendary golden snake from the organization of the unrecorded. Without further ado, the opponent rushed into the attack and asked on the fly if he was really that famous, since she knew him. Smiling, he confirmed in a calm voice that he was the fourth leader of the community. The merciless gentleman intended to punch the woman in the face, but she blocked the blow in time. Her protective gloves were dented by the incredible power of the attack, which shocked her even more. Continuing to smirk, the golden snake added that he possessed superhuman strength that was impossible to resist. After these words, the girl was thrown aside like a feather, without even having time to grasp the moment. Managing to slow her slide and remain on her feet, the brave lady asked if she should consider their meeting an honor. She smiled at the fact that a powerful organization had sent its boss to capture her, rather than a lower-ranking employee. Her opponent did not stop and continued to try to break through her defense, writhing in every possible way as he ran. The rough man grabbed the girl's arm abruptly, first apologizing to her. He said he was not there to catch her, and pulling her roughly toward him, called her a young lady. The strong man almost pushed the woman's face into the floor, completely confusing her and not even letting her understand what had happened. The golden snake noted that she had simply accidentally interfered with the investigation, which is why she got caught up in it. The brunette was still conscious, but her eyes began to cloud over, and her condition deteriorated sharply. The ruthless enemy treated her like a useless object and ultimately just threw her against the wall. Completely calm, the scoundrel asked if the beauty was upset that he wasn't there for her. The sarcastic gentleman said he couldn't believe he had hurt the girl's feelings and began to call himself a scoundrel. Getting up from her knees, the cool-headed girl called him uncle, admitting that she was indeed a little hurt. The nervous opponent repeated once again that he was a bachelor and asked her not to call him that, and a smile appeared on the face of the combative lady. Standing up, the fearless girl said that her opponent had not even managed to hurt her, which was surprising. Although the brunette said so, she understood perfectly well that without her earth armor, she was in danger. She couldn't understand how it was possible that her super-powerful equipment had broken from a single blow from a lousy viper. The lady had expended too much energy maintaining her armor, but now she had to act with extreme caution. Clenching his fist, the fierce opponent reminded her that his specialty was superhuman strength. At the same time, the gentleman said that he had not yet shown it, and this made the lady wary. It turned out that all his previous attacks were just physical skills that posed no particular danger. The golden snake was born with enormous power, but it had never been his ability, and he understood that his strength was certainly not what it used to be, as the years had taken their toll. Smiling, the mysterious man asked if the young lady knew the story behind his nickname. The girl said that he resembled a viper, but her counterpart interrupted her, saying once again that his specialty was superhuman strength. He added that nicknames like elephant or bear are usually used to express power, but he was called a snake. With an irritating smile, the polite rival asked the beauty to think carefully about this question. In an instant, the brunette's eyes bulged and her pupils dilated as if she had seen something stunning. It turned out that the opponent had turned into a disgusting viper, whose tongue had become even more vile. The very surprised girl wondered what the hell was happening to her opponent's leg. But after a few seconds, she realized that it was not just a limb, but something completely different. The golden snake's body was covered with a strong shell, and he clenched his fist, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Su Li realized that the unregistered could also use their abilities, and Jahi called it logical. The hero asked why the executor would catch his own kind if it was abnormal, and his ally wondered if he considered himself to be one. The young man said that this was not the most important thing, and finally decided to explain the essence of the organization. The man, whose leg had turned into something like a spiral, silently stared at his opponent. Suddenly, he just jumped up and disappeared from her field of vision, which was very alarming. The tense lady began to turn her head in different directions, wondering where the enemy had disappeared to. Suddenly, the brunette felt a sharp deterioration in her condition and began coughing up blood, writhing in pain. The blue-eyed comrade continued to argue with the main character, gradually leading him to the essence of the association. The seriously wounded girl tried to understand when the cunning snake had managed to trick her and attack. Never getting an answer to her question, the brunette simply fell to her knees, rapidly losing blood. Chui Jae-hee said that, unlike other government agencies, the unregistered were allowed to commit murder, and the Viper took advantage of this. The cold-blooded gentleman glanced at the body of his dead opponent, realizing that now it was all over. Exhaling heavily, he admitted that he was no longer young because he had only used force once, and his breathing was already uneven. Yawning, the tired man asked the old man to remove the young lady from his sight, saying that he would rest for a while. But something alarmed him at that moment, and his relaxation was briefly postponed because he needed to figure out the situation. It was suspicious that his comrade did not respond to his requests, although this had never happened before. The tense snake immediately got to his feet and called out to the old man again, but heard only silence in response. Without rushing to worry, the brown-haired man wondered what the hell was going on and where his comrade was. Shuli asked if the organization had existed 10 years ago, but Jae-hee didn't quite understand the question. Soon the young man understood why he was asking this and replied that it was quite possible, but he was not very knowledgeable about this matter. Suddenly, the blue-eyed boy was restrained by something like a huge tentacle that began to squeeze him. The alarmed hero immediately jumped up, and the unknown creature began to pull his comrade toward it. The embittered fighter quickly realized what was happening, but did not know what to do in such a situation. In just a few seconds, the brave warrior, who had not had time to help his ally, was also captured. But at that very moment, Su Li flew into the wall and crashed into it with his back, experiencing severe pain but remaining conscious. The wounded men tried to recover from the blows, and it even seemed that they had concussions. The stern hero looked up to see his opponent, who emphasized that he was walking without turning around. The stranger with an athletic build asked if the young man had not noticed that he was following him. Keeping his cool, the mysterious fighter told the brave guy to stop chasing Dr. P. The fearless warrior said that they knew perfectly well that they were being pursued by a guy who was hot on their heels. It was sad for him that the executor himself had not appeared, because then he would have decided his fate. For his insolent behavior, the emotional mercenary once again wrapped his tentacles around the young man and squeezed him tightly. An angry Choi Jae-hee immediately rushed to his friend's aid, shouting at the scoundrel to release him immediately. The same fate awaited the blue-eyed boy, who was instantly released from his long shackles. The red-haired demon warned that he would not repeat himself twice and threatened that if Su Li ignored his words, he would be the next to die. At that moment, the main character was in great pain because the squeezing did not stop, but he did not lose heart. Giving his opponent a stern look, the brave man asked if he really thought he could intimidate them with this and told him to go to hell. He suggested they see which of them would die first, but these words did not bother his unperturbed opponent at all. The cold-blooded mercenary quietly said that he had warned the fool, but he did not listen. The merciless enemy squeezed Su Li even harder, and it felt like his insides were about to fly out of his mouth from the pressure. Excited, Choi Jae-hee immediately rushed to attack the bastard who dared to do this to his ally. The experienced medic concentrated as hard as he could, and he had sharp needles ready in both hands. The focused fighter aimed at the acupuncture points of the demon, whose face was still emotionless. First, he used the repulsive force of metal technique, which caused the enemy to be slightly surprised. But soon his composure returned, because the enemy knew that no one could break through his defense. He said that when the elements attract and repel each other, the needles fly randomly in all directions, so it is impossible to dodge them. Even under such circumstances, he managed to remain unharmed, which greatly alarmed Jahi. Completely wrapped in vile tentacles, his opponent said that the target was too obvious, so it was quite easy to defend against. Looking at the youngster emotionlessly, the scoundrel said ominously that, as he had said, he would be next to his friend when they were done. But unexpectedly, an enraged Su Li appeared and swung a sharp machete at his opponent. One of the vile tentacles was instantly severed, which surprised the demon, but that was not the end. The wary monster couldn't understand how the guy he had previously dealt with had managed to survive. Soon it dawned on him that the main character had the ability to regenerate, which had saved him in a difficult moment. Smiling slightly, he said that he had the same ability and showed his regrowing limb. Sticking his disgusting tentacle into Jahi's chest, the villain calmly said that he understood why Dr. P had been watching Seeley. The seriously wounded comrade began to bleed profusely and shake violently, trying unsuccessfully to pull the enemy's limb out of himself. The enraged warrior called his opponent a freak and immediately rushed to help his friend, who had no regeneration. The opponent was determined not to let him get close, but the brave man skillfully dodged. He managed to simply turn his head to the side and remain unharmed, while continuing to move. Once he was close enough, the brave warrior grabbed the demon by the shoulder and swung his sword to take his life. The imperturbable opponent called his actions predictable because he had anticipated them in advance. He also stabbed the sharp blade into the center of the protagonist's chest, saying that the fool had not learned the lesson of his friend. The enemy added that attacks with obvious goals are usually as predictable as a fish on a hook. The scoundrel continued to say something, but in an instant his face changed, and it even seemed that he was frightened. What struck him was that the long tentacle had suddenly been cut off by someone. Turning around, the wary demon saw a nimble stranger who was responsible for this. Tense, Su Li did not understand why the stranger was there, but the cold-blooded enemy said that he had already caught up with him. It turned out that he was being hunted by a young member of the organization of the unregistered who had a slight smirk on his face. The brown-eyed gentleman silently stared at his opponent, confident that today he would deal with him. The main character couldn't believe what he was seeing until the very end and even suspected that he was hallucinating. The young man was shocked to see his new homeroom teacher standing in front of him, looking completely calm. Anxious Chui Jahi was also shocked that they had stumbled upon someone who was not registered. Unexpectedly, the young man put his hand on the boy's wounded chest, and from the side it looked like he had just finished him off. Deeply concerned, Su Li shouted his friend's name at the top of his voice, realizing that this would be the end for him. But the unperturbed teacher calmly said that it would help the young man hold on for a while. The bewildered boy asked what the man was talking about, then looked at the mutilated area of skin. The young man was very surprised when the heavy bleeding stopped and the wound was plugged with something. The fighter did not understand why the unregistered man was trying to help him, and as he got up, he noticed that the yellow substance had stuck to the asphalt. The gentleman asked him not to move, saying that if the injury got worse, no one would be able to help him. The cold-blooded demon immediately realized that he had used Cynthia's rubber glue and noted that his opponent had some interesting things in store. The homeroom teacher had a substance for organizing the unrecorded, which was a deadly weapon under number 37. Attacking with his tentacles without warning, the enemy exclaimed that he also knew that this little thing would not be able to bind him. Suddenly, his confidence vanished as another piece of his limb was severed. This was the work of the fearless Su Li, who seized the opportunity and drew his sword, greatly surprising his opponent. The wounded warrior looked sternly into the eyes of the scoundrel who had dared to cause him so much pain. Smiling, the red-haired scoundrel said that he had completely forgotten about him, but now the hero would not escape punishment. The demon decided to teach the young fool a lesson, but the daredevil unexpectedly just rushed to run away. The surprised enemy turned around, trying to understand what his goal was, other than to kill him. The fearless warrior put the tip of his sword to the face of the class leader, who remained calm. The stern fighter first asked who he was and how long he had been pursuing him. The completely calm gentleman looked him in the eye, preparing to give a clear and detailed answer. He said that the teacher was looking for a student who often skipped class, but the angry Su Li shouted at him not to twist his words. From the day the man arrived as a homeroom teacher, the boy knew what he needed. But before it was just a suspicion, and now everything became clear. The young man asked if it was true that the gentleman was unregistered, but he noticed something else. The teacher said that it was much more important to dodge in time, after which the wary warrior turned around. The raging demon began to attack with its tentacles, but the nimble fighters managed to jump back and remain unharmed. The enemy called it a waste of time and warned that he would turn them into shish kebabs with one blow if they continued to talk nonsense. The flailing of long limbs did not stop from that moment on, so it was necessary to remain extremely cautious. At one point, the homeroom teacher was covered by a nasty tentacle, which posed a great threat to his life. The nervous man shouted to Su Li that they needed to focus on the legs and not rush to attack the body. The angry kid didn't understand why he should listen to a stranger, but the situation demanded it. The boy wasted time on empty chatter, so he lost his vigilance, and the enemy's blow hit him in the ribs. The young man immediately fell to the floor and rolled across it, while his agitated comrade asked him to be careful. He emphasized that the tentacles were not very strong, but accurate, and the hero replied that he knew that without him. The teacher asked him to concentrate and work better, because their teamwork was paramount. Unexpectedly, his comrade promised to answer all the young warrior's questions if he helped catch the villain. Hearing the promise, the brave man gripped the hilt of his sword as tightly as possible, ready to go into battle. Beginning to swing his weapon wildly, the brave warrior asked the class leader not to go back on his word later. Suddenly, the young man saw a tentacle approaching him and froze in surprise. Nevertheless, the young man cut off the nasty limb, knowing full well that his opponent had used regeneration again. The scoundrel used this trick relentlessly, so it was necessary to immediately change the strategy for the fight. The persistent Su Li was not going to give up, so he prepared to swing his sword as many times as necessary. The bloodstained warrior continued to cut off the demon's tentacles, even though it was starting to get tiresome. In just a few minutes, the irritated fighter's face was covered in sweat, but that didn't stop him from pursuing his goal. Suddenly, the main character cried out that he was continuing to chop off the long limbs, but there was no end to them. The angry young man shouted at his teacher to find out how many more times he had to repeat these actions. Unexpectedly covering his student with his back, the calm Sai Taihan noted that he had done an excellent job. The surprised young man asked why the master had left those tentacles alone and simply come to him. Then, sensing tension, the hero looked away to where something suspicious was happening. He saw that the homeroom teacher's deadly glue had been applied to one of the parts of the nasty paw. The guy frozen in place noticed that thanks to the substance, the enemy's regeneration had stopped working. The nervous enemy also realized that he would no longer be able to control his limbs, because from now on they could not grow back. Keeping his cool, the killer turned his gaze to Sai Taihan, who was trying to annoy him in every way possible. Opening the jar of glue, the completely calm gentleman confidently said that now it was all over. Without hesitation, the brave man raised his hand and splashed the substance out, aiming at his opponent's paw. Smirking, he said that if he stopped the other tentacles in this way, the villain would have no other way to counterattack. What was happening began to alarm the villain, who froze for a few seconds, not knowing what to do next. But soon a smile appeared on the cunning criminal's face, as if a brilliant idea had come to him. Suddenly, the purple skin on the edge of the limb began to peel off gradually, which did not look very pleasant. In just a few seconds, it began to spread to the sides, forming a slimy substance. The shocked teacher froze in place, watching what was happening in front of him and trying to understand what this phenomenon was. The merciless demon exclaimed that some rubber band would not stop him, and then attacked his opponent. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the homeroom teacher lost his right arm, which was replaced by a black hole. In excruciating pain, the man fell to his knees, and the villain asked if the fool really thought he could only stretch and squeeze his tentacles. Enraged, Su Li immediately rushed to attack in order to avenge his comrade, but he did not scare the scoundrel at all. Enveloping him with his vile paws, the demon said that the main principle of military tactics was not to reveal all your capabilities to the enemy. He said that he had not shown all his trump cards because he could deal with the boy with a single ability. Trying to break free from his bonds, the embittered warrior muttered that the bastard was looking down on him. The sharp sword in his hands was knocked out of his grasp by the actions of the scoundrel, who did not even think to show a shred of mercy. The arrogant opponent called the boy's actions useless, but his persistence seemed impressive to him. The imperturbable demon noted that the boy had performed quite well in battle, and therefore deserved praise. Unlike the unregistered one, who could not even get up from his knees, the brave youngster was a worthy warrior. For his fighting spirit, the villain decided to give Su Li a little advice, calling him a regenerating child. The villain said that the kid could still admit defeat and beg for mercy, and asked if he wanted to work with him under Dr. P. The villain promised that if the boy agreed, not only he, but also his blue-haired friend would live. The trickster planned to take the hero with him because his boss needed him, but he was curious to see what the child would do. The brave boy replied that he would first like to know something, and his counterpart asked him to ask his question quickly. The calm young man asked why the creatures that the demon called trash became trash. The villain replied that they couldn't be turned into sharks, but Lee was interested in something more fundamental. He wondered why the monsters had become the subjects of experiments, after which his interlocutor understood everything. The demon called it a good question and said that one of his duties was to search for test subjects. The enemy gave the example of buying milk in a store, which a person takes after carefully checking the expiration date, date of manufacture, and quality. Smiling slightly, the criminal said that he, in turn, simply takes what is in front of him. These words even slightly discouraged the awkward guy, who thought deeply about their meaning. The owner of the tentacles asked if that was a good answer, and the brave man smiled first. Suddenly, the brave man allowed himself to spit in the face of the monster who had caused him so much pain. His action was very offensive to the cold-blooded demon, who at first said nothing in response. The fearless warrior said that, as he had thought before, all of them, the executors, were simply disgusting. Trying to remain calm, the opponent asked what his side was in all this, but the question seemed incomprehensible at first. The main character replied that he would never work with people like him, but his opponent pointed out that that was not what he was talking about. The villain cited the example of cutting off a young man's head and asked whether it would grow back from the torso or the body. In a rage, he decided to attack the boy again, but first shouted the question of which side it would happen on. His opponent jumped aside to increase the radius of his tentacles' swing, but he did not scare the daredevil at all. Surprisingly, Su Li remained unharmed, and a smirk appeared on his face, as if everything was going according to plan. The tense enemy could not understand why he had survived, and then felt something strange in the center of his chest. A strange object protruding from the demon's body became visible under his black t-shirt. Teacher C approached the bound boy as if nothing had happened and expressed his gratitude. With a mysterious grin, he showed him a small device with 2 buttons, saying that the villain had dragged it out too long. The villain, tense to the max, began to sweat profusely, refusing to believe what was happening. In just a minute, the angry demon was bound by a sharpened blade, one of the deadly weapons of the unwritten. Crouching down, the calm Si Tai-han said he was very grateful for his opponent's old-fashioned ways. But what was more shocking to the criminal was that the gentleman called him by his real name, Tendril, which meant he knew who he was. The man said he had come after finding out his identity and what abilities he possessed. Then the teacher said that the downside of remote-controlled weapons was that they took a long time to launch and were difficult to place in the target's body. A nervous Tendril said that he knew this very well, but could not understand when the enemy had seized the moment to do so. But soon it dawned on him that it happened at the very moment when the homeroom teacher lost his arm. The gentleman confirmed this, saying that before coming here, a deadly weapon had been placed inside his right arm. The enemy asked if he had really given up his limb to catch him, but it turned out that it was originally a prosthesis. The now free Su Li, who felt a little awkward, intervened in the conversation but still addressed the teacher. The young man asked if he had forgotten his promise, and the honest Si Tai-han replied that this was not the case. Confident and fearless, the man said he would answer any question the young man had. Unexpectedly, the teacher even said that he would tell the young man about things he was not yet interested in. At the same time, the nervous golden snake continued to call the old man the airbred, who still did not respond. Putting his hand in his jacket pocket, he muttered under his breath that this bastard never comes on time. Taking out his handcuffs, the man asked the young lady to hold on a little longer, saying that the ambulance was late. The powerful fighter was surprised when he decided to look at the girl's body, but the area was empty. The agitated man began to turn his head from side to side, trying to figure out where the girl had gone. Sweating with nerves, he admitted to himself that his carelessness had ruined everything. The gentleman understood that if he returned without results, his strict boss would simply wipe him off the face of the earth. He said that if his subordinate had been here on time, everything would have been different. But suddenly someone spoke to him from behind. Turning around immediately, the golden snake saw a crispy airbred who awkwardly asked if he was late. The guy reminded him that he had asked not to be called that, and the angry boss shouted, asking what he had been doing there if he could only crawl in now. The young man replied that he had some work to do, and the nervous man asked what he needed to do besides showing up here. But in an instant, the gentleman fell silent when he saw the tense and very angry tendril at his subordinate's feet. The surprised snake immediately recognized the manager who worked for Dr. P and couldn't believe that the employee had caught him. The young man confirmed this, and his colleague at first did not even know how to react to this wonderful situation. Overjoyed, the man wanted to kiss the young man, calling him a charming pumpkin. But the young man, puzzled, assumed that his boss had been drinking. Su Taehan demanded that he buy him a new prosthesis, but his boss asked him to report it to the accounting department. The impassive tendril suddenly became nervous, and he was about to try to break free from his shackles. Meanwhile, at the Shelter of Hope, little children were playing soccer, watched over by their elders. A woman in a robe asked the children to play carefully so they wouldn't hurt themselves. While a gray-haired man nearby smiled slightly, the gentleman asked her to leave the children alone, and the lady asked if he didn't remember how John ended up having to wear a cast. The lady reminded him that the Holy Father even cried when the child was taken to the hospital, but he only coughed into his fist in response. The priest asked how the guest who had arrived earlier was feeling, and his counterpart replied that he was fine and that they had recently had dinner. The man thanked the nurse for her hard work, and she asked for a bonus, but the priest pretended not to hear her. The elderly woman wanted to say something else, but at that moment, they both noticed a piece of paper flying by. The Holy Father, in a black robe, immediately knelt down to pick up the fallen object from the ground. The sister was surprised that he still carried this photo with him and often glanced at it. The photo showed the priest with a small child, and the lady assumed that other children were jealous when they saw it. Smiling slightly, the gentleman said that he loved the others just as much, but he simply couldn't do much for this child, which he regretted very much. The sister assured him that it was not his fault because the boy had decided to leave without saying a word. What worried the priest most was whether Su Li was alive, as he had not contacted them for a long time. He expressed his desire to see the young man at least once before his death, so that he could pass away peacefully. Suddenly shocked, the woman put her hands to her face, which somewhat alarmed the Holy Father. The man behind him seemed very familiar to her, so the elderly gentleman decided to turn around. Realizing the situation, the man's gaze became very surprised, and his pupils dilated. In front of him, he saw Su Li, whom he often thought about and dreamed of meeting, and with him came Choe Jae. Earlier, the teacher said that he had ended up in school because of the blue-eyed boy, but assured her that he was not going to hunt him down yet. The boy was very excited, but the man said that he was not going to hunt him, but the young man who was connected to him. The puzzled fighter had no idea who he was talking about, so he stared at his interlocutor with wide eyes. Soon, the angry kid realized that they were talking about lobster and asked Sai Tehan if he had caught him and where he was now. Nervous Jae-hee exclaimed that the scoundrel had tried to kill him, and the teacher replied that he had not yet caught the villain and did not know where he was. The gentleman added that even if he had the information, he would not say, as it was a secret investigation, which surprised the youngster. Then the calm homeroom teacher said that the meeting with Su Li at school was half coincidence. The tense young man asked what it all meant, and the point was that the teacher had been looking for him for a long time, but not because of the investigation of the unrecorded. The teacher found out which area the hero was in, and at the same time, a case arose in that area, and it was a performer associated with lobster. The somewhat shy Saidehan didn't think he would meet a brave man at school, and he noted that it was even stranger. An angry Su Li asked why the homeroom teacher was looking for him and why he spent so much time doing so. The pensive man racked his brains to come up with a reasonable answer, and first of all said that it all started about 10 years ago. He stunned the main character by saying that the situation began after the terrible death of his parents. The young man asked what he was talking about, and his counterpart replied that his loved ones had asked him for a favor. Shatton added that they did this to make sure the child had no connection with the perpetrators, but in the end, he was too late. A nervous Su Li asked if the teacher had known his parents, and if they had known about the existence of the contract holders. The tense young man asked if his relatives were also unregistered, but the gentleman could not answer him. After these words, the brave young man looked sternly and suspiciously into the eyes of his interlocutor, remaining silent. The calm investigator understood everything, noticing the suspicious look, but he just wanted the young man to die. The hero was too weak to survive among the executors, but the time when he did not know about their existence could not be brought back, so there was only one solution. At that moment, Father Kim Soo-yeon was mentioned, and a stunned Sue Lee asked how someone who was not registered knew that name. The unperturbed man simply asked the young man to meet with the elderly man, because there he would find a way to become stronger. At that moment, the young man stood before his father, whom he had not even expected to meet. Smiling, the young man, whose soul was filled with harmony, said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man asked how the Holy Father was doing, and the incredibly happy Kim Soo-yeon could not believe his eyes. Once upon a time, a long line of people of all ages gathered for a free lunch, some of whom were pushing and shoving. Some even came back a second time because they were still hungry, which caused discontent. Then the young Father Kim noticed a little boy standing nearby and looking at him. It was a very young Sue Lee, who did not join the crowd to get food but just stood there. The priest knelt down in front of him and, calling him son, asked what he was doing there and where his parents were. The boy looked down at the floor and shrugged, indicating that he didn't know anything. The surprised man did not even know how to react to this, but he understood that he could not abandon the child. Getting to his feet, he calmly asked the boy to wait there for a while, but it was unclear what his intentions were. The generous gentleman asked the nurse to give one portion of food to the child, who did not expect it at all. With a smile on his face, the Holy Father handed the tray to the boy, asking him to accept this small gift. But unexpectedly, the nimble boy simply walked ahead without saying a word or taking anything. Not expecting the boy to behave so rudely, the man turned around to see where he was going. He was surprised that the fair child wanted to take food after waiting in line like everyone else. The sister asked if the Holy Father hadn't brought the boy something to eat, but Sue Lee called him suspicious. These words made the woman laugh, as did the priest himself, who covered his face with his hand so that it would not be too obvious. At that moment, Kim Soo-yeon finished his story, and Jae-hee laughed, saying that the hero hadn't changed a bit since then. The young man noted with a smile that the brave man could not trust anyone and was always suspicious. The elderly gentleman said that if everyone thought of the events as accidents and didn't trust them, they would be the same. These words came as a great shock to the blue-eyed boy, and the hero asked to stop talking about the past. Now feeling awkward, Jae-hee considered himself insensitive, and the old man admitted that he had said too much. Being serious, the Holy Father decided to move away from unnecessary chatter and asked how the young man was doing now. He asked if the brave young man had gone astray, and his words even shook him a little. The man hoped that the young man would not seek revenge, but would live a normal life, and he was sure that his parents would want the same. The grandfather said this not only because he was a priest, but also because he believed that any loving father or mother would think the same. The cold-blooded Sue Lee did not respond at first, but sank deep into thought. The boy sincerely believed the priest's words because he had been there and seen how other children treated him at the orphanage. But the main character couldn't change his choice, even though it wasn't the path he should have taken. The fighter who accepted life's blows emphasized that this road was inevitable, and he was full of courage to walk it. The young man added that the decision to leave the orphanage and never see each other again was made for one reason only. The brave man admitted that he did not want to hurt his Holy Father, who was like a real parent to him. After that, he suddenly turned around and started to leave, suggesting that they talk about the rest later. Anxious, Choi Jae-hee ran after him, asking him to wait, but Kim Soo-yeon silently watched him go and did not stop him. Once inside the room, his comrade asked why the hero had come if he wasn't going to ask anything, but he didn't want to shock the old man anymore. His concerned friend couldn't believe that he would behave so saintly, saying that the path of revenge was inevitable. The main character said that the priest did not know that he was killing the perpetrators, but Jae-hee saw nothing wrong with that. The guy asked if his friend would be able to say that confidently to his dad if he met him again. He added that he was killing in the name of revenge, and that it was very difficult to admit this, but it puzzled his friend. The young man replied in a trembling voice that he couldn't talk about it, which was exactly the answer the hero was expecting. After that, a brief silence fell over the room, and the blue-eyed medic thought about something. The ally noted that Sue Lee simply refused to become stronger, and he asked him to stand up and leave, saying that he had no right to do so. The brave man reminded him that he had only mentioned meeting Kim Soo-yeon, but there was no question of telling him everything. Soo Tae-han said that the brave man would find a way to become stronger at the shelter, but nothing else came out of his mouth. The calm fighter emphasized that the teacher had sent them not to a specific person, but rather to a place. Being extremely serious, the young warrior noted that there was something inside the dwelling. Late at night, the boys sneaked into the building, where they behaved very quietly and carefully so as not to attract attention. Alarmed, Jae-hee heard a frightening sound, and the stern Su Lee gestured for him not to make any noise. First, the brave man approached the door in front of him and turned the handle to the left, successfully opening it. Inside the room was a woman in a white robe, whose actions the boys began to observe. The tense ally noticed that the nun from the orphanage had something in her hand, and it looked like she was stealing. The main character confirmed his guesses and then said that this lady was not here when he lived here. The old woman's appearance showed that she was nervous, as beads of sweat ran down her face. He said that he had run away from the orphanage 3 years ago and assumed that she had appeared after that event. His partner said that it might be her, but Su Lee asked him not to jump to conclusions because you couldn't doubt all strangers. First, it was suggested to see what the eccentric woman was doing, who had placed something like a box on the floor and opened it. Then the strange lady began to move forward stealthily, trying not to make any noise so as not to attract attention. Realizing that the woman had left the corridor, the brave hero immediately opened the door, saying that they could come out. Seeing the box lying under the door, the guy assumed that she was delivering something to the person living in the room. The brave man decided to look inside, but Jae-hee asked if they shouldn't protect themselves first. The young man replied that they didn't have time for that, and suddenly an unknown girl appeared in front of them. The first thing she asked was who they were, and the slightly confused fighters didn't know what to do. Surprisingly, standing before them was a beautiful brunette who had managed to escape from the golden snake. The young people apologized for disturbing her in the middle of the night, and the lady took the box and simply slammed the door shut. The main character said that he didn't think they would be caught so quickly, but nevertheless, they still caught a glimpse of the contents. He emphasized that their guesses were wrong because there were medicines and bandages in there, so they couldn't find anything suspicious. Serious Su Lee suggested that they should look elsewhere, and his ally suddenly muttered that he was very sorry. The nervous young man asked if he was even listening to him, and his irritated comrade answered in the affirmative. The alarmed young man said that the woman seemed suspicious, and his counterpart asked what he found strange. Smiling awkwardly, the boy replied that one only had to look at her perfect body and face, and the hero called him crazy. But unexpectedly, Choi Jae-hee said that the lady was an assassin, and this alarmed the brave man. The fighter was curious about the basis for this conclusion, and his comrade mentioned the girl's face and body again. As a novice practicing doctor, the young man would say that this was a rather serious injury, but the brunette was treated not in a hospital, but in a shelter. He also noticed the tear-shaped tattoos under her eyes, symbolizing that the person had committed murder. During the monologue, the young man was extremely serious, so no jokes could slip through. It was a little strange that such a girl stayed together with, where the unrecorded Sai Taihan sent them. Smiling, the blue-eyed boy wanted to say something else, but the chatter was already unnecessary. An angry Su Lee shouted, asking why he had only said this now, then abruptly opened the door to the brunette's room. His comrade asked how he could so easily break into someone else's room, but it was empty inside. The nervous fighter said that they had let the girl escape, and his partner was surprised that she had run away in such a short time. But the strangest thing was the question of what reason the performer had for doing this. The perceptive young man suggested that someone might be chasing her, and the lady was behind the white building at the time. Sitting directly on the ground and breathing heavily, she wondered who those guys were and why they were hiding near her room. The wary young lady said to herself that those strangers even smelled of blood. Recalling their faces, the woman thought to herself that they could not be ordinary people, and she was completely sure of this. The beauty suggested that they might be hitmen or thugs who were after her, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. The sweating lady told herself that whoever they were, she had no choice but to lie low until she recovered. At that moment, the tense brunette heard an unfamiliar voice asking if she needed help. The agitated girl shouted, asking who was there, and turned around to see where the sound was coming from. The nervous girl looked to the side where she saw a black shadow appear. In front of her was something like a disembodied spirit with large red eyes, which frightened her even more. At that moment, a hooded man was walking down the hallway of the building and asked if everything was ready. The assistant replied that everything was fine. The boss asked what exactly the problem could be and added that they didn't have much time, and the assistant apologized. The leader said he would go inside alone and asked his long-haired subordinate to stay outside. At that moment, the stranger entered the room, still wearing his hood. He immediately greeted Sun Hun, who was sitting at the table and was not expecting anyone to visit. The young gentleman asked why the boy was so surprised, as beads of sweat were even running down his face. The man sat down on a chair and asked the young man to relax, saying that he was making him sad. Then the mysterious man noticed the knife lying on the table, which the blonde boy had not even touched. His counterpart asked if the nervous boy was not going to eat, but received no response. The secretive man asked him to explain what was wrong, because his people had put their hearts into preparing the food. After these words, the young man suddenly picked up the kitchen utensil, and he immediately noticed it. The leader of the organization immediately smiled, assuming that the young man had finally come to his senses and changed his mind. But unexpectedly, an enraged Sun Hong shouted to let him out of there right now, threatening with a knife. His loud words did not alarm the man in the hood at all, who simply sighed in response. Touching the sharp object with 2 fingers, the young gentleman noted that the boy had misunderstood everything. He said that it was not him who needed to be dealt with, but the man lying a few meters away. The blond man's attention was immediately drawn to the bound bald man, who was trying to scream in fear, but his mouth was taped shut. Finally removing his hood, the young man with purple eyes smiled and said that he had prepared all this for the respected Hun. Unable to contain his emotions, the brave man shouted loudly, asking him to stop talking nonsense. The brave man exclaimed that he did not remember the man in the gray jacket who claimed to be his brother. The serious young man added that he only had a younger sister named Sun Yun and no one else. The guy did have a vague memory, of course, but his family told him they knew nothing about the child with the black face in the photo. The young man with purple hair waved his hand, calmly saying that everything was fine. His limbs seemed to be imbued with otherworldly energy, and he added that there was nothing wrong with the blonde not remembering him. At one point, the nervous Sun Hong even trembled, because what was happening before his eyes was terrifying. Screams came from the room, and the hooded weirdo said that the sooner the young man strengthened his resolve, the better. Tears flowed incessantly down the cheeks of the man tied to the floor as he experienced incredible pain. The sight was truly gruesome and frightening, but the scoundrel turned it into a big cube. The scoundrel said that he would quickly prepare everything again so that the blond man could rest easy until the day it happened to him. After these words, the cold-blooded gentleman headed for the exit, leaving the shocked guy alone with his thoughts. The stunned young man couldn't collect his thoughts for some time, because what he had seen left a huge mark on his soul. At the same time, the nun insisted that the wounded brunette had asked for a favor, and she had allowed her to stay for a short time. The inquisitive Jerhi asked why the woman was walking so secretly down the corridor, as if she were afraid of being caught. The lady replied that she didn't want to wake the children in the middle of the night, so she had to walk carefully because there was no light. The young man asked if she was sure she hadn't given the girl anything other than medicine, which sounded strange. The elderly lady asked if they suspected her of secretly committing crimes, and the young man replied that the situation spoke for itself. The young man added that he was interested precisely because he did not know the details, and emphasized that it was silly to ask questions when everything was already known. The young man said that the old woman's answers had long sounded unconvincing, and Su Li silently drew his conclusions and suddenly apologized to the woman. The hero said that they were a little shocked, so they got carried away and apologized for such a rude interrogation. He also told his comrade to apologize, but he was stunned by this unexpected move. Still, the young man had no choice but to go along with it and comply with the request. The nun forgave the young people without much emotion, and Su Li expressed his gratitude to her for this. The elderly lady was about to leave, but the brave man stopped her, saying he wanted to ask one last question. The woman was all ears, and the brave man wanted to ask about medicine. He wondered if Father Kim knew about it, which made the lady in the white robe suspicious. The tense old woman asked why he was so concerned and whether she really had to report her every move. Now the main character realized that the priest knew nothing and began to take steps toward her, which frightened the nun. The alarmed old woman began to argue that everything was not at all as he thought, while the cool-headed fighter looked at her silently. It was clear from her expression that she was very nervous, and at that moment she found it difficult to even form a sentence. Suddenly, a man's voice interrupted the conversation, calmly saying that he knew everything perfectly well. Kim Soo-yun suddenly appeared from around the corner and immediately said that he himself had asked his sister to take the medicine to the wounded girl. The man asked Su Li not to cause a commotion, then suggested they talk about everything inside. Soon the four of them went into a warm room, where the conversation turned to the killer's mark. The Holy Father said that when they saw the brunette, they did not notice any tattoos, and the woman confirmed this. The perceptive Jae-hee suggested that she might be hiding them under makeup, but she would need to do so when she was alone in the room. After thinking about the situation for a moment, the calm man noted that this information seemed to be true. Shu-li, sitting in front, asked if he was not surprised, and the gentleman responded by bringing up a new topic. The father said that a few years ago, people who lived here often disappeared without a trace, but it seemed to him that they left quietly because their belongings also disappeared. The main character asked how often this happened, and the father replied that it was about once a month. He surprised and even alarmed the young man somewhat by saying that once, people from the government came to the shelter. They said they had come to investigate and showed Kim Soo-yeon photos of the missing people. According to the government official, all of the missing people were murderers who needed to be caught immediately. The man added that the visitors called themselves a secret organization, and the tense Soo-li immediately realized that they were talking about the unregistered. The saint noted that after several weeks of investigators coming, these incidents completely stopped. Suddenly, the elderly gentleman jumped up from his seat as if a puzzle had fallen into place in his head, and he understood what had happened. Opening a drawer, the father began rummaging through it, saying that he understood the words of the civil servant who had the situation in mind. Kim Soo-yeon suddenly took a folder with documents out of the closet, exclaiming that this was exactly what they needed. Then his counterpart asked him to show him the form when he came back, but my father didn't understand who he was referring to. He was dealing with Sai Tai-han, who smiled in response and said that it was better for his father not to know who he was talking about. The gray-haired man thought he meant one of the missing people, but it turned out to be quite different. At that moment, the old man handed the folder to the main character, who looked at him in surprise. Unexpectedly, he was told that the contents were intended for him, which aroused even more interest. Without hesitation, the young man took the item in his hands and immediately opened it to find out what was inside. After carefully examining the document, Soo-li silently drew his conclusions, but did not reveal anything. Putting the folder under his arm, he calmly thanked Kim Soo-yeon, who in response asked him to take care of himself. At that moment, the children left the room, and the agitated sister turned to the Holy Father. She asked why he had given the item to a child who could have changed significantly after leaving the orphanage and used it for bad purposes. The woman asked why Kim had not told her about the murders, and he replied that it had all happened before she arrived. The gentleman thought it unnecessary to mention it, but the offended lady called it a horror, asking what else to mention if not this. The old woman realized that if something happened, the responsibility would fall on the Holy Father, and she supposedly knew nothing. The old lady meant that the priest was passing on top-secret documents, but he did not say anything in response. At one point, Kim Soo-yeon turned to his sister, who immediately stopped and asked what he wanted. He felt awkward and began scratching the back of his head, trying to formulate a sentence. It was completely unclear what the gentleman had said, but it caused the elderly woman to freeze in place. The folder contained documents on missing persons cases, stamped with seals confirming their secrecy. Serious Soo-li realized that the contents were just instructions and assumed that they explained how to become stronger. The hero asked what it looked like, and Jae-hee replied that they might be able to figure something out. But that part of the manual looked strange. It said that they should walk without turning their heads after seeing the field until they found a red glow. The guys racked their brains over the devilish writing, but suddenly Jack appeared and called them fools. An angry Sue shouted, asking how he had opened the backpack again, and the killer replied that he had sat there long enough and felt suffocated. The psychopath asked what the fools could expect by joining forces when they were both newbies, adding that in such moments you need to ask the veterans. It was said that the content of this document was about confirmation, and the young man asked if he meant what happens after baptism in the church. Jack added that after being accepted into the church community, confirmation is necessary to prove a person's deep faith in religion. Soon it dawned on the main character that this process is a sacrament that strengthens one's power. The killer said that if they call this ritual a first-class change, then confirmation is a second-class one. He noted that the boy had a nasty character and laughed at the fact that even the venue for the process was located next to a Catholic orphanage. The brave man asked if he could be confirmed if he followed the instructions, and his counterpart replied that if the instructions were correct, then yes. Jack said that just like baptism, it was a way to open the door to the confirmation ritual, but there was a difference in where and when the door appeared. In general terms, it was said that the brave Su Li needed to try to figure this out. Near one of the inconspicuous buildings at the same time was a red mannequin, frightening in its appearance. The wary brunette wondered if it was a real person, but it showed no hostility towards her. Nevertheless, the fearless girl came to the conclusion that she didn't care about all these questions and was ready to rush into the attack. Moving towards the enemy, the warrior lady thought to herself that this did not change the fact that she was facing a dangerous entity. At that moment, the voice calmly asked her to think again, and the girl stopped instantly, feeling puzzled. The mannequin said that he knew about the power of the beautiful woman, who at that moment was just listening to him silently. He added that her powers had not yet faded, and she had no weapons with her, and there was not even a speck of dust that could be used. Still, the opponent said that she could defeat him, but there was no reason to do so, because the stranger had not come to hurt her. With a nasty smile, the doll said that she had come to help a lonely girl who had been seriously injured. At first, the brunette looked sternly and suspiciously into the eyes of her opponent, not even knowing if she could trust him. She said that she also had no reason to fight, but it was very difficult for her to believe the nonsense about help. The girl asked him to tell her what he was offering her and at what price, so that there would be no misunderstanding. She really wanted to know exactly what was going on, but the red mannequin was in no hurry to answer. The fearless lady asked directly what kind of deal the unknown entity wanted to make. Meanwhile, the sister was struck by the question of whether she had ever entered the room while the Holy Father was not inside. Smiling, she said that he had no money, so she had nothing to paint, but the man was still concerned about something. He asked how the old woman knew that the documents for Su Li were top secret if she had never been inside. Now a serious Kim Soo-yeon looked into her eyes without any emotion, wanting to hear the truth. The extremely surprised woman froze in place for a moment, trying to formulate a sentence. Then she began to cough into her fist, behind which she hid a sly smile, as if she really had something to hide. At that moment, the lady laughed loudly, emphasizing that her counterpart had just told her everything himself. The tense priest replied that he had not mentioned anything, but the lady pointed out that he had spoken about people from the government who had given him the documents. The lady said that they had secretly given him the folder during a secret investigation, and it was obvious that the papers were of the same status. The woman asked if the information was so shocking, and Kim Soo-yeon said that he had not opened them, so he did not know their contents, but that was not what struck him. After that, the Holy Father decided to confess what he had done to verify his sister's words. The woman was stunned to hear that he had never mentioned that the government had given him the information. At that moment, beads of sweat began to roll down her face, and she was thrown off balance, not knowing how to behave. Late in the evening, Choi Jae-hwee asked if the main character had connected his phone to the Lawn app. After that, the young man asked his comrade to turn his back to the huge rock behind him. Keeping his concentration, he said that to start with, they needed to take 70 steps north. Then they had to take 99 steps to the southeast, staying focused so as not to make a mistake. In the end, the fighters continued moving west, counting to 70 again. The slightly tense young man asked Su Li to turn left, and the brave man emotionlessly obeyed his commands. The brave boys found themselves in front of a large cobblestone again and began to think about what to do next. It seemed funny that they had returned to the very place where they had started. Hearing the notifications on the hero's phone, a surprised Choi Jae-hee immediately realized that he had managed to catch the signal. The calm young man confirmed this, then pressed the green button on the device to confirm entry. Suddenly, something like an earthquake began, which frightened the blue-eyed man, who jumped back sharply. It looked very strange that the huge stone simply began to slide to the sides, as if opening a door. After a few seconds, the young people realized that it was not just a cobblestone, but a whole secret passage. Shocked, Jae-hee exclaimed that the cobblestone had opened, after which they began to look inside. The stunned boy was now convinced that the instructions were real, and Su Li began to move forward silently. The daredevil didn't even think about stopping and was the first to go inside, while his excited companion asked him to wait for him. Yongku didn't really like the impatient nature of the main character, but he had no choice but to put up with it. Inside the cave, a black silhouette soon became visible, slowly moving forward. Soon, the man in black pants sped up, moving as if someone were chasing him. In the end, the brave man jumped into something like a black portal, but where it led was unknown. Just a couple of minutes later, Su Li and Jae-hee found themselves in a different place, causing the ground to shake violently. The guys found themselves in the middle of a field, where they calmly looked around, trying to see something interesting, but there was nothing around. His companion reminded him that they had to go straight ahead to find the red light, but the hero started turning to the side. The angry fighter instantly gave him a slap on the back of the head, shouting, asking what he was doing. Nervous Jae-hee shouted that the instructions forbade turning his head and asked if the fool was going to end the game before even starting. The wary hero replied that he knew that, but for some reason he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was standing behind them. The excited young man began to fear ghosts, but the brave man asked him not to talk nonsense, as he did not believe in them. Behind the young fighter stood the fierce brunette they had met earlier. The cold-blooded girl silently looked behind them, drawing conclusions in her head and remembering something. A little earlier, the mannequin had handed her a report from the organization of the unrecorded, which was surprising. The woman guessed its contents and her interlocutor confirmed that it was exactly what she thought. It was about confirmation, and that was exactly what the feisty lady had expected, a smirk appearing on her face. At the same time, the girl understood that the doll had a huge request for her and immediately asked what exactly she wanted. Giggling shyly, the mannequin replied that it needed confirmation as to whether the instruction was genuine or false. During this, the creature was completely serious, but presented everything as if it were a trifling matter. The quick-witted brunette realized that the doll was asking her to be a guinea pig so that it wouldn't get its hands dirty. Looking fearfully into the eyes of her counterpart, the brave woman asked how the scoundrel dared to treat her this way. At that moment, her interlocutor silently looked into her eyes while the lady herself continued to say something. With a sly smile, the girl emphasized that the deal was quite profitable for such courage. In the end, she agreed to the deal and firmly promised that she would do it. Turning around and heading in the other direction, the fearless girl said she would be the doll's guinea pig. At that moment, Jae-hee, sweating profusely from nerves, looked around and couldn't believe what he was seeing. The boys looked down from the cliff, from which the stones often rolled down, causing a little fear. The enthusiastic young man suggested that if they waited a little longer, the red field would appear because there was nowhere else to go. Calm Su-lee said that it had been about 10 minutes since they arrived and asked how much longer they would have to wait. He also reminded him that according to the instructions, they had no more than an hour, which made his companion even more nervous. The boy who had given up said that the situation was at a stalemate and they had no plans for further action. Suddenly, the enthusiastic young man remembered the direction and suggested that they had simply lost their way. The fighter knew perfectly well that even if a person strayed slightly at the beginning, the scale of the mistake would be enormous in the end. Jae-hee said they needed to go the other way, and the hero asked if he was the one who said that if they turned around, they would die instantly. The tense ally replied that they had no other choice, and the brave man asked about the method. The slightly confused comrade did not understand what he was talking about at all, so he did not hesitate to ask again. Suddenly, Su-lee bit his hand hard like a zombie, causing it to bleed. His stunned partner shouted, asking what he was doing and whether he had completely lost his mind. The unperturbed fighter immediately asked him not to worry and assured him that he was in his right mind. Holding out his wounded arm, the brave man said that if the red field did not appear, he would make it appear himself. Soon, the short green grass was covered with his dark blood, which spread over an increasingly large area. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded doll was in the house of one of his victims, saying that he had no plans against him. The bloodied priest Kim Soo-yeon lay on the floor, convulsing and writhing in unbearable pain. The old hag, who turned out to be a traitor, said that she had copied all the documents and then returned them to their original place, because he might suspect something. The bitch asked how the bleeding old man had even noticed the traces of torn tape, but he was in too much pain to answer. Smiling slyly, the scoundrel asked him not to be upset, saying that the child he adored would lead him to hell. The old woman continued to grin hideously and laugh, realizing that everything was going according to her plan. The very nervous man realized that the traitor wanted to kill Su-lee and shouted, asking what the young man had to do with it. The ruthless woman replied that the boy was the executor and had been secretly communicating with the unregistered. She added that the organization had handed over all the documents to the contract holder, so the young man was a traitor. Smiling, the woman said that Kim Soo-yeon didn't even know what she was talking about, but she thought it was better for him to stay out of it. The traitor asked the Holy Father to rest in peace, saying that it was time for her to go about her business. But at that moment, the dying gentleman grabbed her ankle, as if he wanted to say something else. The old woman asked if he really had something to add, and Kim, speaking with difficulty, said that she couldn't leave. He asked her not to dare harm Sue, and the bitch called it tragic that the old man was almost dead but still worried about the child. Still, the bitch said it was too late, so attempts to stop her were pointless. She threatened that the children had documents proving that they deserved punishment, so soon they would be in big trouble even without her involvement. At the same time, Suli began to roll up the sleeve on his bloodied arm, and the stunned Jahi didn't even know how to react to this. Suddenly alarmed, the boy said that the grass was stirring, and that was already a sign of change. There was indeed a rustling sound underfoot, signaling imminent changes. What was astonishing was that the small grass suddenly grew to several meters in height. Out of nowhere, a huge ball appeared, capable of crushing anyone in its path. Confused, Choji soon wondered what was happening and where they had ended up. It was very dark around them, and only a red hue was visible, so the boy came to the conclusion that they had fallen into a trap. The tense boy tried to squeeze through somehow, and said that they needed to get out of there immediately. The cool-headed Su Li gently pushed him away, asking him to step aside, which was somewhat surprising. The determined warrior immediately grabbed a sharp machete that glistened in the light, which had saved him more than once. Without thinking twice, he swung the cold weapon sharply, believing that he would destroy the strong barrier in his path. His alarmed comrade realized that the sword was also useless, but the focused hero decided to try again. Suddenly, the young man heard a familiar female voice behind him calling something rubbish. Behind the boys stood a brunette who said she had been following them since they mentioned the instructions and so on. The woman asked why the boys kept banging their heads against the wall, and a shocked Jay shouted, asking how long she had been there. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the unperturbed lady noted that his friend had quickly noticed her, but he was slow. The dissatisfied young man asked why she was so rude on their first meeting, and his counterpart reminded him that they had met before. Then the cool-headed brunette approached Su Li, asking him to answer a question. She asked why the fighter had gone all the way to the end instead of turning onto the red field, even sacrificing his own arm for it. The emotionless warrior noted that it sounded as if she already knew a lot about the area. He also emphasized that the girl was taking the situation very lightly and asked how much information she had. His interlocutor repeated his words and, without hesitation, asked how much the guy knew. The girl asked if the instructions they were talking about were not a report for the unregistered, which stunned Cho Jahi. The nervous young man realized that he had accidentally leaked information, and the woman began to piece together the puzzle in her head. She asked the young man to show her the regulations, and he smiled and asked why they should do that. The boy was stunned when the emotionless Su Li simply handed the stranger a folder with documents. The brave man said that now they couldn't even get out of there, so it was better to join forces. Her comrade agreed, but something was bothering him, while the calm brunette was already familiarizing herself with the information. The information differed from what she had received, and based on this, she concluded that the guys had a fake, not the stolen original. The unflappable young man asked if the lady had finished reading the text, but she did not answer at first. The brave young man guessed from her expression that she had understood something and immediately asked her to tell them about it. The girl asked what would happen if she did not want to do so, and at that moment a sharp knife was held to her head. In that case, the stern warrior saw no point in keeping her alive and began to intimidate her with his gaze. Smiling maliciously, the warrior lady asked if the boy had completely lost his mind if he had decided to behave this way. She noted that the boy had left his sword on her as a joke, although it didn't seem like one to her at all. Shoving Su Li's hand away sharply, the fearless lady called him an idiot, saying that she had indeed been joking. Moving forward, the woman said that his report was fake and that there was evidence that someone had slightly changed the instructions. The young man asked if she had seen the original, and she replied that she had only seen a copy which had not been altered. At one point, the stranger stopped because she wanted to warn the young fighter about something. She threatened that if the fool pointed his machete at her again, he would not get away with it so easily. Unexpectedly, the girl said that the main character infuriated her, and his words even puzzled him. Both partners were stunned by the sharp remark, but suddenly everything around them began to vibrate again. The fearless woman asked them to get ready, saying that the second gate was opening. At that very moment, the trio found themselves at the epicenter of the events, but everyone remained calm. The observant Choe Jahi immediately noticed that the walls of grass had simply disappeared in an instant. The hero asked what was originally written in the source document before the changes were made, and the lady replied that there were 2 sentences. She said that they would meet the night with their eyes and that they also needed to be careful of the moon. The young man asked if that was all, and the brunette handed him the instructions and asked him to look for himself if he didn't believe her. Reading the information on the piece of paper, the young man was convinced that this was indeed all that was written there, and nothing else. But Suli found it strange that instead of one sentence, there were two in the document. He couldn't understand why anything needed to be changed at all, and his alarmed companion asked him to pay attention to something. A few meters away from them lay something that looked like a large stone, which aroused suspicion. Strange sounds could be heard around the unknown object, so they decided to examine it. Coming closer and looking closely, the main character assumed that it was just a large pile of dirt. At that moment, his expression changed to one of surprise, because he heard something again a meter away from him. In the thick brown mass, the observant Suli saw a protruding object with a metal shell. Soon, the unknown object began to emerge more and more, accompanied by small vibrations. The steel ball flew out of the mud very sharply, which alerted the three confused fighters. The small object fell a few meters away from the guys, who looked at it with surprise and slight apprehension. At first, they assumed it was just a simple iron sphere, but no one knew what it was for. Even more shocking was that the strange object began to glow with a blue light, attracting more attention. The hero began to speculate, and the wary brunette advised him to look ahead right now. The trio was bewildered when the pile of dirt suddenly began to grow in size and rise upward. It grew exponentially and posed an increasing danger to the fighters. The shocked guys froze in place, slightly alarmed because they didn't understand anything. The unknown creature suddenly acquired a mouth and began to growl loudly, creating strong vibrations. The monster could destroy all opponents in its path in an instant, but first it simply intimidated them. Soon the giant swung its clumsy paw, throwing its opponents aside like soccer balls. A very nervous Jahi shouted, asking what this creature was and whether it had been mentioned in the instructions. The imperturbable hero said that if he was not mistaken, this brute was the very knight to be feared. His comrade did not quite understand his words, but the fighter explained that it was mentioned in one of the sentences in the instructions. The young man was not sure of the exact meaning of the words in the regulations, but they could roughly predict the meaning. The guy said that the night was dangerous and that they had to protect the moon from it. That is, they had to stand their ground until the end. The brave man asked his comrade to think logically about when the monster woke up and began to chase them. Alarmed, Jahi replied that it happened at the very moment when the brave man picked up the sphere that had flown out of him. Taking the steel ball in his hands, Su Li asked if he agreed that if it was the moon, then according to the document, the knight should begin the pursuit. But the main character was confused by the fact that the monster had no eyes, which were indeed not visible. The brute continued to run after him at tremendous speed, but the trickster did not even think of stopping. The giant continued to trample the ground in every way possible, causing the trio to fly into the air, losing their coordination. The nervous brunette asked the redhead how long they would continue to run from this pile of dirt. The warrior replied that he had looked around, wondering if there was anything else there, but came to the conclusion that it was only the steel ball and the creature. The guy thought that they just needed to protect the moon for a certain amount of time, but nothing happened. Plucking up his courage, the fighter suggested moving on to the second hypothesis, but his comrades did not understand him. Grabbing a sharp machete, the warrior rushed into the attack, asking what else could be done besides killing. During this, he was extremely serious and focused, but at the same time, he was not afraid of the enemy at all. In an instant, the young man's gaze became extremely surprised, as if something he did not expect had happened. He was struck by the fact that the sword, which had never failed him in battle, was simply stuck in a large pile of mud. Moreover, the sharp weapon did not go inside at all, but it was also difficult to pull it out. Excited, Cho Jae-hee noticed that Su Li was in danger, so he shouted to him. The huge monster was preparing for a large-scale attack, so it was necessary to find shelter immediately. His concerned comrade asked the young man to quickly get out of the way, as he was in the very center of danger. Using the technique of the 5 golden elements, namely the human power technique, the warrior firmly exclaimed that he would take care of everything. The wary giant waited for the enemy to attack and did not rush to launch his own. It was striking that the sharp acupuncture needles simply fell to the ground, serving no purpose. Alarmed, Jahi couldn't believe what was happening, let alone understand why his attempt had been unsuccessful. The huge monster did not forgive mistakes, so he immediately began to press on him, but the boy covered himself with his hand. In that same moment, he flew backward like a feather, and a large amount of white smoke rose around him. Su Li, who was extremely tense, witnessed the situation and was very worried about his only companion. The brave man tried to see his partner's body through the fog, hoping very much that he was still alive. But at one moment, the alert fighter turned around and looked more closely, as if he had seen something suspicious. The stunned hero instantly froze in place and seemed to lose his voice from what he saw. The fearless warrior stood face to face with a large pile of dirt that posed a great danger to his life. After soberly assessing his capabilities, the main character said to himself that he could do it. Choosing the right moment, he rushed forward sharply, trying to anticipate his opponent's next move. At that very moment, he made a spectacular jump, and while still in midair, the cool-headed fighter prepared to strike. This time, the young man was armed only with his fists, which alarmed the huge monster but did not cause it to panic. The alarmed brunette couldn't understand what the fool was doing, who was simply walking to his certain death. From the outside, it looked as if the stern hero simply wanted to try to knock out the strong man with his bare hands. Frightening with an aggressive gaze, Su Li jerked his head sharply, which was very difficult to break through. The merciless creature immediately swung its nasty paw, causing the young man to lose his coordination. Moreover, the red-haired youth was thrown aside, which made the warrior lady even more wary. The tense lady asked if he was out of his mind, but it didn't seem like the boy was going to attack. She noted that the kid had simply rushed into the attack and began to defend himself, while he silently got up from the floor at that moment. The stern Li replied that it was done on purpose to confirm his guess. The surprised girl asked what he understood, and the boy said that it was better to see than to hear. Suddenly, the young man raised his hand, which was still holding the glowing iron sphere. The excited woman asked if the ball had not been glowing completely, and now 2 LEDs were turned off. Lines from the instructions immediately flashed through her mind about being careful with the moon. The quick-witted Su Li figured out that the indicators on the display showed the remaining chances of completing the task. When Jihi was attacked and then the main character was hit, the LEDs turned off, and if the light went out during an attack, it would mean failure. Getting hit by a monster 10 times is pure hell, but it could be a kind of penalty if there are several people with him. The brunette asked about the second thing he had revealed, and the brave man replied that he had just shown it to her along with the sphere. He said it was his wrist, but his counterpart did not understand what a body part had to do with it. Under the main character's clothes was a metal wire that supported the shape of the bone, but there was a catch. Before rushing headlong into the night, the fighter deliberately tore a little fabric so that the wire would be visible. The brave man defended himself with his right hand in front, and he did so with great concentration. Then the steel wire was swallowed up by the huge monster, just as the perceptive young man had planned. The stunned girl finally realized that the huge pile of dirt was calmly consuming the metal. The wary guy confirmed this and even clarified that only steel was being consumed. At that very moment, the giants launched another attack, knocking the little people off their feet. The very nervous hero asked if the brunette had a weapon that wasn't made of metal and said that the fabric hadn't absorbed the wire. The young man added that it might work, but the tense girl replied that she had nothing. The feisty lady added that she hadn't brought any weapons with her, so she couldn't help. But soon she had a flash of inspiration and turned to the redhead, as if an idea had sprung to mind. The clever woman asked about the broken pieces of stone that were nearby. The warrior said that they could use them, but they were too big and heavy, and it would be difficult to control them, and the monster was constantly moving. The fearless maiden suggested stopping the pile of dirt, but the brave man did not quite understand her intentions. She said that if she used her skills, she could grab the creature, but only for a short time. The beauty said that she would immobilize the enemy for a few seconds, and the brave man would attack it. The extremely serious and focused hero noted that this was the best solution at the moment, so he agreed. At that very moment, the young man rushed forward, shouting at his companion to stop the enemy when he gave the signal. Running up to a large pile nearby, he grabbed a piece of broken stone and clenched it tightly in his hand. Without hesitation, the young man threw the shard at the thick creature, which did not even understand where it had come from. The toothy monster soon turned toward the fearless Su Li, but this did not scare him at all. The giant immediately rushed at the insolent kid, which played right into his hands. The very nervous fighter noticed that his opponent had become faster, so it was necessary to exercise extreme caution. He decided to jump to break away, but ended up stumbling and falling. The warrior, experiencing pain and aching in his body, was not going to give up, even though it was very difficult for him. The young man gathered his strength and grabbed an impressive-sized stone, while the enemy was already looming over him. At that moment, the young man shouted loudly to his partner that she could start acting right now. The main character asked the brunette, who was frozen in place, to immediately stop the huge pile of dirt. The warrior lady instantly used her earth armor technique, glaring at her opponent. After that, the mud began to harden, and now the creature was temporarily unable to move. Exerting titanic effort, Su Li tried to lift a huge stone several times his weight. Still, he managed to throw the incredibly heavy object at his opponent, so all was not lost. The piece of slab flew almost into the jaw of the burly man, who let out loud and terrible cries of pain. Grinning, the hero, drenched in sweat, said to himself that the plan had worked. He decided not to stop and to deliver the next blow to secure his success. But suddenly, the guy heard strange sounds coming from behind him and immediately froze in place. Being cautious, the brave man carefully turned his head to the right, trying to see something with his peripheral vision. Soon, the young man turned completely around and froze at what he saw, as if it were something frightening. A rather large eye appeared in front of him, its lens and pupil emerald green. Extremely surprised, Su Li did not know how to react to what was happening and could not even move. The young fighter was shocked by the fact that the eye appeared right in the mouth of a huge pile of dirt. The beautiful eye hung directly on the monster's palate, which looked quite disgusting and creepy. At that moment, it began to emit a bright blue light in the creature's mouth, further alarming the enemy. For a split second, the guy was blinded by the bright glow, but luckily everything fell into place. A large beam fell directly on the main character's left shoulder, and the fabric of his jacket instantly dissolved into space. The force of the attack was so powerful that the ground beneath the young man's feet was simply licked away, like candy. A whole ditch appeared in front of him, and this was the true power of the merciless mud monster. The daredevil, in turn, was seriously wounded in the shoulder and grabbed it, trying to stop the bleeding. The bewildered young man tried to understand how the huge mark on the asphalt and the wound on his body had been created. The excited brunette warned the redhead about the danger ahead, which needed to be dealt with urgently. The medium-sized eye continued to pose a huge danger to the main character standing in place. The enemy once again attacked the boy with a powerful beam capable of burning through any obstacle. Surprised, Su Li concluded that he was facing a very fast laser, so he decided to remain cautious. He remembered the line about it disappearing after meeting the gaze of the night, which had already happened. The perceptive young man realized that the powerful weapon was precisely that gaze. The warrior, standing on his feet, thought he had almost destroyed the monster, but it turned out that there was a second phase. Breathing heavily, the fighter asked if his partner could stop the enemy again, and noted that the idea with the stones was successful, but there weren't enough of them. But looking down at the floor, the young man became alert, as if something had gone wrong. The stressful factor was that there were simply no other pieces of stone left, so they had to change their plan. The brave man did not know if Shu Lishestvo had done it on purpose or if he had just been lucky, but it had broken all the pieces that could be used as weapons. The determined warrior had no choice but to pick up the remaining shards and rush into the attack. Being extremely focused, he shouted to ask if his comrade was ready and asked her to stop the creature right now. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the brunette was swaying on her feet, holding her stomach. For some unknown reason, blood was gushing from the girl's stomach, and she was having difficulty even speaking. The alert young man assumed that she had opened up too early after using a special power. At the same time, the mud monster was not sleeping and continued to attack, so urgent action was needed. The main character began to carefully study the direction of the laser, which was firing at him non-stop. Its mouth did not close even for a moment, and loud shots continued to rain down on the young man. The intense heat destroyed everything around him, but the clever young man managed to run up to his wounded comrade and save her. The brave man surprised the girl by not being afraid and picking her up, thereby saving her life in a difficult situation. The guy asked if she was okay, and the brunette thanked him for his help without much emotion. Judging by the bandage, the brave man noted that she had only gotten worse and asked if his ally could use her skill. The completely calm girl suggested that she could do it again once the bleeding slowed down. But then she looked at the young fighter and recommended that he take care of himself. Hearing this, the warrior immediately looked down and saw a fresh pool of blood beneath him, as well as the fact that he was missing a leg. The unperturbed Su Li said that he was in pain, but it was tolerable, and that the monster's condition was much worse. The fearless fighter rushed into the attack, saying that he would signal when he needed the brunette's skills and gave her a chance to recover. The puzzled lady couldn't understand why the guy didn't care about the missing limb, and it seemed as if this had happened to him before. She decided not to worry about it, even though she didn't know his background, and the stern Lee continued to move forward. Although the girl said she could use her technique, in her condition, it was not worth expecting too much from her. Now the main character only had a piece of stone, so from the outside he couldn't do anything except damage the creature's shell. His main target was inside the creature's mouth, where it was possible to inflict damage due to the lack of protection in the form of dirt. Clutching the piece of cobblestone tightly in his hand, the young man thought about his actions and carefully calculated everything. Nevertheless, the determined warrior threw the stone fragment at his opponent, confident in his actions. He managed to calculate the trajectory correctly, so the stone flew straight into the creature's mouth. Not rushing to relax, the young man immediately saw that the foreign object had entered the monster's mouth. The giant was on guard because the fragment was only a meter away from hitting his emerald eye. The pupil of the eye instantly enlarged, which once again emphasized the presence of anxiety. In that tense moment, the laser fired again, emitting rays of incredibly high temperature. Shu Li, standing in place, was instantly hit, and in the end, the hot trail passed right through him. The discouraged guy looked down and saw a hole in his own chest. At that very moment, the frail young man flew upward and drifted away like a feather, but he remained conscious. The main character soon collapsed to the ground and immediately tried to get up, but it was extremely difficult. Blood continued to flow from the wounds on his body, and he heaved heavy sighs trying to at least move. This was Li's last hope, but the technique did not work properly, and now he had no ideas for a powerful laser. The moon was almost extinguished, but due to regeneration, the brave man would not even die, so he could not allow her to switch. The warrior couldn't understand why the monster hadn't used its weapon from the start and assumed that it had given him hope of winning. But at that very moment, something clicked in the young fighter's head, and the big puzzle seemed to fall into place. Noticing a small stone fragment ahead, the guy began to think about something very intently. Grabbing the stone, he remembered the option of dying or losing consciousness, and then became inspired. Feeling confident, the fearless youngster asked the mud to pay attention to him, and he succeeded. The huge creature looked again at the boy, who had managed to get to his feet despite his injuries. The determined Su Li realized that this was definitely his last hope, and that he had no room for error. The boy mentally repeated that he needed to calm down and act cautiously, just as he was doing now. He was sure he would hit his opponent in the mouth with a stone, and immediately threw it. The worried girl did not understand what her comrade was doing, who was performing literally the same actions. The brunette had long since realized that the cobblestone was useless in this situation, but the main character did not stop. The laser, with its lightning speed and high temperatures, instantly burned the flying fragment. The excited partner shouted at the redhead to dodge, but he knew perfectly well that the stone would simply crumble into powder. But as it turned out, this was exactly what the perceptive warriors were aiming for, repeating their previous steps. The moment the enemy used the laser again, the reckless daredevil held up an iron sphere in front of him. The guy needed the fiery beam to hit the steel ball directly, even though he risked losing his life. The laser and the moon did indeed meet at that moment, causing blue light to spread across the entire area. The cool-headed protagonist said that the moon had no light of its own, which it decided to take advantage of. Looking ahead emotionlessly, he added that it only reflects the light of the sun, acting as an assistant. In the end, the persistent warrior achieved his goal and managed to defeat the mud monster. The tired fighter sat down on the floor and said that he had finally done it, while the surprised brunette couldn't believe that he had really defeated the creature. The first thing she asked was how the perceptive guy figured out that they had to reflect the laser beam with the moon. The worried girl said that first they had to deal with Su Li's wounded chest, which had been hit. But at that very moment, the beauty was stunned to see that the through-and-through wound had instantly closed. Even more striking was the fact that the hero's leg had also healed, and he said that this was his ability. Thanks to his instant regeneration, the brave man realized that the moon was the key to defeating the mud creature. The lady asked what this had to do with anything, and the young man wondered if she remembered when the enemy first fired the laser. He mentioned the moment when they started using stones as weapons instead of blades in order to inflict at least some damage. Then the fighter explained more precisely that as soon as they stopped using metal objects, the enemy started shooting, and he understood something. Then Lee wondered if a creature called Night had a reason why it couldn't use lasers against such things. When the warrior grabbed his chest, which had been pierced through, he discovered that the hole was the size of the moon. The metal in front of the laser and the creature had something in common. They both had the ability to reflect. The excited brunette said that he could have been wrong in his guesses and they would have died. But the daredevil didn't care. The stern young man said that if they hadn't tried, the result would have been the same. So there was no point in reading it? The worried girl thought about the meaning of what she had heard and fell silent for a moment. Soon she smiled and said she believed the red-haired boy. And then she heard a strange sound nearby. The young people immediately turned in the direction where they saw a pile of dirt that began to disappear in the wind. The kids watched silently, but soon saw that something was lying under the monster's remains. After a few seconds, the dust had completely cleared, and something resembling a shiny steel plate was visible on the floor. Soon, the main character approached the unconscious Cho Jae and began kicking him with his foot to wake him up. In an instant, his tough partner simply kicked him in the butt, which instantly woke the blue-eyed boy up. The kid started waving his fists around ridiculously, shouting that he had a secret weapon against the monster, while the others looked at him in bewilderment. The young man asked where the monster he was talking about was hiding, and the brunette replied that his friend had already dealt with it. The sad boy realized that he had lost to the newcomer again, and the girl asked the hero what was wrong with him, but he asked her to just forget about it. In an instant, the blue-eyed boy calmed down and turned to Su Li, who was standing behind him. He asked if he was okay and mentioned the bag, although the fighter first thought he was talking about wounds that had already healed. The daredevil suddenly became nervous, remembering that when the laser pierced him, his backpack had also been hit. The young man immediately began to open it, confident that Jack must have dodged and survived. The brave man froze because there was nothing inside the bag, although that was the last thing he expected. The very nervous hero began to suspect that the psychopath might not have been there from the beginning. Putting his hand on his shoulder, his partner asked him not to say that the killer had simply disappeared, and the girl didn't understand anything at all. Remaining calm, Lee suggested they talk outside, and Jae-hee asked how they would get out. The perceptive hero suggested that the thing in the ground was a gate to the outside, since the sizes matched. A spherical sphere, which was in his hand, had to be placed in its center. At that moment, the young man carefully placed the object in the hole and took 2 steps back, watching for a reaction. Instantly, a blue light began to spread across the metal plate, as expected. Surprised, Cho Jae-hee was the first to say that the doors were opening, although this was ridiculous since his comrades could already see everything. Looking into the darkness underground, the slightly alarmed young man asked if this was really their path, the end of which was not visible. The boy doubted that this was a safe option, but the cool-headed warrior said he would go first. The worried youngster wanted to stop him, but the determined Su Li did not listen to him and jumped without hesitation. The young man began to suspect that his companion was not afraid of anything at all, and the brunette asked about him. The boy replied that he would jump too, and the unperturbed girl asked what he was waiting for and why he was stalling. With a ridiculous smile, Jae-hee said that according to etiquette, ladies go first while he was sweating profusely. An awkward silence ensued for a few seconds, during which the boy did not take his eyes off the girl. Without further ado, the ruthless brunette simply pushed him with her foot, causing the young man to fall into the passageway. In the end, she just looked at the hole in confusion, realizing that she had no other choice. Then the black-eyed lady turned around to make sure that nothing else posed a threat to her. Behind her, there was only complete darkness, which did not frighten her at all, and in a way, even calmed her. Meanwhile, the fearless hero found himself in an unknown space where everything around him was white. Remaining completely calm, he wondered where he was and whether this was really the end. The young warrior did not remember anything like this in the document, but he was in no hurry to give in to excitement. The slightly tense guy wondered why his 2 comrades were taking so long to come to him. He had the feeling that he had been waiting for a very long time, and this made him even more nervous. At the same time, the excited brunette froze in place when she saw what she saw and assumed she was dreaming. The girl looked closely ahead, allowing for the possibility that she was hallucinating. It was very difficult for her to believe. But standing not far from her was the crazy killer Jack. A cute lamb suddenly approached the wary Su Li, making sounds and smiling at him. Looking at the bleeding animal, the surprised young man wondered where it could have come from so unexpectedly. Less than a minute later, the sheep simply turned around and slowly walked away, leaving its counterpart in a state of shock. But soon the young man realized that he had to follow the cloven-hoofed animal, which was acting as his guide. The daredevil wondered what this place shrouded in white light was, where he could see absolutely nothing. At one point, the calm young man simply stopped in his tracks when he saw something strange ahead. Baran approached an unknown man in a jacket and cap, who began to pet him, calling him a good boy. The polite stranger noticed Su Li standing aside and immediately greeted him. The young gentleman emphasized that the brave boy had done an excellent job here and deserved praise. The hero himself did not even know how to react to what was happening and simply froze in place, saying nothing in response. The daredevil asked where he was and who he was, and his counterpart noted that the guy had come here himself after confirmation. The cool-headed fighter wondered if this was also part of the test. Adjusting his cap, the mysterious stranger confirmed that he was now on the final stage. The man said that as soon as the boy defeated him, he could consider the ritual complete. After that, without warning, Su Li tried to attack him, but the trickster dodged sharply. The slightly nervous gentleman said he hadn't finished his sentence, but the insolent boy had already rushed at him with his fists. The nimble stranger continued to move from side to side, suggesting that they talk first. The determined warrior did not listen to him, but ultimately received a kick right in the chest. The professional fighter did not lose his coordination and managed to stop sliding after the attack. Glaring aggressively at his opponent, the brave man grabbed the hilt of his sword, saying that they had nothing to discuss. The reserved interlocutor said that he had a lot of questions for him, but the young man was not particularly concerned. Smiling, the man suggested putting all these curiosities aside and wanted to ask something first. He was very curious as to why the unsociable young man wanted to go through the difficult process of proving his faith. The stern Su Li stated that his desire to become stronger was obvious, but his opponent was not interested in that. He clarified his question, asking with a smile on his face why the young warrior wanted to gain power. At first, the hero looked at him suspiciously, even though he couldn't see his eyes because of the visor of his cap. Gripping his cold weapon even tighter, the guy added that he needed to destroy the perpetrators. Now, the intentions of the determined young man were clear to the gentleman dressed in black. But at the same time, the annoying guy wondered why the youngster had decided to take such a difficult path. After that, the brave man looked at him in bewilderment, trying to formulate a clear answer. Grabbing the machete with both hands, he asked irritably how much longer the scoundrel intended to interrogate him like a child. Unable to contain his anger, the enraged warrior rushed into the attack, jumping and swinging in the air. The blow was delivered immediately, but the nimble opponent managed to jump back in time and remain unharmed. Undaunted, the man provocatively emphasized that he should be the one asking the questions. Pushing his hand against the floor, he kicked the weapon out of Su Li's hands, asking how many more times he would interrupt their conversation. The protagonist's cold weapon flew several meters to the side, so he could no longer use it. Adjusting his headdress, his opponent suggested they talk like human beings, since the boy no longer had a weapon. But the assertive kid was not going to play along and, being embittered, began to wave his fists. With great effort, he said that there were many attacks that did not require weapons. Now the restrained interlocutor realized that the youngster would not calm down, so he decided to have a conversation right in the middle of the fight. Delivering an incredibly powerful blow to the young man's stomach, the stranger noted that he was still able to respond. The gentleman asked if it was true that Su Li had chosen this path for his parents, and he looked at him viciously in response. Clenching his fist tightly and feeling intense hatred, the brave young man began to shower him with insults. Once again, rushing into the attack in a fit of rage, he asked why the scoundrel was interested if he already knew the answer. As always, his opponent managed to dodge and remain unharmed, while the hero injured his fist, striking the floor with all his might. Feeling a drop of compassion, the stranger understood perfectly well that it was hellishly painful, but the kid was to blame himself. He asked the boy not to be angry, assuring him that he wasn't making fun of him and just wanted to talk normally. Then the bastard started to smirk, and Su Li, struggling with his anger, tried to understand how his opponent knew so much about him. The young man in the black down jacket was surprised that the hotshot was now curious, but called the question incorrect. The secretive guy noted that it would be more correct to ask how much he knew, but his behavior annoyed the fighter. At that moment, the mysterious stranger took off his cap, finally ready to reveal his identity. The fearless warrior's gaze immediately changed to one of surprise, and now he silently stared at his opponent. With a frightening smile, the brunette said that he knew more about the main character than even he himself did. Soon it dawned on the bewildered young man that this face belonged to him, and the whole situation became confusing. His interlocutor introduced himself as an artificial intelligence created based on information about Li, although his hair was more attractive than red. The confident fighter noted that his opponent had absolutely no taste in clothes, but he asked him not to make fun of him. The clone continued to mumble something, and the brave man reached for his weapon, asking him to stop talking nonsense. Holding his machete in front of him, the stern Su Li asked what exactly his opponent knew better about him. Smiling, the guy said that the reason the fighter was trying to kill the performers was not actually related to the death of his parents. The serious brave man noted that he had proven his fakeness, and then asked what other reason he had for doing so. After thinking for a moment, the opponent replied that he was also interested in what was motivating the warrior in this situation. He speculated that the driving force might be all this heroic nonsense, and asked with a smirk if the youngster would share it with him. The doppelganger was curious why the guy was putting so much effort into trying to save people who were unimportant to him, and why he wanted to find Dr. P. The fighter replied that he was looking for him to find out information about the Phantom, and had heard that this ghost was connected to an incident 10 years ago. The daredevil had no information, so he needed to catch at least one perpetrator, and then he decided to catch the evil doctor. Smiling, the brunette said he didn't believe that was the only reason. Then the unpredictable man slowly unbuttoned his jacket, asking if he could check it out. At that moment, he abruptly threw off his outer clothing, which alarmed Su Li, who spread his arms wide. The stern warrior emphasized that his opponent was behaving disgustingly, and he didn't like it very much. As it turned out, the insolent man dared to throw his jacket right at him, so the brave man immediately threw it back. But having pushed the cloak aside, the disconcerted young man simply froze in place with his eyes wide open. In front of him, the guy saw a sharp guillotine, capable of taking his life in an instant. The enemy held the rope tightly in his hand, which allowed him to control the device. The villain smiled menacingly, looking straight into the eyes of Su Li, who was trying to understand what was happening. With his other hand, the opponent also held a fastening element, which emphasized his brute strength. It turned out that there were 2 places on the guillotine, which alarmed the main character even more. The clone asked the boy not to be so surprised, but the stunned Li simply noted that he had gone crazy. What was striking was that inside the deadly mechanism was unexpectedly the brave boy's friend, Sun Hong. The boy was even more stunned to find his terrified mother in the second compartment. Abruptly lowering his hand and loosening the rope, the nerve-wracking scoundrel ordered Su Li to make a choice. At that very moment, the second guillotine was also released, and the young man had to choose only one person. Smiling maliciously, the villain asked which of his loved ones the young man, who found himself in a disadvantageous position, would choose. On one of those terrible days, a bloody hammer lay in a dark alley, adding to the horror. Then, trembling with fear, the boy in glasses slowly walked forward, wondering what to do. Seeing 2 dead people in front of him, he said that he had just killed someone, and it was incredibly difficult to come to terms with it. Sitting on the floor, the blood-stained young man began to look at the results of his actions, trying to accept it in his mind. Distraught, Jae-hee wondered what would happen to him now, and thought to himself that his father was a charlatan, and now he was a murderer. At that moment, the paranoid young man jumped up from his seat when he heard loud noises nearby and assumed it was the police. But it turned out that behind him stood a stranger in a Hawaiian shirt and white shorts, his face hidden in shadow. The man showed him a phone with a mobile app that could activate a police siren. Smiling, the gentleman noted that there was something special about the kid, because he himself was a child, but he had killed adults on his own. First, he asked how old the frightened boy was, and learned that he was only 14. The boy did not understand who this man was, but the man continued to mutter that even his first murder had been when he was older. The worried young man couldn't understand what this killer was talking about, who suddenly offered the boy to be his partner. Not wanting to listen to anything, Cho Jae-hee simply turned around and began to walk away quickly. The faceless man instantly appeared in front of him, and surprising the youngster, asked where he was going. The experienced man said that the boy would be caught if he left the bodies behind, and warned that even a minor would not escape double punishment for murder. Suddenly, he said that he could turn a blind eye to it, because he had the opportunity to do so, thanks to the fact that he was an executor. The stranger handed the young man, who was frozen in place, a mobile device and asked him to return home. The mercenary promised to take care of cleaning everything up and added that the young man could come back in a few days. The fighter also asked the boy to contact him on the phone number he had given him as soon as he decided to become an enforcer and his partner. At that moment, Cho Jae-hee clenched his fist in anger, thinking incessantly about the situation. Staring at the floor, the stern fighter said that he had been fooled that day and he would never be able to forget it. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, the brave man rushed to attack the enemy standing in front of him. The guy shouted at the scoundrel in the Hawaiian shirt, asking how he could say that to him and try to stab him in the stomach with a sword. Dodging without any trouble, the unperturbed opponent asked if it was his problem. The scoundrel managed to swing his sword in time and leave a small scratch on Jahi's face. At that moment, the guy lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling several meters on his back. The attacker, whose weapon was stained with blood, asked if the young man thought he deserved it. Pulling out his sharp, bloody claw, the enemy smiled menacingly, saying that it was the young man's patheticness that infuriated him. At that moment, his gaze resembled that of a demon, and his sharp teeth only emphasized his appearance and instilled fear. The brave man tried once again to strike with his fist, but the vampire immediately dodged. The next attack was also expected by the enemy, so it was not even remotely successful. The determined Jahi tried to kick, but again failed to surprise his opponent. Preparing to make his move, the performer asked if the youngster had forgotten that he was the one who had taught him. At that moment, the youngster was wounded by his sharp claw and experienced incredible pain, but he was not going to give up. A huge scratch appeared on the blue-eyed warrior's face, from which blood immediately began to flow. The embittered daredevil continued to wave his arms, shouting that his opponent was not a very good teacher. The man noted that the kid always blamed others and added that he was excellent at teaching, but the kid was incapable of learning. Continuing to attack the boy from all sides, the man recalled the day when he got angry and attacked him with a knife. Keeping his cool, he asked if it was his fault that the stupid kid couldn't get baptized. The brave man was unable to stay on his feet due to loss of coordination, so he fell to the ground again and hit his head. The damn angry mentor asked him to stop complaining, saying that the fool couldn't get baptized because he had poor skills. He reminded him that he had covered up his last murder incident, taught him how to fight, and even explained how to become an executor. The angry man exclaimed that he had done enough as a partner and asked what else Choji wanted. Keeping a cool head, the young fighter quietly prepared sharp needles and asked if his opponent really didn't understand anything. At that moment, the warrior cried out loudly that the scoundrel had tried to kill him with his own hands and threw the acupuncture tools at him. Looking sternly at his opponent, the brave young man told him directly that he did not deserve the title of partner. But in an instant, the young man became alert as his opponent grinned, realizing that the kid had been baptized after all. Having managed to repel the attack, the gentleman asked if the fool should thank him, since he continued to fail alongside him. Pushing the needles aside, the performer noted that the kid wanted to develop more after trying to kill him. The man definitely believed that he was worthy of being called a partner, so he rushed into the attack again and began to pressure Jahi. Once again pushing the guy aside, the mercenary rushed after him, asking if he agreed with his opinion. Feeling a sudden surge of confidence, the blood-stained fighter thanked his opponent, who was slightly surprised. Fired up inside, the vicious guy noted with a smirk that the youngster had finally come to his senses and understood how to thank his partner. The performer believed that all this was the result of his efforts, but the fearless warrior suddenly attacked him. A deep wound appeared on the cheek of the wary killer, which he did not expect at that moment. Completely calm, Jahi thanked him for not giving up so quickly, because thanks to him, he would be able to test a new weapon. At that very moment, the device flew at tremendous speed into the hands of the young man who had summoned it. Full of confidence, the young man said that he thought the needles were too light for such an opponent. Now he had acupuncture balls in his hands, which were heavier and caused enormous damage. The guy said that the item was usually used to massage pressure points on a lying person, but with its spikes and heavy weight, everything changed. The daredevil instantly threw the item at the enemy, exclaiming that it would be perfect for tearing the skin. In that same moment, the repulsive force of the metal was used, and the performer was already bleeding profusely. The previously confident man tried to block and stop the bleeding, but the determined Jahi did not back down and continued to strike him. Giving the scoundrel a stern look, the fearless warrior promised to make sure he paid for his betrayal. The scoundrel in the Hawaiian shirt was in incredible pain, and blood continued to pour from his body. His gaze was angry and he was still standing, so he was still dangerous. Summoning his strength, the performer raised his claw sharply, because he was offended by the mention of betrayal. His opponent asked what he was talking about, as he thought he had been unfaithful in some way. Catching the acupuncture balls, he alerted Jahi and asked if he thought it would be any different with him. It turned out that they were talking about Su Li, who, according to the wounded demon, was no different at all. The angry guy asked if he was really not a real lobster, since he knew the main character. His opponent confirmed that he was indeed an illusion created from his memories. Launching into another attack, the opponent asked in a loud voice if it really mattered. The point was that Su Li was just as fake a partner, and that sounded alarming. Continuing to strike, the mercenary exclaimed that this rule applied to all performers. Once again throwing the enemy aside, Lobster said that when he became a burden, his partner would also deal with him. He advised him to stop obsessing over his comrades, calling him a fool, because it was all just a lie. Still conscious, the young man felt very ill and sank into his memories. Earlier, Ji-hee asked the main character if he would kill him, along with all the other contract holders. Then the ally realized that the cold-blooded warrior had tried to kill him at their first meeting, right before the baptism. Now the guy became the executor and asked if the hero would kill him, or if he was exempt from responsibility since he had no connection to his parents. In response, the kid heard nothing, and smiling, said that everything was fine, but his opponent did not share his emotions. The confident blue-eyed man understood that the daredevil would not kill him, because they were friends, but he suddenly said that he would make no exceptions. Cold Su Li declared that he would not leave a single killer he could not control alone. Without showing any emotion, he added that he would also kill Choi Ji-hee when the time came. At that moment, Lobster rushed into the attack, judging by the enemy's appearance and realizing that he already understood everything. Laughing frighteningly, the villain said that the fool considered the hero his partner, but he had never called him that. The enemy believed that he was closer to the kid's concept of a partner because he told him the bitter truth. Suddenly, at the very last moment before striking, the man stopped, looking at his claw. He did not understand why his hand was vibrating so much, and Ji-hee asked if he knew how many acupuncture points there were in his limb. There were approximately more than 100, and since the hand is a map of the entire body, they are connected to other places on the body. The real use of the balls was for massage and stimulation of points, including those located in the claw of the anxious performer. His sweaty opponent complained that his whole body was shaking and he couldn't do anything about it. The cool-headed Ji-hee said that unlike him, the fake who was pretending to be his partner, Su Li, was completely different. After that, the warrior crouched down and pressed his clenched fist against the floor, as if preparing to make another move. At that moment, the lobster's hand simply burst apart in space from the pressure, which he did not expect at all. The brave man added that the main character was a true friend who could be relied on in difficult situations. Earlier, at the moment of danger, the dissatisfied guy warned Lee that it was difficult to kill him, so it was not worth doing. The fighter knew perfectly well that it would be difficult, and the surprised Ji-hee did not even expect such quick agreement on his part. The hero said that he would kill him after he solved the other problems and decided to leave the boy for last. Unexpectedly, he said that the reason was that after killing the blue-eyed youngster, he would feel sad. These words greatly surprised the young man, who listened attentively to his cold-blooded interlocutor. The guy grinned and emphasized that he didn't have to kill him, but Su Li said he would do it, even though the reason was unclear. At that moment, the lobster's huge claw simply exploded and shattered into small pieces. The performer clenched his teeth tightly from the incredible pain and couldn't believe what was happening. In a state of frenzied rage, the contract holder shouted, asking what the hell was going on. At that moment, he was attacked by the emotionless Choi Ji-hee, resulting in the loss of a thick layer of skin. With little effort, the young man created a huge hole in his opponent's body, causing him to lose a large amount of blood. The enraged enemy immediately began coughing up blood and felt a lack of strength, but he was still conscious. The serious injury quickly took its toll, and the demon soon fell to his knees, unable to move. The brave young man stood before him and grinned, realizing that his persistence had paid off. Now it was safe to say that the fearless warrior had successfully passed the test, remaining alive. Meanwhile, a tense Su Li stood before his doppelganger, who was holding his mother and son Hong in guillotines. Letting go of the ropes, the gloating enemy asked who the main character would choose. The guillotines began to descend rapidly, so the brave man had only a fraction of a second to make his move. The warrior jumped up and started running forward, gripping the handle of his machete tightly. Smiling, the brunette said quietly that he had anticipated this move, so there was nothing to surprise him. The enemy knew perfectly well that the frightened boy would try to save his terrified mother. At the very last moment, the fearless Su Li managed to run up to the rope, which he still had to grab. Luck in a difficult situation was on the side of the nimble fighter, who managed to grab hold of the fastening element. Thanks to the actions of the main character, the guillotine was stopped, and his loved one was greatly surprised. Putting in a tremendous effort, the young man began to pull the rope toward himself, trying to return the mechanism to its original position. The observing double said that when the time came, the young man would have to make a decision, noting that he would not be a hero to everyone. It was also said that no one would blame Xu Li for choosing his mother over his friend. In addition, the enemy said that the warrior would be better off giving up his clumsy attempts to be a good guy, but he did not listen and grabbed his sword. The enemy said that he should focus on taking his parents' place, but suddenly, the tip of the blade appeared in front of his face. However, the discouraged guy was lucky enough to dodge in time, and the machete flew past his head. Smiling, he noticed that the hero was on the verge of breaking down, but he believed that nothing could be done about it, because life is a series of difficult decisions. At one point, the wary doppelganger heard a strange sound behind him and decided to turn around to find out what it was. Looking back, the brunette's face changed dramatically in shock, and at first he didn't even know how to react to such a sight. It turned out that the main character's cold weapon was stuck in the wooden part of the guillotine, where the agitated Sun Hong was standing. At that moment, the opponent realized that the cunning man had used his sword to block the mechanism. The enemy praised the fact that the guy was thinking about saving his friend even in such circumstances, but he lost his vigilance. Taking advantage of this precious opportunity, the daredevil quietly approached him and punched him in the jaw. The force of the blow was so great that the thin man flew backwards instantly, spitting out his own blood. The brave man knew perfectly well that it was all an illusion, so he didn't care what happened to his mother. Kicking the scoundrel in the face, he noted that he really disliked his overly confident behavior. Smirking, the brunette suggested that if this were real, the kid would surely try harder to save Sun Hoon. Then the opponent asked if Xu Li felt responsible for dragging an innocent boy into all this. He also suggested that it was about the murder of his parents due to the actions of the perpetrators, and the stern warrior asked him to shut up. Unable to control his anger, the fighter immediately rushed into the attack and delivered a crushing blow to the scoundrel's nose. Swung his fist relentlessly, the hero noted that the scoundrel talked too much, while he emphasized that the youngster's motivation was not so important. Despite the endless beatings, the brunette advised the kid to hone his goals and actions. The scoundrel continued to bleed, but said that Xu Li was wasting his time and energy trying to destroy all the mercenaries. Smiling, the doppelganger added that the worst thing was that his goal itself was a complete contradiction. The protagonist was most hurt by the words that he too was an executor, after which he froze in place. Still conscious, the enemy began to move his fingers, wanting to say something else. At that moment, the eyes of the tense fighter widened as if he felt pain. Suddenly, the young man was struck as if by lightning and almost lost consciousness, his tongue even sticking out involuntarily. He screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to understand where the sharp pain had come from. Getting to his feet, the opponent said that he should have waited a little before striking and reminded him that he was a clone. Smiling, the confident guy said that even if the young man could kill all the performers, he would not be able to defeat him. The seriously wounded warrior did not give in to his words and began to get back on his feet, pushing himself up with his hand on the floor. His emotionless opponent simply watched as the youngster struggled to get up to take revenge on him. Still, the serious doppelganger reached out his hand and offered a deal to end the slaughter. He said that from now on, they would stop wasting time saving useless people like Song Hun and focus on avenging their parents. Unexpectedly, the guy said that if Xu Li promised him, he would reveal the truth about the events of 10 years ago. These words greatly surprised the main character, who realized that the terms of the deal were very favorable. Straddling his legs wide, the fighter asked if his opponent meant to say that he knew who had killed their parents. Smiling slightly, the calm doppelganger simply nodded his head, which meant yes. The brunette noticed that he had aroused the young man's interest, but said that they did not trust verbal promises. With a snap of his fingers, a bound Sun Hong suddenly appeared before them, scared to death. The unforgiving clone asked the cold-blooded Xu Li to behead the blonde man to prove his point. He believed that it would not be difficult for the daredevil, since the hostage was just an illusion to him. The extremely serious warrior silently looked at the man standing in front of him, who was demanding too much of him. The young man asked once again if it was true that the brunette was him, and he confirmed it and asked how many more times he would have to repeat it. At that moment, the brave man reached for his sword, saying that his opponent did not know him well, and added that he had been in this situation before. Without warning, the warrior pierced his opponent through and through, whispering in his ear that he clearly did not know what decision he had made at that moment. The sweating brunette could now barely speak, but still quietly called him a crazy freak. The enemy warned that the fool would die with him, But Su Li didn't care because he had promised to kill every performer, including himself. Earlier, the guy had indeed stood in front of the unconscious Song Hong, whom he could have killed at any moment. It was then that he made a difficult decision and mercilessly attacked his own double. The extremely harsh fighter understood perfectly well that he was also the holder of the contract, so he was not afraid of his own death. Soon the daredevil sharply pulled it out of his opponent's body, and blood began to spatter around. He coldly looked at the clone falling to the ground, who was no longer so confident. The seriously wounded man asked if the fool really didn't want to know who had killed his parents. And although Su Li wanted to know, there was a catch. Looking emotionlessly at his bleeding double, the young man expressed doubt that he knew more than he did. The embittered brunette made quiet sounds of pain, while still able to think and even speak. The perceptive hero understood that if a clone like him knew so little, then he knew just as much, and the dying man confirmed this. With an irritating smirk, the bloodied man asked what was the point of dying before revenge. After these words, blood began to pour from Su Li's mouth, and he felt intense pain in every part of his body. The guy was still standing, realizing that the consequences were very serious, but he had to hold on until the end. Clenching his jaw, the warrior muttered under his breath that he would not die under any circumstances and would resist in every way possible. But alas, his condition worsened with every passing second, and soon he simply lost consciousness due to blood loss. At that moment, the young man collapsed to the ground, and his surviving doppelganger silently stared at him. The brunette found the boy's confident words very amusing, because in the end he simply fell down. He said that the kid should be grateful to his costume, but it drove him crazy. As if nothing had happened, the opponent got up from the ground and continued to examine the young man's body. The treacherous clone was also curious to see how long they could keep the answer to themselves. In a low voice, the doppelganger said that they would see about that, and then began to giggle. After a while, the seriously wounded Su Li slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Choi Jae. His concerned partner realized that the brave man had finally woken up, and now they could discuss everything. The emotionless fighter asked where they were, and his partner wondered if he agreed that the last test had been difficult. His comrade noted that the hero had lost consciousness as soon as he came out, but he remembered how they had fallen together, and now realized that it was just a test. The daredevil asked how his allies' test had gone, and he confidently replied that it had been very easy. The braggart began to tell how he had knocked everyone out with his deadly technique, and how everything seemed very easy to him. The bewildered Su Li asked why his clothes were covered in blood, and the discouraged kid replied that it belonged to other people. Changing the subject, the youngster asked if his counterpart felt any changes, but he did not quite understand the point of the question. The young man reminded him that they had undergone confirmation, which was supposed to make them stronger. During the baptism, Jae-hee realized his abilities, as if someone had put information into his mind, but he didn't know what had changed now. That's why the youngster asked the main character about it, who also had no idea what changes had taken place. After that, the pensive Lee began to examine his body and ponder the subject. The brave man was completely healed despite losing his leg, and it did not look the same as when Jack cut it off. His comrade asked what Su Li was thinking about, and he replied that he was still pondering the changes after the confirmation. Behind him, the guy heard a familiar voice that suggested that something had changed after all. Jack's head rolled toward them unexpectedly, wanting to explain how the process they had gone through should have affected the warrior. They were told that the changes had begun the moment the guys entered the test site, but suddenly the hero grabbed him by the hair. The stern fighter asked where the psychopath had come from, who replied that wherever he was still the local executor. The determined warrior asked why he was here and not inside the large stone. The killer reminded him that he was considered an experienced mercenary who had been through everything and had therefore already passed his test. That's why Jack could wander everywhere. But there was still one place he couldn't reach. He also asked why he should run away, while maintaining a positive attitude that the serious Su Li did not share. Jumping into the backpack on his own, the madman promised to show where his body was if the surprised youngster carried him in the bag. Once in a warm place, the killer began to rejoice at the prospect of a free ride. For the first few seconds, a disconcerted Choi Jae just stood there, not understanding what had happened. His slightly agitated partner asked where the hero was going, and he replied that he was on his way to a shelter. The fighter said he would tidy himself up and change his clothes, then meet with Dr. P and say goodbye to the priest. The blue-eyed ally said he would wait for the brunette, who had not yet emerged from the trial. But the cold-blooded hero suddenly said that it was none of his business, which completely confused his comrade. The emotionless warrior said that the woman had not been part of their group from the beginning, so he didn't care about her. At the same time, the warrior lady was in an empty space, but it seemed quite familiar to her. The completely calm girl noticed that she had been completely healed and assumed that this was an advantage gained from the last test. Then she wondered how long the test would last, but suddenly something alarmed her. Right at her feet, the lady saw a sharp dagger lying in a large pool of fresh blood. The brunette was immediately alarmed and very surprised, because the weapon was very familiar to her. Looking up, the girl saw a blood-spattered room and a dead man and woman lying near the bed. Her heart ached in that moment, because these people were her parents. Her mother was lying just a meter away from her father, and both had been brutally murdered by a psychopath who attacked innocent people. The distraught girl also noticed the silhouette of a stranger in the corner, who was probably the killer. It was striking that Jack the Ripper was standing in front of her, cold-bloodedly disposing of his victims. Smiling, the quick-witted woman immediately concluded that this was the final test to check her strength. The feisty lady immediately reached for the blood-stained dagger, realizing that everything around her was just an illusion. Without thinking twice, she jumped and swung the cold weapon at Jack, who was standing still. At that moment, even more blood splattered across the room, but the blow was not aimed at the psychopath at all. The fearless girl stabbed the dagger into her dead father's back, glaring sternly at the smiling tyrant. Showing aggression with just a glance, the determined madam noted that she was very angry at that moment. At the same time, Choi Jae-hee asked if the main character was being too cold to the brunette who had helped them. The indifferent Sue Lee replied that she had also benefited from them, and they just had to try to pass the confirmation. In addition, he emphasized that they knew nothing about her and had no idea what test the girl was undergoing. The fighter also suggested that the stranger could have failed the test long ago and simply died. On a sunny day, a nervous man stood at the entrance to one of the city's high-rise buildings, biting his nails with his sharp teeth. Ahead, the man dressed in blue saw a security guard and exchanged glances with him. The polite guard told the visitor that outsiders were not allowed to enter, so he could not let him pass. It turned out that he was facing a real lobster, who furiously punched the man in the face. The other employees immediately rushed to the scene, trying to understand what had happened. The angry villain showed them his red hand and suggested they try to stop him as a group. Suddenly, a voice behind them ordered everyone present to disperse immediately. The villain instantly turned around to see who dared to interfere with his business. It was the unperturbed gentleman in the blue suit, who apologized to Rapster for such rude treatment. The man apologized again, excusing himself by saying that they were just hotel employees and knew nothing. The crazy lobster noted that his opponent had arrived just in time because he was already about to deal with everyone. With a sinister smile, the scoundrel said he was in a hurry, so he ordered them to take him to Lise quickly. His cool-headed interlocutor corrected him, saying that the person he needed was called Ji-hoon. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the villain said that he was simply confused because the guy constantly changed his name. He started to walk forward, asking if he could enter now, but the brunette said they needed to go the other way. The completely calm man asked the self-confident bully to follow him, which surprised him a little. Looking at the crowd of hotel employees, the rude man asked what they were doing and told them to get lost. Just a few minutes later, the door to the room opened, and the subordinate said that a guest had arrived for the boss. Smiling, Ji-hoon assumed that Rapster had some business with him and immediately asked why he had come. The villain asked him to learn how to answer calls, and the young man said it was strange that he hadn't heard them. He suggested that he had been away and simply didn't know about it, but his counterpart rudely asked him to stop talking nonsense. Giving the guy sitting in the chair a stern look, the sharp-toothed lobster asked where what he needed was. Alerted, Ji-hoon had no idea what he meant, so he didn't hesitate to ask again. The nervous guy asked where the super rookie was, about whom he had provided all the necessary information. Smiling, the young man calmly apologized, saying that he hadn't caught him. The man had no idea what nonsense he was talking about, and the kid with purple hair was about to explain everything to him. It was said that the newcomer didn't know how to use his abilities when he first became an executor, let alone kill Jack. He asked if this was really an unusual new recruit, which only angered the hot-tempered lobster even more. Flashing his claw, the villain, barely holding back his anger, asked if the scoundrel was indeed a master of his craft. The unperturbed youngster replied that he had evidence to prove it, and his opponent asked if he had dug up anything. Taking out his phone, The young man said that the CCTV footage contained all the unfilmed material, some of which had been omitted. At that moment, Jihoon turned the device toward his interlocutor, who began to watch everything very carefully. It was said that another newcomer appeared in the fragments, who proved himself to be more worthy. It was the cool-headed Soo Lee, whom the young man noted as genuine in his actions. For the first few seconds of the video, the main character just stood there with a serious expression on his face. But in an instant, he seemed to sense something and tensed up while remaining motionless. The discouraged fighter was greatly alarmed by the sight of his bloodied father, Kim Soo-yeon, lying motionless in the room. Terrified, the young man immediately rushed to his father and shouted, asking who dared to do this to him. The dying priest said that the children were in danger and asked the warrior to be careful with the nuns, for they were traitors. Suddenly, the dying man began to choke, and the agitated Soo Lee was at a loss and did not even know how to help him. Maximally tense, Jae-hee shouted at his comrade to move aside, preparing to administer first aid. He said he would take care of his father and asked the brave man to go to the shelter immediately, because the cunning old woman was definitely up to something. Judging by his father's condition, the young man concluded that the villain had just left, so it was necessary to quickly rescue the children who were in danger. Less than a minute later, the main character rushed toward the exit, leaving his companion behind. Trying hard not to panic, the stern warrior rushed headlong toward the main building. Filling his heart with increasing anger, Soo Lee gritted his teeth, saying that he would find and kill the nun. Luck was on the side of the fierce fighter, who at that very moment saw some old rags nearby. The emotionless woman went about her business as if nothing had happened, unaware of anything. With a sharp leap, the cold-blooded hero swung at her in midair to increase the force of the blow. Meanwhile, Crazy Jack was standing in front of the brunette and quickly realized why she was there. He noted that the girl was asking for death, but she fearlessly pulled the dagger out of the dead body. The sarcastic killer wondered what to do, since he had already killed everyone he wanted to kill for today. The warrior lady said that in that case, he could just leave her alone, which sounded too presumptuous. She added that the scoundrel would die on his own and immediately swung her fist, but the psychopath returned, only smiling in response. Fearless Jack gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, calling it a good idea and preparing to make his move. The cold-blooded tyrant said that he would finish her off anyway and suddenly struck a crushing blow with his sword. The stunned brunette began to lose a huge amount of blood, not even having time to understand what had happened. In that same moment, the woman fell lifeless to the floor, and the madman noted that he had accidentally killed her. Clutching his head, he said that he needed to follow a new plan for years to come and live as planned. Then Wary Jack noticed that the girl's bloody dagger was stuck right in his shin. Turning around, he calmly wondered how this could have happened so quickly. His gaze fell on the girl, who was still alive, and made an obscene gesture with her hand, letting him know that she would not give up so easily. The killer was even a little pleased that, in the end, the fierce lady had survived the powerful attack. He began to smile very frighteningly, and his teeth and eyes suddenly lit up with inner happiness. Rushing into the attack, the psychopath exclaimed that he simply could not help but finish off his opponent once and for all. But in response, the brunette just smiled, continuing to lie on the ground, and noted that the difficulty level was the same. Meanwhile, Jae-hee asked if Kim Soo-yeon was feeling better, and he gave a positive answer and thanked him. The man asked if the boy had called the police, because Siwoo was in danger, but he asked him not to say much because his condition was not the best. The young man assured him that there was no point in involving law enforcement, as they could handle it themselves, but the priest did not quite understand him. Smiling, the confident fighter asked the priest not to worry about the main character, because he was stronger than one might think. Meanwhile, the brave man attacked the nun from the air, but unexpectedly failed. The smiling Jae-hee told the old man that Soo was weaker than him, but still not hopeless, and would be able to cope with the task. At one point, the alert young tracker noticed unusual marks on the floor. He quickly realized that they resembled shoes with heels, which a simple old woman could not wear. The tense young man asked Kim Soo-yeon if there was anyone else on the premises besides the nun. In turn, the hero was suddenly attacked by a red doll who protected the traitor by throwing a knife at his neck. The bewildered young man silently looked at the dagger sticking out, trying to understand how this could have happened. The cunning hag grinned, admitting that she knew perfectly well that he would come for her, so she waited. Initially, her duties included taking care of the orphanage, but one day she received new instructions. According to the new orders, the old woman was obliged to catch the wounded youngster who was staring sternly into her eyes. The hag added that she was chasing him, and the brave boy suddenly pulled out a knife and attacked a doll standing nearby. He managed to break free from the encirclement, but his actions did not scare the elderly nun at all. The blood-stained dagger immediately fell onto the asphalt, and the woman noted that this would only increase the bleeding. Rapster had ordered that the boy be captured alive, so she knew she would be in trouble if he died. Watching Sue Lee run away, the completely calm lady wondered if he had really killed Jack. The old woman threw a doll at the defector, shouting at him to stop immediately and calling him an idiot. The brave man did not even think of obeying her orders and continued to run away, but suddenly stopped. The wary traitor kept her eyes on him at that moment, trying to understand his intentions. The cold-blooded fighter stood silently in one place, holding a sharp cleaver in his hands and thinking about something. Coming closer, the woman said that his escape made everything easier, and the hero asked if it was true that no one would see anything if they stayed here. The puzzled woman couldn't understand what the question meant, and the guy noted that it wasn't good for the children. Holding the machete out in front of him, the fearless Sue Lee emphasized that he was talking about the scene of the murder. Hearing these words, the nun smiled slightly, because his self-confidence seemed amusing to her. Smiling, she asked the boy not to worry, promising that she and the mannequin would not kill him. Then the old woman suggested that the kid wanted to get even with her, and he, without wasting time on chatter, rushed into battle. In just a second, the cold-blooded warrior was next to her, swinging his sword, which stunned the woman. At that moment, without hesitation, the warrior delivered an incredibly powerful blow, splattering blood everywhere. In excruciating pain, the traitor screamed at the top of her lungs, and veins stood out on every inch of her reddened face. Meanwhile, the fierce brunette held her aching head, trying to recover from her serious injury. The exhausted girl began to look around, wondering where she was. Remembering Jack's attack, she wondered what had happened, having previously thought she had died. But the girl was still alive, and the fact that she was outside was a sign that she had passed the test. The woman wondered if defeating the psychopath was the condition for passing the test. She also considered the possibility that it was all God's mercy that had saved her life. After standing in one place for a few more seconds, the blood-stained brunette decided that none of it mattered. One way or another, all this was done for confirmation, but the beauty was not sure that she had gained new strength. Keeping a cool head, the warrior lady decided to meet with Dr. P. The seriously wounded nun continued to scream in pain, realizing that she had lost her arm in battle. Sticking his sword next to her head, the main character asked her not to make a fuss, saying that the loss of a limb was not fatal. Looking sternly at his opponent, he asked why she wanted to kill his father and how long she had been in the shelter. The woman was in great pain at that moment and squinted her eyes, not intending to answer. The angry warrior shouted at her to answer when the old hag planned to kill Kim Soo-yeon. The bleeding lady tried to say something about the plan, but with every passing second it became more and more difficult for her. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, and her short monologue was cut short in an instant. Then the old woman, showing no signs of life, tilted her head back, and her body completely relaxed. Slightly alarmed, Sue Lee's first thought was whether the woman had died so quickly. But looking closely at her face, he concluded that she did not look dead, but rather as if a robot had been turned off. Not far from him, the tense young man heard an unfamiliar voice calling all this useless curiosity. The doll said that she didn't want to kill the saint at first because he knew nothing, but then he began to suspect her for no reason. The main character did not expect his opponent to be human, as he had always thought it was just a mannequin. Smiling, the red lady emphasized that absolutely everyone thought so, but it was the opposite. Her opponent explained that the elderly nun did not control her, but rather she had been doing so for a long time. The lady said that she was not a puppet, but a bloodied old woman who was now dead. The stunned young man at first did not even believe that the old woman had really passed away. The doll shocked him by saying that she had killed the nun immediately 2 years ago, when she had just arrived at the orphanage. The thing was, the ruthless villainess did not know how to control living people, so she came up with her own method. Seeing several zombie-like men behind her, the tense Sue Lee realized that they too had fallen under her influence. Seeing shark teeth in each person's mouth, the perceptive warrior immediately realized that Dr. P was involved in all this. Smiling, the red doll explained that they were just mannequins created by the great performer. Ultimately, it was said that they were all just simple toys for battle, very easy to control. Meanwhile, Rapster told his interlocutor about the mysterious woman who wears rubber latex. Next, they touched on the topic of the real super newbie that Liz had mentioned, showing him the CCTV footage. With a sly grin, the lobster said that he had then ordered the doll to bring Su Li, and his counterpart asked if she could handle it alone. They should remember that the main character had single-handedly dealt with Crazy Jack, and that was worthy of respect. At the same time, the cool-headed young man asked his rival if that was all she was capable of. The tense lady, surrounded by her dead lackeys, asked how he had dealt with them so easily. Disturbed, she asked if it was true that the daredevil had dealt with the killer. He replied that it was another person who did it, but the mannequin said that the organization had already provided the camera recordings. The serious warrior noted that she was well informed, since it was about Dr. P's team, and realized that she knew everything. Clutching the handle of his sword, the young man thought to himself that this might be for the best, because then they would be able to rescue Sun Hoon quickly. The brave man realized that the captive blonde would not be in any danger, and then without warning, rushed into battle. In an instant, his eyes widened and his pupils dilated to a large size. The fighter froze in place and began to sweat, staring in amazement at something striking ahead of him. Behind the red mannequin, a painfully familiar silhouette suddenly appeared, which greatly alarmed him. The reckless rapster told his interlocutor that he knew perfectly well that the plan would not work, and called the latex lady a mere toy. Leaning back and relaxing, he said that he had sent another subordinate and received something from Dr. P. His counterpart asked what the gentleman had sent, and the lobster smiled, saying it was real shark skin. The red doll asked the young man not to come closer, and suddenly a giant wearing a killer's mask appeared behind her. Fearless Su Li, still standing in a fighting stance, asked if it was true that this was also her trash. The situation was not developing in the best way because the brave man was facing a difficult battle. Smiling, the lady in the rubber suit said that this Hulk was different from the failed products. She said she would show the boy something to illustrate her point and asked her subordinate to turn around. The mannequin said that if the tense hero could kill Jack, then he could handle the shark, but he didn't waste words. At that time, Rapster said that he had thought everything through in advance and sent the strong man into battle, calling it a 1+1 technique. The completely calm doll pointed to another silhouette in the shadows, saying that he would also take part in the battle. A few seconds later, an incredibly huge shark emerged from the shadows, capable of destroying morale with a single glance. His partner was an unknown warrior in a red respirator, whose red eyes were also very frightening. The woman in latex asked what Su Li thought of them and noted that they were completely different mannequins. With a sly smile, the lady said that this was a precious gift from Dr. P and that it would be an honor to fight them. She told the boy to see his helplessness in the face of reality and ordered her subordinates to rush into battle. The extremely serious hero did not lose his composure and prepared to face his opponents, even though he did not know how to proceed. In just a second, Shark was in front of him, and he had to do something immediately. The alert young man instantly realized that his opponent was strong, so he couldn't relax. Behind the lone fighter, a second opponent was already at work, one who was even faster. It took less than 5 minutes for Su Li to identify his enemy's strengths, so he already knew what to watch out for. Moving non-stop in different directions, he thought to himself that they were indeed different from the rest of the trash. Still, the strong, healthy man managed to punch the small bug in the face before it could dodge. The young man, who was fragile compared to him, immediately fell to the floor and slid on his back, feeling intense pain. The attack was not carried out at the most opportune moment, but the hero could not understand why it had such a strong impact. If the lone fighter had been a little late, he would have been left without a jaw, but luck was still on his side. The second, very fast opponent who attacked the boy was also alert, but he managed to dodge. The exhausted boy managed to jump aside and remain unharmed, which greatly angered his opponent. The warrior asked why real sharks acted differently, because he knew that they killed people without touching them. The stern Su Li asked if the doll controlled more than just dead bodies, and her question even surprised her a little. She confirmed that the creatures were created in a perishable state and noted that her mannequins were not like that either. The dolls were in a state of minimal functionality, and although the lady could also control the dead, it would be ineffective. The hero realized that the lady had deliberately stopped controlling the nun because it was impossible for a healthy body not to fall after being stabbed. He suggested dropping the subject for now and once and for all, figuring out one important question for himself. The guy asked what a shark was, but his counterpart replied that she was tired of answering his questions. The mannequin asked if it wasn't better to focus on the battle than to be consumed by silly curiosity, and the strong man immediately attacked Su Li, The cold-blooded creature continued to swing his fists, not even thinking of showing mercy. The fearless fighter told him to mind his own business and was ready to give him a fitting rebuff. The brave man managed to raise his sword and block the attack of his opponent, who did not retreat from his goal. But in an instant, the young man felt intense pressure, and it became more difficult for him to cope with it with every passing second. Holding back his opponent's onslaught with his last ounce of strength, he wondered if the freak was pressing down on the blade with force. While the young man was focused on one opponent, the other took the opportunity to attack him from behind. An unexpected blow threw Su Li aside, but he remained conscious and did not suffer serious injury. He even managed to stop himself from sliding with his sword, but his strength was dwindling. The brave man was annoyed that as soon as he fought off one, the second came, and there seemed to be no way out. At that moment, the tense fighter began to look around, trying to find at least some clue. He tried to understand why the girl in latex wasn't attacking him, and assumed that it was too difficult for her to control two puppets. He also considered the possibility that his opponent's main body was not as good in combat, which is why she was not taking any risks. The main character came to the conclusion that the best solution for him would be to attack her right now. However, one of the mannequins was particularly fast, and if the brave man attacked his opponent, it would quickly defend her. The young man told himself that even if he lost his attack power and was left without weapons, he would run at full speed. Without wasting any time, the warrior rushed headlong toward the doll, which was just standing there. The opponent with the respirator on his face immediately noticed something was wrong and realized that he had to act immediately. The big guy decided to help his comrade and grabbed him sharply by the legs, as if he was going to throw him. At that moment, the assassin flew towards Su Li at bullet speed, which looked very impressive from the outside. The fierce fighter was shocked to suddenly see a nimble enemy in front of him, who was covering the lady with his back. The trickster was armed with two sharp knives, and he intended to use them without mercy. Without hesitation, the cold-blooded opponent immediately attacked the hero, who did not have time to react to the attack. As a result of his mistake, the young man was seriously wounded and began coughing up blood, experiencing excruciating pain. Feeling a sharp lack of strength, he lost his coordination and fell to the ground, trying to recover from what had happened. In his mind, the young man told himself that he had to be faster, otherwise he risked simply dying. A meter away, he heard a familiar voice asking why Su Li wasn't talking to him. Jack spoke from his backpack, asking to borrow his body for just a moment, promising to quickly deal with everyone and return it. The killer promised to return the body in the same condition, but the brave man who was getting to his feet did not trust him. Looking at his powerful opponents, the young man realized that he could not defeat them and said that if Jahi were here, it would be easier. After a moment of surprise, the hero turned his attention to the mysterious girl in latex. She said that the boy had no choice but to sit and mumble to himself, because he couldn't even reach her. But suddenly, the fearless warrior said that he would not whisper anything, but his opponent did not quite understand him. The doll saw that the brave man grabbed his long black hair with his hand, saying that he hadn't gone mad yet. The disconcerted opponent simply froze in place, not even knowing what to expect next. A few seconds later, it dawned on the alarmed lady that Jack's head was in his bloody hands. With a frightening smile, the mad killer said that now they would fight 2 against 2. The alarmed lady immediately recognized the legendary performer, who had no equal. The stunned doll asked if Sue had really killed the Ripper, but the madman pointed out that he wasn't quite dead. Trembling with fear, his rival asked how the killer could be alive, and he smiled in response and said that he was also surprised at first. Dripping with sweat, the mannequin said it was completely impossible that the great Jack had been killed by a child. Smiling, the psychopath noted that she was underestimating the main character, who asked them both to shut up. After these words, the bald lady suddenly smiled, as if the fear inside her had simply disappeared. She finally believed what was happening, saying that the Ripper had disappeared 10 years ago, and when he returned, he was weak. The doll suggested that this was why the stern Lee took advantage of the opportunity and defeated him. The rival realized that Jack was no longer as dangerous as before and said that she would deal with the boy and get his head, for which she would receive a promotion. Holding the psychopath by the hair, the young man thought it was foolish of her to consider such a powerful fighter to be weak. Without warning or ceremony, the warrior threw his head at his opponent, who was taken aback by the surprise. The young man asked the pathetic lady to try to deal with the Ripper and find out how strong he was. But a mannequin in a respirator, possessing tremendous speed, immediately came to the defense of his mistress. A pair of strong hands with spikes appeared in front of Jack's slightly surprised head, which should have alerted him. Still, the psychopath's face remained smiling as always, because he was a professional and feared no one. At the same time, the Ripper was thrown aside like a soccer ball, unable to harm the lady in latex. At that moment, he returned to Su Li, who was fighting with the big guy, and hit his back. The guy asked if it was true that Jack needed to deal with one, and he replied that he had no body and it would be very difficult. His comrade needed a torso, but the tense young man didn't like the fact that he wouldn't remember anything afterwards. The killer said that they would be able to defeat their enemies separately, but to do so, he first had to help the hero. The fighter gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, staying focused so as not to make a mistake. His comrade agreed with him, and at that very moment, his hair began to wrap around the warrior's arm, giving it power. At that moment, the cool-headed young man attempted an attack, swinging his sword at his opponent. His opponent was seriously wounded and began to bleed profusely, which looked very gruesome but emphasized the correctness of the plan. At that moment, the main character's face was extremely serious and focused, as he knew he couldn't relax. The slightly shocked young man soon realized that thanks to Jack, the power of his blow had increased incredibly. The head hanging from his back asked what the boy thought about this, as it was clear that he was in a state of shock. Using more and more power, the psychopath decided to resort to body enhancement mode in order to show himself from all sides. The focused Su Li called the move not bad, but at the same time he had a rather strange feeling. His ally reminded him that everything had to be paid for and asked the boy to give his body to him next time. At that moment, the very fast mannequin joined the fight again, but the brave man somersaulted in the air and remained unharmed. After that, the daredevil gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, trying to find the right moment to attack. At that very moment, the enemy's head flew off to the side and the hero knelt down, signaling that he had finished his maneuver. The opponent in the respirator showed no signs of life and posed no danger. The excited doll in red latex screamed in horror, realizing that she was now alone. Confused, the lady simply sat down on the ground, saying that the precious sharks given to her by Dr. P were no longer there. The young man asked if he had not just lent his body, and Jack exclaimed that he was still the leader and had used his power. The guy said he didn't want to give his body to his ally, considering it unfair that he had used it without permission. At one point, the wary Su Li turned his head sharply when he heard a strange sound. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by the surviving enemy, who swung his sword without warning. The blood-stained fighter immediately began to get to his feet, trying to look closely and understand what had happened. It turned out that the headless trickster could function even without a head, so he continued to fight. The main character said that he thought the lady in the latex suit did not want to use the dead body, but she didn't say she didn't want to, which only meant that now the lady couldn't move, but that made her frighteningly angry. With a stern look on her face, the woman said that she had no other trash left, so she would do anything to kill Su Li. Now the burly man in the Ripper mask, whose eyes were still glowing red, rushed into battle. But in just a few minutes, severed limbs and dead bodies were already lying on the ground. Leaving his slain enemies behind, the brave man moved toward the doll sitting on the floor. The cold-blooded warrior asked if it was true that if he dealt with them in this way, she would be powerless. Trembling with fear, his opponent begged him for mercy, still unable to move. The quick-witted young man assumed that the nun and the other mannequins had said the same thing she was saying now. Swinging his sharp cleaver, he asked if the wretch had killed her victims, and she suddenly mentioned the information. The mannequin promised to give information about the location of Dr. P's henchmen and even the sharks. The fighter asked how she knew so much, and the doll replied that she worked with the mercenary leader more than the others. At that moment, the guy received all the necessary data in the Lawn app and began to report carefully. It was clear from his face that he was very surprised, because the first thing that caught his eye was the information about the sharks. The young man asked if the information about the leaders and everything else could be trusted. The lady said that she had lost everything, including the sharks, so no one would treat her humanely if she returned to the doctor. The young man noted that it did not seem like a made-up story and decided to believe her, after which he thanked her for the information. Standing up, his counterpart promised that one day she would repay him for his mercy, which sounded a little strange. Suddenly, Su Li raised his sword above his head and emphasized that he had not said he would spare the doll's life. Terrified, the mannequin's face changed again, realizing that her end was near. The daredevil did not stand on ceremony. and simply dealt with her silently, staining his machete with blood again. At that very moment, he received a sudden call from Choi Jae-hee, which was quite alarming. At first, the serious fighter just froze in place, as if wondering whether to answer the call. His tense comrade on the phone asked how things were going, then asked him to return when he was done. These words slightly alarmed the main character, which was evident from his gaze. After a while, the guy was in the temple, busy with prayer, on which he was focused. Together with Jae-hee, they stood and prayed, maintaining sincerity and calmness in their souls. As always, the serious Su Lee soon opened his eyes and looked ahead to where the Holy Father was standing. The calm Kim Soo-yeon asked God to give peace to the dead through his mercy. Soon the prayer was over, and the gentleman headed for the exit to get some fresh air. Outside, the old man said that he had nothing left after he himself had taken part in stories that were difficult to believe. Smiling, the elderly man said that he would believe the main character even without seeing everything with his own eyes. The young man asked why the Holy Father believed him, but his question seemed somewhat strange and incomprehensible to his counterpart. The young man said that he had left the shelter without even saying goodbye and without really explaining why he had done so. And when he returned, he had put Kim in danger. After these words, the priest seemed to freeze and fell silent for a moment, thinking about his answer. The gentleman said that on the day Su Lee left, he was not the only one who did not say goodbye to him. Then the Holy Father calmly admitted that he had known about his intentions to leave the shelter for a long time. But he couldn't stop the young man, even when he saw him leaving, so he decided to just accept it. The old man hoped that the boy was not living for revenge, but he knew that his steadfast intentions were beyond his power to break. Kim still hoped that the hero had chosen a different path and did not support the killers, but he believed that they might be helping someone. The Holy Father did not know where the truth lay, but asked the warrior to do this if he had to, for the salvation of other people. These words were absolutely sincere and heartfelt for the boy, who listened attentively and remembered them. Returning to the boy's question about faith, the kind priest emphasized that the answer lay in his own words. Looking with love in his heart into the eyes of the surprised Su Lee, the man simply said that he had raised him. Recalling the hero's childhood, the gracious gentleman asked who, if not parents, would believe in their children. These words penetrated the soul of the young man, who was still discouraged and stood silently in place. He remained motionless for a few more seconds, but soon decided it was time to move on. Turning around, the young man said that it would be difficult for him to fulfill his father's request, because taking care of himself was already difficult enough. Excited, Jae-hee realized that he needed to somehow justify his ally to the priest. He said that Su Lee was a very caring person, even though it was impossible to tell at first glance. Suddenly, the main character stopped again and turned to Kim Soo-eun, who was listening intently. The young man remained silent for a few moments, trying to find the right words for the situation. The hero asked if he could come to confession next time to the Holy Father who had given him his childhood. These words surprised Choi Jae-hee, who was standing silently next to the elderly gentleman dressed in black. In the end, the man smiled, realizing that all was not lost and that the boy had grown up to be a good person. He replied that the brave man could come to him anytime he wanted, and as a farewell, he called him his son, making him smile. After that, Su Lee continued to walk forward silently, while his comrade bowed respectfully to his counterpart to say goodbye. Meanwhile, in one of the department's cells, the demon tendril was asking to at least be told what day it was. No one answered the madman, who assumed that if no one was outside, then there were others in the other rooms. The killer had little time left, as his meals were irregular and not a single ray of light penetrated the room. He began to look at the peephole, thinking about how he could get out of the cell. The madman could only judge the situation outside through a small hole in the door, so he didn't have much to hope for. In an instant, the redhead became very alert, as if someone was approaching his room. At that moment, a small ray of light was obscured by a shadow that stood directly in front of him. But soon it was over, and then something fell to the floor in front of the tense demon, alarming him even more. At the same time, an agitated subordinate ran into the boss's room with a report. She shouted across the room to get the attention of her boss, who didn't understand the situation. The breathless girl reported that Tendril was among the detainees, which was stunning news. These words puzzled the calm, golden snake, who immediately began to analyze everything in his head. A few minutes later, department employees opened the cell where the mad demon was being held. But inside, they saw only a white sheet and immediately concluded that Tendril had simply disappeared. The nervous snake asked about the surveillance camera recordings, but the employee replied that they were only installed in the corridors. He added that he had reviewed all the recordings but found no clues, and the angry boss asked where the bastard had gone. The perceptive man suggested that the enemy could be hiding his abilities and secretly possessing the ability to teleport. At that moment, the calm Galbang approached the boss and noted that this was unlikely to be the case. The young gentleman reminded him that he had a code name, and then said that Tendril would hardly have used his abilities. The young man reminded them that the villain was wearing a protective suit, which the Golden Snake had only just remembered. A young girl's voice came from the camera, asking if the method of the criminal's escape was so important. The unrivaled leader of the 7th Department, Sammy, noted that it was much more interesting to know where the villain had gone. Smiling, the beauty emphasized that this was why Snake was at the bottom of the performance rating. The angry man exclaimed that even without her nitpicking, he was already on edge, and the lady called Sun Taik very cute. The mysterious lady promised to find a tender for them and said that her colleagues could rely on her completely. The interested boss first thought he had misheard, but the girl was already about to announce her terms. She said that they would divide the reward into 10 parts, 9 of which would go to her, but the dissatisfied man became indignant. The young woman turned on her charm to persuade the employee, who was very persistent and unyielding. Looking sweetly into the Golden Snake's eyes, Sammy convincingly asked him not to turn away. The gentleman, whose cheeks turned pink, could not resist the girl's beauty and gave in. The manager agreed to her terms, which greatly pleased the girl, but surprised Sun Taik, who was standing nearby. The charmer immediately ran towards the exit, saying that she would call her boss when she found Tendril. The young subordinate asked the group leader how he had agreed to this, noting that they had simply been taken advantage of. The man replied that they didn't even know where the bastard had gone, and the young man said that was why they had to find him, wherever he was. The emotionless boss asked if Sun Taik was sure of his words. He was curious to see if the young man could do it faster than the leader of the 7th Squad. It was said that if they competed with other groups, they would end up empty-handed. The thing was, no one could keep up with the charming Sammy, who always got her way. The criminal was already far away at that time and asked about his unknown comrade, what he was doing that he was so late. Being cold-blooded, the villain looked at his counterpart, with whom he was supposed to have a serious conversation. The man in front said that if it weren't for the doctor's orders, he wouldn't be here at all, and the demon responded that his behavior was rude. Moving closer to his interlocutor, Tendril asked what the chief performer had done. The bewildered guy asked what his comrade was waiting for if it was already time to go, and he had asked for a second. Looking sternly ahead, the mercenary with light eyelashes seemed to be plotting something in her head. She asked how much the guy had already earned, and he replied that it was enough, and asked if it was true that she also had more than 0. The woman with spiked rubber around her neck replied that she had the same, and then slowly turned around. Her counterpart suddenly attacked Tendril in the head, not even giving him a chance to react. Looking coldly at the fool, the lady said that even if he had a lot, it was unpleasant not to get anything. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop, the barista listened to the order from a man who stuttered and was very nervous, trying to ask for a hot drink. In the end, the tense gentleman asked for an Americano with ice. Smiling, the lady asked what he wanted, and the funny customer asked for hot coffee with ice. The woman replied that they couldn't provide that for home delivery and asked him to choose one thing. The upset man asked why, and the slightly flustered girl didn't quite understand the question. The man asked indignantly if she was really managing the cafe, since she had 0 skills, while his counterpart tried to understand if he was deliberately stalling or if he had speech problems. The lady suggested that the customer had misunderstood something, because they did not serve Americano with ice, which made him even angrier. Suddenly, the eccentric man rushed behind the counter, and the concerned lady stopped him, saying that he was not allowed there. Covering her head with her hands, the alarmed barista exclaimed that she would call the police right away. But in an instant, the girl opened her left eye to look around and understand what was happening. The strange man did not attack her, but simply used the coffee machine to make himself a drink. Still tense, the woman asked what the man who had his back turned to her was doing. A few seconds later, the intimidating gentleman placed a large glass of hot coffee with ice on the counter. The disconcerted young woman simply froze in place, staring at the Americano that the visitor had requested. The drink in the transparent glass did not look very appealing, but it promised to be quite tasty. The barista, who had never encountered such difficult personalities before, said she saw the gentleman add cold water. The angry customer glared at her, preparing to explain everything in detail. Biting his lip in anger, he noted that the stupid girl still couldn't accept it and was making excuses. Acting very rudely, he poured coffee directly on her, shouting for her to look at every detail carefully. The stunned woman exclaimed that he was crazy and again threatened to call the police. But at that moment, her face changed from the shock, although at first she couldn't understand what had happened. Suddenly, the beauty fell to her knees and clutched her face, screaming in pain as the drink burned her. The scoundrel said that he hated those who did not admit their incompetence, while the worker continued to suffer. Glaring at her, the scoundrel continued to stammer, saying that she should have worked harder. Meanwhile, Choe Jae-hee, walking down the street, told the main character that they were walking too much. The guy complained that his legs were falling off from exhaustion and suggested sitting down for a while and buying some drinks. Across the street, he saw a small coffee shop and asked his partner to take a look at it. The imaginative young man said that they would order 3 iced Americanos, including Jack's, but Sue Lee did not share his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the professional Sammy went deep into the forest, knowing that the wanted criminal was there. The cheerful girl hummed a light song, knowing that the enemy was behind one of the trees. At that moment, the beauty saw a shoulder peeking out from behind an oak tree and realized she needed to move there. The delightful girl instantly realized that she had thought correctly and found the escape villain. Jumping out from behind the trunk, the woman called the guy a little scoundrel and emphasized that he had gone too far. Looking at the unconscious tendril, the gray-haired woman said quietly that she would return him to prison. At the same time, she found it suspicious that the red-haired young man did not even respond to her words. Coming a little closer, the lady wondered if the criminal was simply sleeping in the middle of the forest. Smiling, she called him a poor thing and said that it would be even easier to return him to a cell. Unexpectedly, the cunning enemy suddenly opened his eyes and looked coldly at his opponent. Without warning, he lunged at her, eager to bite her neck, but his plans were ruined. Without losing her composure, the angry Sammy grabbed him by the hair and pushed him away, wanting to punish him for his misdeeds. The embittered girl slapped the insolent boy hard across the face, shouting that he had frightened her greatly. At that moment, the cunning tendril flew to the side and dramatically hit his back against a thick tree trunk. The girl assumed that he wanted to kiss her unexpectedly, but noted that this was a crime, even though she was charming. The lady also emphasized that beauty does not give one the right to do whatever one wants, and her rival looked at her with a savage gaze. The feisty lady warned that if he tried to repeat his actions, he would be taught a lesson. The brave man did not listen and tried to attack again, but the beautiful woman managed to dodge and remain unharmed. Spreading her palm, the woman called him a naughty boy, preparing to teach him a serious lesson. The fearless Sammy began to press her opponent again with blows, noting that he needed a good beating. She acted very subtly and professionally so as not to expose herself to attack. A series of slaps was immediately delivered to Tendril's delicate face, who did not have time to resist. This was followed by blows to the temporal region of the skull, which were even heavier and more dangerous. Finally, the girl's nimble hand flew into the chin of the criminal, who flew backwards. Sammy remained completely unperturbed and focused, so it was impossible to break her. Looking at the demon lying on the ground, she expressed hope that she had knocked some sense into him. The enemy was still conscious and made soft sounds, trying to move his fingers. The lady told him not to move if he didn't want to get beaten up again, but the disobedient villain paid no attention to her words. Suddenly, the scoundrel jumped up and opened his mouth wide, glaring at her menacingly. The surprised gray-haired woman froze in place, unable to believe that such a thing could happen. Still, the girl did not lose her composure and simply raised her hand, confident that she could stop her opponent. With all her might, she smacked Tendril's stupid head, asking if he was really that crazy. As a result, the villain was stamped into the ground with his snout, not even having time to launch his own attack. In the first few seconds, he tried to get out of the mud, experiencing sharp pains in his neck. Concentrated, Sammy kept her eyes on her cunning opponent, realizing that anything could be expected from him. The lady said that there is always a naughty child who needs to be spanked more than the others. After that, the woman froze again, wondering why she had the feeling that this was the end. Meanwhile, the golden snake sat in the department hallway with Suntaek, discussing work issues. The man asked if his colleague could report to the director on his behalf, which was a little strange. The young man replied that he simply could not do it, and the senior employee was distracted by a phone call. At that moment, the calm squad leader's expression changed dramatically when he saw who was calling him. The shocked gentleman immediately jumped up from his seat and asked the leader of the 7th group if Tendril had been found. The charming Sammy replied that the criminal was right in front of her, which her colleague didn't believe at first. The happy snake said he would come right away, and Tech was surprised that less than 12 hours had passed since the start of the operation. The beautiful girl said that everything was fine, but added that she needed to ask something. The man immediately warned that there would be no increase in the reward, but the beauty did not mean that at all. She asked him to remind her what abilities the demon had, as if something aroused her suspicion. The brown-eyed young man whispered to the employee that the enemy had 2 regenerating tentacles growing out of its back. The gentleman remembered that the villain's limbs grow back if they are cut off, and the puzzle fell into place in the woman's mind. Looking at her opponent, half of whose torso was sticking out of the ground, Sammy said she didn't see anything like that. The department head added that the enemy had not used any abilities related to the tentacles at all. It seemed to her that the kid was only physically strong, but had no skills at all. The golden snake asked what difference it made, and the wary lady took the phone away from her ear when she heard something behind her. His tense colleague suggested that the villain had not had a chance to use his limbs or had lost his vigilance. Keeping his cool, he suggested discussing everything at the meeting, but the phone call suddenly ended. Finding this suspicious, the agitated gentleman began calling for Sammy, who had unexpectedly hung up. The worried boss couldn't understand why she had disappeared from communication, while Suntek stood silently aside. At the same time, the puzzled Jae-hee again offered to have a cup of coffee, but the imperturbable Su Lee seemed not to hear him. Nevertheless, the young man managed to get through to his partner, who agreed to buy drinks. Then the main character asked his comrade to do it himself, and he looked even stranger in his eyes. The stern fighter said that time was precious, so he decided to stay and look for the road and drink coffee along the way. Throwing his backpack over his shoulder, the warrior continued on his way, saying that the kid could either take the drink or move on. Dissatisfied, Jae-hee headed toward the coffee shop, saying he would buy himself a coffee no matter what. At that moment, he entered the establishment and greeted the staff with a smile. He ordered 2 cold Americanos, but became a little wary when he noticed that there was no one behind the counter. The slightly tense guy couldn't believe at first that there was simply no one in the coffee shop. Behind him at that moment was the weirdo who had attacked the barista a little earlier and burned her with a hot drink. The young man thought it strange that the door was open and the lights were on, but the barista was nowhere to be found. Scratching the back of his head, Jae-hee muttered that after all his efforts to get a chance to buy coffee, he had messed up again. At that moment, his gaze fell behind the counter, where he saw something that alarmed him. A girl was lying on the floor, splattered with drink, holding her eyes after being burned. The excited young man immediately rushed to her and asked if she was okay, trying to lift her up. But putting 2 fingers to her neck, the tense young man said in a strained voice that the woman no longer had a pulse. He was very frightened by the fact that the defenseless barista's entire face was covered with severe burns. Concerned, Choi Jae-hee wondered aloud who could have done such a terrible thing, and behind him stood a stranger. The man, sweating profusely and biting his nails, wondered if he would have to deal with the kid. He understood that if he killed too many people, the invincible one would notice. But suddenly, he was a little surprised. The weirdo took a closer look and wondered if the youngster was one of those who broke into Dr. P's waste processing factory. At that moment, the brunette confirmed this and remembered seeing him at the factory on that terrible day. He couldn't understand what the insolent boy was doing here, so he began to suspect that the latex doll had spilled the beans. Then the killer wondered if the kid had come without his red-haired friend. With a sly but ugly smile, the killer thought to himself that he had a great opportunity. Adjusting his leather belt, he told himself that if he caught Jae-hee, he would earn Dr. P's trust. Then the mercenary took off an item of clothing from his pants, realizing that without the youngster's friend, everything would be much easier. Considering that the boy was distracted by the dead girl, the scoundrel began to believe that luck was on his side. Getting close, he began to tighten the belt in his hand, while the tense young man tried to revive the girl. Podriad was sure that he would finish off his opponent in an instant, and he would not even have time to feel it. At that very moment, the brave young man sensed something suspicious behind him and slowly turned his head. Turning completely around, the fighter saw a stranger behind him, whose intentions were clearly unfriendly. At that moment, the trickster struck his opponent, who did not have time to dodge and failed. The stunned man asked how the kid had noticed his hidden attack, but he lost his coordination and began to fall. On the floor, the performer saw a glass vase that reflected everything that was happening around him. The puzzle began to come together in his head, and the stern Choi Jae-hee once again swung his fist at his snout. The embittered fighter for justice realized that the scoundrel had killed the girl and immediately slammed his head into the floor. The warrior wanted to avenge the defenseless worker who had been killed because of the whims of a degenerate. Blood began to pour from the ugly man's nose, and he couldn't even say anything at that moment. Grabbing him by his clothes, the angry young man shouted, asking why the scoundrel had done this, and in such a terrible way. The cunning enemy was not going to give up so easily, so he wrapped the belt around his hand, clenching his fist. Suddenly throwing a right hook, he jerked his body up, asking what business it was of the stupid kid. Still, the daredevil managed to put his arm out and remain unharmed, but flew to the side due to inertia. His opponent instantly got back on his feet, and it was clear that he was fully prepared to continue the fight. The fearless warrior also quickly recovered and glared at the scoundrel, then rushed into the attack. He exclaimed that because of the brunette, he had wasted his time on coffee, which he had barely managed to get. At that very moment, a blow was struck to pressure points, causing intense pain throughout the enemy's body. At that moment, the weirdo simply lost his coordination and collapsed, leaving Cho Jae alone with his thoughts. The guy said that his former self would have killed the moron without hesitation, but now he leaves non-perpetrators alive. The dim-witted man wondered to himself if the stupid kid didn't know that he was a mercenary. The fighter told him to just lie on the floor until the police arrived, and the enemy knew he couldn't let him get away. Then the brave man approached the exit door and reached out his hand, intending to open it. But his efforts were fruitless, and he couldn't get out, which was quite strange. The bewildered young man began to wonder what was happening and why the door simply would not open. The young man grabbed the iron handle again and began to think about how to get out of the room. Soon he realized that he had to push the door away from himself, and he tried to do so. Once again, Choi Jae looked warily at the doorway, trying to figure out what was going on. In the end, his opponent, who was lying on the floor, said that the passage was closed, so his attempts were useless. The angry boy said that he had come through this door earlier, so it must be open. Turning around, the warrior saw that there was no one behind him and immediately became wary, because the enemy should have been immobilized. The surprised fighter said that a normal person would not have recovered from his blow so quickly. Feeling tense, he began to glance around, but in a moment he made up his mind. The brave man took a short run up and began to break down the closed door, hitting it with his shoulder. The agile young man tried with all his might to maintain his coordination, putting a lot of effort into it. He was beginning to get angry that nothing was working, but he was not going to give up so quickly. The daredevil lost his vigilance because of his opponent's foolish actions, but now he realized that this freak was not an easy person to deal with. It finally dawned on him that the brunette lying on the floor was a real threat. The boy standing still looked at his crawling opponent, who was trying with all his might to get to his feet. Being shy, Jae said he didn't know he was a mercenary, then added that he was in a hurry because his grumpy friend was waiting for him. He shouldn't have relaxed because his cunning opponent took advantage of the opportunity and attacked him. Something like a firebomb suddenly flew at the tense fighter, but fortunately, he managed to block it. A yellow sticky liquid remained on the wall, slowly dripping down, which the young man watched. The stern warrior realized that the enemy intended to see the fight through to the end and said that they would see who would win. The guy knew that even if the attacker had good physical abilities, the effect of pressure on the points could not disappear completely. The brave man began to move around the room, trying to find the weirdo and threatening that he would regret everything. The angry fighter said again that he was in a hurry to get to his friend, but the brunette was afraid to come out of hiding. At that moment, the smiling young man peeked around the corner, where he saw his opponent sitting on the floor, looking very alarmed. With a confident smirk, the fighter said he didn't have time to wait for the effect to wear off completely. The confused man began to crawl back, muttering something under his breath, and the daredevil asked what kind of ridiculous answer that was. Swinging his leg at him with a running start, Cho Jae noted that the fool naively thought he could play hide-and-seek for a long time. Hitting the scoundrel right in the face, the young man smirked, saying that such a thing was impossible in such a tiny diner. Suddenly immobilized, the guy jumped up and started to run away, feeling pain all over his body. The focused warrior immediately swung his needle at him, saying that it didn't matter how many times the fool tried to run away. He reminded him in a loud voice that they were in a closed room, so all this was useless. Looking at the enemy who had fallen to the ground, the young man said it was impressive that he had returned from the needle with a semi-paralyzed body. At the same time, the fighter noted the futility of such an act, since the brunette had nowhere to run. Cracking his knuckles, the daredevil asked if the enemy had any last words, but he couldn't gather his thoughts. Unexpectedly, the gentleman said that it was perfect, and the surprised Jae-hee asked if that was really his last words. The stutterer said that he wasn't running away at all, but had deliberately led the boy to the secluded spot, which already sounded alarming. Suddenly pointing at the boy, the sweaty opponent said once again that it was delightful. On a sunny day, a white truck pulled up to one of the playgrounds where a man was already waiting in the backyard. The blue-eyed gentleman noted that the driver was late, but his face did not show that he was angry. The driver asked where Ripley was, and the boy replied that he had gone to a cafe, warning that he would be late because something had happened. Lighting a cigarette, the stern-looking young man said that lunchtime was long past, and then asked what had happened. He added that this degenerate is trying to get out of transporting luggage by coming up with various excuses. The man urged people not to believe a single word from this pathological liar who lies every time he opens his mouth. Meanwhile, the wary Choi Ji-hee looked at his opponent, who had deliberately dragged him into a secluded corner. The daredevil understood that the scoundrel was bluffing, because a sane person would not reveal his trap to his opponent. But at the same time, the young man still did not know what his opponent's ability was, so he was not going to act rashly. The young man remained cautious, and the stutterer asked him to shift his attention to his shoes. The tense fighter immediately looked down to understand the reason for this request. There was a yellow sticky liquid on the brave man's shoes, but at first he did not understand what it was. Soon the young man realized that it was a substance from a glass bottle that his opponent had thrown at him earlier. With his eyes now open, Ji-hee began to piece together the puzzle of this terrible situation, comparing everything in turn. He assumed that the flammable liquid had burned the innocent fast food worker. The fighter, who was in a state of panic, realized that his legs would simply dissolve and began jumping up and down in shock. But after a few seconds, the young man calmed down and noticed that his limbs were still intact. The daredevil said he saw no effect, and the brunette took advantage of the opportunity and began to run away. Realizing that he had a precious opportunity, the cunning man began to move forward, glancing warily at the boy. The observant Choi Ji-hee immediately noticed something was wrong, and being angry, rushed after the man who was falling down. In a state of anger, he called his opponent a liar, and the gentleman asked him to be more careful. His rival warned him that the yellow liquid was very slippery, but the young man did not have time to listen to his words. Meanwhile, the red-haired young man realized that Ripley had been given that nickname because he was always lying. The young man added that he didn't trust him either, but he did trust his amazing abilities. The blue-eyed man advised his companion to do the same, saying that even if things weren't actually true, the liar would come up with something, and it would become reality. In turn, the surprised Ji-hee abruptly lifted his foot and noticed that the sticky substance did not come off his shoe. At that moment, the brave man simply fell off his feet and hit his back, but he was not badly injured and remained conscious. The stunned young man couldn't understand anything and wondered if the liquid was really that slippery. He tried to figure out what Ripley's ability, who had grabbed the leg of a chair, might be. Getting up from his knees, the fearless warrior called it ridiculous that the fool had taken a chair as protection. The unperturbed man with a hair lip said that the substance had already hardened and the kid was simply stuck to the floor. The opponent also noted that the boy could not get up, and this was indeed the case despite his efforts. Shocked, Choi Ji-hee couldn't understand what had happened, because just a moment ago the liquid had been watery and slippery. The enraged opponent was not going to stand on ceremony and immediately swung a chair at him. He continued to rage, shouting that he was not lying, even though the boy accused him of lying. The blood-stained young man tried to cover his head with his hands, feeling pain all over his body. During the massacre, the mad Ripley shouted that, after white, the rarest death was from green, which was what they had chosen. The brave man remained focused, watching his actions and listening to every word. At one point, the leg simply broke off due to careless use, and the chair itself flew to the side. Now all that the discouraged brunette had in his hands was a broken piece of stick, which he soon threw away. Moving forward across the room, the stuttering madman said he needed something stronger. He decided to take a knife from the kitchen, while the slightly injured Choi Ji-hee watched his back, as if plotting something. The daredevil drew his opponent's attention by asking if he meant something like this. Turning around, the angry man saw two golden balls in front of him, which the young man called a reliable weapon. The warrior used a technique combining gravitational and centrifugal forces, forcing the enemy to cover his head with his hands. Smiling slyly, the young man sarcastically said that if the brunette liked the merchandise, he would sell it to him at wholesale price. The wounded enemy continued to block, calling the boy a freak and thinking about how to escape the attack. Flailing his jacket sharply, The angry performer shouted at the insolent man not to laugh at him. At that very moment, both acupuncture balls hit the thick fabric of the cloak and came to a halt. After that, the nimble gentleman grabbed the garment tightly, intending to return everything to the sender. By twisting his body, the nimble opponent threw the jacket into the corner of the room. In the end, both swords simply fell to the floor and began to smoke, but they did not cause him any harm. A sweaty Ripley said that even with the ability to control them remotely, they would be useless outside of their range. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the tense enemy asked if it was true that Choi Jae-hee's ability had limits. He was greatly alarmed by the fact that blood was dripping from the young man's fingertips, yet he did not even squeal. The alarmed opponent realized that the cold-blooded guy had wiped away the liquid with force, without even saying anything about it. But he considered it unimportant and was confident in his abilities. And the imperturbable warrior asked if the fool really thought he could control him. Showing fearlessness, the fighter noted that the fool could try, but warned that he would not succeed. Then the invincible young man said that he had already figured out the limits of his angry opponent's abilities. With a sly grin, the young man said that the brunette's pitiful skills would no longer work on him. His confident statements elicited a little laughter from his opponent, who remained wary. The man asked the young man not to say that he thought everything had been decided by washing away the yellow liquid. Ripley's ability attached new properties to special items, forcing the enemy to accept the new characteristics of the objects. The conditions for creating elements were a little tricky, as it was necessary to create something in front of the opponent and transfer it. The gentleman could also hold the object for a while, touching his opponent with it, but without touching anything else. The cunning brunette understood that if the kid had figured this out and removed the sticky substance, that was why he was so smug. The stutterer emphasized and acknowledged the young man's excellent deduction, but said that he had missed one important thing. Pointing angrily at himself, the man said that the conditions for activating his power were that he had to pass something on to the boy. This included blood, which alarmed Choi Jae-hee, who was listening attentively to his monologue. The enraged man shouted that there were no restrictions here and began to rant about the boy's blood. He said that the vital fluid was like lava, and upon hearing this, the tense warrior's face changed. The opponent continued to rant and point his finger at him, but the surprised young man did not understand him. In an instant, the surprised Ripley calmed down and froze in place, locking eyes with his opponent. Despite his threats, the unperturbed young man began to move forward, slowly approaching him. A few seconds later, the gentleman's eyes widened and his black pupils shrank in size. Suddenly, Choi Jae-hee said he couldn't hear him, and white crumpled napkins became visible in his ears. The sweating man quickly realized that the kid had plugged his ears, which was a good move. Without warning, the daredevil kneed the liar in the jaw, and blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Smiling, the fighter asked his opponent to speak a little louder and asked if they weren't at the perfect distance. An angry Ripley came to the conclusion that the quick-witted kid understood that he had to hear everything for it to work. He called everything that was happening a curse, while the impudent youngster continued to kick him. Landing a good hook on his opponent's thick face, the cold-blooded warrior noted that he would not be able to escape. The fat man tried to wriggle and counterattack in every way possible, but Choi Jae-hee bypassed him and took control of the situation. The merciless warrior delivered very heavy blows to various parts of his enemy's body, who was unable to react in time. In the end, the brave warrior carried out a very successful attack, as a result of which Ripley simply flipped over in the air. Smiling, the fearless guy said that he was better than him in hand-to-hand combat and proved it in practice. Then the brave man said that his opponent had one chance left and asked if he knew Dr. P. He promised to end it painlessly if the bloodied fat man gave him some information, but that only angered him. In a rage, the man called him a freak and ordered him not to even dare to utter that great name. His temper even surprised the blue-eyed warrior, who realized that they would not be able to talk. Scratching the back of his head and smiling, the young man said that he still couldn't understand anything. He also said that he couldn't return the napkins, and suddenly, 2 chairs flew at him. Unexpectedly, the boy managed to dodge the blow, although he experienced quite a lot of stress. The stunned boy said that at this rate, he would develop a fear of chairs, and the enemy managed to get behind him and grab his shoulders. The quick-witted scoundrel managed to remove the earplugs from the tense Choi Jae-hee, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Now the crumpled napkins were in Ripley's bloodied hands, who was very pleased with himself at that moment. Showing an ugly grin, the brunette began to show the lumps. his body shaking uncontrollably. The stunned young man realized he was in trouble and also noticed that he couldn't hear his opponent approaching from behind. Trying to appear serious, the stuttering brunette asked about a last chance. He declared that after the beating, he would give the kid the most painful death, making him even more nervous. The enraged Ripley shouted that the blood in the young man's body was like hydrochloric acid. At the same time, the fat man continued to point his finger at him, muttering something under his breath and trying to appear intimidating. Covered in blood, Choi Jae-hee made faces, saying loudly that he couldn't hear his ranting enemy at all. The cunning guy continued to pretend that this greatly angered the fat man, who was even a little confused because he did not understand the situation. The stern Ripley grew angrier by the second as the kid kept insisting he couldn't hear anything. Sticking his index fingers in his ears, the blue-eyed warrior realized he couldn't hear his opponent and called it the perfect countermeasure. There was one significant drawback to this new method, which was the inability to use his hands. This is what the angry Ripley took advantage of, instantly punching the kid in the nose. Meanwhile, Sue Lee, standing on the street, was tired of waiting for his friend, who had been gone for quite some time. The wary hero asked if his comrade wasn't going to get 3 iced Americanos, and Jack complained of thirst from his backpack. The guy asked you to forget about coffee from that moment on, after which he headed towards the entrance to the cafe. The young man wondered how the killer could drink anything at all if he didn't even have internal organs. Continuing the conversation, he slowly opened the front door, which was not completely closed. Glancing inside the room, the daredevil's expression instantly changed, as if he had seen something frightening. In front of him stood Cho Jae-hee, covered in blood from head to toe, who was focused on something. Alarmed, Sue Lee immediately ran inside and shouted to ask what had happened, and saw a bloodied stranger on the floor. His partner, who looked very angry, replied that too much had happened and he was really tired. The bewildered hero did not know how to react to what was happening, so he silently looked at his ally. Meanwhile, the two guys sat on a bench and were still waiting for Ripley, who was very late. They were already very tired and were starting to feel sleepy, but they had to hold on no matter what. The tall guy with brown eyes stared sternly ahead, continuing to think about the current situation. Unable to control his emotions any longer, the big guy jumped up and shouted, waking his friend. The angry man asked why the fool was delaying, and the redhead yawned and suggested they start working without him. His dissatisfied comrade said that Ripley was the one who wanted this, and it wouldn't make their lives any easier. The blue-eyed guy took out his phone and calmly said that he would try to contact him again. At that very moment, the tall partner received a notification, which he decided to read immediately. Both young men received identical messages, which was rather suspicious. The brown-eyed one was aware that the connection had expired, and then learned that Ripley was dead. The blonde-haired boy showed no emotion upon hearing this, only silence. After that, the partners immersed themselves in their own thoughts, perceiving the situation differently. Meanwhile, a satisfied Jack sipped his iced Americano, and Sue Lee asked how Ji-hee could have finished off his opponent like that. He said he needed to get information out of him, but the nervous guy replied that there was no chance of that. The young man explained that if the enemy had opened his mouth, he would have died, and then he got tired of trying to prove anything to his partner. The fighter added that they had already obtained information about the location of the factories run by Dr. P's managers, and learned that there were only 3 of them. The guy asked why they were looking for Factory B first, and the hero replied that it was run by Lobster. Surprised, Jae-hee listened carefully to his ally, but did not immediately understand his further intentions. But soon the shocked young man realized that the main character had deliberately chosen the crazy villain. The daredevil completely threw him off balance by saying that he had heard that Lobster was not at the factory at that moment. It was said that he did not show up at the factory and left everything to his subordinates, and the fighter decided to go there because it was closest to the shelter. His comrade was annoyed that he had chosen the factory for such an insignificant reason, but the imperturbable Sue Lee asked him not to be upset. The brave man said that if they raided the factory, they might dig up something about the scoundrel Lobster. At that moment, the young fighters found themselves in front of the entrance to the huge building that was their destination. They slowly approached the white door, looking around as they went. The observant Jae-hee said that, given the size of the building, he thought it would be louder, and he didn't sense any presence. He noted that there was only one entrance and, looking at Sue Lee standing by the door, asked if they weren't going to go inside. Turning the iron handle, the cool-headed warrior agreed that it was indeed suspiciously quiet here. The fearless guy continued to try to open the passage, but something seemed to be holding him back from inside the room. Suddenly, the door opened, and an enraged enemy jumped out, his terrifying mouth wide open. The monster with large, sharp teeth instantly showed its unfriendly attitude and readiness to kill. The brave man did not lose his composure and simply noted that the cunning enemies were lying in wait. The brave man immediately cut the attacking creature in half and threw it away, splattering blood everywhere. Stunned, Jahi began to guess what it was, but Su Li beat him to it, exclaiming that it was shark waste. The fighter, ready for battle, added that there was a whole mountain of them here and continued to swing his sharp sword. The shocked comrade couldn't believe that the scary guy was fighting a whole crowd of monsters alone. The hero asked him not to stand still, but to help. But the surprised young man focused his attention on the opponent's clothes. He noted that they looked like Ripley from the coffee shop, which made the fighting Su Li think. Smiling, the calm warrior noted that they were in the right place and made sure that all his actions were not in vain. Meanwhile, the red-haired kid was in the factory control room, watching the CCTV cameras. Completely calm, the boy noted that the uninvited guests were fighting well. The young man asked if they should go out too, but his partner replied that they needed to gather information first because data was the most important thing. The blue-eyed guy said that if they took care of the enemies, they wouldn't have to transfer the information at all. His friend noted that the location of the factory was open to intruders, and that was the whole problem. He added that they needed to inform Lobster and find a place to relocate the factory, because if the Invincible intervened, there would be a lot of trouble. Smiling, the redhead called him unique and noted that he had their cool-headedness, which made him a real fighter. Then the kid asked if he could help with anything, and the man typing on the keyboard gave a negative answer. The youngster noted that he had nothing to do here anyway, so he decided to go out to the uninvited guests ahead of time. Leaving the room, the gift of the sun was confident that he could deal with everyone without much effort. At the same time, the cold-blooded Su Li continued to destroy his enemies with only his sword, showing not even a drop of mercy. Being focused, the main character exclaimed that he was done fighting on this side. In turn, the tense Jae-hee continued to fight and prepared to repel the monster's attack. Seizing the moment, the satisfied young man struck the enemy in the chest, instantly killing him. Smiling, the youngster pointed out that he had started a little later, so they had managed to do it in the same amount of time. Then alarmed, he saw a threat behind Su Li and asked him to duck quickly. It turned out that a red-haired boy had joined the fight, trying to attack the brave man from behind. He managed to strike a blow, but the daredevil managed to stop his slide and stay on his feet, which emphasized his professionalism. The first thing the hero did was ask who was standing in front of him, and the calm stranger asked which one of them. The bewildered Su Li did not understand the question at all, but his opponent repeated it once more, remaining unperturbed. It turned out that he was interested in who had dealt with Ripley, which greatly surprised Cho Jae-hee. Remaining reserved, the blue-eyed fighter asked the boy to calmly raise his right hand. The pensive guys had no idea who he was talking about, so no one rushed to comply with the stranger's request. The unflappable hero asked if Ripley's partner knew, and he suggested that it was one of the people they had killed here. Then the young man realized that it could be the same man from the cafe, but the redhead decided not to waste time and not to care about it. He was sure that one of them had done it, so he immediately took a fighting stance, clenching his fist. Rushing into the attack, the redhead exclaimed that it would be more fun with both of them, and the guys were even a little confused. His first target was the alarmed Cho Jae-hee, who simply grabbed his head to protect himself. The blue-eyed man emphasized the excellent reaction of Su Li, who immediately came to the aid of his frightened partner. The fierce warrior immediately swung a sharp machete at his opponent, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. The crushing blow was successfully delivered, but to his great surprise, the stranger remained completely unharmed. The shocked hero could not believe that his opponent had managed to survive such an incredibly powerful attack. What was striking was that the blue-eyed kid simply caught the weapon without making any particular effort. The unperturbed red-haired youngster noted that Su Li's punch was a little weak and needed work. After that, he punched the brave man in the chest, who did not even have time to understand what was happening. Experiencing unbearable pain, the warrior immediately began to scream and cough up blood because the wound was serious. From the outside, it looked very scary that the merciless enemy's hand had passed through the guy's body, leaving a huge hole. Excited, Jae-hee really wanted to help his bleeding comrade, but didn't know how to do it. The red-haired scoundrel had hoped for more and was a little disappointed that he had defeated his opponent with just one blow. Without losing his composure, The hero's brave partner immediately took acupuncture needles out of his pocket, eager for revenge. Without further ado, the young man decided to use a pinpoint strike to immobilize the enemy. This move greatly surprised the blue-eyed hypocrite, but there was still no fear in his eyes. The red-haired youngster's body was unable to move, but he did not rush to panic even in a stalemate. An angry Jae-hee shouted at him to save his thoughts for the afterlife and prepared to strike with his fist. The fierce fighter's inner voice told him that needles were used instead of fingers for such a blow. Even the performer himself would not find it easy to free himself from such strong shackles, so he was confident that he could deal with the scoundrel. The fearless warrior thought that his opponent could not even dream of counterattacking until his death. At that very moment, he delivered an incredibly effective kick to the jaw of the scoundrel, who was unable to do anything in response. As a result, the redhead fell to the ground and slid several meters on his back, but he was still conscious. Taking an acupuncture ball in his hands, the merciless Jay decided to finish it off, but his opponent suddenly laughed loudly. The immobilized scoundrel continued to laugh at the top of his lungs, which made him even more eccentric in the eyes of the young man. The guy warned that if the needles that had flown out during the fight came out, he would be in trouble, but his opponent called his ability interesting. Raising his head slightly, the kid said that if he had other tricks up his sleeve, it would be a shame to end it so quickly. In an instant, his paralyzed body tensed up, and his pupils dilated slightly. It was astonishing to see the red-haired youngster grow larger and turn into a healthy man right before their eyes. Discouraged, Cho Jae-hee couldn't believe that the protruding acupuncture needles were simply repelled from his torso. The fighter noted that his opponent's energy was completely different, and the redhead stretched as if nothing had happened, saying that he could now move. Looking calmly at his opponent, he asked him to show the rest of his techniques if he had any. Being cold-blooded, the scoundrel instantly rushed into battle, swinging his huge arm. In just a moment, a very hard and large fist was in front of the face of the bewildered young man. Its shape was very different from the previous one, which the observant fighter immediately noticed. He remembered perfectly well that earlier, the clenched hand dripping with blood had been more natural. The young man had only a moment to come up with a plan of action and get out of the fight alive. Unexpectedly, the fearless Su Lee came to his aid, putting his body in the way of the enemy's blow. The seriously wounded hero was immediately thrown back and fell with all his weight on Jae-hee, who was behind him. Surprisingly, the brave man managed to stop his slide and did not lose his coordination, while his opponent was already running towards him. The observant blue-eyed warrior noticed that the hole he had left in his opponent's chest had simply disappeared. The incredibly angry warrior shouted loudly, asking if his partner wasn't paying attention to anything. The fighter exclaimed that he would be fine thanks to his ability, but the young boy would surely die this way. The ally lying on the floor asked him to look ahead, after which the wary Su Lee looked away. The impudent kid struck with his huge hand, maintaining a slight smirk on his childish face. The attack hit the main character's right arm, causing him excruciating pain. The brave man was deprived of his limb and began to bleed profusely again, feeling his strength fading. But unexpectedly, it simply grew back, and the red-haired fighter asked if he had imagined that it was regeneration. Looking at the impressive process, the enemy called the ability remarkable, while the brave man looked at him suspiciously. The enemy asked if it was true that this was also a type of body modification, and the silent Su Lee rushed into battle, thirsting for revenge. On the way, the warrior grabbed the handle of a sharp machete, doing it so quickly that his opponent did not have time to understand anything. As he struck, the red-haired scoundrel said he was pleased to meet him, even though it sounded ridiculous. The stunned hero froze again because the devastating attack had no effect. Once again, having suffered no damage, the fighter, whose body could not be pierced, said that he had a similar ability. He suggested having some fun with the same ability and said he would increase the intensity a little. A male voice behind him asked if the kid was still not done, which made Su Lee even more nervous. The very nervous hero realized that his opponent's comrade had come to his aid, so the situation promised to become even more complicated. The tall bruiser noted that the youngster was starting to annoy him, because he had long since gone to deal with the uninvited guests. The sarcastic guy thought that his ally would be inside longer, and the stern man asked in response if he had ever delayed his work. The youngster asked him not to be angry, but the extremely serious brave man could not imagine that there was another enemy. The warrior said that everyone would have to take on one enemy, and the excited Jae-hee unexpectedly suggested running away. Trembling with fear, the boy said that these people could not be defeated and they would simply die here. The main character did not share his concerns and remained calm, but he understood his partner's feelings. The fighter did not care how his ally, who had given up before the battle even began, would act in this situation. Rushing to attack the talking enemies, the brave man said that if he were afraid of death, he would not have started all this. His tense comrade thought to himself that the self-confident Cho Jae did not even know these people. He in turn was aware of how strong the burly men discussing the dead Ripley were. Once the young man was delivering goods for the Topster Company when he learned about some orange and destroyer. The abbreviation AK was incomprehensible to the blue-eyed boy, who was trying to figure it all out. The dissatisfied young man soon put away his phone because he had arrived at the right place, the door to which he immediately opened. At that moment, the boy was terrified because he saw a bloody body right on the steps. His eyes began to twitch involuntarily from nerves, and he simply froze, not knowing what to do next. Seeing even more dead bodies below, the stunned Cho Jae wondered what terrible thing had happened here. He really hoped that it wasn't dangerous here, remembering that he hadn't even been baptized yet, but had been given such an assignment. Descending the steps, the boy heard the voice of an alarmed man begging for forgiveness. A fat man in a yellow suit promised to give the bandits everything they wanted, hoping they would spare his life. Frightened, Jae peeked cautiously out from behind the door, watching the terrible events unfolding in front of him. The red-haired performer thought about what he would like to get, while a snake's tail peeked out of the fat man's pocket. At that moment, the hat flew off his head along with it, which spoke to the performer's determination. A second mercenary joined the game, who without warning dealt with the fat man, causing discontent among his comrades. Then he immediately asked the boy to wipe his eyes, and the limb fell to the floor. The hot-tempered youngster exclaimed that he showered twice a day, but his opponent called him a fool and said that was not what he was talking about. At one point, the killers noticed an unfamiliar boy who froze in place when he was spotted. The confused boy said that he had come on an errand, but the contract holders did not immediately understand this. The guys Choi Jae met back then were the very same AKs, and they were looking at him now too. All of the performers could easily have carried out a mass slaughter, but on that day, the ruthless psychopaths did not kill ordinary citizens. They destroyed an entire clan of mercenaries, and even now, the red-haired warrior was fighting relentlessly against Su Li. In other words, their strength was equal to a dozen contract holders, which no one could dispute. The cold-blooded bruiser left another hole in the main character's body with just one precise punch. He asked if it wouldn't be more interesting a little later, but his comrades said they had no time to wait. The redhead said he only needed a minute, and the brown-eyed man was interested in that, but allowed him to continue. Terrified, Jae realized that they would not be able to defeat them, and decided that the best solution was to flee. The cowardly boy immediately ran away, not even thinking for a moment about the seriously injured Su Li. The blue-eyed bruiser quickly noticed his actions and jumped to pounce on him in midair. The frightened youngster realized that even here, escape was impossible, but he did not want to die so young. It was amazing that despite his numerous injuries, the unflappable hero came to his aid and kicked him in the face. The kid did not expect the arrival of the redhead, who pushed him away with a powerful whip and thus saved his life. The enemy was also pleased with the arrival of the brave man because he understood that now the real fun would begin. The brave man himself kept a slight smile on his face, which emphasized his confidence in his abilities. The tall performer with gray eyes simply froze in shock, as he did not think that such a thing could happen. The giant delivered a powerful punch, which sent the agile fighter flying several meters backward. The redhead told his comrade that the boy's flesh healed instantly so they could have some fun with him. The bleeding warrior got up from the floor once again, urging Choi Jae to run away immediately. With difficulty, he said that he could handle it himself and asked the boy to get out of there as quickly as possible. Looking sternly ahead, the fearless Su Li asked if his partner knew that he would not die so easily. The surprised boy couldn't believe that his comrade was asking him to run, leaving him alone on the battlefield. The second performer, approaching the wounded fighter, called recovery an annoying ability. Drenched in sweat, Jae tried to make the right choice and realized that this was indeed his chance to stay alive. Looking at his opponents, the young man noted that all their attention was focused on Su Li, who was lying on the floor. The boy also understood that the main character would surely find a way to survive, because he always did. Meanwhile, the tall mercenary muttered something about zombie movies, from which he even drew some conclusions. Stepping on the wounded man's body, he said that in such movies, Those who could not die were beheaded. Suddenly, a spiked ball flew at the assassin's neck, but he remained emotionless and easily dodged it. The cold-blooded killer's gaze immediately shifted to the enemy who dared to do such a thing. It was the determined Choi Jae, who, sweating profusely, said that he had made a different decision. The young man exclaimed that there was no guarantee of a successful escape, so he chose to die in battle, but Su Li called him an idiot. Shpala asked the redhead to finish off the main character, while he himself said that he would quickly deal with the timid boy. Looking at him sternly, the young man realized that his opponents were underestimating him, because even a worm writhes when it is crushed. The trickster once again resorted to the technique of the 5 universal elements, namely the power of metal. Activating a combination of centrifugal and gravitational forces, the brave man suggested seeing how quickly his opponent would finish him off. The tall warrior remained unperturbed and silently watched the youngster's actions, calculating his every move. Easily dodging the spiked balls, the man noted that everything was happening too slowly. He stunned Choi Jae, who simply froze in place, unable to believe that this had really happened. The unceremonious performer instantly attacked the bewildered boy, who did not even have time to react. The stern mercenary silently observed the results of his actions, wondering if he should do anything else. The kid, coughing up blood, didn't even have time to see the blow coming, as it was lightning fast. Tense, Xiao Li knew he had to merge with Jack, but his backpack was torn, and the killer's whereabouts were unknown. In an instant, his expression changed to one of surprise, because he saw something impressive nearby. Next to the dead, bloodied body lay the head of a professional killer, smiling as always. The ruthless trickster continued to beat the weakened Jahe, not even giving him a chance to jump aside. The redhead said that the main character should hurry to help his friends, because at this rate, they didn't have much time left. Then he noticed the extremely surprised face of the brave man, who did not respond to his words and was looking somewhere else. The wary strongman decided to look around to assess the situation and understand where the enemy was staring. A few meters away from them, a blood-stained man with very long legs got to his feet. The blue-eyed man was delighted that another shark had survived and could help them. But soon his joy simply vanished, and all confidence in his abilities disappeared from his eyes. The frightening voice could not rejoice that he was alive and well, and began to shake the dirt from his fingers. What was shocking was that it was Jack, whose head had been reattached to his body, saying that he hadn't felt freedom in a long time. Smiling frighteningly, the cold-blooded killer said that his feelings were divine. The stunned kid started hitting himself on the head, not believing that the legendary tyrant was back in action. The professional performer enjoyed the fresh air, and the blue-eyed youngster realized that this was not a dream. Excited, Orange asked the destroyer to pay attention to this, and he immediately turned around. His comrade asked what had happened, and noted that he had only just warmed up, but was distracted again. At that very moment, Jack's strong fist flew into the red-haired boy's face, as he intended to end it all as quickly as possible. The force of the blow was so powerful that the big man flew back like a feather and crashed into the wall with a bang. His surprised friend couldn't believe that the notorious killer was standing before them, even though he had long since died. Orange, who remained conscious, began to choke as blood poured incessantly from his mouth. The psychopath, reveling in his pleasure, called what was happening miraculous and continued to wave his arms. The destroyer was stunned and couldn't believe that his eyes weren't deceiving him and that all this was happening in reality. The long-haired killer soon turned his attention to the man whose legs were buckling. The brave contract holder decided to act first and instantly rushed into the attack, confident in his abilities. The cold-blooded warrior said that even tremendous speed was no problem if he used all his strength. He activated the sound mirage technique, hoping to confuse Jack, who was standing still and whose vision was blurring. The fearless psychopath smiled as usual, noting that his opponent's skill was quite good. Joining his index and thumb, the invincible performer emphasized that the destroyer was not such a pathetic cockroach after all. But at that very moment, the trickster flew up and hit his head on the ceiling, suffering a concussion. The ruthless killer called him annoying and asked him to stop interfering, which greatly stunned the enemy. Bleeding profusely, Su Li was still in pain, and trying to get to his feet, turned to his ally. With utmost seriousness, he said that first they needed to take Choi Jae to a safe place. The boy added that then they would deal with their opponents, and Jack asked why he should do that. The powerful warrior did not understand why he should listen to a kid when he had finally gotten his body back. He added that the young man could say whatever he wanted later, but right now he really enjoyed solving the problem. The performers, still standing on their feet, looked sternly at their opponent, showing their readiness to continue the fight. Jack rushed towards them at tremendous speed, eager to deal with them as quickly as possible and get a thrill out of it. Unexpectedly, the psychopath was seriously wounded, and the body and arm of the body he was in began to decay. The tyrant became very alert and turned his gaze to it, trying to figure out what had happened. For the first time in a long time, his face was shocked, because what was happening greatly spoiled his plans. At that moment, the killer's blood-stained cloak flew away, and he still didn't understand what was going on. The long-haired madman's head also landed a few meters away from his opponent's. Now Jack's head was lying on the floor and was in danger, because he couldn't really move. Two burly men immediately surrounded him and began to examine him silently, trying to figure out if he posed any danger. The legendary performer asked the guys to be more respectful, and a slight smile appeared on Apelson's face. Unexpectedly, the contract holders knelt before the respected man who had left his mark on history. In unison, the fighters said that it was a great honor for them to meet him, which shocked Jack. Red had called the meeting with him a real stroke of luck, even under such terrible and somewhat absurd circumstances. The killer realized that these were his fans, while the wary Su Li tried to understand what was going on and how it had come to this. The calm destroyer noted that the shark used was not a suitable vessel for the legend. The man stunned the well-known killer by asking if he wanted his real body back. The strong man offered him to join them, promising that they would take responsibility for his body. He said that they would immediately restore his ability to move after the start of cooperation, which sounded tempting. The extremely dissatisfied hero suddenly interrupted the conversation, shouting, asking if they realized what they were doing. The brave man asked in a raised voice who had said that the insolent men could take Jack for themselves. Looking at him coldly, the destroyer stood in a fighting stance, saying that the kid's assertiveness knew no bounds. The gentleman asked if the fool really thought his opinion mattered and where he got all his arrogance from. The fighter suggested that it was all because the daredevil trusted his ability to regenerate. Using an unknown technique, he quietly said that today he would change that, which greatly surprised Su Li. Finding himself behind enemy lines, the imperturbable performer said that the young man would die first. Suddenly, the youngster experienced extremely painful agony that burned every inch of his body from the inside and outside. Alarmed, Orange asked the destroyer to turn around immediately because there was an important conversation to be had. Holding the head of the well-known killer, the blue-eyed kid began waving his hand, which looked rather strange. The cold-blooded man first looked at the hero lying on the floor, who was moaning softly in pain. Being emotionless, the enemy noted that the daredevil had excellent eyesight, but allowed for the possibility that he was just lucky. He said he would not finish him off and asked the boy to thank the respected Jack. The red-haired fighter continued to carry the head of the legendary performer in his hands, who suddenly spoke. Unexpectedly, the psychopath used his ability and his eyes lit up purple, which surprised Orange. Suddenly, the professional mercenary used his long hair to wrap around the sword lying on the floor. The sarcastic killer said that he had almost forgotten an important object that originally belonged to him. Bleeding profusely, Su Li watched the departing company, realizing that he couldn't let this happen. But the powerless young man could do nothing and just watch the scoundrels leave the room. His eyes were rapidly darkening because he had lost too much of the fluid that was vital to his life. Nevertheless, the enraged hero remained alive and, out of anger, punched the wall, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Thanks to regeneration, he was still alive, but he didn't know what to do next because his sword had been taken away. Sitting on the floor, Choi Jae-hee, who had lost hope, muttered quietly that it was a complete failure. Noting that Jack had escaped and their weapons had been taken, he called it a miracle that they had managed to survive. Looking at his extremely serious ally, the young man asked what they would do now. The warrior, who always went all the way, asked if it wasn't clear that they would get everything back, no matter what. The fighter, also thirsty for revenge, promised that they would deal with the two bastards who dared to stand in their way. Getting to his feet, his comrade said that he didn't expect any other answer from him, because he had always been persistent. The young man said that at their current level, they would not be able to defeat either Orange or the Destroyer, so they needed to think of a plan. Besides, they didn't know where their opponents had gone, and if they found them, they would get beaten up again. Folding his arms across his chest, the main character fell deep into thought, trying to think everything through in detail. Suddenly, he said that an idea had come to him, which surprised and slightly puzzled Jae-hee. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the charming Sammy was convinced that this was the place she needed to be. Raising her hand, the strangely behaving girl asked someone to give her a high five, but there was no one in front of her. Suspicious, she began to look around, remaining calm and not rushing to conclusions. Ahead, the beauty saw a two-story house and immediately said that the enemies had settled there. Without hesitation, the department head rushed toward the stone fence, completely fearless. Stopping abruptly at the high fence, the woman decided to concentrate on her senses. Soon she realized that Dr. P's shark factory, which the fourth group had been searching for diligently, was right in front of her. Taking out her phone, the lady smiled slightly, saying that she could have gotten more out of Huang. At that moment, the satisfied lady decided to write to the Golden Snake, but a large shadow suddenly loomed over her. Out of nowhere, a burly man with sharp teeth and red eyes appeared. Without ceremony, the stranger swung his strong arm at the fragile girl, who managed to dodge, but was surprised. The nimble girl began to jump in different directions to avoid the blows of her merciless enemy. Seizing the right moment, the beauty struck the scoundrel in the jaw with her heel, noting that he was too happy. She realized that she had become too relaxed and simply did not notice her opponent, who was not sleeping. But, looking at the flying brute, the fearless Sammy emphasized that he was truly pathetic. The charmer said that her fighting style was not that complicated, and several more sharks gathered around her. None of them stood still, and each tried to attack, but the beauty really liked it and was not embarrassed at all. At that very moment, the traditional training method of the seventh group, which the leader had mastered perfectly, was used. Crushing everyone in her path with a series of successful strikes, the woman asked if they really had no manners. She firmly pointed out that no matter how terrible they felt, they must first introduce themselves. One by one, the opponents fell to the ground lifeless, unable to harm the fighting lady. The tired lady said that popularity was quite a hassle, but she was not going to pour out her heart. Smiling, the cutie said that maybe it was because she was too pretty. At one point, the attack was unsuccessful, which caused slight surprise but did not embarrass the beauty. At that moment, a cold-blooded young gentleman stood before her, who looked like an ordinary person. The fearless Sammy jumped back a few meters to try a new series of strikes. Keeping her concentration, she asked if it was true that she was not facing some small fry. The woman noted that she had many questions and asked if her opponent had released tendril. The lady called it strange because he had great difficulty getting it out, and Si Tai-han dropped the tentacle without warning. Suddenly, the beauty was tightly bound and could no longer move, which made the situation more difficult. Breathing with difficulty, Sammy, not rushing to panic, began to look around and realized that she had fallen into a trap. The slightly stunned leader asked if the tentacles were tendril's power. Shocked, she noted that this simply could not be, but everything that was happening was real. The girl realized that the man who stole abilities had taken the power and simply abandoned the dangerous criminal. The slightly stuttering gentleman calmly asked if it was true that she knew absolutely nothing. He emphasized that it would be good to live with such an ability, but assured her that this was not the case at all. Unperturbed, Si Tai-han said that he was the one Sammy was talking about. The fearless woman asked if Tendril was standing in front of her, but the answer to the question did not come immediately. She did not believe it, and her opponent clarified whether what she saw with her eyes seemed implausible to her. The lady noted that he looked different from the villain she had seen in the photo and tried to piece together the puzzle in her head. Suddenly, the eccentric woman exclaimed that her opponent was ugly, but his words only caused him confusion. Then the woman added that he just wasn't striking, and her words really annoyed the villain. With a sharp swing of his long limb, the enemy struck her on the cheek, shouting at her to shut her mouth. After that, he squeezed the girl tighter and noticed that his body was trembling. The stern man asked if the silly girl really thought he was using this vessel because he wanted to. Then he noted without much emotion that Sammy was too easy to defeat, which made him bored. The amusing criminal found it funny that the boss kept talking about losers, but in reality, she was just the same. He began to chuckle maliciously, while the girl, not willing to give up so easily, hid something glowing behind her back. At that moment, Su Li said that they would simply become stronger in order to kill their enemies, and then go in search of Jack. A tense Chui Jihe emphasized that this was called a lack of a plan, because it all sounded rather frivolous. The young man agreed that it would be great if they started training harder, but it could take more than a year. He asked if Song Hun would be dead by the time they caught Phantom and Dr. P, but at first he heard no response. Soon, the cool-headed hero noted that they had no other choice but to go down this path. The fighter said they could turn to the Invincible Division, but the nervous youngster exclaimed that they would be caught along with the criminals. After that, the daredevil emphasized once again that they could only catch the enemies themselves, which was indisputable. The warrior said that he would become stronger and finish off the scoundrel rather than them catching Dr. P later. Then the main character asked his comrade to pay attention to something, and he just froze in place. It turned out that at that very moment, the young fighters arrived at their destination, which was a rather large building. Calm Su Lee said that this was the factory of the leader of the executors, and even if they couldn't catch him, they would get information about him. He added that the information might not be enough, but they would gain experience and become stronger by catching the mercenaries here. The stern warrior said that his personal training method consisted of 80% real combat. Meanwhile, the ruthless enemy was squeezing Sammy, but she suddenly tore his tentacles to shreds. The stunned guy asked if he hadn't knocked her out, and the resilient girl smiled slyly, pleased with herself. The beauty crossed her fingers in the shape of a heart, and it was clear that this was a call for her ability. A few seconds later, she completely freed herself from the sticky limbs and decided to attack the distracted enemy. The stunned opponent couldn't understand where the explosions came from, after which a light smoke rose. The shockwave threw him back several meters, but he managed to maintain his coordination and not fall. The nervous demon asked if the little brat had deliberately pretended to be weak in order to pull off her trick. The charmer said that she needed to get closer to her opponent in order to attack in close combat. In response, her stern opponent looked at her silently, realizing that anything could be expected from such a cunning creature. Soon, the observant criminal realized that the perceptive lady had hidden explosives under her fingernails. He called it a cheap trick and asked if the silly girl really thought she could catch him with something that couldn't even be called a skill. The department head angered him by saying that she couldn't hear those who fell for easy and rather ridiculous tricks. Using his sticky tentacles again, the angry tendril exclaimed that the shells were not perfect before. It was said that the situation was completely different now, which alarmed the woman, who did not immediately understand the meaning of the words. Defending herself from the enemy's attacks, the warrior lady emphasized that he was talking about the body and even mentioned a new face. She finally realized that her cunning opponent was changing bodies, and that was what he wanted to convey with his words. The imperturbable opponent looked at her silently, waving his limbs and confirming her guesses. Looking at the dead bodies around them, the rival asked why, in Sammy's opinion, they created sharks like this. Smiling, the calm performer said that they were all empty shells and useless on their own. Then he added that only by joining forces with someone as strong as Tendril did these pathetic creatures gain meaning. Spreading his arms wide, the villain revealed long red tentacles which looked quite creepy. Smiling slightly, he suggested that there was nothing like that in human data yet, but noted that the shark suited him perfectly. After that, Tendril became very alert, looking at his rival as if a puzzle was forming in his head. Then he stretched out his arm in front of him, covering his eyes because a blinding light suddenly appeared in front of him. Unexpectedly, the fragile Sammy fell face down in the mud, and behind her was a black female silhouette. The mysterious green-eyed lady looked coldly at the girl without saying a word. His companion exclaimed that this was an excellent opportunity for a test, but the lady said that it would have to be postponed. With utmost seriousness, the woman said that they had received an important call and ordered him to take the girl with him. The tense mercenary asked who had called them, and his counterpart replied that Dr. P had contacted them and would be coming in person.